But fortunately, I finally killed a professional class monster. This big sword can finally be replaced. Hu Shou said, and untied the violent sword behind him. The broad blade was covered with scratches, and there were gaps on the blade. A few tiny cracks spread across the entire great sword. Qi Lu carefully looked at the rage sword that Hu Shou took down. Ultimately, it's a matter of durability. As long as it is equipment, there will always be wear and tear. The more you use it, the stronger the enemy will be, and the faster it will wear out. Although the excellent equipment is already very strong. But after all, it's just good equipment. Even if it is several levels better than the equipment in this world, it isn't an artifact after all. You know, just the rating of the system, there are also 4 levels on top of the excellent. Rare, treasure, epic, and legendary. So far, Qi Lu has never seen a treasure-level product. Also, if these equipments don't wear out, I'm afraid I'll run for a few more years, and then I'll have to drink the northwest wind. Qi Lu said silently in his heart. Of course this can't be said. Otherwise, I might be despised by these guys in front of me. Lan Yi and Hu Shou exchanged a few words and settled the bill. Together with the others, they went to the next-door combat power improvement training room. Hu Shou walked to the shelf on his own, and took the dragon-marked axe that he had long admired in his hand. That's the momentum. Hu Shou stared at the dragon-patterned axe in his hand, just like he was looking at his beloved woman. I just don't know if this guy has a woman. Qi Lu looked at Hu Shou lightly, thinking about it with wickedness in his heart. Add another piece of chain mail, boss. If it weren't for the good timing, IRL I don't know when I would be able to get these 4,000 spirit crystals. Hu Shou put down a magic core on the counter. With a glance of Qi Li's eyes, he can point out the amount. 4,200 spirit crystals, yes. There are professional class demon cores, as well as hero-level demon cores. IRL I don't know how many monsters he has hunted down these days. But this price is really expensive, boss, then I won't bother you much. Hu Shou carried the dragon-marked axe behind his back, picked up the rage sword, and walked out of the store. It was probably that there were still pills left, and no additional pills were added. Looking at the hurried back, he probably couldn't wait to try the power of his newly acquired weapon. With these guys joining in, the city guard should be able to do better. Qi Lu calculated in his heart, and seeing that no one was coming, he went back to the back room and planned to take a nap. Yu Shi'er consciously took the place of Qi Lu. Cloud City, outside the city walls. Where the city guards camped, the bonfire had been extinguished. After breakfast, all the military tents have been closed, and only the soldiers who are ready to go are there. At the moment of the war, there is not much time to rest. As Qin Ming expected, it didn't take long for a beast to roar in the cloud forest. The scream of the beast was earth-shattering. With the loud noise of rumble and the smoke and dust in the sky, countless monsters rushed out of the cloud forest and rushed towards the soldiers guarding outside the city wall. There are wolves and tigers, eagles and snakes. There are almost any shape of warcraft, mixed together, and the momentum is huge. The number of demon beasts has increased several times. What's going on? Qin Ming stood on the city wall, frowning at the huge momentum. The scale of the demon beasts that appeared this time was so large that the average size of the recorded beast tides was nearly twice as large. This is not good news. You know, no matter how well equipped the city guards are, their numbers and hard power are still there. After all, people are human beings and have physical limits. And the number of monsters in the cloud forest, no one can clearly know how many. If it is really attacked by the beast group, Cloud Mist City may not be guaranteed. Array. At the forefront of the city guards formation is a team of auxiliary guards among the elite troops built by Qin Ming with huge sums of money. The pure earth spirit heavy armor, the ice crystal knight sword, and the powerful bracers provided these 100 soldiers with an incomparably powerful defense. The duty of the armored knight is to be a meat shield. Although these 100 soldiers could not stop the charge of the monster group, they also slowed down the impact of the monster group. What the city guard needs is this little buffer time. The army of magicians behind the array raised their staffs together, and the magic power began to condense frantically. In the sky above the group of demon beasts, pieces of red light began to flicker, and pieces of fire clouds began to gather. Flowing fire torrential rain. This is one of the few group attack magics at the low level of the magician. After transferring to become a fire elemental mage, this magic will have a powerful evolutionary magic, Fire Meteor. However, to deal with these more than 10 level, or worthy of the warrior level monsters, the fire and torrential rain are enough. The fire cloud in the sky began to ignite a flame, and some sparks floated out of the flame. Boom! At the moment when the magic power is condensed, countless fireballs fell from the fire cloud, like a torrential rain formed by flames. Bam! Bam! The fireball fell on the beasts, and a high-temperature flame suddenly erupted, accompanied by the fierce roar of the beasts, igniting the fur on their bodies. The huge impact force can also smash the beasts to pieces. As long as you see the pitted ground smashed by the fireball, you will know how powerful this firestorm is. The speed and power of magic have more than doubled. I have to say, the things in Manager Qi's store have really helped a lot. Qin Ming stood on the city wall and said this in his heart more than once. For a magician who is not yet a hero level, an ordinary level staff does have such a powerful effect. You know, although the system never uses specific data to represent the properties of the equipment. But Qi Lu can roughly guess one or two. Because the same piece of equipment has different effects on people with different strengths. This is also the reason why almost all of the rare items have usage restrictions. For low-level people, slightly inferior equipment can play a better effect. What a terrifying value for the speed and power of magic to be fully doubled. If it weren't for the increased speed of magic gathering, it would be impossible for the group attack magic to condense so quickly in the torrential rain. And the power of the fireball will not be so great. Then, for the heavy armored knight team at the forefront, it will definitely cause huge pressure. The torrential rain of flaming fire released by the army of magicians almost covered the entire sky above the group of beasts, and countless fireballs smashed into the group of beasts, instantly slowing the offensive of the entire army of beasts. The magician rests in place and replenishes his magic power. The soldiers move forward, follow the heavy knights, counterattack the group of monsters, and prepare for the treatment of the priest camp. The attack order was quickly issued to the city guards. With regard to the composition of the army, after having a combination of various ranks, it is not a simple warrior structure. However, the title of these ranks is not really a successful job transfer, but an intention. For example, the soldiers who are incorporated into the soldier battalion of the city guard army, their intention to change careers as soldiers, and the martial arts they practice and the equipment they use will also be soldiers. The same is true for magicians and priests. However, although the composition of ranks is complicated, in the final analysis there are 3 categories: war, law, animal husbandry. Iron triangle. At most one more tank. With the support of equipment and medicinal pills, the city guards quickly began to counterattack the group of demon beasts. The priest's auxiliary magic also fell on the soldiers and heavy knights who were in close contact with the beasts. The battlefield is in good shape. Qin Ming also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the corpse of the monster in the ground. His eyes were a little hot. Those are the magic cores one by one. If they are taken to the store manager Qi, how many good equipment can be exchanged? Unconsciously, Qin Ming's thinking began to change. Unconsciously, Qi Li Xiaodian had another golden group. Probably. What did you say? Twice the number of demon beasts did not cause too many casualties to those humans? Naga sat on the white bone chair, looking down at the orc soldiers under the seat with an air of indifference. Yes, Naga leader, this is the information on the front line. The orc soldier said quickly. Any other discoveries? Naga asked with frowning. Not yet. I see, keep exploring. Yes. The orc soldiers got the order and immediately walked out of the military tent. At this moment, an old orc man with animal bones on his head, a bone tooth necklace around his neck, a linen robe and a walking stick walked into the military tent. Sacrificial Narrow, why are you here? Naga frowned when he saw the old orc. Naga, the situation on the front line doesn't seem to be very good. Priest Narrow ignored Naga's question, but said it slowly. Hearing the words, Naga smiled and said, no need to worry about the sacrifice Ifnalo, but it's just a mere human. I came here to tell you about this. Narrow sacrificial Cain paused on the ground, and then said slowly, I have seen it on the front line, and those humans are not strong. I know. Naga frowned. You don't know, all the standard weapons and armors in Cloud Mist City have been replaced. I suspect that there is something wrong with the equipment of those humans. Priest Narrow coughed and said the key question. What? Naga's eyes widened. Priest Narrow coughed a second time, then took a breath and continued, that SWHY, I said that you are inexperienced. The standard equipment of Yunwu City belongs to the standard equipment of Huangyuan Empire. But this time, the equipment of the Yunwu City City Guard is obviously different from the standard equipment of the Huangyuan Empire. If it is said that when one's own strength cannot be improved quickly, it is indeed a good choice to use better weapons and armor. The analysis of the Nalo sacrifice is very accurate. This is also something Qin Ming did not expect. Because when changing equipment, they don't pay attention to the style of the equipment at all. It doesn't matter if it's different. The Huangyuan Empire has never stipulated that the equipment of the city-states to which the major empires belong must use standard equipment, but when the military expenditure is allocated, the equipment cost is directly deducted. If the city lords of the subordinate districts are interested in replacing the city guards with better equipment, they should pay for it themselves. Qin Ming knew that Huangyuan Empire would not care about this kind of thing, but he never thought that after this beast tide, there were still traces of forks hidden. Sacrificial Narrow, are you sure about what you said? Naga thought for a moment and asked with a frown. It's very simple to confirm this. No one is in the mood to care about the corpses on the battlefield. After the priest Narrow said this, he turned and left the military tent. Naga looked at the back of the Narrow priest, and after a long time, he summoned an orc soldier and ordered the matter. The battlefield is ruthless, and even if the city guards have equipment support, they can only reduce casualties. Not completely immune to casualties. Fortunately, none of the elite units specially formed in the city guard army were damaged, and even if they were seriously injured, they all survived the impact of the monster group. Only those ordinary city guards were killed. And the number of people is not small. Qin Ming looked distressed on the city wall. But Qin Ming knew that this was already a very good situation. If it weren't for the equipment Qila sold him, the number of casualties would have been at least 3 times as high as now. After a difficult battle, after repelling the group of monsters, everyone was sighing and rejoicing, and seized the time to rest and rectify. And send soldiers to clear the battlefield. The bodies of friendly troops, if they can be found, need to be retrieved for burial. And those magical beasts, all those who have condensed the magic core, can't be let go, and all must be collected. As the harvest of this battle. It can also be used directly as a spirit crystal to update equipment. Qin Ming is still very fortunate now that Qi Li's store actually accepts magic cores as deductions for spirit crystals. You must know that although there is indeed a large enough market for magic cores to be digested, it makes no sense to store such a large amount of magic cores in one person's hands. However, no one found out. In the previous battle, the corpses of the city guards who died heroically were silently stolen. Sheila woke up from a sleep and felt refreshed and full of energy. Sure enough, staying up all night is refreshing. Staying up all night has been refreshing. Sheila yawned and walked to the front shop to see that it was still bright outside, and it seemed that it was still early. When Yusiar saw Sheila come out, she immediately said hello, store manager. What time is it now? Sheila asked, clutching the back of his head. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the store manager. Yusiar replied. No wonder it was still so bright outside. It turned out that it was only half of the afternoon, and it seemed that it was still early to wake up. Sheila sat in front of the counter, leaning sleepily against the counter, staring blankly outside the store. Others can feel that Sheila must be thinking about something. Yusiar also stood behind the counter in a daze. The longer I work here, the more relaxed I feel. Apart from being abused and crying once in the promotion arena after get off work, Yusiar felt that everything else was wonderful. Especially every day, I can feel the improvement of my strength. This filled Yusiar's heart with hope. Boss, why are you sitting here in a daze? A blood wolf suddenly walked in outside the door, with members of the blood wolf team behind him. Hello, what do you need? Yusiar said hurriedly. Qilu barely raised his head. I saw a blood wolf with a bloody face, and a large group of people standing outside the store, everyone with wounds and bloodstains on their bodies. In this case, it is basically certain that it has encountered a beast tide. And the elixir has run out. Otherwise, the blood wolves would not come to the store with their injuries. You brought everyone today? There are not so many places in the store. Qile glanced at the number of people outside the store, and knew that the blood wolf had brought everyone this time. Hearing Qile's words, Xuelong's face showed a little sadness, but he quickly shook his head and said, not everyone. Some brothers will never come again. Qile heard the meaning and was silent for a moment before saying, my condolences. The death of a mercenary on the battlefield can be considered the best destination. If you don't want to do nothing, at least you have to live out some meaning at the last moment of your life. The blood wolf is very open. Decided to enter the mercenary line, life and death have long been bearish. The blood wolf does not feel sad for the dead brother, but the friendship ice in his heart, and it is inevitable that he is a little sentimental. What do you need? Qile paused and continued. Pill, armor. Blood wolf said directly. After a short pause, the blood wolf added, by the way, there is also that holy light knight sword. You've changed jobs. Qile raised his eyes and said lightly. It's not a question, because Qile can tell the level of the blood wolf. The blood wolf had no intention of hiding it, nodded and said, that's right, guardian knight, I want to protect my brothers. Very good idea. Qile nodded slightly. Then he took an iron armor pill from the shelf and handed it to the blood wolf. A rare elixir common to all knight classes, it permanently increases physical defense. This is where the medicine pill is different from the armor. A large part of the defense power of the armor will only act on the part where the armor is worn. The effect of the medicinal pill is to act directly on the user's body. Boss, you really know how to do business. Blood wolf smiled. Guardian knights are not the same as heavy knights. Although the armored knight also belongs to the class of meat shields, but more of them use themselves as meat shields for defense. Although guardian knights are also meat shields, they are more to protect their companions. This is a protection assist class. However, it is also a good thing to improve the hardness of your body a little more. Just talking about business. Qile said calmly. Well, it's thanks to the boss's equipment that so many brothers can come back this time. Blood Wolf was just a joke. The members of the Blood Wolf squad also parted, and entered the store to update their damaged equipment and replenish the consumed elixir. Since the store is really small, you can only come in by turns. Seeing the members of the Blood Wolf squad who came in and out of the store in turn, Qi Lu suddenly said to the Blood Wolf, "You probably don't have the skills of the professional class. The boss has good eyesight, but the skill crystals are still a little too." There was a bit of helplessness in the Blood Wolf's tone. In fact, the meaning of this sentence is still missing. To be precise, skill crystals suitable for guardian knights are too rare. Because the trial crystals of the professional class are universal, everyone can use them, so it is not rare. As long as you can pay some price, you can still find them. But skill crystals. Starting from the skill crystal of the class, as long as he is not a self-sacrificing person, he will choose the skills that suit his class. After all, what's the use of a magician for a skill that increases power? Or a berserker, suddenly issued a fireball, that is not to laugh at people. That's why the Blood Wolf said that skill crystals were too rare. If you can wait, I might have a crystal of skill suitable for you here. Qi Lu said, slowly. Really? The Blood Wolf had a surprised look on his face. There should be, but I don't know when. Qi Lu glanced at the skill stone on the shelf. He didn't believe that there were only these 3 skill stones in the system. Qi Lu is almost certain that as long as the purchase channel continues to be drawn, there will always be a purchase channel for skill stones. Saying this to the Blood Wolf now is just to pull a customer in the future. After all, things like skill stones are not a star and a half expensive compared to medicinal pills or equipment. Okay, it's enough to have the boss, then I'll wait for the boss. The Blood Wolf laughed and didn't care. If it is not powerful enough, many people are looking for crystals of skill suitable for their class, and they are all random. Unless it is a general-purpose skill. However, inlaid general-purpose skills, to a large extent, have lost the characteristics of this class. After selecting the items, report the amount yourself. I have to check out. Blood Wolf shouted loudly when he saw the last teammate also left the shelf. No need, I remember that there are a total of 42,920 spirit crystals, including the Holy Light Knight sword in your hand. Qi Lu was not worried that someone was playing tricks. The system is more preoccupied with spirit crystals than Qi Lu. It is impossible to take advantage of the system. Okay. The Blood Wolf didn't count, but he wasn't worried that Qi Lu would lie to him. Because it's totally unnecessary. After putting down a bag of magic cores, the Blood Wolf also said goodbye. Seeing a large crowd of people leaving the store outside, Qi Lu laughed softly. Good thing. Maybe in 2 days, Qin Ming will have to come to the store to replenish equipment and medicine pills. Then you can make a lot of money. Sheer, where did you put the roast leg of lamb that Zier brought today? Ah, store manager, the roast leg of lamb is placed on the counter of the store next door. Yu Sheer listened to it for a long time, and she suddenly woke up after being called by Qi Lu. The monster group attack seems to be only once a day. The wounded were sent back to Yunwu City for treatment. This kind of city defense battle is somewhat convenient for the city defender. As night fell, the city guards also began to build tents on the spot, lit bonfires, and had dinner. And sent scouts to the edge of the cloud forest to monitor the movements of the beasts. In this kind of battlefield, even if they are resting, the soldiers will not take off their armor. To prevent a sudden attack by the enemy. In fact, if it wasn't for the attack of the monsters, the city guards would not have left the city to fight at all. With the city wall, they could defend Yunwu City. However, among the monsters, there are several types of monsters that can directly collide with the city wall. If those monsters rush to the city gate, I am afraid that it will only take a few strokes, and the city gate will be smashed. At that time, I am afraid that defending the city will be more difficult. I don't know how many monsters there are. Qin Ming thought to himself while listening to the statistics of the battle damage report. After all, the city guards are not robots. If it is an extremely long battle, then the strategy must be adjusted. After waiting for a while, Qin Ming suddenly found that there was no sound in the room. Only then did I realize that the battle damage report had already been reported. Statistics about the use of medicinal herbs, as well as the attrition rate of farmer and weapons. Qin Ming knocked on the table and confirmed his strategy this time. It has to be said that the war is really fighting for resources. The consumption speed of the spirit crystal is the same as splashing water, and it is thrown out at once. The gold absorption speed of Chila's store is not covered. Fortunately, these monsters can also provide a lot of magic cores, which can also alleviate the financial crisis of Yunwu City to a certain extent. Cloud Forest, Orcaray. Inside the Naga's tent, several blood-stained armors were neatly placed on the table. This is the armor that was taken from the corpse of the frontline city guard. Priest Nero and Naga stood beside the table, watching the blacksmiths of the orcs, carefully examining the armors. A long time. Only then did the orc blacksmith put down the armor in his hand, and respectfully said to Nero Priest and Naga, Naga leader, Nero Priest, we have completely inspected these armors. Let me take the liberty to ask, I don't know where the two adults got the armors. Of course the Naga wouldn't say it was stolen from the battlefield. He won't even answer this question, he just asks solemnly, what's the result? The Naga didn't answer, and the orc blacksmith didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he tapped the armor lightly, listened to the slight muffled sound, and said, the armor is of very high quality, regardless of the material used or the forging technique, it is first class. As a rough estimate, at least it needs to be a hero-level and offensive-type beast to break through the defense quickly. Generally low-level magical beasts can only leave tiny scratches on them, and they can hardly cause damage. When the orc blacksmith said this, he stopped. Originally, he wanted to ask which master blacksmith worked, but he held back. You guessed it right, Sacrificial Nero is worthy of being one of the two great military advisors in the clan. Naga also had to admire Sacrificial Nero's ability to observe. Just a glance at the battlefield shows why. Do you have a way to forge this kind of armor? Priest Nero asked another question. I'm sorry, Nero Sacrifice, although we can gather the materials, but this forging method is unheard of, we can't forge, we can only infer from the quality of the armor. The orc blacksmith shook his head, saying with some regret. It's okay. Priest Nalo waved his hand. The orc blacksmith seemed to suddenly remember something, and said again, by the way, the two adults, and the weapons that were sent with the armor. It seems to be made by the same blacksmith as the armor, and its quality is as high as that of the armor. What? Naga frowned. Not only the armor has been changed, but even the weapons. These damn humans, how come so many high-quality armors and weapons? Naga thought of this, sighed, and said, there's no way, I plan to leave it later to give them a surprise, it seems that it's time to take it out in advance. But the person who provided the equipment must be found. In the store, Chi Lu, who was biting the roast leg of lamb in his mouth and staring at the crystal ball, was easily ending a battle. It's getting easier and easier. It seems that we still have to look forward to the training room for combat power improvement after the upgrade. Chi Lu left the crystal ball base with both hands and forcibly tore a piece of meat from the roast leg of lamb. At this time, Yusier came over from the grocery store next door. Manager, a customer is looking for you. You can just introduce him, let him choose what he needs. Chi Lu waved his hand and said lazily. The leather sofa in the deck is really comfortable. Trapped in the soft sofa, Chi Lu didn't want to move a little. If it weren't for the fact that the deck was too small to lie down, sleeping here would be more comfortable than sleeping in a bed. With something to eat at hand, Chi Lu was too lazy to move. No, store manager, This time it's because there aren't enough products on the shelves. Yu Xier explained. Because Yu Xier didn't have permission to enter the warehouse, she could only find Qi Lu when the goods on display were not enough. Qi Lu heard the words, without saying a word, put down the roast leg of lamb, and immediately got up from the booth. Seems to be big business. Leave me alone. Qi Lu tidied up his clothes and returned to his usual expressionless face. A chubby mustache is standing in the store, looking at the goods on the shelves. It turned out to be Robert. What do you need this time? Qi Lu recognized the mustache at a glance. It was the Cloud Mist City Vault Administrator, Robert, who brought more than 400,000 spirit crystals to Qi Lu last time. Robert also saw Qi Lu, and hurriedly took off his hat and gave a gentleman salute, and then said, "Respected store manager Qi Lu, it's a pleasure to see you again. I am temporarily serving as the quartermaster of this war. This time, I'm here to purchase supplementary medicine pills and equipment for wear and tear. I don't know how much stock is left in store manager Qi Lu. The equipment and pills in your store are the key to this war." Sure enough, big business is coming. Qi Lu glanced outside the store and found that a carriage was actually parked outside. It seemed that a lot of spirit crystals had been prepared. There is no need to consider the issue of inventory. I can provide as much as you need. Qi Lu said lightly. I'm relieved with the store manager's words. These are the items that need to be purchased this time. Robert said, and took out a list from his arms. It marked a large number of medicinal pills, and a small amount of armor and weapons. And the quantity of various required items. As expected of the regular army, the procurement is so rigorous, not like those mercenary groups at all. They just take whatever they want, and they settle the bill together at the end. There's no problem with the quantity. Did you bring someone to move the equipment? Qi Lu took the list in his hand, and asked Robert, looking at him. Of course, I am very aware of the habit of store manager Qi Lu. The carriage is outside. Robert nodded. Okay, then please wait here for a while. Store manager, do you need my help? Yu Xier followed and asked softly. She is still a little curious about the warehouse in the store. Because Yu Xier had never seen Qi Lu go out to buy goods, she was either sleeping or in the arena of combat power improvement, or guarding the store every day. I don't know where those items came from. However, Yu Xier is also very clear that some things can be asked, and some things cannot be asked. And the warehouse thing is obviously something that cannot be asked. Help me watch over him. Qi Lu pointed to Robert, and after speaking, he walked into the warehouse in the back room. Finally, I can draw a wave of weapon egg pools and armor egg pools. Qi Lu had been concerned about the capacity of the warehouse before, so the expanded weapon egg pool and armor egg pool drew very little. The hidden equipment that may appear after the expansion has not been extracted. System, help me recharge. Qi Lu shouted in his mind. Since the receipt box is in place, all the recharged spirit crystals will be deducted directly from the receipt box. System, the fee has been charged. Qi Lu rubbed his hands together, and his consciousness sank into his mind. Let's start, it's good to have money. The altar representing the weapon egg pool began to flicker wildly, and the image of each weapon flickered on the altar. And then stored in the warehouse. Blade of Greed, premium weapon, a small increase in the user's attack power, with passive skill, Greed. Greed, passive skill, absorbs surrounding energy and stores it in the blade of Greed, and attaches it to the next attack, the upper limit of energy storage, occupation class. Gluttonous Greatsword, premium weapon, a small increase in the user's attack power, with a passive skill, Gluttony. Gluttony, passive skill, every time you attack, it will absorb a small amount off the attack's health and mana, and feed it back to the user. Jealousy Staff, rare weapon, moderately increases the magic power of the user, with passive skill, Jealousy. Usage restrictions, all wizard classes. Jealousy, passive skill, the less magic power in the user's body, the stronger the magic power released, the highest multiplier, 100 times. As expected of a hidden weapon, this level of power is beyond my imagination. Qi looked at the 3 new weapons and secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Blade of Greed is a very obvious explosive weapon. If the passive skill's greedy energy is filled, the attack released is enough to hit the top of the powerhouse at the peak of the previous professional class. Although I don't know the storage speed, at least the literal meaning is very powerful. And the gluttonous sword, needless to say, as long as the opponent can't solve you at one time, then the final winner must be you. And what surprised Qi the most was the new jealousy staff. When one's own magic power is low enough, the magic released by 100 times of reinforcement, just by imagination, has already felt enough terror. However, the names of these weapons. Qi seemed to remember something, but after looking at the weapons in the warehouse, he began to draw the armor egg pool. Lazy heavy armor, premium armor, slightly increases the user's physical defense and magic resistance, with passive skill, laziness. Laziness, passive skill. When the user stops moving, his physical defense and magic resistance will increase rapidly. After the user resumes action, the increased double resistance will continue for 30 seconds. The upper limit of the double resistance stack, occupation class. Arrogance light shield, rare level armor, a small amount of increase the user's physical defense and magic resistance, with passive skill, arrogance use restrictions, heavy warrior, shield warrior, heavy knight, shield knight. Arrogance, passive skill, each time you receive an attack, it will double your own physical defense or magic resistance according to the type of attack received. The maximum stacking multiplier, 128 times. Sure enough. Qi has drawn here and has been able to determine his own thoughts. In addition to the Great Rage sword that appeared a long time ago, the prefixes of the 7 deadly sins have already appeared 6. Rage, greed, gluttony, jealousy, laziness, arrogance. The equipment of the 7 deadly sins series comes with all passive skills, and all of them are terrible passive skills. Especially the 2 rare equipment of the 7 deadly sins, the power of Magicis increased by 100 times, and the double resistance is 128 times. Thinking about it can make people desperate. Hidden equipment is hidden equipment, that is, it is more powerful than the equipment drawn before. Qi couldn't help sighing. Even the rare equipment is already so strong. I really don't know what the effect of higher level equipment will be in the future. Will it destroy the world? Qi is looking forward to it. However, the 2 egg pools were drawn here, and the items on the list were almost complete. No matter how much more equipment is drawn, there will be a lot of storage in the warehouse. After all, the space occupied by armor and weapons is not like medicinal pills. A box can hold dozens of bottles, and they can be stacked. And then there are the pills. Qi glanced at the list, and then opened the ordinary level pill pool. In fact, the 3 purchase channels that Qi has now mastered, the things that can be drawn, are basically some universal commodities. Simply put, there are more people who need it, and more people who are suitable. Even if the goods are a little more expensive, there are still many people who can afford them. As for the types of commodities, Qi said that even now, there are some commodities with extremely low shipment rates that have not been put out. Because the area of the store is really small. Qi is not complaining about anything. After all, he came to this world inexplicably and felt very lucky to have a place to live. This time, there is nothing new in the medicine pill. Qi also knew in his heart that it would be impossible for you to expand the number by several times. Then just move out everything on the list. Robert waited respectfully in the store, and after confirming that everything in the list was complete, he took out a small box of magic cores. Manager Qi, this is the payment for this time, please click. No need to order, the number is correct. Sheila took the small box and poured it directly into the receipt box. The problem of counting the amount is left to the system. The manager is very aggressive, the front line is tense, and I'm still waiting for this batch of equipment and medicine pills, then I'll leave first. Robert bowed politely. You're welcome, I won't give it away, walk slowly. Sheila nodded, indicating that he knew. Although this is a big customer, Chi Li's small store is a proper seller's market. You don't want it, someone always wants it. Sheila still has confidence in his products. The store manager stays. Robert said politely, and then left with the carriage. Sheila looked at the back of the truck, leaving the store with a thoughtful look on his face. The dignified city lord's mansion actually used the magic core to settle the bill. That can only show that the battle situation on the front line is indeed fierce and stalemate. On the one hand, the spirit crystals in the vault of the city lord's mansion are really tight. Last time, more than 400,000 spirit crystals were lost to Sheila's store, and now they have not returned to their original books. On the other hand, there are so many magic cores, which is enough to explain the number of monsters. You know, Cloud Forest is famous for its many low-level warcraft. If there are so many hero-level monsters and professional-level monsters, then the number of monsters that are not even hero-level can be imagined. In order to complete the task, it seems that we have to find a way. Sheila rubbed his chin, thinking in distress. After all, Yunwu City is the location of its own store. If the city is broken, even if the store is systematically protected, nothing will happen. But a shop built in ruins still want to make money? At least, Sheila couldn't imagine what kind of situation it would be like. The next day. The sky was getting brighter, and the starlight had not disappeared, only then did a touch of fish belly white appear on the horizon. The city guard stationed outside Yunwu City had already eaten breakfast, turned off the fire and pulled out their camp, ready for battle. Qin Ming also came to the city wall and sat in the commanding position of the overseer. The new equipment was replaced last night, overnight. The newly purchased medicinal pills were also distributed. After deducting casualties, the battle strength of the city guards was only reduced by 2 points. Qin Ming was thinking about things in his heart, and a messenger ran over. City Lord, Mu Qianqiu, the mercenary trade union, asked to see him, saying that there is something to discuss. The messenger reported. Qin Ming frowned slightly. This guy, come to me at this time, what can I do? Although he thought so in his heart, Qin Ming still waved at the messenger and said, then let him come up. Yes. The messenger nodded and left quickly. Not long after, Mu Qianqiu walked up to the city wall. Behind Mu Qianqiu, 3 people followed. Qin Ming didn't want to get up to meet Mu Qianqiu, but when he saw the 3 people behind Mu Qianqiu, Qin Ming had to stand up. President Mu Qianqiu, the head of the Blood Wolf, the Tiger Hunter, and the head of the Violent Bear, the 4 are coming here at this time, and they are welcome. Qin Ming said politely. That's right, the 3 people behind Mu Qianqiu were Blood Wolf, Tiger Hunt and Violent Bear. As the Lord of Yunwu City, Qin Ming's identity in Yunwu City is self-evident. For Mu Qianqiu, Qin Ming has never had a good impression of him. But the other 3, at this time, are a great help to the frontal battlefield. Especially the 2 mercenary groups under the Blood Wolf and the Violent Bear, the overall combat power of the team members is indeed above the city guards. City Lord Qin is polite, the beast swarm is coming. Since I am stationed at Mercenary Union in Yunwu City, it is naturally my responsibility to protect Yunwu City. Mu Qianqiu also greeted Qin Ming politely. It's all a scene, and it's just spoken out. With the help of President Mu, it will definitely be much easier to fight against this beast tide. Qin Ming also followed Mu Qianqiu's words and continued. Where, in the end, I also rely on the major mercenary groups of the Mercenary Union. Mu Qianqiu naturally wouldn't take the responsibility on himself. Just put a high hat on the three people around you. On the city wall, the two were in front of the virtual and the snake. The blood wolf who followed behind touched Hu Shou's arm and asked, "Didn't you say that the three major mercenary groups are all coming? Where did Lan Yi and the others go?" "It's probably going to the boss." Hu Shou replied without thinking. "At this point in time, there is nowhere to go in this cloud city. Except for Qi Li's store, I really can't think of any place." The blood wolf nodded. "It's true, if I knew I wouldn't be here, I could still train with my brothers early in the morning." Hu Shou smiled and said, "Don't say these words when you come. If you have a chance, you should save more spirit crystal magic cores. Your brothers are all waiting." The blood wolf also smiled. The two tacitly excluded the violent bear from the two. To say why the three of them followed Mu Qianqiu here, it was because of the tasks issued by the mercenary union and the large amount of mercenary points in the reward. For a mercenary group, mercenary points are a very important thing. As long as you increase the level of the mercenary group, you can receive higher level tasks. The two people in the back were almost chatting, and the two people in front, Mu Qianqiu and Qin Ming, were almost the same. Although Mu Qianqiu didn't come to help, the three people who came together really came to help. So Qin Ming won't say much. The blood wolf is also like the tiger hunter said, since it comes, it will be safe. Warcraft did not come, just wait. However, it didn't take long for a loud roar to be heard in the cloud forest. In an instant, smoke and dust rose up, startling the birds in the forest. "It's a group of monsters." Seeing this scene, Qin Ming immediately returned to the commander's position. 3. You should all know the content of the task. I won't command you. It's just that the reward for this task, whoever gets more credit, naturally gets more. Mu Qianqiu also said. He also knew that he could not command these people, because he was the president of the mercenary trade union branch. His identity is also useful to those small mercenary groups, and to a powerful mercenary group is just to give him face. You don't need to say this, the two of you, if you don't mind, let my Stormbear mercenary team fight for this first battle. The Stormbear was ignored by Xuanhuan and Tiger Hunt before, and he was full of anger. Now that the monsters are coming, the violent bear naturally wants to show his power. It is also good for these two guys to know what kind of powerful mercenary group leader they are ignoring. If you want to take the lead, please do it. Xuanhuan said indifferently. I thought you would escape with your people before the beast tide came, but I didn't expect to see you here. Hu Shou said, pretending to be surprised, as I had just discovered the violent bear. Hey, you don't need to speak nasty words here. I invite you to join the Stormbear mercenary group. You don't know what's wrong, so don't regret it in the future. Stormbear snorted coldly. Hu Shou smiled and said, I hope you can make me regret it, I'm afraid you can't do it. Violent Bear seemed to disdain to speak any more, walked towards Qin Ming, clasped his fists and said, City Lord Qin, the Violent Bear mercenary groupies willing to help the city guards retreat from the enemy. Qin Ming took the time to glance at the Violent Bear, got up, and said politely, then there is the head of the labored bear. City Lord Qin is very polite. After the Violent Bear said, he jumped off the city wall. The sledgehammer on the back was pulled out by the Violent Bear, grabbed it in his hand, and the handle of the hammer slammed on the ground, making a muffled sound, and the ground was suddenly pressed with a circle of cracks. The mercenary group of Violent Bears, get out. With the roar of the Violent Bear, all the members of the Violent Bear mercenary group who stayed under the city wall gathered over. Although the action is a little broken, it can be seen that it should take a while to run in. It seems that the Violent Bear also knows that a mercenary group that is just pieced together has no combat effectiveness. As the captain of a mercenary team, the Blood Wolf was very pertinent. Unfortunately, the character is not good. Hu Shou stood beside him and said it, without concealment. The city guards in front were already in close contact with the group of demon beasts that appeared. For Warcraft who don't know how to change, the same formation is very easy to house. The heavy armored knight is at the forefront, and the auxiliary magic of the priest team is on the heavy armored knight to help resist the first wave off beast's charge. The so-called one hit, and then decline, 3 exhausted. This is true in battles, so is morale, and even more so in charges. The armored knights slowed down the charge of the monster group, and the army of warriors immediately followed them up to meet them. The army of magicians also raised their staff and began to condense magic. For a while, the situation was very stalemate. The Violent Bear also encouraged the members of the Violent Bear mercenary group, and then waved, "Brothers, come on, let them take a good look at our strength." The Storm Bear mercenary group is the largest mercenary group. Although the strength of the team members varies, but in terms of rank, compared to the city guards, they are not bad at all. When the situation was stalemate, these thousands of mercenaries rushed into the battle, which could also be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Violent Bear followed, and let the members of the mercenary group charge. With this new force in the city guard army, the wind direction on the battlefield slowly began to change. The group of beasts that had been fighting back and forth with the city guards was now being suppressed and retreated, leaving many bodies of beasts along the way. Seeing this scene, the Violent Bear was even more proud in his heart. Glancing back at the Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunter on the city wall, there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Yo, this guy seems to be quite proud. What kind of eyesight Hu Shou and Xuanhuan have? They stand tall and look far, and they can see the sneer at the corner of the Violent Bear's mouth. It's just a villain." Hu Shou shrugged and didn't care. "I just didn't expect that this group of beasts is not as strong as imagined." The Blood Wolf stood on the city wall and said a little puzzled. There were 7 recorded beast tides in Yunwu City. And every time the beast tied, Yunwu City suffered heavy losses. The huge group of monsters can suppress the city guards every time, causing countless casualties, and in the end, it is difficult to hold the city gate. But this time it was the other way around. "Hey, take a closer look at the equipment on the city guards, it's all from the boss's shop," Hu Shou reminded. The Blood Wolf took a closer look, and suddenly said, "It's true, then it makes sense." The Blood Wolf's own mercenary group is equipped with the equipment in the Chila shop. He is very clear about the quality of those equipment. Now that the city guard is equipped with such equipment, the overall combat power has at least doubled. Thinking of this, the Blood Wolf suddenly glanced at Hu Shou. "No wonder you say that. Isn't it?" Hu Shou smiled. He's straight-faced, but not stupid. The people of the Storm Bear mercenary group may be able to catch up with the city guards in terms of rank. After all, how could someone with some strength come to this city of clouds to be the city guards? But in terms of equipment, the Storm Bear mercenary corps was far inferior to city guards. Not to mention, the city guards still have medicinal pills in their hands. What Violent Bear did was to break the stalemate between the city guards and the monster group. Tiger Hunt and Blood Wolf understood. Qin Ming, who was sitting in the commanding position of the overseer, naturally understood. But as long as the situation develops for the better, Qin Ming won't mention it on purpose. But what Qin Ming was worried about was another matter. The power of the demon beasts can't be so weak. If they are not as strong as yesterday, why did they come to attack Yunwu City so quickly? Qin Ming stood up and looked into the Yunwu forest. Even if the monsters are stupid and can't think, they are very sensitive to difference in power. Just like the low-level monsters in the face of monsters stronger than themselves, they will only shiver or flee in a hurry, and rarely rise up to resist. But this time, something was wrong. Qin Ming frowned, staring at the battlefield. The screams of killing are mixed with the roars of beasts, and the splendor of magic is intertwined with the coquettishness of blood. The morale of the city guards and the Violent Bear mercenary group is high, and they are pressing step by step. No, you can't chase. Qin Ming suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly ordered to stop the city guards. But just as Qin Ming was speaking, a dull growl suddenly came from the cloud forest. This low roar, not some kind of deafening roar, but like a muffled drum, slammed into the hearts of everyone. The faces of everyone on the city wall suddenly changed. How can this kind of monster appear in the cloud forest? Blood Wolf was astonished. Damn, is this a trick to lure the enemy into the depths? Why do these goddamn beasts have such a trick? Qin Ming also showed a surprised expression. At the forefront, the city guards and mercenaries who approached the cloud forest directly endured this low roar, only to feel a tightness in their chests. The whole army's offensive was all over. In the distance, you can see two lantern-sized red lights appear in the cloud forest. Immediately afterwards, a giant beast shaped like a hill, with stubby limbs, strong armor, and a sharp horn on top of its head, came out of the cloud forest. With every step, the earth seemed to tremble with it. A person standing in front of this giant beast is not half as tall as its leg. Iron Mountain Beast. Tiger Hunt, who was standing on the city wall, slowly said the name. Others were even more solemn. According to legend, the Taishan beast has a trace of the bloodline of Thiarth-type dragon clan, and its strength is huge. An adult Iron Mountain beast will naturally grow to at least level 60. If it can pass the Grandmaster level trial, the Iron Mountain beast can further evolve its bloodline and become the Iron Mountain dragon beast. And this level of monsters should not appear in the cloud forest at all. Otherwise, it is impossible not to hear. Although the Iron Mountain beast in front of him has not yet passed the trial off the master level. But its strength cannot be underestimated. A 60-level Iron Mountain beast, with the strength of the collision, can definitely destroy the city wall of Yunwu City with ease. Disperse, divide into two teams, don't block the Iron Mountain beast. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and ordered eagerly. Even if the city wall was destroyed, Qin Ming would not be able to let the city guards stop the collision of the Iron Mountain beast. Because that's just dying. Even a master-level powerhouse will only end up seriously injured after receiving the collision of the Iron Mountain beast. When the Taishan beast appeared, the Violent Bear fled back towards the rear. Completely disregarding the rest of the Violent Bear mercenary group, they were still charging ahead. Roar! Taishan beast let out a low roar, and everyone's hearts were shocked. Damn, doesn't Yunwu City have to be destroyed? Qin Ming gritted his teeth and growled angrily. Apparently so much has been done. Seeing that the beast tide was about to pass successfully, at this time, a beast that should not have appeared in the cloud forest appeared. Here, no one can stop the Iron Mountain beast. Boom! The Taishan beast started to run, and in an instant, the ground shook and the mountain swayed, and the momentum of collision condensed around him. This is that thin dragon bloodline, which endows the Iron Mountain beast with the innate ability, the terrifying force of collision, and the air around Ida suppressed by bursts of sonic booms. Unstoppable! The group of beasts also followed behind the Taishan beast, and once again regrouped, and launched a charge towards Yunwu City. As long as the city wall collapses, the army of monsters can invade Yunwu City. The city guards had already collapsed at the moment, so they could only retreat to the sides in embarrassment, not daring to confront their edge. The people of the Violent Bear mercenary group are of mixed quality, and at this time they are even rolling and crawling to the surroundings. Hushou, do you have a way to kill that Taishan beast? Blood Wolf exhaled, looked at the Taishan beast, and asked solemnly. If you can stop him, I will have a way to try it. Hushou put his palm on the rage sword on his waist. I hope you, a berserker, don't let me down. Blood Wolf chuckled. You too, Guardian Knight. Hushou returned with a smile. After so many fights, Hushou also successfully promoted to level 40, passed the professional class trial, and transferred to become a berserker. One of the most powerful and destructive classes. City Lord Qin, please be ready to counterattack. The Blood Wolf finally said to Qin Ming, and then jumped under the city wall. Wait. Qin Ming just wanted to stop the Blood Wolf, but it was too late. Brothers of the Blood Wolf team, it's time to show the results of your training. Raise the weapons in your hands. The Blood Wolf stood outside Yunwu City, looking coldly at the rushing Iron Mountain beast. Kill. The members of the Blood Wolf team who stayed under the city wall suddenly let out a roar in unison, as if responding to the Blood Wolf. There are still idiots who come down and die. The Violet Bear, who fled back, sneered, very disdainful of the Blood Wolf's actions. For a person like him, the behavior of the Blood Wolf is an idiot. And the city guards, who fled in embarrassment, also saw this scene. Although they were moved in their hearts, they did not agree with the behavior of the Blood Wolf. Blind death is meaningless. The mercenaries who fled in all directions also looked at the Blood Wolf coldly, sneering in their hearts. Even if the city wall is destroyed, there is still a chance to fight back. If you die, you really have no chance. Qin Ming hurriedly stood up and wanted to go down and pull the Blood Wolf away. City Lord Qin, let him go, you just need to prepare for the counterattack. Hu Shou stopped Qin Ming's movements. The great sword of furious rage has been untied by Hu Shou and placed beside him. The Iron Mountain beast that slammed into the Cloud City, the sonic boom brought by it has already made a sharp neigh. The earth is shaking. The magicians and the city guards who had left the collision range of the Iron Mountain beast also began to release magic to attack the Iron Mountain beast. But the magic that had beaten the demon beasts to defeat before fell on the strong armor of the Iron Mountain beast, and even a trace could not be left. What a terrifying defense this is. Look, this is my duty as a guardian knight. The Blood Wolf was staring at the Iron Mountain beast that was getting closer and closer, and the wind pressure brought about by the collision had made his hair and clothes flutter wildly, and the tugging made a screeching sound. The group of demon beasts that followed behind the Iron Mountain beast let out a deafening roar. Everyone is watching, just waiting for the Blood Wolf to be crushed by the Iron Mountain beast unceremoniously and pierced through the chest by the sharp horns on its head. Then smashed the walls of Cloud City. Everyone, get ready, dash. Charge. The Blood Wolf suddenly pulled out the Holy Light Knight sword, and the fighting spirit all over his body madly poured into the Holy Light Knight's word. In an instant, the Holy Light shines like a dazzling sun. The Holy Light shines. At that moment, a shadow of a knight holding a giant shield appeared behind the Blood Wolf, standing between heaven and earth. It was only a fleeting moment, but that majestic and mighty aura also made everyone shudder. Boom! A muffled sound erupted, and the Iron Mountain beast and the Blood Wolf collided heavily. Together with the sound waves, the smoke and dust in the sky were instantly set off. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the Iron Mountain beast, which looked like a hill, was stopped by the Blood Wolf, unable to move forward half a step. How can that be? The Violet Bear almost glared out his eyeballs. The reaction of the others was not much better, and they were all dumbfounded, and they even forgot to retreat. They have absolutely no hope that the Blood Wolf can stop the Iron Mountain beast. But this scene in front of them simply subverted their imagination. A 40-level Guardian Knight actually stopped a 60-level Iron Mountain beast. Not even some hero biographies dare to write like this. The weapons in the boss's shop are really easy to use. The Blood Wolf gasped and said with difficulty. And he can only maintain this posture now. Holy Light, the duty of a knight is to be brave and fearless. Where the Holy Light shines, the user is in a state of absolute defense, but cannot attack, and all the attributes of the allies are doubled, lasting 10 minutes and cooling down for 12 hours. It is only by relying on this absolute defensive state that the Blood Wolf can take over the collision of the Iron Mountain beast. Although rare weapons have restrictions on their use, the power they burst is also very terrifying. The stun time did not last long, and the members of the Blood Wolf squad were already mentally prepared. For the magic of the equipment in Chila's store, they have come to see it. Kill. With this roar of anger resounding throughout the world, the Blood Wolf team rushed out of the nest and killed the group of beasts. After these days of hard work, quite a few members of the Blood Wolf squad have changed to high-quality equipment. In addition, being honed by the 4 monsters in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, it can be said that each member of the Blood Wolf squad can at least equal 10 against the city guard. Even though city guards equipped with high-quality weapons and armors are completely incomparable to the members of the Blood Wolf squad. In terms of combat skills and combat awareness, the difference is too far. City Lord Qin, get ready, I'll go and get rid of that Iron Mountain beast. Tiger Hunter grinned, showing a smile, and then backhanded the handle of Thedragon-patterned axe on his back. With a kick of both feet, a pair of clear footprints immediately appeared on the granite of the building city wall. Tiger Hunt was like a cannonball, flying out from the city wall. When approaching the top of the Iron Mountain beast, the light emitted from the Blood Wolf also shone on the Tiger Hunter. Where the holy light shines, the attributes of allies are doubled. Tiger Hunt was originally a berserker class with outstanding strength, and when his attributes were doubled, his strength skyrocketed. The dragon-patterned axe was pulled out by Tiger Hunt and slashed down from the sky. With the power of drawing an axe, he used his power to split Huashan Mountain. Chong dash. The axe blade came into contact with the strong armor on the Iron Mountain beast, and the sound of gold and iron symphony was emitted, and terrifying power erupted from the axe blade. The stubby limbs of the Iron Mountain beast stepped on the ground and sank suddenly. Boom! The ground screamed and smoke rose from the sky. Under the feet of the Taishan beast, the earth was broken in circles, stones splashed in all directions, and cracks spread around. The huge force slammed the 4 legs of the Iron Mountain beast into the ground. Not enough. Hu Shou raised the dragon-patterned giant axe, and the sharp axe blade emitted a dazzling cold light in the light. Shao Yongladen and Yongladen were sent into the entrance of Tiger Hunt, and turned into a warm current, which poured into Tiger Hunt's body under the blessing of the passive effect of the warm-blooded combination. In addition, the demon blood pill that Tiger Hunt had taken before had permanently enhanced his attack power. And under the blessing of the holy light released by the Blood Wolf. At this moment, Tiger Hunt's attack power far exceeded the attack power that a berserker of this level should have. This axe is the strongest blow. The muscles of Hu Shou's whole body twitched, and the violent blue veins beat slightly, and he could see the surging boiling blood inside. On top of the dragon-marked giant axe. Axe down. A cold light flashed, and blood spattered. The smashing effect is triggered. In front of the dragon-patterned giant axe, the strong armor of the Iron Mountain beast was like a thin piece of paper, which was instantly torn open by the axe blade, and the knotted muscles inside were shattered by the violent force. Together with the surrounding armor, countless cracks were also slashed. Under the blade of the axe, the vertebrae of the Iron Mountain beast, which was as strong as a stone, were also chopped off. Roar! The Taishan beast let out a mournful cry, and a large amount of blood spilled from its mouth, spilling onto the ground, causing a billowing heat wave. As soon as the vertebrae were broken, the Taishan beast fell to the ground weakly. Even if it is as strong as a dragon, if the vertebrae are broken, they can only obediently fall to the ground and wait for the vertebrae to heal. Not to mention an Iron Mountain beast with only thin dragon blood. However, with this knife, Tiger Hunt also exhausted most of his stamina. But don't think tiger hunting is easy. You must know that the Iron Mountain beast basically has no attack power, only a natural collision ability, and an indestructible armor. And the hardness of the bones of the Taishan beast is still higher than that of its armor. If it wasn't for Hu Shou's luck to trigger the smashing effect of the dragon-patterned giant axe, I am afraid that even if Hu Shou broke the strong armor of Taishan beast, it would not be possible to split the spine of Taishan beast. As Tiger Hunt said before, this is the strongest blow. If this attack was unsuccessful, Tiger Hunt would not have the stamina to perform a second full blow. It's resolved. Hu Shou gasped heavily, regardless of the blood under his feet, and sat directly on the back of Taishan beast. Although Iron Mountain beast has not died yet, it has also lost its ability to move. Falling here, it can also be used as a barrier to protect Yunwu City a little. Amazing. The blood wolf couldn't act at this time, and could only express his meaning with his eyes. Each other Hu Shou Chongswalang gave a thumbs up. At this time, the members of the blood wolf team rushed into the group of beasts under the blessing of the holy light. After doubling the attributes, these people will be more handy in battle after facing the monsters. The combat skills and combat awareness acquired after being abused can make them remember more clearly and use them more flexibly in battle. Every member of the Blood Wolf squad came out of the combat power improvement training room. Although they were still unable to defeat those 4 monsters, it did not prevent them from hunting these monsters madly at the moment. As soon as these guys enter the group of demon beasts, they are like wolves entering the flock. The city guards all stared at the scene in stunned eyes, unable to believe their eyes. The Iron Mountain beast, which was unstoppable just now, is now lying on the ground. The person sitting on the back of the Iron Mountain beast, how powerful is the power, and it took only 2 blows to smash the Iron Mountain beast to the ground, unable to move. And those mercenaries who started to flee after the Iron Mountain beast was stopped by the Blood Wolf, all looked at Tiger Hunt with the same eyes that they had seen the monster. They are also mercenaries from Cloud Mist City, and it is impossible for them not to have heard the name Hu Shou. But they never imagined that Tiger Hunt was so powerful. You must know that the defense power of the Iron Mountain beast is difficult to break even for a master-level powerhouse at the 60th level. However, in front of Tiger Hunt, it was like a piece of paper. With 2 simple slashes, the vertebrae of the Iron Mountain beast were cut off. This destructive power is simply appalling. The first time the Taishan beast came out, the violent bear, who turned around and ran away, was even more stunned. It was already terrifying that the Blood Wolf could stop the collision of the Iron Mountain beast. But this feat of tiger hunting is even more incredible. This kind of person is simply a monster. Qin Ming just glanced at Hu Shou and Xuanhuan unexpectedly. Then they noticed the weapons in their hands. I didn't expect that they would actually be able to solve the Iron Mountain beast. Qin Ming couldn't help showing a smile, and then quickly returned to seriousness. All the city guards obey the order, assist the Blood Wolf team, and destroy the monster group. It's not that Qin Ming didn't know that there were these 2 weapons in the Qilu store. However, the use of the Holy Knight Sword is limited to Guardian Knights, and people below the professional rank cannot use it at all. While other classes use the Holy Light Knight Sword, it is not as good as a broken iron sword. The same is true for the dragon-marked axe. It's not that Qin Ming doesn't want to use it, it's that he can't use it at all. Fortunately, Tiger Hunt and Blood Wolf were promoted to the professional ranks one after another before the beast tide struck. Otherwise, this Iron Mountain beast alone is enough to make Yunwu City unable to defend. The current form is exactly the opposite. Many monsters were killed and retreated, leaving only the corpses of monsters in one place, and fled back to the Cloud Forest in embarrassment. Looking at the corpses of monsters all over the ground, Qin Ming was slightly relieved. Another great harvest. Deep in the Cloud Forest, in the Naga's tent. Naga and Narrow priests are all seated, and the orc soldiers below are reporting the situation on the front line. I lost again, and even the Iron Mountain beast, which was supported by the Empire, was taken down. Naga roared angrily and slammed his fist on the boneable beside him. The bone table made of the bones of professional class monsters was smashed and shook, and several cracks appeared. Their weapons are really weird. Priest Narrow saw the attack of the Iron Mountain beast with his own eyes. He absolutely did not believe that a mere human who had just been promoted to professional class could actually block the collision of the Iron Mountain beast of the 60th level. Damn, where did their weapons and armor come from? Naga said angrily with a gloomy face. Don't worry, the city guards who have captured a few Cloud Mist City are back. I believe they will be able to find out soon. Sacrificial Nero said coldly. Although the Iron Mountain beast fell to the ground, the attack of the monster group was one-sided. But before, when the city guards retreated to the side, the orc soldiers who were dispatched to the battlefield found an opportunity to take action. As long as the source of the equipment is asked, even if the beast-tied attack plan fails this time, their purpose will not fail. Because they themselves did not come just to capture this Cloud City. As expected by the sacrifice of Nero, orc soldiers soon entered the military tent to report the situation of the interrogation. Coincidentally, among the captured Yunwu city guards, there happened to be a member of the elite team who followed Qin Ming to the Chila store. There are many ways of interrogation, and there are also many magics used in interrogation. Sacrificial Nero can be sure that the content of the interrogation will not be false. It's actually in the Cloud City, it really is hidden in the world. Sacrificial Nero listened to the report of the orc soldiers, and his eyes flashed. The physique of the orcs is inherently strong, so the forging of weapons and armor is completely inferior to the human race. And here, it is necessary to distinguish between orcs and demi-humans. The wolf-hunting clan and the mooncat clan do not belong to orcs, but totemihumans. The difference between the two lies in the difference with the human race. Before demi-humans were animalized, they were not much different from humans in appearance. At most, there will be some signs of animalization, such as animal ears or tails, fur, and the like. Only the demi-humans have the innate ability of beastization, and the orcs are pure breeds and cannot be beastized, and their appearance is also very different from the human race. Off topic here. Priest Nero calmly listened to the report of the orc soldiers, and a look of joy appeared on the face of the Naga beside him. Then quickly converged. Forging masters of this level, we orcs must master. Naga said decisively. That's right, if it can make up for my clan's forging skills, the mere human clan will not be a problem at all. Even the always calm Sacrificial Nero showed an excited look. In this case, you can only use the Shadow Order to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Naga took out a pitch-black token from his arms. The front book has a word dark, and the reverse book has a word shadow. This is a special token required by the Shadow team that has spent a lot of resources in the Orc tribe. The Shadow Squad is one of the most elite squads in the Orc tribe, dedicated to missions in the shadows such as assassination. A wisp of vindictiveness poured out of the Naga's fingertips, pouring into the Shadow Order. The pitch-black token suddenly trembled slightly, then shook violently, spontaneously ignited without fire, and turned into fly ash. The Shadow Squad has been dispatched. The situation on the battlefield is a foregone conclusion, and only a small number of Warcraft remain, still resisting. The city guards were clearing the battlefield, and the mercenaries had retreated from the battlefield and returned to the city wall to stand by. The Blood Wolf, Tiger Hunter, and Violent Bear also returned to the city wall. Qin Ming finally showed a smile, took the initiative to stand up, and greeted him, Head of Blood Wolf, Tiger Hunt, Head of Violent Bear, thank you for your hard work. This is what we should do, and it's not something we do in vain. Blood Wolf smiled. I'm helping the Blood Wolf to deal with the Iron Mountain beast, that is, Tautry the power of the newly acquired weapon. Husho said boldly. City Lord Qin is very polite, these are the things we should do. Baozian Gelso politely followed. City Lord Qin just followed with a smile, and then said, of course, the 3 rewards for this mission must have been told to you by Vice President Mu Qianqiu. However, this beast tide is also because of your help, so that Yunwu City can't survive. So this time I will divide 30% of the magic cores collected on the battlefield as an extra reward for the three. Qin Ming naturally knew that if there were no blood wolves and tiger hunters this time, facing the Iron Mountain beasts, the city guards would have nothing to do. That's why he generously took out 30% of the magic core to win over the blood wolf and tiger hunter. As for the bear, that's just by the way. After all, neither the blood wolf nor the tiger hunter likes to see the violent bear. Moreover, in the performance of the beast tied just now, when the Taishan beast came out, the violent bear was the first person to turn around and escape, which really made Qin Ming unhappy. A dignified leader of a mercenary regiment, it's fine if he can't take the lead. When faced with danger, he turned around and ran without even caring about his own team members. This kind of person is really untrustworthy. It is no wonder that Tiger Hunt would give that kind of evaluation to the violent bear. Then I would like to thank City Lord Qin for his generosity. It just so happens that the brothers also need to replace some equipment, so I'll be more respectful than obedient. Blood Wolf readily accepted. City Lord Qin is too polite, but since City Lord Qin is so kind, then when Bao Xiong heard that there was an extra reward, his eyes lit up. Hu Shou glanced at Bao Xiong in disgust, and said, "I'm not polite to you, what are you doing here to be sentimental?" "You." The violent bear was choked by Hu Shou, his eyes widened in anger, and he glared at Hu Shou fiercely. "Yo, you still dare to stare at me, you are really good at it." Hu Shou snorted coldly, and touched the handle of the dragon-marked axe behind him with his backhand. The violent bear was immediately stunned and retreated again and again. With this axe down, the violent bear did not dare to compare himself with the Iron Mountain beast. Even the unparalleled Iron Mountain beast fell under Hu Shou's dragon-pattern edgy axe, and the violent bear did not have the courage to pick up Hu Shou's axe by himself. "Vice President, it should be fine now," Hu Shou shouted to Mu Qianqiu after choking the violent bear. No, if you want to leave, you can leave at any time." Mu Qianqiu also had lingering fears when he thought of Tiger Hunt's feat. The power of that axe is so terrifying. "Then I'll leave first, and remember to record the mercenary points." Hu Shou was indeed a little tired. After saying this, he said hello to the blood wolf and left. The blood wolf also followed Hu Shou, said hello to Qin Ming, and left. After all, it is not appropriate to let the blood wolf team stand below. Anyway, the beast tide has temporarily ended, there is no need to stay here to waste time. The violent bear knew his own performance, and he was not welcomed by others, so he also left. There wasn't even anyone who called the mercenary group of violent bears. "If that's the case, then I won't stay any longer. City Lord Qin, please pay for our mercenary union." Mu Qianqiu also bid farewell to Qin Ming after the three of them left. "Come on, I still have something to do here, so I won't give it away." Qin Ming nodded. After all, although Mu Qianqiu helped Qin Ming, it was only for the mercenary union. Once Yingwu City is destroyed, the mercenary union will naturally be unable to keep it. The monsters don't need any mercenaries, they attack Yingwu City just for the site and resources. In other words, to avenge those monsters that were hunted by humans in large numbers. So the relationship between the two is more like a mutually beneficial transaction. The 30% of the magic core that Qin Ming had previously paid was one of the rewards for the task that Mu Qianqiu and Qin Ming had agreed to. It's just that Qin Ming didn't say it deliberately, but used it to win over people's hearts. As soon as the mercenaries left, there were only the city guards and the corpses of monsters all over the ground, or the demon cores all over the ground. Those who died in the city guards recovered their bodies and buried them with good life. As for the mercenaries who died, Qin Ming, after thinking for a while, let the city guards bury them together. After all, no matter what the purpose is, they are on the same battlefield and are comrades in arms. The dead should be buried with the help of their comrades. As for the corpse of the beast, after collecting the available materials, it was directly concentrated and burned with magic. I don't know who was behind the scenes in the cloud forest. Qin Ming looked into the depths of the cloud forest, his eyes were extremely deep. He didn't think that an Iron Mountain beast would appear in the cloud forest inexplicably. And the scale of this beast tide is unprecedented. If it weren't for Qi Li's equipment and medicinal pills, I am afraid that Yunwu City would have been destroyed long ago and fell under the claws of monsters. Forget it, let's go to Manager Qi's store tonight and have a look. Qin Ming couldn't guess who was behind the scenes, or what power it was. But as long as you improve your strength, no matter who you are, you can be fearless. When Qi Lu closes the store, it is not when it gets dark. In fact, if it really only opened the store during the day, Qi Lu would not want to hire a clerk. Magic lamps in this world are very common, but the brightness of the inferior magic lamps is very low, and the lighting effect is very poor. Although it can't achieve the level of bright lights, the difference between day and night is not that big. Generally speaking, Qi Lu will probably open the store until about 9 o'clock in the evening. After all, Qi Lu is not a restaurant, as long as it is time for meals. Especially after the opening of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, Qi Lu felt more like opening an internet cafe. The Blood Wolves and the others are a group of internet addicts who are addicted to games. As soon as the Blood Wolf was mentioned, Yu Shi'er behind the counter saw the Blood Wolf bringing the members of the Blood Wolf team to the outside of the store. "Hello, brother Blood Wolf." Yu Shi'er greeted. "Hello, Shi'er, where's the boss?" The Blood Wolf guy came to the store every day, and he knew Yu Shi'er well. "The store manager is next door, what do you need?" Yu Shi'er pointed at the small door and said. "What else can I want here? I can't afford expensive weapons and armor." Bloodwolf pretended to be helpless with a wry smile, and then waved his hand behind him. The members of the Blood Wolf squad immediately took turns entering the store, replenishing the medicinal pills, or changing their equipment. "Brother Blood Wolf, you don't look like a captain at all now." Yu Shi'er teased, while standing behind the counter. "What's that like?" Blood Wolf asked with a smile. "Like a housekeeper." Yu Shi'er said slowly. "Ahaha, Shi'er, did you learn badly from the boss?" Xuanhuan smiled and didn't refute, it was He Qila. "Xuanhuan, you said that to the boss, you are not afraid that he will increase the price for you." Hu Shou also walked into the store at this time. The Blood Wolf leaned on the counter and said indifferently, "I dare not say anything else. The boss will definitely not do it for raising the price. Although the black-hearted boss has a black price, he is still very principled. I believe this, after all, he has never discounted." Hu Shou deeply agreed. "Don't worry, there won't be any discounts in the future." Qi Lu walked over from the training room next door at some point. Hearing what Tiger Hunt said, he said something seriously. "Boss, I'm joking. If you're willing to give a discount, I'm very welcome." Hu Shou immediately said with a smile. "No, it's impossible to get a discount, it's impossible to get a discount in his life." Qi Lu added immediately. The Blood Wolf couldn't help laughing, "So you still don't know the boss? Need something?" Qi Lu asked directly, ignoring their ridicule. "The old way, anyway, boss, you don't have any new products here." The Blood Wolf's eyes swept over the shelves. Hu Shou also nodded and said, "I remember that the boss used to buy new products very fast. Why haven't new products come out for so long now? Have you been lazy recently?" They are now used to running to Qi Lu when they have nothing to do. The grocery store couldn't wait any longer, so he went to the next door, Combat Power Improvement Training Room, to sit. The leather sofa was still very comfortable to sit on. "There will be new products in 2 days, but you, maybe don't need it." Qi Lu remembered the task released by the system. In about 2 days, the jewelry egg pool will be able to open. To be honest, there are quite a few types of equipment in the Qile store, and the only thing missing is the equipment of various parts. Many equipment like helmets, leggings, and belts are not available. But the newly opened jewelry egg pool. Qile took a serious look at Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt. They probably don't need accessories either. Manager Qi, I seem to have heard it just now that you will have new products in 2 days. The store door was suddenly pushed open. Hello, what do you need? Yu Shir asked immediately. Qin Ming waved his hand gently and walked into the store. City Lord Qin, why did you come here this evening? Shualong and Husha greeted together. Qin Mingchong nodded to the two of them. The beast tide has come to an end for the time being, and all the magic cores have been cleaned up. The rewards for the two will be delivered tomorrow. City Lord Qin is here to work. Blood Wolf said politely. Qin Ming waved his hand, then looked at Qi Lu, and said, Manager Qi, I just heard you say that there will be new products soon. I don't know if it's true. It shouldn't be wrong. Qi Lu nodded. I don't know if there will be gloves this time. Qin Ming asked impatiently. Qi Lu glanced at Qin Ming, without a weapon on his body. There are not many classes that can carry no weapons, and fighter is the most important class. Among the fighters, the stick is also used as a weapon. Since Qin Ming asked about boxing gloves, he should be a full-fledged fighter without a doubt. However, the reward after the completion of this mission is not to expand the weapon egg pool, and the glove is indeed a very partial weapon. There is a chance. Qile did not directly say no. After all, who knows if the system will twitch its head and pull out the gloves. Okay, then I'll wait. After listening to Qi Li's words, Qin Ming knew that there should be no gloves in the near future. It doesn't matter though. The difficulty of forging gloves is higher than most other common weapons. Because there are great restrictions on materials, the types of material suitable for forging gloves are much less than other weapons. Gloves forged from ordinary materials are easily broken, so it is better not to use them. Among the rare materials, the furs used to forge gloves, etc., are very difficult to find. For example, the strong armor on the previous Taishan beast is not suitable for forging gloves, because the texture is too hard. Well, if you need anything, you can get it yourself. Qile nodded slightly. Then habitually focused, glanced at the popularity bar to determine the completion of the upgrade task. It was found that the popularity value has risen inexplicably. What? Qile raised his eyes and looked at the Blood Wolf, Tiger Hunter, and Qin Ming one by one. I haven't noticed any new customers coming to the store recently. How come the popularity has risen inexplicably? What's wrong? The three people who were looked at by Qi Lu also felt Qi Lu's gaze, and couldn't help asking out of doubt. Nothing. Qi Lu shook his head. Although I can't figure it out, it should be a good thing. However, Qin Ming suddenly became alert, frowned slightly, and looked out of the store. The Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunter followed closely, and they also felt a dangerous aura, such as a on their back, but they could not determine the specific location of this aura. Don't hide anymore, I already know you are here. Qin Ming said loudly. The Blood Wolf pushed open the door of the store, joined with the members of the Blood Wolf team, and became alert. The boss is worthy of being the boss, but he was aware of this dangerous array so early. Hu Shou couldn't help but admire Qi Li's vigilance in his heart. No wonder Qi Li suddenly looked at himself and others with that kind of eyes. It was meant to remind us. As long as Qi Li looked confused. What happened to them? They suddenly looked like they were facing a big enemy. No wonder Qi Li was not alert, mainly because it was too safe to stay in the store, and there was no need to be alert at all. No matter who came to the store, if it was a dragon, it had to be coiled, and if it was a tiger, it had to lie down. Suddenly, there were some fluctuations in the dark night. The Blood Wolf raised his sword and blocked it, and the fighting consciousness had cultivated in the battle strength improvement arena allowed him to make the first move in the face of this kind of attack even if he delayed his shot. It's just that the figure in the dark night retreats with a single touch, and he has no intention of fighting the blood wolf at all. After a crisp sound, the store door was suddenly opened. 3 silhouettes rushed into the store. Qin Ming and Hu Shou immediately went to meet them, trying to intercept the silhouettes. Shoot dash. With a flash of cold light, a bloodstain appeared on Qin Ming's face, and a few blood flowers were raised. What a fast speed. Qin Ming's pupil shrank suddenly. At this speed, if he wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be able to stop it if the knife was aimed at his throat. Thinking of this, Qin Ming broke out in a cold sweat. However, the figure had bypassed Qin Ming's block and attacked Qi Lu directly. Is it coming for me? Although Qi Lu was puzzled, he still protected Yue Shi'er behind him. It is the duty of the store manager to protect the clerk. In fact, Qi Lu knew that he could not lose. Be careful, boss. Hu Shou drew out his great sword of rage, turned it in his hand, and the sword edge stabbed one of the figures. But the speed of the 3 figures was so fast that they came to Qi Lu in a flash. Even if Tiger Hunt made a move, it only slowed down one of them for a moment. Damn, it's an assassin class. Hu Shou cursed secretly. What annoys Berserker the most is that these agile classes are not beatable, but unable to beat. Even if the knight class can't beat the assassin class, the defensive power of the body can make it impossible for the assassin to start. But Berserker is a strength class, not a defensive class. Who am I to provoke? Qi Lu shouted helplessly in his heart. The 1,000 machine ball appeared in his hand, turned into a long knife, and held it in his backhand. Clang ding dash. The 3 figures that attacked towards Qi Lu were blocked by all of them in his understatement. The sound of gold and iron symphony is endless. Qi Li's backhand knife directly shook the 3 figures back. And the breath of the 3 figures burst out, which also surprised Qin Ming and Hu Shou in the store. The pinnacle of professional class. And it's such a weird assassin class. Compared with the swordsmen in the battle-promoting arena, their attack methods are more ghostly and deceitful, and they are good at hiding in the dark to attack. With the exception of some classes with excellent defense, other classes are mostly afraid of assassins of the same level. Even with a strong sense of combat, they can withstand their sneak attacks. However, there has always been only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent thieves? As long as the assassins hide in the shadows, they'll be able to wait and see, but you'll have to worry about it all day long. A day or 2 is fine, but after a long time, no one can stand it. Once they slack off, they will take action at any time. I didn't expect it to be an assassin. No wonder I didn't feel the breath before. The Blood Wolf was guarding the door of the store, and the Blood Wolf team outside the store had already formed a battle formation. The 3 figures fell to the ground, although they only paused for a very short time. But all the people in the store could see what they looked like. Wearing a dark night suit, his head and face were covered by a turban and a mask, so he couldn't see his appearance clearly, and the blade of the dagger in his hand was also sealed by black light. They are very dangerous, be careful. Hu Shou clenched his rage sword and stared at the 3 assassins. I can't tell which force is the assassin. Qin Ming wiped the wound on his face and put on a cautious attitude. In fact, they knew from the previous fight. They couldn't keep up with the movements of the 3 assassins at all, and the speed was too far behind. Unless the 3 assassins are willing to attack them, Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt can find a chance to stop these assassins. After all, the training in the combat power improvement arena is not for nothing. Their fighting skills have definitely grown by leaps and bounds. However, what has grown is only fighting skills. For a hard requirement on the attribute of speed, it is not helpful. If their goal is Qi Lu, Blood Wolf and the others really don't have much to do. The three assassins looked at each other, and one of them had a ring of trials on his wrist. Class skill, Shadow Fog. In an instant, a circle of black mist suddenly rose up in the small shop, swallowing up the light in the shop and shrouding everyone in the mist. It's an assassin's skill. Everyone pays attention to the situation around them. Qin Ming immediately shouted. But as soon as the voice came out, it was swallowed up by this mist. Qin Ming frowned. Oops, the store is completely covered by fog. Although the Blood Wolf standing at the door of the store was not covered by the fog, he had no way of knowing anything about the store. Tiger Hunt is also tense, ready to shoot at any time. They never thought that the assassin who came this time actually possessed such terrifying skills. This is simply with the idea of killing. The fog of shadows can obscure all movements of the assassin. With their strength, in the fog of shadows, it is impossible to be the opponent of the three assassins, and they can only try to protect themselves. The store manager. Yu Shi'er hid behind Qi Lu, pulling Qi Li's clothes tightly in fear. The surrounding darkness can block vision and hearing, and even sound, but not even touch. Just when everyone was worried and panicked, a faint voice came out. You seem to be scaring my shop assistants and customers, which is not good. This calm voice, with an indifferent tone, shocked everyone. That's the boss's voice. Manager Qi can still make a sound. Including the three assassins hidden in the fog of shadows, they were all startled by Qi Li's voice. You must know that Shadow Mist is a professional class skill, a skill blessed by the power of heaven and earth, and blocking the sound is one of the effects of the skill. If you want to destroy this effect, unless it is a higher level skill, or a sound transmission skill of the same level. But now, they didn't feel the fluctuation of the seal of trial at all. So how did he do it? This is simply not possible. Just when everyone was so shocked that they didn't know what to say, Qi Li's voice came out again. I don't care about you outside the store, but in the store, no one can make trouble. System, it was detected that someone violated the host's majesty, and the defense system has been activated. System, in the store, the majesty of the store manager cannot be violated. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted, and the shadowy mist that filled the store was dissipated by this momentum in an instant. A mighty sea-like coercion appeared in the shop. When the shadow fog dissipated, the three assassins had already rushed to Qi Li's eyes. But he was restrained by this coercion, so he couldn't move at all. No matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. What a terrifying aura, what a majestic coercion. Hu Shou, who was close, clenched his teeth, and his bones were creaked by this majestic momentum. Qin Ming is not much better. Even the Blood Wolf standing at the door was affected, and was instantly shaken back by this momentum, and flew out backwards. Captain, what's wrong with you? The members of the Blood Wolf team immediately helped the Blood Wolf up. Cough cough, an extremely powerful momentum suddenly appeared in the store. It seems that we don't need to worry. Xuanhuan coughed twice to relieve the tightness in his chest. In his eyes, he looked at the shop with shock and awe. And that store door, like a dividing line, completely cut off the terrifying momentum inside the store. This momentum completely exceeded the Blood Wolf's imagination. He knew that if the owner of this momentum was willing, he could definitely crush him with one finger. Stay away from the shop, just stay outside, don't let the three assassins run away. Blood Wolf waved his hand and ordered to go down. However, the Blood Wolf also knew that the three assassins had no chance to come out again. It's just that the Blood Wolf still made a statement, letting the Blood Wolf team guard all the exits of the store. In the store, the three assassins had panic and despair in their eyes. This kind of emotion that does not appear in the eyes of the dead men is so clearly expressed. The terrifying coercion completely imprisoned the movements of the three assassins, making them completely immobile, and even unable to self-destruct. Capture alive, this is absolutely not allowed for assassins. Assassins cultivated by any major force have several ways to kill themselves. Because the strength used for the target is too powerful, when the mission fails, he does not reveal the forces behind him, but chooses to abandon the car to protect the coach and sacrifice himself. Everyone who dares to make trouble in the store must be prepared to bear the consequences. Qi spoke expressionlessly, but his calm tone seemed to be a cold winter wind, which was creepy. As long as he is in the store, Qi skills can overwhelm the skills of others, and the laws of the store can overwhelm the power of this world. In the store manager is the only one who is the strongest. Manager Qi, please be merciful. Qin Ming said with difficulty. Fortunately, Qi Li's aura was not aimed at Qin Ming, otherwise he would not be able to speak at all. The store's defense system gave Qi Lu an increase in power, and Qi Lu has not been able to master it very carefully for the time being, so he can only ensure that Yu Shi'er, who is beside him, will not be affected. That's why Yu Shi'er could easily observe the situation in the store. It's just that she hides behind Qi Lu, very sensible, and doesn't say a word. Qi Lu heard Qin Ming's voice, raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Qin Ming, and then flicked his fingers. The masks on the faces of the 3 assassins who were imprisoned in the air were split in half and fell to the ground. On the exposed face, you can see sharp fangs that are different from ordinary people, dark green skin, and a strange mark on the face. Qi Lu looked at Qin Ming again. He knew what Qin Ming meant, but he just wanted to see the origins of the 3 assassins. Many thanks to the store manager. After Qin Ming saw the marks on the face of the 3 assassins, his heart was already clear. Yeah. Qi Lu replied lightly, clenching his palm. Frozen condensation. 3 ice sculptures instantly appeared in the store. The assassin who was sealed in the ice cubes did not even change the expression on his face or the look in his eyes. This is a real momentary freezing, not even scary time. Threats are eliminated, and defenses are shut down. That vast, sea-like coercion, like a low tide, disappeared from the store, as if it had never appeared. Call. After the pressure disappeared, Hu Shou immediately sat on the ground without image, gasping for breath. Boss, your habit of doing things if you don't agree with your words is really amazing. It's not the first time Hu Shou has seen Qi Lu show his power, but every time, it can bring more shocks. However, Hu Shou also knew that as long as there was no trouble, Qi Lu was still very good at talking. Apart from not being able to discount, everything else is trivial. Those who make trouble in the store will be treated equally. Qi Lu said seriously. Hu Shou was horrified by Qi Li's eyes. He quickly stood up, and solemnly assured, Boss, don't worry, I will never make trouble. I didn't tell you. Qi Lu said, slowly. Yu Shi'er looked at Qi Lu, with her big watery eyes shining with adoration. Manager, you are amazing. Although Qi Lu had already protected Yu Shi'er, he did not let her or oppress her. But Yu Shi'er can still take the initiative to precede this momentum, and she can feel that this time the momentum is definitely stronger than the last time. And much more powerful. Qi Lu glanced at Yu Shi'er, was silent for a while, and then said, work hard, don't think about it. Yu Shi'er didn't know if these reclusive powerhouses had this mentality, at least every time Qi Li's reaction was unexpected. Manager Qi, I already know who sent the assassin this time. After Qin Ming disappeared from the coercion in the store, he was observing the 3 assassins in the ice sculpture, and had already determined the identities of the 3 assassins. Looking at the appearance of these guys, they seemed to be orcs. The blood wolf felt the pressure disappear and walked in from outside the store. That's right, it's the orcs. These 3 assassins are exactly the orc tribe, the team used to assassinate, kidnap, and the people of the shadow team. Qin Ming pointed to the brand on the assassin's face. Then explained, this is a unique brand of the orc tribe, which cannot be imitated by foreigners. Orcs? Lu was a little puzzled. To be honest, he had never seen an orc before. Why are these orcs going to send assassins to assassinate him? Boss, when did you offend the orc tribe? Hu Shou asked, curiously. I've never seen an orc before. Lu seemed to answer the question, but he actually expressed that he was equally curious. Then why? Blood Wolf looked at the 3 ice sculptures. It was not the first time he had seen such an ice sculpture. On the street outside the store, there are also 2 ice sculptures of wolf hunters. I don't know, maybe they are idle. Lu said calmly, not caring about it at all. Anyone who came to the store to make trouble would be killed. Others would be afraid of the assassins sent by the orc tribe, and Lu might be afraid of such a thing. The atmosphere in the store fell silent for a while. Suddenly, Qin Ming clapped his palms, laughed loudly, and said, I see, Manager Qi, I really want to thank you this time. I believe the beast tide will recede soon. Ah? Lu heard it in a fog. Then I'll leave first, Manager Qi, thank you again for the equipment and medicine in the store. Qin Ming just shook his head slightly, and then left. Lu glanced at Xuanhuan and Hu Shou again, trying to use his eyes to make them answer their doubts. However, at a glance, Lu found that Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt were also puzzled. Only Yu Shi'er was behind Lu, carefully tugging at the corner of Lu's clothes, and then said weakly, is it because the beast tide is caused by orcs? The 3 people in the store suddenly realized that they were suddenly enlightened. You really understand? Lu gave the 2 of them a serious look. I don't understand. Hu Shou laughed boldly, without the slightest embarrassment, since there is nothing to do, then I will go to the arena next door. Me too, Blood Wolf nodded and shouted outside the store, leave 10 Pleto train in the arena, and the rest are free to move around. A mix of cheers and wailing came from outside the store immediately. After all, a mercenary is a profession that licks blood on the tip of a knife. The huge pressure is on him, and he naturally needs to vent. Blood wolves are not unreasonable people either. Even if a beast swarm strikes, the tavern of the Mercenary Union will not close. And it's still late at night, so it's obvious what way to release the pressure. However, the training can't be left behind, so I can only suffer the 10 people who train with the Blood Wolf every time. There are still 2 hours to close, so I can only open for you 2 hours. Lu said silently. His store is not a 24/7 convenience store. Besides, staying up all night and so on will hurt your body. Lu is also thinking about the health of customers. Can't you be accommodating, boss? It's not too late now. After the Blood Wolf confronted the beast tide today, he deeply realized the benefits of the battle strength in the arena. If it was the previous Blood Wolf team, it would have been swallowed up by the beast tide long ago. Even with the equipment in the Lu store, it's just a piece of tough meat. The advantages of equipment and pills are only reflected in single-player or small-team battles. On the real battlefield, personal combat skills and combat awareness are more important than equipment. The larger the war, the less impact an individual's equipment can have. Unless you are strong enough to ignore the enemy's attacks and magic, the magic of the sky will be thrown over, and you will die if you resist any equipment. No, when it's time to close the door, it should be closed. Lu shook his head. He didn't want to watch the night shift, nor did he want Yu Shi'er, who had been watching the store during the day, to watch the night shift. 2 hours is just 2 hours, it's cheaper for you today. Xuanhuan said bitterly to the team members behind him. Remember to close the door on time, don't give them any more time. Let old Yu Shi'er nod at ease. Understood, store manager. Yu Shi'er nodded obediently. The Blood Wolf opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. In the depths of the cloud forest, the camp of the orcs. The swaying bonfire is especially bright in the dark. In the leader's tent, Naga and Narrow Priest sat beside the bone table with a solemn look, watching the information passed by the orc tribe. The shadow team failed. After a long time, Naga said this sentence with difficulty. The shadow squad, which had spent a lot of resources to cultivate, didn't have many people in total, and they lost 3 of them all at once. It was a pity for the rich orc tribe. The flame of life is extinguished directly, and there is absolutely no way to send back the enemy's news. Priest Nero tapped the animal skin on the boneable. The above records the situation of the 3 Shadow Squad assassins who took over the mission this time. Assassins at the peak of the professional class, at least the enemy of the peak of the hero class, can do this. Naga thought of this and couldn't help but take a breath. The pinnacle of hero level, that is at least level 100 power. Even among the entire orc tribe, they are top-notch existences. Unexpectedly, there is such a powerful existence in a small shop in Yunwu City. It's not hard to guess why the city guards of Cloud Mist City have those equipment. It must be the shop opened by the powerful one. Priest Nero sighed. Naga also smiled wryly. Who would have thought that a heroic peak power would open a shop in a small cloud city? At the pinnacle of the hero level, one more step forward will be able to advance to the powerhouse level. The meaning of this powerhouse level is the meaning of the powerhouse in the world. Entering such a realm, no matter how big this world is, it can be vertical and horizontal at will, and the world is as big as you can go. Let's withdraw, this cloud city is not something we can take down. The Naga sighed deeply. Although they were arrogant, they also knew that such power was not something they could touch. With this person guarding Yunwu City, even the Beast Emperor can't blame us. Priest Nero put away the animal skin on the bone table. At the peak of the hero level, only one person can be an army of thousands of horses. With this one person, the city of clouds and mist is impregnable. In the moonlit night, the bonfire quietly went out. The army of orcs stationed in the cloud forest left the camp overnight. Chila did not know about this. The only thing Chila knew was that he was sitting in the booth in the midleaf night, looking at the crystal ball in a drowsy state, when he was suddenly woken up by the sound of the system prompt. System, host, quest, the crisis in Cloud City has been completed, do you need to receive the quest reward now? When did it finish, why do I feel like I didn't do anything? Chilu was dizzy listening to the prompt, but after sobering up, he thought about it and felt something was wrong. System, why do I feel that your speaking style is a little different? Chi lisped uncertainly. The previous system was like an emotionless machine, but the prompt sound just now seemed to have a little emotion in it. Is there such a function to complete the task? System, host thinks too much, do you want to receive quest rewards now? Really? Chila thought suspiciously in his heart. Get it now. System, the jewelry egg pool has been opened, and a friendly reminder, there is no ordinary level of jewelry, so the jewelry egg pool currently owned by the host is only excellent for the time being. System, the suit template has been issued, and the combat power improvement training room is about to be upgraded. The estimated time to complete the upgrade, 2 hours. After the task is completed, the speed of the system issuing rewards is still very fast. It's finally time to upgrade. Chilu immediately walked out of the booth, ready to come back in 2 hours. The first level combat power improvement training room can no longer bring happiness to Chilu. Just use these 2 hours to study what this set template is. It's just, why is this jewelry egg pool only excellent? Does the system Plento go the boutique route? Chila walked slowly to the warehouse. 3 flat black stones were placed against the wall at the door of the warehouse. This is one of the rewards this time, the set template. But it is only the most basic equipment set template. Several holes were pulled out from the top to the end, indicating the equipment positions, helmets, necklaces, bracers, rings, tops, belts, pants, shoes, and weapons. There are 9 locations in total. Even the helmet, belt, and trousers, Qi hadn't taken out yet. As for the necklace and ring, it is estimated that it is the thing in the jewelry egg pool this time. Qi also knew how to use the set template, but it had nothing to do with the products he had drawn. The method of use is to use it directly. For each set template, 9 kinds of equipment of a set will be randomly selected, and then converted into a fixed purchase channel. This fixed purchase channel does not require extraction, so the system directly divides it into Qi. In other words, each piece of equipment can save a lot of gold coins. However, Qi does not plan to use it for the time being, because the customer flow in the store, what should I say, is really a bit small. Even if the suit is really put out, I am afraid that no one will buy it. Because the advantage of the suit is that the suit effect of multiple pieces of equipment is really not as good as the single piece effect. Then pick up some accessories and take a look. Qi called out the jewelry egg pool in his mind, and there was really only one choice for the excellent level. Looking at the price, 60 gold coins are drawn once, which is more expensive than the weapon egg pool and armor egg pool. I really want to see what's so great about these accessories. Qi was very worried about the purchase price. The size of each piece of jewelry is about the same size as the small porcelain bottle of the medicinal pill. So Qi plans to draw a little more. Let's try the water first. Mirror water necklace, premium jewelry. When the wearer is attacked, it summons a water magic bullet and reflects a small amount of damage to the attacker. Stone puppet ring, premium jewelry, strengthens the wearer's physical defense. When attacked, 2 stone puppets of level 40 will be summoned to fight. This effect can only be triggered once a day. Fire spirit orb, premium jewelry, strengthens the wearer's fire magic power and condensation speed. After entering the battle, a magic shield slowly forms beside the wearer, and stops condensing when attacked. Phantom necklace, premium jewelry, comes with an active skill, Phantom, which hides the wearer's figure and condenses a wearer's illusion nearby. Stone giant ring, rare jewelry, strengthen the wearer's physical defense. When attacked, a stone shield will appear to protect the wearer, and 2 stone giants of level 60 will be summoned to fight. The summoning effect can only be triggered once a day. One shot 10 times, pores full. Okay, stop smoking. Qi was satisfied. He can understand why accessories are more expensive than armor and weapons. Just look at these effects and the passive skills attached to these accessories, and you will understand. And look at this shiny, delicate and small sales. System suggested selling price, high quality accessories, 300 spirit crystals. Rare jewelry, 6,000 spirit crystals. Qi deeply felt that jewelry is the real luxury. The ancients never lied to me. Qi can probably estimate that what he just said today is really a prophecy. Just looking at the price of these accessories, it is estimated that the blood wolves will not want them. Forget it, my mentality is better. Qi comforted himself, and then returned to the combat power improvement training room, closing his eyes interesting. After a while, the sound of the upgrade completion sounded in Qi mind. Qi quickly opened his eyes. The store is still the same store, and the deck is still the same deck. The crystal ball is still the same crystal ball. Where is the upgrade? Qi looked at the unchanged combat power improvement training room and was silent for a long time. Don't just update the content. Qi suddenly thought of this, then nodded, feeling like this should be the case. Put your hands on the crystal ball base. The familiar ring appeared in the crystal ball, and the number of people in the audience had increased to 8. At the same time, a message passed from the crystal ball to Qi mind. Let Qi understand what has changed in this upgrade. Actually, there are 3 items. First, the number of levels that can be challenged has increased to 8, and there are 2 optional strength levels. The first is the previous habit attribute, and the second is the complete attribute. Second, a new online mode has been added, that is, as long as those who are in the combat power improvement training room can choose to go online. After being online, you can play against each other, or you can have team battles with the 8 classes in the battle power-up arena. Used to train teammates' ability to cooperate. Third, just after this update, the most powerful point. Environment simulation. It can simulate a variety of environments, such as forests, deserts, oceans, etc. And after the environment simulation is completed, the area of the battlefield is greatly increased, and it will not be limited to the arena. There is actually an online mode. It seems that the blood wolves and the others are going to soak in it every day. Qile knew that this mode had little effect on him, but it was an extremely important function for those mercenary squads. You must know that every mercenary team can become an excellent mercenary team after a long period of training and cooperation. And every new player means a new run-in. These are things that need to be really trained in battle. A little carelessness is the difference between life and death. But the Combat Power Improvement Training Room has updated this function, giving them new options. And coupled with the environment simulation function, it allows some teams to reign in a variety of environments and cooperate with each other. In addition, the real effect of improving the combat power in the training room can greatly speed up the running and speed between the teams, and the cooperation can be more closely coherent. I just hope they don't get abused. Qile thought silently in his heart. Because he just found out that after the environment simulation, the training opponent will be automatically selected by the system. I believe that it is impossible for the system to assign favorable terrain to those who enter the combat power improvement arena for training. But it has little to do with Qile. What he cares more about is how strong the opponent with complete attributes can be. Taking another look at the options, 4 new opponents appeared, namely Berserker, Battle Mage, Assassin, and Archer. And like the 4 people who appeared before, they all have extremely ordinary faces. If it weren't for the different equipment on their various ranks, Qile might be confused. Along with the previous swordsmen, spearmen, great magicians, and guardian knights, there are 8 classes, covering every position except pure support. Because the big magician can make a cameo to assist. Seeing this, Qile can be sure. The environment simulation is indeed a new type of blood abuse method updated by the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Sure enough, it's time for me to think about the transformation. This shop is less and less like a place to sell equipment. Qile rubbed his chin, but hadn't expected that he started by selling medicine pills. However, there are only 20 crystal balls now. The shop is really going to become popular, and 20 places in this district are not enough. It seems that we have to find a way to expand the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. However, the most important thing now is to try the updated Battle Strength Arena first. Qile put his hands on the base of the crystal ball. The appearance of the arena immediately appeared in the crystal ball, and options also appeared in Qile's mind. There are 2 options, standalone mode and online mode. Select standalone mode. Now Qile is alone, and there is no difference between online mode and standalone mode. Then there is the choice of the opponent's attributes. Qile naturally had to choose complete attributes, and after fighting all the 8 ranks in the battle strength promotion arena, he would have some real combat experience. It has to be said that opponents with complete attributes, even Qile, have some headaches. The new 4 ranks are not weaker than the first 4 ranks, and even the battle mage even Qile feels extremely difficult to deal with. Combining magic and melee combat, the explosive force is simply terrifying. Moreover, the fighting style is more deceitful than the swordsman, more vicious than the assassin, and the instantaneous explosive power is even higher than that of the berserker. It can be said that if Qile is to be divided, the battle mage's personal combat power is definitely the first. Wait, speaking of battle mage. After finishing a battle, Qile suddenly froze for a moment. Then, Qi Lu looked at his hands carefully. I can use both martial skills and magic. In this regard, Qi Lu is more like a battle mage than a battle mage. Because no matter what the battle mage says, he is also a mage. But the power in Qi Li's body is the unique energy given to him by the system, which can perfectly simulate fighting Qi and magic power. Time passed in Qi Li's battles again and again. It has to be said that after having the option of complete attributes, Qi Li's battle in the battle strength promotion arena can be regarded as hardy. It wasn't until Yu Shi'er walked into the combat power improvement training room and reminded Qi Li that Qi Li ended the night of training. It's so early in the morning, okay, I won't rest for the time being today. Qi Li shook his head, then stood up slowly. The combat power improvement training room has just been updated, and Qi Li needs to take a look at the impact. By the way, there are some new items today, let me tell you. Qi Li suddenly thought of those accessories, and when he was about to go out to buy breakfast, he turned around suddenly and walked back. I was so anxious to enter the arena last night that Qi Lu almost forgot to put out the newly drawn accessories. Wow, the store manager, this necklace is so beautiful. Yu Shi'er saw Qi Li take out the jewelry, and her eyes immediately lit up. The shape of the mirror water necklace is exquisite and gorgeous, shining like water waves. Even if you don't look at the effect, just looking at the shape can fascinate a woman. Does it look good? Qi Li asked, coldly. Good looking. Yu Shi'er nodded vigorously, her eyes full of anticipation. 300 spirit crystals. Qi Li said, slowly. The store manager. The light of expectation in Yu Shi'er's eyes quickly disappeared, and she stared at Qi Lu resentfully. Not to mention 300 spirit crystals, Yu Shi'er doesn't even have 3 spirit crystals on her body now. And these, remember the effect and price. Qi Lu completely ignored Yu Shi'er's resentful eyes, finished speaking, and then put the accessories on the shelf. Yu Shi'er pouted and puffed out her cheeks, and said reluctantly, yes, the store manager. Then, Qi Lu planned to go out to buy breakfast. I don't know if there will be something for breakfast in the snack vending machine after the upgrade task is completed. Like what biscuits, pastries, or something like that. Just thinking about this, I walked to the door of the store, and the door was pushed open from the outside. Good morning, boss. As soon as the blood wolf opened the door, he saw Qi Lu staring straight at him, startled first, and then immediately greeted him. Qi Lu stared at the blood wolf silently, and it took a long time before he made a sound, and said calmly, you pushed the door and almost hit me. This sentence almost did not frighten the blood wolf to death. Yesterday, Qi Lu showed his mighty power, and the blood wolf is still vivid in his mind. Although it is uncertain whether Qi Lu really has that kind of strength, what is certain is that there is definitely a terrifying existence in this shop. But Qi Lu ignored the horror of the blood wolf, just paused, and then continued, what do you eat every morning? What? The blood wolf was completely unaware that Qi Li's question could jump so far, and his face was sluggish. If you are free, can someone take me to buy breakfast? Qi Li looked outside the store, through the blood wolf. Many stores were closed due to the influence of the beast tide. It turns out that, boss, if you want to eat breakfast, I have some barbecued meat and wild vegetable cakes here. The blood wolf was confused for a long time before he remembered it. Also, but I still won't give you a discount. Qi Li nodded and said seriously. The blood wolf was dumbfounded. To say that boss Qi Lu is good at everything and his strength is also strong, that is, in terms of price, he will not give in an inch. There is no need for a discount, it is a thank you to the boss for the equipment and medicinal pills, which saved the lives of so many of my brothers. Xuanhuan said politely, and then waved to the team members behind him. Are there barbecue and wild vegetable cakes? Give a portion to Boss Qi. As soon as the order was given, someone came over with an animal skin pocket, which was full of steaming grilled meat, and wild vegetable cake spread under the grilled meat. Qilu unceremoniously took the animal skin pocket and thanked him earnestly. "You're welcome." Blood Wolf waved his hand. "By the way, the new product you asked about yesterday is available today." Qilu took the breakfast provided by the Blood Wolf, thought about it, and said. In fact, Qilu did not introduce the habit of equipment attributes. "Every time I get asked, I will introduce it, so even the regular customers like the Blood Wolf have some equipment they don't know about. For example, the equipment of the 7 Deadly Sins series." But since Qilu took the Blood Wolf's breakfast, he was ready to take the initiative to introduce it. "No need to spend any money anyway." "Really, that's great, let me introduce you." Blood Wolf immediately became interested. Although the members of the Blood Wolf squad have not completely replaced the high-quality equipment, it does not prevent the Blood Wolf from giving himself a better set of equipment. Qilu nodded, then put the animal skin pocket on the counter. "Today's breakfast. Maybe lunch is also in it." "It is good." Yu Shi'er understood what Qilu meant, that is, to let her keep the food rations. Speaking of which, Qilu really doesn't care about the aspect of eating. Basically, it's enough to have something to eat. The first thing to introduce, of course, is the new accessories that came out last night. However, when Qilu pointed to those delicate and beautiful accessories and started to introduce them in an unchanging tone, the Blood Wolf had already started to wave his hands. "Boss, let's change something else. These things are really beautiful, but isn't it too strange to wear them on us?" Qilu raised his eyes and looked outside the store. The members of the Blood Wolf squad, all men, stood neatly outside, and their discipline was no worse than those of the regular army. "I really don't need it?" Qilu asked. "I really don't need it," Blood Wolf replied. "Okay, then there's nothing to introduce. By the way, the next door combat power improvement arena has been updated, and now you can fight online." Qilu nodded, and then pointed to Xiaomen. "If you really don't need it, then I won't introduce it." Qilu looked at the Blade of Greed and the Great Sword of Gluttony, and then silently changed the subject. "Originally, I wanted to introduce the 7 Deadly Sins equipment." "Online?" Blood Wolf looked at Qilu with a bewildered expression. "This is really a novel word." "Oh, we can play together." Qilu also seemed to realize this problem. He can understand, but it does not mean that people in this world can understand. After all, Qilu itself is not an aboriginal in this world. So Qilu had to explain the meaning of being online. Halfway through hearing this, the Blood Wolf's eyes began to sparkle. After listening to it, the Blood Wolf couldn't wait to rush into the combat power improvement training room. Before entering, I did not forget to shout to the outside of the store. "It's business as usual, come and train 10 people with me." Qilu also followed silently, ready to see the effect. After all, no matter how powerful Qilu is, he will not be able to clone himself. He is only one person and can only play heads up. So he's going to come in now and see what team fights look like. The Blood Wolf entered the booth and sat down, placing his hands on the base of the crystal ball, and the updated information immediately entered his mind. After digesting this information, the Blood Wolf stood up and shouted, "Brothers, have you read it all? Give me the online option." Then the Blood Wolf continued to enter the arena, selected the online mode, and built a room according to the prompt. The name is called the School Field of the Blood Wolf Squad. Soon, the Blood Wolf appeared in a wide open space, followed by a flash of white light around him, and 10 other people also entered the room. Qilu watched from behind and nodded silently. It turns out that there is still the step of building a room. I really don't know if I haven't tried it. But Qilu felt that it was a normal operation. For the Blood Wolves, it seemed extremely novel. After turning around in this open space for several times, the Blood Wolf coughed and roared, "Assemble!" The 10 members of the Blood Wolf squad immediately ran over, lined up in 2 teams, held their heads high, and stood upright. Everyone should know what's going on. Here, the cooperation between our teams is trained. The best part is to cheer me up. The Blood Wolf began to lecture. But I didn't say much, and in just a few minutes, I started to choose the environment simulation. Forest. This is one of the most common environments to fight as a mercenary squad. After the selection of the environment simulation, countless towering trees, various low plants, and vine grass immediately appeared in this wide open space. Indistinctly, the roar of the beasts in the forest could be heard. Like a real forest. Seeing this scene, the Blood Wolf was also shocked. Here, it is like a small world, completely beyond his cognition. I really don't know where the boss got these things from. The forest environment has been generated, please select the number of opponents. A reminder sound came from the crystal ball, and it sounded in the ears of the Blood Wolf, because he was the owner of this room. The Blood Wolf looked at it, at least 3, at most 8. Chila looked at it from the back and knew it. It seems that only one of the same class will appear. Even if there are more people entering the arena to challenge, for now, there will only be 8 opponents. When Chilu was thinking about it, the Blood Wolf carelessly chose 8 opponents. Probably because the environment simulated the forest, the opponent did not appear directly in front of the Blood Wolf. Instead, a prompt sounded, telling them that the opponent had appeared in the forest. Brothers, there are 11 of us, and there are only 8 opponents, so don't embarrass me. At the same time as the Blood Wolf spoke, there was also a signal for the battle to start in the crystal ball. The Blood Wolf squad is also a well-disciplined mercenary squad. The cooperation between the players is still very good, the coordination between the attack and the cover, the main attack and the auxiliary advance and retreat. The Blood Wolf walked at the forefront, holding a shield in one hand and Ignite's sword in the other, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The 10 team members who followed behind also formed a mutual support. As long as one person is attacked, at least 3 people can support at the fastest speed. A group of 11 people walked slowly into the forest, always alerting the surrounding movement. In this forest, there are 8 opponents hidden. The Blood Wolves, who challenged 4 of them in the arena, knew that they must not be careless against these guys. Therefore, the Blood Wolves chose the forest environment they were most familiar with, and concentrated their energy to ensure that they would never be negligent. However, it turns out that the Blood Wolf is still too naive. The moment the team stepped into the forest, 4 stone walls suddenly rose up around them. At the same time in the sky, the rain of fire fell, and almost all the space surrounded by the stone wall was shrouded in it. Between the gaps in the stone wall, a large number of arrows shot in from an extremely tricky angle. All 11 people were taken care of. Before waiting for the surrounded Blood Wolf and others to react, the assassin had already touched it from nowhere, and instantly ended the lives of the 3 people. In fact, Chilu already knew the result after seeing that the Blood Wolf had chosen 8 opponents. But after seeing the innocent Blood Wolf leading 10 team members into the forest, and being destroyed in the blink of an eye, he still couldn't help laughing. No resistance. The most important thing is that before all 8 opponents appeared, the Blood Wolf team was eliminated. After all the calculations, great magicians, archers, and assassins appeared. Possibly a battle mage as well. Only 4 people at most. Boss, why did you follow me? Blood Wolf looked at Chi Lu in panic, his old face flushed with shame. It's nothing, I'm over, you can continue. Chi Lu suppressed his smile, kept his face expressionless, and quickly returned to the grocery store next door. The Blood Wolf angrily slammed on the table and said, "Come on, get everything ready, this time we will choose 3 opponents." "Is it here, the small shop you said is in Yunwu City?" Zhong Lingyun stood outside the majestic Yunwu City, examining the city-state. Here, it is already the border of the Huanyuan Empire. That's right. Ying Feng followed behind and answered affirmatively. After the Great War at the Brilliant Academy, Zhong Lingyun has approached Ying Feng several times in the name of observing teaching. It wasn't until later that Ying Feng accidentally told the story of Chila store. Because Zhong Lingyun asked Ying Feng to take her here. She also wanted to see what kind of a small shop was actually capable of imparting such profound combat skills to others so easily. And most importantly, it teaches better than Brilliant Academy. If there is such a place, then what are these colleges doing? Okay, then let's go. Zhong Lingyun acts in a hurry. Since she has come, she must solve this matter quickly. Wait, Instructor Zhong, I have to make it clear to you first that the boss shop mainly sells equipment. Ying Feng said quickly as he walked. To avoid any misunderstanding, it would be bad. I don't care what he does, I just need to know how you got your fighting skills. Zhong Lingyun said as she walked into the city gate. Because of the influence of the beast tide, Yunwu City was still a bleak scene at this time. Even if the beast tide has ended, this desolate scene will continue for a short period of time. Until those shops open one after another, and the caravans and mercenaries come to Yunwu City again, the prosperity of the past will gradually resume. After all, Yunwu City is only a frontier city-state in the true sense. Even relying on the cloud forest has brought caravans, driven economic development, and brought prosperity. But as long as there is an accident in the cloud forest, this kind of prosperity is like soap bubbles on the water. It looks very beautiful, but it will be easily punctured. Seeing this desolate scene, Zhong Lingyun couldn't help frowning and turned to look at Ying Feng. Are you sure you're really here? In this kind of city-state? Zhong Lingyun pointed to the empty street, and there were 9 out of 10 merchants who closed their stores. Ying Feng scratched the back of his head and said, I heard that there has been a beast swarm in Yunwu City recently, that's why this is the case. When I came here with my sister before, it was very prosperous here. Really? Zhong Lingyun looked at Ying Feng suspiciously. Of course, Instructor Zhong, come with me if you don't believe me, but the boss is a little cold, don't mind. Ying Feng said, and began to complain about Qi Lu again. To be honest, Ying Feng really didn't get any good looks from Qi Lu. But I didn't really see any bad faces. Qi Li's face, as if carved, was expressionless. It doesn't matter, if he really has the ability, he should have a little temper. Zhong Lingyun didn't particularly care about this matter. Those high-ranking hermits generally have some personalities of their own. Or a hermit who has no personality, as if he is not a hermit. The location of Qi Li's shop is quite remote. Ying Feng took Zhong Lingyun around Yunwu City several times before reaching the street. Once here, Zhong Lingyun saw the 2 conspicuous ice sculptures. Why are the wolf hunters frozen here? Zhong Lingyun was a little surprised. No city-state would use this kind of thing as a decoration, it is neither beautiful nor practical. Moreover, the wolf hunters are definitely not a weak race. At least for a small city-state, it is an existence that absolutely cannot be defended. Placing the frozen wolf hunters here has no meaning other than angering the wolf hunters to retaliate. It was the first time Ying Feng saw this thing, and he thought to himself, when did 2 ice sculptures appear here? But he still said, probably the boss did it. It was him who did it, and he is so strong? Zhong Lingyun was a little surprised. These 2 wolf hunters, if they are not overestimated, are at least at the mid-level of the professional class, around the 50th level. But looking at the state when it was frozen, there was no resistance at all, and even if it couldn't react, it was frozen. The degree of control over the magic power of those who use ice magic is quite terrifying. Moreover, the strength of those who use ice magic is definitely higher than those of the 2 wolf hunters, by a large level. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to make them completely unable to respond. Zhong Lingyun is a tutor who mainly focuses on magic at the Brilliant Academy, but she is still studying other subjects at the same time. So for magic, she is confident that she will not be wrong. In fact, I don't know what the strength of the boss is. Ying Feng replied very seriously. It seems that the strength of the boss you mentioned is at least the master level, otherwise we have to speculate. Zhong Lingyun couldn't help but put away a contempt in his heart. With this kind of strength, no matter what, he is a strong man worthy of attention. Hearing this, he was even more awe-inspiring. He never imagined that Qi Li's strength would be so terrifying. Grandmaster level, that was enough for him to look up to for a long time. Moreover, such a strong man can actually withstand the hustle and bustle of the world, and opening a shop in such a place does not have the temper of a strong man at all. This is even more admirable. Maybe you're right. This kind of hermit master always has some quirks. Helikis to open a shop in such a remote place. Thinking about it carefully, it's not a particularly strange hobby. Zhong Lingyun took the initiative to find an excuse for Qi Lu. If Qi Lu knew, he must be grateful to Zhong Lingyun for his face. Do you think it was Qi Lu who wanted to open a shop in this kind of corner? It wasn't the time when the system appeared. As for the two ice sculptures that changed Zhong Lingyun's mind. Qi Lu said that if Qing Ming had not taken away the ice sculptures of the later wolf hunters and the 3 orc assassins, there might have been 7 ice sculptures standing there. And the guys who are frozen are stronger than each other. But if you put so many ice sculptures on the street, you might block the road. Better to clean it up. Qi Lu, who was chatting with Yuxier in the store, had no idea that someone was coming to him. He is still thinking about how to expand the combat power improvement training room. There are only 20 locations in the district, which is really too few. Whether it is for the online mode or for the future development of the store, it is unfavorable. More importantly, every time the Blood Wolf brings people, there is basically no place for Qi Lu, and this is the point. System, let me ask you a question. When will the crystal balls in the combat power improvement training room be increased? If you think about it yourself, of course you can't understand it, so the best way is to ask the system. Qi Lu has always had the traditional virtue of not being ashamed to ask questions. System, although I feel that the host seems to have some disrespectful thoughts towards me, but forget it. No, that's your illusion. Qi Lu immediately retorted. Qi Lu had this feeling before. After the store manager's level was improved, it seemed that the communication with the system began to show a little human touch. I don't know if the store manager's level will continue to improve in the future, and the wisdom of the system will become higher and higher. System, after the store manager's level is raised to level 4, random tasks will be released, which can expand the combat power improvement training room. Qi Lu concentrated and glanced at the popularity value. It seems that there is still a long way to go. Last time, I didn't know why, but my popularity rose inexplicably. Now that I think about it, it is estimated that it is the credit of the Orkterby. The system determines the popularity value, as long as it is an intelligent life body that knows the location of the store and knows what is sold in the store. Including, but not limited to human race, demi-human race, orc race. It's a pity that the wolf hunters have not yet found the location of his shop, and were disposed of outside the street. Otherwise, this popularity will definitely rise again. Qi Lu was thinking about this question when the door of the store was pushed open. The first person who came in was a beautiful woman, dressed in a robe, holding a hardcover book full of magical lines on her skin. Following behind her was an acquaintance. "Hello, do you need anything?" Yuxier immediately performed her duties. "Long time no see, boss, this is." "Who are you?" Ying Feng took a few steps and followed Zhong Lingyun. Just as he was about to introduce this instructor Zhong, he looked at Yuxier with a puzzled face. "Has the shop owner changed?" No, she's my new clerk, Yu Shi'er. Qila stood aside and said in a flat tone. But Ing Feng could still hear a hint of contempt. As if to say, are your two big eyeballs used to vent your anger? Haha, so that's what it is. Ing Feng snorted, haha. Then he introduced to Qi Lu, boss, this is Zhong Lingyun's tutor at the brilliant college I am currently studying. Following Ing Feng's introduction, Qi Lu glanced at Zhong Lingyun and said, hello, what do you need? Zhong Lingyun looked around the shop, which was not large. The shelves on both sides were full of weapons, armor, and some small porcelain bottles. But the aura above won't leak until these gears leave the shelves. So Zhong Lingyun didn't pay attention to these equipments at all. Boss, listen to my students, here you can train combat skills, I wonder if there is such a thing? Zhong Lingyun went straight to the topic. Yes. Qila nodded, then pointed to the small door beside the counter. It turned out to be for the combat power improvement training room. Just finished the upgrade last night. Yu Shi'er also introduced the fees and precautions of the combat power improvement training room in a timely manner. I'll take them there, and you can come along too. Qila motioned to Yu Zi'er to stop the introduction, and was going to tell her about the upgrade. The Blood Wolf and his team members here are being tortured to the core. When the opponents in the combat power improvement arena cooperate, the combat power is definitely 1 + 1 greater than 2, and even 1 + 1 is greater than 5. No matter how many people, no matter who they are, the 8 ranks in the battle strength promotion arena can be combined with precision to the point of trembling. The cooperation of 3 people is completely stronger than the Blood Wolf team's 11-member team. As soon as Qila came over, the Blood Wolf raised his head and said, boss, why don't you come into my room too? Qila shook his head and said, I don't have time for now. The Blood Wolf followed and saw a few people behind him. In Ing Feng's words, the Blood Wolf has seen it before. As soon as he saw the brothers and sisters coming over again, the Blood Wolf immediately got up, grabbed Ing Feng and complained. The same as the big chicken in the arena, why do you know each other when you meet? Although they were not the only 2 people who were ridiculed by Qi Lu, the first to know each other was always more sympathetic. Qi Lu brought Zhong Lingyun to a booth far away from Blood Wolf and others, and motioned her to sit in. The manipulation is as simple as placing your hand on the base of the crystal ball. Zhong Lingyun obeyed and sat on the leather sofa in the deck, and then her eyes lit up, very comfortable. Qi Lu opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. Zhong Lingyun flicked lightly on the leather sofa, feeling the soft touch, and suddenly remembered that there were people around her, and her face suddenly crawled with blush. Cough, then I'll try the arena you mentioned. Zhong Lingyun tried to hide her embarrassment with a cough. Then put both hands on the base of the crystal ball. As with every novice, the crystal ball immediately transmitted a message to Zhong Lingyun's mind. The gameplay of the combat power enhancement arena is explained in detail. Of course, it also includes the content after the update. Zhong Lingyun slowly digested this information, admiring the magic of this alchemy product in her heart, but she didn't think that this kind of thing could train combat skills. There are also battle golems for training in the Brilliant Academy. This alchemical product is also used to train the user's combat skills. But the products of alchemy are only products of alchemy, without their own consciousness, unable to think, more powerful, but less flexible. After a long period of training and mastering the combat mode of the battle puppet, the difficulty will plummet. This is also where the senior management of the Brilliant Academy has been distressed. After all, the enemies they will face in the future, whether they are humans, beasts, or other races, cannot use the same combat methods as fighting puppets. Otherwise, Zhong Lingyun would not have been able to ask over and over again after seeing Ing Feng's battle. Then, after knowing the location, he hurried over. After understanding the information from the crystal ball, Zhong Lingyun chose the standalone mode. Let's try the opponent's level first. Zhong Lingyun stood on the ring with this idea in mind. For the battle, Zhong Lingyun is still very confident. After all, Zhong Lingyun is at the Brilliant Academy, and she is also more of a practical type of tutor than a theoretical type of tutor. Even in the Brilliant Academy where strong players gather, Zhong Lingyun's fighting skills are ranked first. Ying Feng and Xuanhuan chatted for a while. Under the sympathy of each other, he opened his mouth to introduce Zhong Lingyun to the Blood Wolf. I know the Brilliant Academy, and I heard that each of the mentors is better than the other. These colleges and those sects have always been the most important places taught each martial arts and magic. It is naturally also Zhongling Yuxiu, a place where talents are born in large numbers. The Brilliant Academy is also a famous institution in the Yuan Empire. It is impossible for someone who can become a full-year tutor in a place like the Brilliant Academy without a bit of hard power. I didn't notice that. Ying Feng said bluntly. He didn't realize that when he finished saying this sentence, Zhong Lingyun, who was studying the crystal ball, glanced at him. But the Blood Wolf saw this scene. He couldn't help thinking in his heart that he was indeed the full-year tutor of the Brilliant Academy, and the sensitivity of his perception was simply terrifying. At the same time, he also mourned 3 seconds of silence for Ying Feng. Okay, I'll go over to see the situation of Instructor Zhong first, you play first. Ying Feng also remembered the purpose of his visit. Then I said to the Blood Wolf, and hurriedly ran outside Zhong Lingyun's booth. Anyway, I brought it here myself, so I should check the situation. After all, he is his own tutor. If he serves him well, his life in the academy will be much better. Ying Feng thought so, and saw the crystal ball in front of Zhong Lingyun. A picture of the ring appeared above. Boss, how come there are 8 people? Ying Feng habitually glanced under the ring and found that there were 4 more opponents to choose from. The version has been updated, you will know after playing. Sheila stood behind and answered lightly. I'll play later, I'll take a look first. Ying Feng still had a fresh memory of being educated in the ring. Zhong Lingyun also chose her opponent at this time. Battle Mage. Looking at it again, there are actually 2 levels of halved attributes and full attributes. Zhong Lingyun did not hesitate to choose an opponent with complete attributes. Thinking in my heart, the opponent who halved the attribute is simply insulting his identity, the full-level tutor of the dignified Brilliant Academy, and the master-level ice element magician. In the face of this kind of opponent, actually have to have the attributes? What's more, the having attribute and how to test the pros and cons of this alchemy product. Qi Li's eyelids jumped from behind the booth, and he silently wished the new guest good luck. In terms of personal strength alone, the Battle Mage is powerful, but even Qi Lu is a frightened opponent. Battle Mage, I've never even heard of this class, and this shop is really unreliable. Zhong Lingyun looked at the opponent she chose while familiar with the operation of the battle strength arena. Speaking of which, the Battle Mage is considered to be the most gentleman's offensive class. When being scrutinized by Zhong Lingyun, she just stood quietly on the ring. Ying Feng was also looking at this new role. After watching it for a while, he said suspiciously, "Boss, what is this class called?" The dress of the Battle Mage is indeed different from the general class, wearing a short robe, it looks like a battle robe. He wears gauntlets on his hands, and the weapon he uses is like a combination of a long sword and a staff, replacing the hilt of the long sword with a half staff. Battle Mage. Qi replied. When did the new class appear? Ying Feng stared blankly. What do you mean? Qi glanced at Ying Feng. It doesn't make any sense. I really haven't heard of the class of Battle Mage before. Ying Feng said with great certainty. Qi was silent. He has always thought that the ranks in the battle arena are the ranks that exist in this world. As a result, I suddenly found out that the Battle Mage is actually a non-existent class. System, do you still have the ability to create your own ranks? Qi Lu asked curiously in his mind. Waited for a long time. System, host, please note that all the ranks that appear in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room are all created with reference to the power system of this world. System, so, any class that appears is possible. After that, the system stopped moving. Qi Lu patiently waited for a while, before confirming that the system really only had these 2 sentences. After Qi Lu deeply understood these 2 sentences, he realized that the system meant that the ranks that appeared in the battle strength promotion arena were all reasonable. Fairly speaking. However, after careful consideration, Qi Lu had to agree with this point of view. Because the essence of a battle mage is only a magician, not a martial arts master. The situation of double cultivation of magic and martial arts does not exist in this world. Because magic power and fighting qi are 2 completely incompatible energies, the effects of using them are also different. Even Qi Lu itself only uses another special power to simulate magic and fighting spirit. Ying Feng did not bother with this issue either. After all, Ying Feng also knew that the world was huge, and it was not impossible that there would be these strange ranks. It didn't take a moment for Zhong Lingyun to become familiar with the operation of the battle strength promotion arena. Let's start. Zhong Lingyun opened the magic book in his hand. Her weapons are not the same as ordinary magicians, but use special techniques, spend a lot of resources, and spend a lot of time to create magic books. It can record the magic of bloodbinders, strengthen the power of magic, and greatly improve the speed of magic cohesion. Even many magics recorded in magic books can be cast instantly. When the magic book was simulated in the battle strength promotion arena, I hate to say that Zhong Lingyun was also taken aback. Because this is definitely an extremely biased weapon. Based on this alone, even if the improvement of combat skills is not large, the function of this crystal ball is very useful. For example, simulating those weapons that are still being conceived and have not been built for the time being, studying their desirability, and so on. Zhong Lingyun wrote this down in his mind, and then turned the page gently. Magic shield. The confinement trap. Magic enhancement. Obviously, Zhong Lingyun's fighting consciousness is much stronger than those of the wild magicians. On a venue like the ring, he first blessed himself with a bunch of strengthening magic and protection magic. After all, if you can stand up, you can have output. And looking at the casting speed, these magics are obviously bound in the magic books, almost all of them are instant cast. However, looking at the battle mage on the opposite side, she seemed to be looking at Zhong Lingyun ignorantly. After she released all the buff magic, she still did not move. Sure enough, it is a product of alchemy, and it has no ability to think at all. It seems that my expectations are too high. Seeing this, Zhong Lingyun couldn't help but speak out in disappointment. Anyone with a little sense of battle will not watch the opponent release all the buff magic. Otherwise, Zhong Lingyun would not have bound all the few instant magic bits in the magic books to gain magic. Because each additional gain magic, the strength will be stronger by 1 point. Ying Feng also had a puzzled look on his face, and said, "Is this a preferential treatment for magicians? That's not what I was like when I challenged." Qi Lu just watched silently. He knew in his heart that the battle mage didn't move at all, but didn't care if you used buff magic. Ice Storm. After a bunch of buffs were finished, Zhong Lingyun immediately started the attack. Under the blessing of a bunch of buff magic, the ice storm almost shrouded the entire arena inside. The ice crystals in the sky are like sharp blades, mixed in the tornado, cutting the air with a terrifying whine. On the ring, the most feared is this kind of large-scale magic. Except for Zhong Lingyun, no one could escape the ice storm that enveloped the entire arena. Moreover, Zhong Lingyun also blessed with a magic shield, and also arranged trap magic around him, which can be said to be foolproof and has been in an invincible position. "It's over," Zhong Lingyun said somewhat disappointedly. Mr. Zhong is really amazing. It was my first time in the ring, but I didn't hold on for half a minute. Ying Feng immediately followed behind. Yeah, it's over. Qi Lu nodded in agreement. Because the moment the ice storm appeared, the figure of the battle mage had disappeared. Magic bullet. Along with that magic bullet, there are also fluctuations in space. Could it be a short flash? Zhong Lingyun frowned, and the magic tome flipped again. She didn't expect that the opponent could actually travel through the ice storm, but this kind of short-term flash with spatial fluctuations is the best interception. As long as the opponent appears from it, Zhong Lingyun can determine the end of the game. However, what appeared first was the coldness on Zhong Lingyun's neck. Damn it! Zhong Lingyun reacted instantly. That space fluctuation was just a bait, and the place where the battle mage really appeared was behind him. Fortunately, a magic shield was added in advance. Zhong Lingyun didn't even look at it, her backhand was an ice bomb. The condensed ice ball exploded with a bang, bursting out numerous ice thorns, shooting towards the rear. Crack! A crisp sound flashed, and an ice blade shattered in response. Zhong Lingyun glanced back, but saw no figure. In that wave of space fluctuations, several wind blades burst out, triggering all the trap magic around Zhong Lingyun. The magic bullet that has not been intercepted hit the magic shield on Zhong Lingyun's body. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhong Lingyun. The long sword in his hand, flickering with fire, pierced into Zhong Lingyun's chest at the moment when the magic bullet offset the magic shield. All this happened between the electric light and flint. Not an ounce of time is wasted. Whether it is the connection of magic or the control of people's hearts, the battle mage uses it just right. Trigger linking magic, counteracting the magic shield. Tempt Zhong Lingyun to attack the ice blade behind him. All this was done in the short time after the ice storm appeared. It has to be said that the battle mage's keen intuition for combat is terrifying to the point of heinous. I lost. Zhong Lingyun's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. Ying Feng also had the same expression, stunned, thinking in his heart, this time he can slap his ass on the horse's leg. Although the battle went through twists and turns, the time it really took place was less than 10 seconds. Qi Lu remained expressionless. As expected, nothing is surprising. You can try other opponents, the battle mage is really too strong. Qi Lu said lightly, and then left the combat power improvement training room slowly. Almost saw the situation. With Zhong Lingyun's fighting skills and fighting awareness, fighting against opponents with halved attributes should not be difficult as long as you don't fight against the battle mage. This shows that the opponents in the battle strength promotion arena are not invincible. That's enough. Qi Lu does not need to have an invincible opponent, which will only wear down the patience of the players, but will not stimulate the players' fighting spirit. However, the words left by Qi Lu before he left still stimulated Zhong Lingyun. What? The battle mage is too strong? I still don't believe it. Entering the arena again, Zhong Lingyun learned a lesson this time, and the battle mage who chose to have the attributes plans to practice first. Then, Ying Feng, let me ask you, has anyone defeated these guys? Zhong Lingyun pointed to the crystal ball and asked Ying Feng very seriously and solemnly. The strength of the battle mage made Zhong Lingyun doubt her previous worldview. There is, but there is. Ying Feng considered his words, hesitating. Who? Say. Zhong Lingyun asked with gritted teeth. It's the boss. What? Zhong Lingyun stared at Ying Feng for a long time before she was sure that Ying Feng was not lying. That's right, with the strength of the boss, the fighting skills must not be weak. Zhong Lingyun sighed. In the end, he still underestimated the world. This kind of hermit master has no ability, so he dares to display such a precious alchemy product generously for others to use. However, the location here is still a little less. After Zhong Lingyun sighed, she began to look at the layout of the entire combat power improvement training room. There are 20 booths, with 2 aisles in the middle, which are not only loose and beautiful, but also make full use of the entire store area. But the number is really less. Just looking at the preciousness of this crystal ball, I am afraid that these 20 are not easy to come by. Still not asking for too much. Ying Feng looked at Zhong Lingyun's eyes changed and changed. After holding back for a long time, he finally opened his mouth and asked, curiously, Mr. Zhong, what do you want to do when you look at this position? I plan to apply to the academy for teaching time for courses outside the academy, but the number of places here is too small. I'm afraid only those elite students can come here. Zhong Lingyun didn't mean to hide either. After all, this kind of thing, as long as you apply to the college, it will start to publicize. There are only so many teaching resources. Such a good training place for combat skills and combat awareness will naturally be provided to the elite students in the academy first. Ying Feng was silent for a while, then suddenly turned around and ran towards the grocery store next door. What are you doing? Zhong Lingyun asked, strangely. Let's discuss with the boss and see if we can evenly space out a few positions. Ying Ligong replied without replying. Zhong Lingyun may not know it, but Ying Feng knows it. There are nearly 50 people in the Blood Wolf team alone. Even if 10 people are rotated at a time, it will take 20 hours to replace them all. However, when Qilu opened a store, it was not a matter of 24 hours. On the contrary, he opened and closed the store very accurately, at least not wanting to delay even a minute in closing the store. Therefore, the extracurricular courses of the Brilliant Academy must be discussed clearly first. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing to bring someone over and just find out that there is no place. What? Will the Brilliant Academy offer out-of-school courses in the store? Qila looked at Ying Feng, who hurried over, and thought secretly in his heart. Zhong Lingyun is worthy of being the mentor of Brilliant Academy. The Blood Wolf and the others are training in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. At most, they want to improve the strength of the entire mercenary team. As a result, Zhong Lingyun had only been playing for a long time, and she thought about pulling the whole academy over. So if you are in a different position, your thoughts are really different. However, for an entire Brilliant Academy, the popularity value should be enough to upgrade the task. Sheila didn't care about other issues, just thinking about upgrading tasks. After all, if you want to expand the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, you can only upgrade the level of the store manager first. Ying Feng looked at Qi Lu expectantly. However, after watching it for a long time, to be honest, I couldn't see any change in the expression on Qi Li's face. In terms of the degree of facial paralysis, the boss can definitely rank first. While thinking about it, Ying Feng asked, "Boss, is there any problem? Is there any inconvenience?" "That's not true, as long as you abide by the rules." Although Qi Lu wanted to complete the upgrade task, he would not deliberately set aside a few places in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Come to think of it, you can wait for the seat yourself. Anyway, there are only 20 places, and you can only play for 4 hours a day. First come, first served. Ying Feng didn't say much. After all, he was a regular customer. He still knew the character of the boss. Basically, what Qila said was what it was. No matter what other people say, this is the rule anyway, and it will not change under normal circumstances. So Ying Feng hurried back and reported the results to Zhong Lingyun. A few hours later, Zhong Lingyun left the store with Ying Feng after using up 4 hours of today. "If you want to play, you can go and play. I'll just come to guard the store today." Qila stood outside the counter and watched the two leave, and suddenly found that Yu Xiao's eyes were always drifting towards the training room next door, so she said, No need, store manager, this is my job. Yu Shi'er said. It doesn't matter, there aren't many people right now anyway, but maybe in a few days, the store will get busy. Qila looked out of the store and said meaningfully. Originally, the reputation of the store were all beaten out little by little. The city guards of Yunwu City are okay to say, because they have military discipline, they have no time to come and play. But for the students of the brilliant academy, it's hard to say. Don't you see, Yingfeng and the others, are they going to run here if they have something to do? Store manager, Shi'er, long time no see. As soon as the voice fell, a few acquaintances walked in outside the store. Lan Yu walked into the store with a happy face, and said hello to Qile and Yuxier. Fei Xue and Yojiu followed behind, their armor and clothes were fairly neat, and it seemed that there should have been no battles recently. Qile, Qi Lu, do you have any other miraculous elixir? Nayland Qinchi followed closely. After running into the store, he lay down on the counter and stared at Qi Lu with burning eyes. What happened? Qile asked curiously, seeing that there were still 3 people who didn't come. But looking at their expressions, it shouldn't be that something bad happened. It's like something happy. Xiaoya, who happened to walk into the store, heard these words and said, Store manager, do you still remember that dragon pill? Certainly. Qile nodded, as long as it was sold from his store, even if he couldn't remember it, the system would remember it. If you really forgot, just check the system records. But it was because of this dragon pill that Lan Yi's squad did not show up after leaving the store until the beast tide ended. Actually, after leaving the store that day, Zier took Shenlong pill, and then fell into a deep sleep. Now it seems that the hidden bloodline should be activated. Fei Xue said briefly. Lan Yi nodded and added, so for Zier's safety, we temporarily decided to leave Yunwu City temporarily. So it is. Qile nodded slightly when he heard the words. It seems that the medicinal pills produced by the system are still effective. Big brother. At this moment, a timid voice came in from outside the store. Then Yu Shi'er suddenly trembled, and immediately hid behind Qi Lu, clutching Qi Li's clothes tightly with both hands. What's wrong? Qile asked quietly. Store manager, there is a breath of dragons outside. Yu Shi'er replied in a low voice. Dragon? Would you come to such a place? Qile looked out of the store with interest. The number of dragons is extremely rare, but each dragon possesses extremely powerful power. Dragon has always been synonymous with power, but apart from Dragon Island, dragons are rarely seen in other places. It's not that the dragon race will not leave Dragon Island, but that they are too lazy to leave. Because in the human race, there are also top powerhouses who can restrict the dragon race and prevent the dragon race from doing whatever they want. Since there is no way to do whatever you want, why leave Long Island? So Qi Lu is still very curious about what the dragon clan in this world looks like. Anyway, in the store, his store manager is the only superpower. No matter whether you are a dragon or an angel, as long as you enter the store, there is only one way to be obedient. However, the so-called dragon family did not wait. After the timid voice, the one who walked into the store was a small loli with a petite and soft figure, a delicate and lovely face, and people couldn't help but hold her in her arms. It's just that on both sides of this little loli's head, there are a pair of curved sharp horns. In the back, there is a short, but very cute tail. However, look at the face and appearance of this little loli. This is Zier? Qile couldn't help but look surprised. This change is too big. On the other hand, when little Loli heard Qi Li's words, she immediately ran to the counter and climbed up. Big brother, you can still recognize Zier. Has Zier become strange? No, it's cute. Qile said sincerely. Lan Qinger also walked in from outside the store. After seeing Qi Li's expression, he couldn't help laughing and said, Manager, do you think it's strange? Qilu touched Lan Zier's hair and said, a little bit. Then he glanced at Yushir and said, Zier should have the blood of the dragon clan on her body. That's right. Lan Qing'er nodded and said happily. The dragon bloodline in Zier's body has always been hidden in the depths of her own bloodline. She originally thought that she would have no hope of activating the dragon bloodline in this life. I didn't expect the store manager to have such a magical elixir of Shenglongdan here. When saying this, Lan Qing'er did not use the honorific word you. No wonder. Qilu probably understood why Yuxier had such a strange reaction when she saw Lan Zier for the first time. I am afraid that at that time, Yuxier had noticed it. After all, the blood of the dragon family is the venerable blood of all beasts. Yuxier belonged to the Yueling cat family, and above the bloodline, it was lower than the dragon bloodline. What's more, Yuxier's own strength level is also lower than Lan Zier, so it is natural to be suppressed and afraid. However, looking at Lan Zier's current appearance, even Longhua can't be fully recovered, and this bloodline suppression should not be able to control it for the time being. Thinking of this, Qilu used the store manager's authority to cut off this blood pressure. Yuxier's expression suddenly became much more relaxed. Zier only woke up today, so she urged us to come over, saying that she wanted to thank the owner. Lan Qing'er continued. You're welcome, I thought it was you who wanted to use it. Qilu didn't ask any more questions, and changed the subject calmly. I have no luck with Zier. Although we are sisters, there is no hidden dragon bloodline in my body that needs to be activated. Lan Qing'er shook her head. Sisters? Qilu glanced at Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier, but did not ask aloud. This is the other party's family business, and you can't control it yourself. Come here today, other than that, what else do you need? Qilu returned Tohi's expressionless face. In business affairs, you can talk about feelings or something in private. After all, under the constraints of the system, talking about love hurts money. Store manager, when did you start having these rings and necklaces in your store? A surprised voice interrupted Qi Li's words. As soon as she entered the store, Xiaoya, who leaned against the shelf, finally saw the accessories. Women have never been able to resist these glittering little things. That is, Zhong Lingyun, who came here before, didn't look at the shelf. Otherwise, I have to take 2 of them back. This necklace is quite beautiful, but I don't know if wearing it will hinder me movement. Yojiao also picked up a necklace and admired it carefully. After all, assassins are not mages, and sometimes these trinkets are easy Thomas. No, the necklace in your hand is called the Phantom Necklace. Qi Li introduced aloud. There is such a skill, I want this necklace. Yujiao heard the words, and without saying a word, put the necklace on her slender and fair neck. Lan Yi picked up the stone puppet ring and gestured twice on his finger. Lan Qing'er and Fei Shua could not resist the charm of these trinkets. Even Lan Zier and Nailan Qingqi, the 2 little loli, don't care about these trinkets, but they don't hate them either. Watching the sisters pick and choose in front of the shelves, they approached with great interest. Yu Shier took over for Qi Li's commentary. The effect of accessories is more practical than armor. The eyes of Lan Yi and others also became brighter. You must know that the previous weapons and armors were only rigid requirements for improving strength, although in terms of the personality of the system, the appearance of the equipment must be impeccable. But the iron-blooded style, although domineering and majestic, does not meet the aesthetics of Lan Yi and the others. However, these accessories completely captured their hearts. When it comes to shopping, women generally have little sense in the face of these glittering and delicate accessories. What's more, the accompanying effects are not bad at all. A total of 10 accessories, except for the fire spirit orb, which was noticed, all others were bought. Anyway, the position of the ring and necklace is different, and the ring can also be worn with both hands, so it is not a problem to buy too much. Even when paying, Lan Yi asked, "Manager, do you have any other accessories?" Qi Lu suddenly realized that women's money is really easy to earn. "It's a little regretful that I didn't draw more accessories." But even though he thought so in his heart, Qi Li's face remained calm and said lightly, "No more for now." After all, Qi Lu is a store manager with a conscience. Impulsive spending is not a good habit. "Alright then, let's start the routine training." Lan Yi didn't ask any more, anyway, he basically came here once a day. Go to the combat power improvement training room first, and finish the daily tasks. Eastern Wasteland, Orc Tribe. Naga led the Orc army to return to this barren land. The Orc general who came to respond took over the duties of the Naga and temporarily took over the Orc army. "It's work." Naga leader is polite. The Naga unloaded the weapon and handed it over to the Orc general who came to receive it. Together with the priest Nalo, they went to the Beast King's palace. The eastern wasteland has always been barren, it is not suitable for crops to grow here, and resources are scarce. But it is in this kind of place, a towering, magnificent and huge palace is located here, like a giant beast dormant here. It really covers more than 300 miles and isolates the sun. Naga and Nalo sacrificed, passed the inspection of the guards, and walked through the corridor before entering the palace. The golden and splendid scene suddenly appeared in front of him. It can be described as 5 steps to the first floor, 10 steps to one pavilion, the corridor waist is back, the eaves and teeth are packed high. Dishes, crawls, swirls of beehives, I don't know how many millions of them fall. The long bridge is lying on the wave, and there is no cloud, and what dragon? Return to the road and go empty, not Ji He Hong? Hai and Lo Ming fans do not know the west and east. The sight of it is amazing. This is the Orc tribe, the Beast Emperor's palace built by the efforts of thousands of Orc craftsmen. The Naga did not look sideways, walked through the corridors, and walked into the Beast Emperor hall in the center. The same is true of the Nalo sacrifices. Above the main hall, the Beast Emperor, who is dressed in imperial robes and does not anger himself, has already sat on the lion chair. Below the main hall, the chiefs and elders of the Orc tribes offered sacrifices, arranged on the left and right, according to the size of the tribe. I have seen His Majesty the Beast Emperor, may His Majesty the Beast Emperor stay forever. The Naga landed on one knee and performed a soldier's salute. Sacrificial Naluo also bent down and performed a sacrificial ceremony. Naga leader, Naluo sacrifice, this west expedition, can there be gains? The Beast Emperor sat on the lion chair and asked aloud. The voice is not loud, but there is a majesty in it. His Highness was in the crowd, all bowed their heads and did not dare to mock a sound. The Beast Emperor is the strongest among the entire Orc tribe, and he is also the inheritor of the Beast Emperor's power. This Beast Emperor also inherited the power of the previous Beast Emperors. With one strength, he has reached the pinnacle of heroic level. The so-called heroic class naturally refers to people who possess such power, and can be called a hero in any clan. It can be the foundation of a family. Only a race with heroic power can be regarded as a true race. Whether it is human race, dragon race, orc race, demi-human race, or elves, dwarves, etc., they all possess heroic power, so they can be called races. And just like the various small branches of the demi-human race, such as the moon cat race and the wolf hunting race, it is because there is no heroic power in the entire race, so they are all classified into the demi-human race. The words of the Beast King fell into the ears of Naga. Naga lowered his head and said in apology, "It's not good for my subordinate to be a teacher, and I hope His Royal Highness the Beast Emperor will forgive me." Oh? A small city of cloud and fog can even stop the wolf and tiger masters from the Naga region. Your strength has really regressed. The anger in his voice was not seen, but it caused countless sweat to appear on Naga's forehead. Your Majesty the Beast Emperor, there is another secret about this matter. Na Luo sacrificed to the side and said aloud. What's the secret that can make your class teacher return to the dynasty? The Beast Emperor asked, pretending to be curious. The irony in it is self-evident. Of course, the Naga also heard the sarcasm. When the class teacher returns to the dynasty, it refers to the army that went in an expedition, returned victoriously, and returned triumphantly. Used on Naga, I have to say, it is a great irony. Qin Ming, the city lord of Yunwu City, is only the strength of the professional class. Led by the Naga at the peak of the professional class, plus the power of the beast tide, he even dispatched an Iron Mountain beast to support him, but headed not take down a cloud city. It is also difficult for the monster emperor to be angry. Your Majesty the Beast Emperor, calm down, this matter is really because we're powerless. Naga said immediately, in the cloud city, there seems to be a heroic powerhouse secluded, and I don't want us to continue to attack. The members of the shadow team sent out were also folded in the hands of the strong man. Priest Nero also nodded slightly in agreement, and did not lie on this matter. Heroic powerhouse? The Beast King looked at Naga, who was half kneeling on the ground, and Nala beside him, and could naturally tell whether they were lying. But the hero-level powerhouse can already be regarded as the powerhouse in the strategic sense. The Xuanhuan Empire did not have such a big hand, and a hero-level powerhouse was stationed in a cloud city. From this perspective, it can only be said that the luck of Yunwu City is really good. There will be a heroic powerhouse living in seclusion here. It is also impossible for the Beast Emperor to offend a strong man of the same level as him for such a small city. This is a very uneconomical thing. Looks like plans need to be changed. Send someone to the Guluo Empire and inform them of this. The Beast King gave the order and looked up to see His Highness Naga and Nalo again. Naga leader, since this is the case, you have nothing to do about this matter, then you can continue to train troops, the war will come again soon. Yes, thank His Majesty the Beast Emperor for his grace. The Naga immediately bent down and took command. Victory or defeat on the battlefield, regardless of the process, only the outcome. Whatever the reason, the Naga are the losers. If the Beast Emperor can say that he will continue to train his troops, it means that he will atone for his merits. The Naga naturally took the lead. Thank you for the grace of His Majesty the Beast Emperor. Sacrificial Naluo, also saluted by the side, said. If you have nothing else to do, then leave. On the other side, Brilliant Academy. In terms of straight line distance, Brilliant Academy is really not too far from Yunwu City. After Zhong Lingyun and Ying Feng returned to the Brilliant Academy, they were ready to go to the top of the academy as soon as possible. But it was soon dragged by the wind. Mr. Zhong, are you sure that Dean and the others will believe you just based on your one-sided words? Ying Feng finally grabbed Zhong Lingyun and analyzed it carefully. Zhong Lingyun calmed down when she heard the words. That's right, no matter how hype she said, the items in Qi Li's store were originally the only magical items. In all fairness, she didn't believe Zhong Lingyun until she experienced it herself. What you said makes sense, so what should we do? After Zhong Lingyun calmed down, she was also a little overwhelmed. This is simple, just let the Dean and the others experience how amazing Thebos's shop is. Ying Feng said confidently. It's easy to say, it's not easy to get them to leave. Zhong Lingyun is not optimistic about this method. Don't let them go. As Ying Feng spoke, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms, and his face was quite painful. What is this? Zhong Lingyun was a little impressed by this small porcelain bottle. I vaguely remember that it was the stuff in the owner's shop. It's a good thing, the body forging pill. This time I only had one in the past, and I originally planned to keep it myself. Ying Feng said regretfully. There are very few medicinal herbs that permanently enhance their properties. Although a person can only take 3 pills of the same medicine in a lifetime, there are so many people who can't stand to buy them. Ying Feng also heard about this medicinal pill from Ku Minglang, and he was really shocked at that time. It is simply unheard of to take an elixir to permanently boost attributes. Completely broke the promotion attribute, only through the iron law of upgrading and trial space. I believe that this medicinal pill will definitely shock the dean and the others. Permanently improve attributes? Are you telling the truth? Not to mention whether the dean and the others were shocked, at least after hearing Ying Feng's explanation, Zhong Lingyun was first shocked. Previously, Zhong Lingyun went to the Qi Le store to go to the training room for combat power improvement. Those weapons, armors, and medicinal pills, which are not visible on the shelves, Zhong Lingyun could not have imagined that there would be such a miraculous medicinal pill. It's also on the shelf openly. Isn't the boss afraid that someone will rob it? Ying Feng seemed to understand the meaning of Zhong Lingyun's expression, hesitated for a while, but still reminded, Mr. Zhong, the boss is really not afraid of this kind of thing. Zhong Lingyun was startled for a moment, and had to nod her head in agreement. With Qi Li's strength, anyone who dares to go to his store to grab something will probably not end well. Take the medicine pill, we will go to the dean now. After all, Zhong Lingyun is still one of the few full-year tutors in the brilliant college. The guards outside the dean's office building know her, so they don't stop her. Ying Feng followed Zhong Lingyun and walked into the dean's room. It just so happened that the full dean and 2 vice-deans of the brilliant academy were there. President Gu, President Meng, and President Wu. When calling someone's position, there is a saying that people should not be called deputy unless there is any grudge. Zhong Lingyun and Ying Feng naturally don't know this truth. The 3 people who were discussing the issue in the dean's room also stopped talking and turned around. Teacher Zhong, and this is my student, Ying Feng. Hello, Dean Gu, Dean Meng, and Dean Wu. Ying Feng quickly said hello. Gu Pingchuan nodded and said, Mr. Zhong, classmate Ying, you come to me, what's the matter? Gu Pingchuan is the dean of this huge and brilliant college. According to legend, when he took over the position of dean 30 years ago, he was already at the peak of the master-level strength. After so many years, I am afraid that he has already entered the hero level and has become a figure like the patron saint of the brilliant academy. It is precisely because of such strong guards that the brilliant academy has been able to stand firm for so many years. Looking around, if there is no heroic powerhouse guarding the fate of the powerful families on the mainland, Zoman Academy, it will only be a flash in the pan, and it will not last forever. But Rao is that Gu Pingchuan has been a hero for many years, but he is still restrained, like an ordinary kind old man. When Zhong Lingyun heard Gu Pingchuan's question, she was about to tell everything she saw in Yunwu City. President Gu, I think that this kind of place used for experience and to carry out the college's extracurricular courses is the best choice now. Zhong Lingyun said at the end, not forgetting her own purpose. If there is such a place, it's not impossible. Gu Pingchuan touched the goatee and said slowly. A middle-aged man in black robe sitting next to him suddenly stretched out his hand and interrupted Gu Pingchuan's words, saying, President Gu's words are wrong. The truth and falsehood of what Instructor Zhong said is not clear. This matter should not be rushed to a conclusion. This middle-aged man in black robe, named Meng Xiangyu, was one of the 2 vice-presidents of the brilliant academy, and was in charge of Do-Ki training. The other old man wearing a golden-edged white robe was Wu Zuezhou, one of the 2 vice-presidents of the brilliant academy, in charge of magic practice. Both of them are at the peak of the master level. This kind of powerhouse, placed anywhere, is a person who can establish a sect and serve as a generation of masters. After hearing Meng Xiangyu's words, Wu Zuezhou didn't say anything. But the expression on his face undoubtedly agreed with Meng Xiangyu's words. According to Zhong Lingyun, in that place of experience, you can fight for life and death without worrying about it, and the opponents inside are all people with superb fighting skills. And it can be constantly challenged without the opponent getting bored. This is simply impossible. Even a fighting puppet in the brilliant academy, it is impossible to fight for life and death without worrying about their own safety. After all, even if the combat puppet is mechanized, its lethality is still there. Those students who dare to challenge should not go all out, but also need to pay attention to their own safety. You know, there are many people who have been injured because of challenging battle puppets. But listening to Zhong Lingyun's words, that place of trial, no matter how you fight, as long as you get out of the battle, the challenger will be unscathed. This is simply fantasy. The most ridiculous thing is that the opponent's combat skills are all superb. How could someone with such fighting skills condescend to be sparring in that kind of place? Which one is not the powerhouse of the famous party? The worst one should bait a famous teacher of the famous party, not a sparring partner. That's reasonable. Instructor Zhong, we can't confirm the truth of what you said. In order to be responsible to the students, I'm afraid I can't agree with your proposal. Gu Pingchuan thought for a moment and said kindly. There is no change in attitude because of the unreasonableness of this proposal. Zhong Lingyun also knows that there is no basis for her words. What's more, it's such a magical place. I know what the three of you are suspecting, but there is really no way to bring it back from the trial place, but there are other magical items in that small shop. When Zhong Lingyun said this, she glanced at Ying Feng. Ying Feng immediately stepped forward, took out a small porcelain bottle, and offered it with both hands, saying, President Gu, President Meng, and President Wu, please see, this is an ordinary medicinal pill in that shop. Elixir? What kind of crooked way? Meng Xiangyu frowned slightly and said aloud. It seems that I haven't been out for a few days, and the world has changed again. Gu Pingchuan did not make a rash assertion. What's the role of this thing? Wu Zhuozhou, as the general person in charge of magic practice, still has the ability to accept new things. Speaking of this medicine pill, it's amazing, this medicine pill is called body refinement pill. And this kind of medicine pill is only a common product in the boss's place. As long as you are willing to wait, you can buy it. As soon as he mentioned this, Ying Feng immediately became excited. Immediately, he explained the effects of the body-forging pill in detail, and finally, he did not forget to advertise Qi Li's store. Is there really such a miraculous thing here? Even with Gu Pingchuan's knowledge, after listening to Ying Feng's words, he couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. I don't believe that there is such a magical thing, just based on your words. Meng Xiangyu looked at the small porcelain vase in Ying Feng's hand with a questioning look on his face. It seems that we are really getting old. Wu Zhuozhou laughed. Obviously, they were shocked by shock in their hearts, but they were only shocked by what Correspondence Feng said. Even if they traveled around in the early years, they had never heard of an item that could permanently improve its attributes. Naturally, they would not believe it when it suddenly appeared at this time. I know that the three deans are all well-informed people who have traveled all over the world, and their importance to the brilliant academy is self-evident. So, I'm willing to donate this body-forging pill, so that the three of them can distinguish the truth from the false. Ying Feng's words sounded very nice, and the small porcelain bottle in his hand was also placed on the table in front of the three of them. When the three heard the words, they first looked at each other before nodding slightly. In that case, Xiangyu, it's up to you to confirm the authenticity of this medicinal pill. Gu Pingchuan said slowly. That's right, presumably in this way, you can also believe that there are all kinds of magical things in this world. Wu Zhuozhou also nodded. These words seem to be very optimistic about this medicine pill, but in fact they are saying the opposite. Education should follow the wind, not aimlessly. In that case, I'm welcome. Meng Xiangyu did not refuse. Among the three, he was the only one who belonged to the martial artist rank and practiced Do Qi. However, Gu Pingchuan and Wu Zhuozhou are both magicians, and they do not need so much power to cultivate magic power. Meng Xiangyu picked up the small porcelain bottle and put the body forging pill into his mouth. The medicinal pill melted in the mouth, turned into a warm current, and poured into the abdomen. Meng Xiangyu slowly closed his eyes, quietly feeling the direction of this warm current. It has to be said that with this hand alone, it is not comparable to those alchemy potions. Just as Meng Xiangyu felt it, in an instant, the warm current gathered in the lower abdomen suddenly shook, and then quickly melted into the blood. Meng Xiangyu suddenly opened his eyes. Unbelievable, I really feel that my strength has improved a little, although for me, these improvements are not worth mentioning. Meng Xiangyu said with a shocked face. However, if you include vindictiveness, it will be different. There was a trembling in his voice, due to excitement. What you said, but it's true. Wu Zhuozhou also stood up in astonishment when heard the words. There really is such a miracle in this world. Gu Pingchuan was equally shocked, and he was even more unexpected about Meng Xiangyu's affirmation. This kind of thing that broke the iron law really appeared in front of Heizis. How can people not be shocked, how not to be stunned, how not to get excited? The more informed you are, the more you know that these iron laws are unbreakable. These are things that have been explored by countless predecessors. If you want to improve your own attributes, there is no other way than to enter the trial space to complete the trial when you upgrade your level and promotion. What can be improved by continuous practice is fighting spirit and magic power. The relationship between the two, in simple terms, is that their own attributes are the foundation, while Douqi and magic are the multipliers attached to the basic attributes. The real strength is the superposition of the two. Take the simplest example. Taking a first-level warrior as an example, if its level is 1, then its various attributes will be comprehensively counted as 1 point. And the fighting spirit that a first-level warrior can have is also counted as a point. Then the power that a first-level martial artist can exert is the product of 12 points, which is just 1 point. But put it on a 10th-level warrior, and count its attributes as 10 points. And the 10th-level martial artist, the grudge that can accommodate is also counted as 10 points. Then the true strength of a 10th-level warrior is the product of 2 10 points, which is 100 points. This is the gap between the two. Of course, this is just an example. The gap between the 1st and 10th level is not 100 times as much. But this is also why, the higher the level, the difference between a level is thousands of times. And its own attributes, since ancient times, each level is constant. The difference between the attributes of the same level is only the difference between the rank. But the gap between fighting chi and magic power can be changed by acquired efforts, which is also the difference between the strong and the weak. But now, this attribute value, which has been constant since ancient times, can actually be changed. It's definitely something that can change the world. Moreover, the stronger the person, the more powerful the person, the more terrifying the power they exert under the blessing of fighting chi and magic power. On the contrary, there are some low-level people, these medicinal herbs are not so important to them. That's why, Gu Pingchuan and the others were more shocked by this body-forging pill than Ying Feng and Zhong Lingyun. You know, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to improve. The stronger one is, the more aware of the preciousness of this improvement. At Gu Pingchuan's level, every improvement brought about a huge change. Because of their large attribute base, and because of their high level of vindictiveness and magic power. No matter which of the two is improved, the power changes brought about by the superposition of the two are extremely terrifying. The shock brought by this incident made the dean's room speechless for a long time. After a long while, there was a long sigh. In this way, I really underestimate the world, I really can't think of it, such a medicinal pill can be released. Gu Pingchuan laughed, but it was very free and easy. There was no desire to snatch at all. If you put it on other strong people and know that there is such a medicine, it will definitely be a disaster for the seller. President Gu, I think it's time for us to go outside the brilliant academy. Wu Zhuozhou also proposed. That's right, just go to this small shop and check it out. As an off-campus course point of the brilliant college, there should be no problem. Meng Xiangyu said eagerly. If this body-forging pill was sold in that store, then this past time, I might encounter it again. Mr. Zhong, you must have heard it, so please show us the way. Gu Pingchuan is not a pedantic person, and he also wants to meet people who dare to sell this medicine. No problem, Dean Gu, are you leaving now? Then leave immediately. Since the upgrade of the combat strength training room, Qi Li's situation of staying up late has improved a lot. After all, after the online mode is out, if you play the standalone mode again, you will find that the standalone mode becomes boring. But Yusier had to guard the store during the day, and she definitely needed to rest at night. So after challenging the 4 new characters, Qi Li started the daytime game life. Qi Lu is the store manager, no matter what, so he still has the privilege of leaving a place for himself. And it is still open and aboveboard, and no one dares to have an opinion. On this day, Qi Lu was still sitting in the deck, entered the battle strength promotion arena, chose the online mode, and opened a room. Room name, come with 2 chickens to help. Boss, your room name is too funny. Blood Wolf, who brings people to train every day, discovered this room as soon as he entered the online mode of the arena. In the eyes of these old customers, Qi Lu is well known for his bad taste in naming names. Then what should I call you? Qi Lu sat on the leather sofa. Hearing these words, he immediately lay on his back and glanced at the Blood Wolf with contempt. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, and then said embarrassingly, I'm just a chicken, I've entered the room. Then shouted to the rest of the Blood Wolf team, you 2 more people, learn from the boss, and the others will open a room for themselves. No way, even though the Blood Wolf's fighting skills and fighting consciousness have been honed in the arena for so long, it has become several levels stronger than before. But compared with Qi Lu, it is still several streets behind. This is the result of the difference in training volume and the inconsistency of talent. After all, as a store manager, in terms of talent, Qi Lu still has to take advantage of it. Yo, chicken, hug the boss's thigh again. At this time, Hu Shou also walked in through the small door next door, and as soon as he arrived, he heard the voice of the Blood Wolf. Having been in the store for so long, Qi Lu has been stationed in the combat power improvement training room again. Strange words such as hold the thigh and vegetable chicken, Hu Shou, and the others also began to bring them into the oral language. Not to mention, this kind of word is really a bit emotional to use. Bah, what about learning, can it be called hugging your thighs? Zulang dismissed Hu Shou's words, and he could learn a little bit from the boss, which was better than groping 10 things himself. After all, self-study is not as good as teacher taught. Hey, what you said seems to make sense, then you let one of your people go, and I'll come too. Hu Shou was talking, and he also entered the arena online mode. Then he looked at the room name and said, Boss, I also play the output position, and the remaining 2 are the rookie assistants. The remaining member of the Blood Wolf squad looked at Hu Shou, not knowing what to say. The boss is the strongest, the Blood Wolf and the Tiger Hunter are half a pound, but as a small team member, he is indeed a support position. Who knows, let's go in and talk about it. Xuanhuan disdains to argue with Hu Shou, and only waits for the real chapter to be seen under his hand. What are you arguing about? Who isn't ready yet? I'm going to kick someone. Qi Lu tapped on the table and said impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 quickly responded and quickly confirmed their preparations. Environment simulation is on, simulation, desert. Number of people to choose, 3 people. Start with random opponent selection, Guardian Knight, Archer, Berserker. The arena is ready, the battle begins. Consciousness sinks into the crystal ball, where the eyes are full of yellow zen, looking out into the distance, like a golden hill, endless as far as the eye can see. Not far away are the three opponents with ordinary faces. The guardian knight stood at the forefront with a shield, defending the ground behind him without leakage. From time to time, the archer peeked out a line of sight from behind the guardian knight's shield, then quickly ducked back. Only the berserker dragged a sword that was close to the height, ready to attack at any time. Choose your own weapon, Blood Wolf, you are at the forefront of defense. Qi Lu chose a Naginata sword, holding the handles in both hands, across his chest, and did not forget to give instructions in his mouth. The Blood Wolf quickly chose a shield and a sword to defend at the front of the team. Tiger hunting helps the Blood Wolf to defend, pay attention to the attack of the archer and the shield of the guardian knight. Qi Lu continued to command, and then one person picked up the Naginata and rushed towards the berserker. The desert environment, except for the yellow sand, has no bunkers. Of these three ranks randomly assigned by the system, guardian knights exist only to serve as cover, so don't care. The archer will definitely not come out, so the only one who really wants to fight is the berserker. Boss, what about me? When the members of the Blood Wolf squad heard that they had no mission, they immediately shouted. As long as the chicken assistant can lie down, take a good look, study hard, and don't talk. Before Qi Lu could speak, Tiger Hunt, who summoned a giant axe, helped answer his question. It is often heard that the Lone Ranger Tiger Hunt is outspoken and extremely forthright. Today's lesson has really made this team member aware of it. There are real polite words, every word is a heart-wrenching truth. Watch out for the archer's arrow. Qi Lu shouted and was already fighting with berserker. Naginata's hilt is long and heavy, and in the face of the berserker's heavy slash, Qi Lu greeted him without fear. If Qi Lu had used weapons such as long swords and short knives in the past, he would have been directly interrupted by this heavy slash, and then slashed at Qi Lu to end the battle. Bam! Holding the handles with both hands, Qi Lu took the berserker's heavy slash. This means that in the battle promotion arena, the selected weapons have attributes that will not be destroyed. Otherwise, outside, no one would dare to take the berserker's heavy slash so hard. At the moment when the two met, the archer's arrows arrived as promised. The awareness of timing is terrifying. This is also the duty of an archer. Don't miss any opportunity in the battle, and snipe the enemy from all kinds of incredible places. Archers have never been a class in frontal combat, but with the cover of teammates or the help of the environment, archers can become one of the most terrifying killers out there. Don't worry, boss, there are also us. Tiger Hunt, who had been paying attention to the archer, suddenly jumped out and slashed at the arrows that came. The Blood Wolf held up the shield and pressed it closely. What? At this moment, a scream came. The Blood Wolf was startled, only glanced back, and saw an arrow above the eyebrows of the Blood Wolf team member, who had fallen to the ground. It was just the moment when the shield swayed, the team members hiding behind did not keep up, revealing a defensive flaw. The archer on the opposite side killed a man. This is true, monster. The most delicious one died. I never thought I'd survive all of it. Hu Shou and Qi Lu didn't even look back, and their eyes didn't change. Not everyone has the fighting spirit of Qi Lu, and not everyone can cooperate well with each other. These are all things that need to be honed. Fortunately, they are not on the real battlefield. Watch the battle well. The Blood Wolf cursed in dissatisfaction, and then continued to raise his shield and move forward. The archer must be suppressed so that he can no longer continue to look for opportunities to attack. At this time, the battle between Qi Lu and the berserker has also entered a white-hot stage. The offensive characteristics of the berserkers are similar to those of the spearmen. However, unlike the spearmen, they suppressed their opponents with a wave-like offensive. What's more important for the spearmen is to drag the opponent into their own fighting rhythm, so that the opponent can't fight back at all. The berserker pays more attention to every attack. The power of breaking the mountain and breaking the waves makes every attack of the berserker terrifying, thus losing the courage to resist. Sure enough, it's different from a spearman. Qi Lu watched the berserker's big sword slash down in the air, withdrew his feet, twisted his waist, and slashed towards the blade of the big sword. Whoosh! The blades met, making a sour sound. The strength of the berserker is really great. Naturally, it is impossible for Qi Lu to compete with berserker in strength. That is a very stupid thing. Unlike the standalone mode, in the online mode, the opponent's attributes are defaulted to full attributes. To be precise, for those who enter the same room, their own attributes will be adjusted to the same level, and the opponent's attributes will also be maintained at this level. Otherwise, there will be problems with high level and low level. The strength attribute of the berserker class is definitely one of the top ranks. The naginata collided with the broadsword, Qi Li's handle twisted, and the imperial force unloaded. The 4-2-point technique is equally effective when applied to weapon combat. Recut. The naginata slid down and landed heavily on the berserker's shoulder. The technique of leveraging force is included in the unloading of imperial force, but it is a more advanced technique. At this time, Qi Lu lightly integrated it into his combat skills and used it lightly. The berserker groaned, and was instantly smashed and flew out. Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt, who were always watching the battle on this side, almost glared their eyes out. Hu Shou, you are a berserker, right? Xuanhuan asked uncertainly. Maybe, that's right. Hu Shou also had some doubts about his rank. On the contrary, Qi Li's performance at this time is more like a berserker. Tiger Hunt and the others knew in their hearts that in this arena, the so-called complete attribute was the opponent's attribute level, which was exactly the same as their own, but their combat skills were superb. Needless to say, it is more than enough to crush 3 streets of his own. And in the online mode, the rules of this complete attribute have been carried forward to the extreme. But Qi Lu actually slashed the berserker, known for his strength, with one knife. This made Tiger Hunt, a berserker, doubt for the first time whether his strength attribute was fake. 40-2 techniques, the Guardian Knights have used it, don't you even know this? Qi Lu glanced at the two of them inadvertently, and said with a look of course. The Blood Wolf has a question mark, how can this still involve me? When will I learn such advanced combat skills? Blood Wolf, can you slash the berserker out with one knife? Hu Shou heard Qi Lu's words and looked at the Blood Wolf with burning eyes. If I can, I'll cut you out with one knife. The Blood Wolf gave Hu Shou a fierce look. When did this guy learn from the boss? He can mock people without swearing. The battle continues. Although Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt are not as strong as Qi Lu, they still have no problem keeping an eye on the remaining Guardian Knights and archers. Qi Lu also thought about this question before handing the two people over to him. After all, Guardian Knights belong to a defensive class, and archers are not a frontal combat class. Let the Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt to contain, even if there is no way to beat them, but they cannot intervene in other battles, it can still be done. The berserker who was split and flew out stepped on the ground with both feet and stabilized his body. Then rushed up again. As famous as the berserker's strength attribute is the berserker's recovery ability. Although the berserker's defensive power is not comparable to those of the defensive class, but after becoming mad, the more he is beaten, the stronger his power becomes. The powerful recovery ability allows berserkers to continue fighting as long as they are not killed in the first place. In the end, the fighting style is still obvious, and it is not as difficult to solve as a battle mage. Qi Lu swayed and flashed to the side. He is just testing the strength of the berserker. If you really want to compete head-to-head with berserker, that would be your own stupidity. Berserker is a typical class with strong attack power and fast blood recovery, but low attack speed and relatively slow speed. It's okay for him to be hit a few times by you, but you have to fall to the ground when you hit him. So, it's enough to fight the berserker in a roundabout way. So, when facing the berserkers, we just need to be fast enough. Qila did not forget to explain while fighting. The man-high sword slashed down, and the strong wind it brought up raised the yellow sand in the sky. Qila easily dodged to the side. Compared with the continuous attacks of the spearmen, it is too easy to avoid the attacks of the berserkers. However, the spearman's attack can continue to hide after a hit, and the fall tolerance rate is high. The berserker's attack took a hit, and I'm afraid I won't have this chance. Whizzing. The sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. The naginata in Qi Li's hand spun rapidly, slicing the arrows aimed at him from the air. Hey, he still got support. Qila took a sip, and he had such preparations in his heart. The archer is agile attack class, and it is indeed not enough to let the tiger hunter who is a berserker intercept it. Boss, are you all right? In the distance, came Tiger Hunt's voice. If even this thigh were hung up, it would be more convenient to surrender and reopen as soon as possible, without being abused. Don't defend the archers, attack the berserker with me. Qi Li's shout came from the yellow sand in the sky. The blood wolf gave me the knife against the berserker. The sword light flashed, and the naginata stabbed out from the yellow sand. The blood wolf followed closely, put the knight's sword back into the scabbard at his waist, and raised the shield with both hands. Wait for your words, boss. Husho has long been fed up with the feeling that it can only defend, and the berserker should attack. Keep moving forward, even if you die without regrets. Boom. The yellow sand was stepped out of the bunker by the giant force, and in the raised yellow sand, the tiger hunted up into the sky, and the giant axe was raised high. Ah! The berserker roared in a low voice, his muscles twitched, and the sword came out of the sky, with a loud roar. Boom! The blood wolf rushed forward, holding the large shield high in his hand, and bombarded with huge force, making him half kneel on the ground in an instant, but abruptly received the full-strength knife of the berserker. The yellow sand buried the blood wolf's calf. The bones of both arms were in pain as if they were broken. Berserker strikes with all his strength, so terrifying. Tiger Hunt also seized the pause when the berserker attacked the blood wolf and attacked. The giant axe in his hand carried terrifying power and slashed towards the berserker. Without the interference of tiger hunting, the arrows of the archers fell from the sky like a torrential rain. Huh! This is the strength of an archer. Qila looked at the pouring arrows in the sky. The seemingly disordered rain of arrows blocked every escape route for the three of them. Support, kill, block. This is the strength of the archer. It's a pity that we didn't plan to escape at all. Qila swung his naginata, and the arrows that fell from the sky couldn't pose a threat at all in his eyes. Just like raindrops can't break open the umbrella. Arrow rain was also unable to break through Qi Li's defense. The rain of arrows that seemed to cover everything was instantly opened up to a safe path. Qi Li's figure flashed past and attacked the archer hiding behind the guardian knight. My target of attack was you from the beginning. Others couldn't bypass the guardian knight's defense, but Qi Lu was different. Whether it is the assassin's shadow attack or the magician's short position flash, they can easily bypass the frontal defense of the guardian knight. It's just that in the real battle, it is impossible for the magician to cut the archers. Although Qi Lu was tricked once by the system, he turned his rank into a store manager. However, due to his proficiency in martial arts, Qi Lu was able to use the martial arts of the assassin class. And the second skill, Magic Mastery, allows Qi Lu to use magic of all ranks. Short flash is simply a piece of cake. Stab. Even though the archer's reaction speed was already very fast, when Qi Lu got close, he rolled forward in order to avoid this attack. If it was the dagger used by the assassin, it might have really allowed the archer to escape. Then give the guardian knights time to react and send Qi Lu flying. But Qi Lu had anticipated this situation and chose a long weapon like the Naginata. Once rolled forward, there was no way to leave the attack range of Naginata. The archer was taken away by Qi Lu with one blow. The next step is simple. The Blood Wolf dragged the Guardian Knight and shielded each other. The Berserker was attacked by Qi Lu and Hu Shou together. No matter how strong his recovery ability was, he would rush to the street. In fact, this time the opponent's class configuration is not the best. Otherwise, it is impossible to win so easily. The battle is over. Congratulations on your victory. Successful holding the thigh. The Blood Wolf almost cried with joy, and finally won once with the cooperation of these monsters. You are really easy to satisfy. Hu Shou clicked his tongue. What do you know? Blood Wolf despised this Lone Ranger very much, and couldn't understand his hardships with a group of rookie players to challenge his opponent. Even if 11 people challenge 3 people, it is the rhythm of being quickly destroyed. But he, a Guardian Knight, couldn't do anything. Boss, do you want to do it again? No, let's play. Qi Lu rejected the Blood Wolf's proposal. It's really tiring to train with a chicken teammate with weights. Fortunately, there are no great magicians or battle mages in the random lineup this time, otherwise, we will definitely lose again. It is not the first time that Qi Lu has led people, and every time a battle mage is randomly encountered, he has to roll over. After all, Qi Lu can handle it himself, but his teammates can't. That's right, if you hit half of it, it's 1 hit and 3. Who can stand it? Anyway, the current Qi Lu can't stand it anymore. Okay, Hu Shou, do you want to come in? I have built the room. The Blood Wolf turned and called Hu Shou again. Come on, I'm in, get ready. Hu Shou responded immediately. Looking at this scene, Qi Lu suddenly remembered the days when he played online games in his previous life. It is also calling friends and friends, surfing the internet together, killing monsters together, fighting bosses together, and brushing equipment together. And many more. Qi Lu suddenly discovered that the training room for improving combat power was really evolving in the direction of online games. After the next upgrade, it will not be necessary to open a big map. System. Qi Lu shouted in his mind. System, stupid host, what's the matter this time? Qi Lu asked, when did you become so smart? System, the higher the host level, the more functions the system can open, naturally including the communication function. Qi Lu was a little confused. He was sure that he had never seen the system prompt, the communication function. Is the dialogue one of the functions of the system? Is this a hidden function? System, so what's the matter with the host? He actually learned to take the initiative to open the topic. It seems that this intelligence improvement is not a star and a half. Qi Lu didn't bother with these small details, and asked directly, can I make some suggestions for the upgrade direction of the combat power improvement training room? System, not now, there will be opportunities in the future. Qi Lu understood as soon as he heard it, isn't it just doing tasks, to get the opportunity to make suggestions? Sure enough, his system is different from other systems that obliterate the host at every turn. He even had the opportunity to make suggestions. Just in tears. Do you have to wait until the upgrade task is completed? Qi Lu suddenly remembered this precondition. System, yes, the system will not issue any more tasks until the upgrade task is completed. Qi Lu scratched his hair in distress, okay. Popularity is something that can't be rushed. It seems that it will take a long time to transform the combat power training room into what I imagined. It is really a long way to go. In the grocery store next door, Yuxier was guarding the store, behind the counter. Although Qi Lu started to play in the arena during the day, Yuxier's work could not be spared. After all, the door was open on this side. If there is a chance to tear down the wall between the two shops, maybe you Xi'er can relax a bit. Mr. Qi, good morning. Ling Xiao, it's not morning now. The store door was pushed open, and Ling Xiao and Ying Shui walked in. There were more than a dozen guards behind the two, but none of them followed, and they all stopped outside the store to wait. Two guests, welcome, what do you need? As soon as Xi'er heard the words Manager Qi, she knew that she was a regular customer. Not many people know Qi Li's name. People who have been here at least once will not know. Most of them would just follow along and call Qi Lu the boss, or the store manager, or something. Hey, has the boss changed? Ying Shui's reaction was exactly the same as Ying Feng's, worthy of being a brother and sister. No way, with Manager Qi's black heart, even if there aren't many customers, he wouldn't sell the store. Ling Xiao followed behind. Ling Xiao still had a fresh memory of the prices of the goods in the Kyle store. At least in the entire Xuanhuan Empire and even the Xuanhuan Imperial City, Ling Xiao has never seen such a black price. At this price, Qi Lu changes the store to the same place. The manager is in the store next door. I'm Yu Xi'er, the clerk here. If you need anything, you can tell me first. Yu Xi'er had to explain aloud, lest the two people in front of them talk more and more black. At least Yu Xi'er felt that Qi Lu was good to her. Okay, Yu Xi'er, I came here this time to discuss a big business with store manager Qi. You may not be able to decide. Ling Xiao doesn't care about the clerk or not. This time he came here for something very important. Yu Xi'er was stunned, and felt very aggrieved. Why are these people looking for the store manager as soon as they come? Is it so useless as a store clerk? Just as he was about to speak, Qi Li's voice came from the side door. Okay, Xi'er, the goods on the shelf are not enough for him, you should go to the training room for strength improvement first. Oh. Yu Xi'er nodded obediently. If there are not enough goods on the shelf, Yu Xi'er really can't handle it. After all, Qi Lu has not yet opened the warehouse's permissions to Yu Xi'er. It is estimated that it will not open in the future. So I can only hope that there will be more shelves in the store in the future. What do you need for coming here this time? Qi Lu sent Yu Xi'er away, and then asked Ling Xiao. Let's not talk about this first, Manager Qi, I think you should know my identity. Ling Xiao did not answer directly, but asked another question. Qi Lu stared at Ling Xiao for a long time. Seeing Ling Xiao raised his head slightly, trying to show his arrogance. Qi Lu shrugged and said, if you want to hear the truth, that is, I don't know. In fact, Qi Lu didn't care about Ling Xiao's identity. This answer almost made Ling Xiao choke on his saliva. Ying Shui, who was on the side, couldn't help but said, okay, Ling Xiao, just talk about it. With the boss's character, he won't give you a discount if you say anything. All right. Ling Xiao waved his hand weakly, and said, Manager Qi, I want to reserve 10 positions in your combat strength training room for my bodyguard. And all their gear. Sorry, this store does not accept reservations. If you need to use the combat power to enhance the arena, you can come early every day. Qi Lu answered truthfully. Ling Xiao frowned. In any case, Ling Xiao is also the third prince of the Xuanhuan Empire. He came to reserve the position of the training room for combat power improvement, and it is not that he did not pay Ling Jing. It's just that I want to reserve some seats, and I don't even give this face. If it weren't for the guards he secretly formed, there was no way to send Ito the battlefield to Hone, and he would not choose to come here. And the equipment he bought last time, after Ling Xiao returned to the Xuanhuan Imperial City, he had once again asked the famous forging master of the Imperial City to study and analyze it. The conclusion obtained is still that it cannot be forged. Because the forging method is unheard of and cannot be replicated at all. However, in terms of Ling Xiao's character and the city government, he would not be angry with this kind of thing. After all, there is nothing to ask for. In that case. Sister, brother Ling Xiao, why are you here? Before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, the store door was pushed open, and an acquaintance walked in. Ying Feng, Instructor Zhong. Dean Gu. Dean Meng. Dean Wu. Ying Shui was also a member of the Brilliant Academy, so she naturally recognized the person who came to the store with Ying Feng. But she never imagined that the three deans of the Brilliant Academy would come to the store together. President Gu. Ling Xiao also recognized Gu Pingchuan. The official dean of the Brilliant Academy, a hero-level magician, even in the entire Xuanhuan Empire, is a well-known powerhouse. However, why would such a strong person come to this store? Is the background of this small shop really so strong? No wonder store manager Qi doesn't seem to care about his identity at all. If really has such power, he really doesn't need to care. There was a look of shock in Ling Xiao's eyes, but he quickly covered it up, and quickly said hello, Dean Gu. Hero-level powerhouses, no matter which country they are in, are the foundation of a country. A country with more hero-level powerhouses must have stronger national power. Even if Ling Xiaogui is the third prince, in terms of status, I'm afraid Hetzant compared to Gu Pingchuan. Isn't this the third son of Ling Ao's family? That old boy has been doing well recently. Gu Pingchuan glanced at Ling Xiao carefully, stroked his beard, and laughed. Ling Ao, known as the Fire Emperor, is the name of the current sage of the Huangyuan Empire. President Gu, thank you for my thoughts. My father is in good health recently, and he often mentions you. Ling Xiao did not dare to neglect Gu Pingchuan. I'm afraid that old boy has nothing good to say about me. Don't say it, don't say it. Gu Pingchuan is a free and easy person after all. President Gu is joking. Every time the father mentions you, he says that you are a hero of the Wild Yuan Empire. He can only be ranked second in terms of strength in the Wild Yuan Empire. You are the first. Ling Xiao respectfully said. Ha ha ha, don't compliment the old man deliberately, I still know the strength of the Fire Emperor. Gu Pingchuan squinted and smiled. After laughing, he looked at Qi Lu, this little friend, if you want to come, you are the manager of this small shop. Yes, old gentleman, what do you need? With the help of the system, Qi Lu could feel the majestic power in the old gentleman in front of him. The power of a hero who can be called the foundation of a nation will only be more terrifying than imagined. However, as long as he was in the store, this kind of power was not a threat to Qi Lu. I heard that there are some magical medicine pills in this shop, I wonder if there are any leftovers? Gu Pingchuan asked. There are a lot of medicinal pills. I don't know which one the old gentleman needs. Just talking about medicinal pills, Qi Lu didn't know what medicinal pills they needed. It's like going to the pharmacy to buy medicine, only saying the word capsule, the doctor can guess what medicine you want is the problem. Oh? So, there are still many kinds of medicinal herbs here? Gu Pingchuan asked, with some interest. There are indeed some. Qi Lu nodded, and then introduced the types of medicinal pills. However, it was still hidden from the dragon pill and did not mention it. After all, something like the dragon pill, I don't know when it will be shipped. But even so, among the types of medicinal pills mentioned, there are many medicinal pills that permanently enhance their properties. Every time Qi Lu mentioned one, the shock in Gu Pingchuan's eyes increased by one point. The expressions on Meng Xiangyu and Wu Zuozhou's faces were not much better, and the shock was even deeper. The higher the level, the clearer it is that this little bit of attribute improvement is rare. Originally, they thought that the ability to have a body-forging pill was a fortune that captured the world. But now they realize how wrong they are. In this small shop, there are so many kinds of medicinal herbs that can permanently improve their attributes. They even took it for granted after Qi Lu mentioned the restrictions on the use of each medicinal pill and the limit on the number of pills to be taken. If this miraculous medicinal pill can be used without restrictions, it can definitely subvert the world. This little friend, you sell such a precious medicinal pill in the store, aren't you afraid that someone will snatch it? Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but be a little puzzled. The old gentleman is joking. Since I dare to show it, I have naturally thought about these issues. Qi said nonchalantly. If someone really dares to come to the store to make trouble, the defense system installed in the store will teach those guys how to behave in minutes. Okay, sure enough, a hero comes out of a boy. Gu Pingchuan stroked his palm and smiled. Don't talk so much, are those medicinal pills still in the store? Meng Xiangyu asked impatiently. If it refers to those medicinal pills that permanently enhance their attributes, there are still ones in the store that are suitable for you, so this should be the only one. Qi took out 2 small porcelain vases containing magic pills. Restricts the use of all magician classes. Those unrestricted body-forging pills and other medicinal pills will be washed away by the blood wolf and the others as soon as they are shipped. The reasoning Feng was lucky enough to get one last time was because he came early. Isn't there anything I use? Meng Xiangyu was dumbfounded. He's not a magician. I'm sorry, there are no other medicinal herbs for the time being. Qi said expressionlessly. In fact, there are still rare-grade medicinal pills such as Tijia pill and Yenshin pill, but they all limit the rank that can be used. It doesn't work for them either. Oh, I'm really sorry. Wu Zhuozhou picked up a bottle of magic pill and Joketo Meng Xiangyu unabashedly. Xiangyu, the store manager doesn't have medicinal pills here, so it's not easy to force it. I think there will be some in the future. Gu Pingchuan also said with a smile. This kind of miraculous medicine pill, can get one, it is already luck. It would be a miracle if there were many. You. Forget it. Meng Xiangyu stared at him and paused for a long time, but didn't know what to say. In fact, the 3 of them can be regarded as peers. We have worked together for many years and have become close friends. However, because of his rank, Meng Xiangyu's physique was stronger, so he looked younger. Being teased by 2 friends, Meng Xiangyu really had nothing to say. However, Ling Xiao woke up from the shock. Ling Xiao didn't know about this pill that permanently increased its properties. Although Ling Xiao's rank is not high, he can only be regarded as a professional class, and belongs to the spearman class with low luck value. However, Ling Xiao, who was born in the royal family, knows better than other people what the real value of this elixir that permanently increases attributes is. Unlike people with lower grades. In the battle between those powerhouses, there may be a huge gap between a little difference in attributes. The so-called difference is 1,000 miles, which refers to this situation. The preciousness of this medicinal pill is far beyond those equipments, and even far beyond those heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Ling Xiao knew before. You must know that there are actually many ways to practice tempering Doukai and magic power. There is also a way to strengthen the body similar to bathing in dragon blood. However, the attribute value that can be blessed by fighting qi and magic power and increase the strength in a geometric form is fixed. Rao is a physique that has been strengthened by bathing in dragon blood, and the increase is only the strength of the physical body. Not physical attributes. There are far more aspects of physical attributes than physical strength. It's just that Gu Pingchuan and the others are still here, so Ling Zaya will be ignorant enough to ask Qi Lu about these medicine pills in front of them, which would be too shameless. Since there are no medicinal pills for the time being, let's get down to business. Gu Pingchuan interrupted Meng Xiangyu's move to continue asking. Then, the purpose of coming here is stated. For the students of the Brilliant Academy, determine the teaching location of the courses outside the school. What you said should be the combat power improvement training room, right next door. Qi Lu understood what they meant when he heard it. Originally, Qi Lu thought that with the students of the Brilliant Academy, the task of popularity would be completed soon, but now it seems that it will take a while longer. It turned out to be called the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Gu Pingchuan raised his brows slightly. Yes, but there may not be many places now. Do you want to go and have a look? Qi Lu asked. It wasn't long before the blood wolf and tiger hunter came, and they just finished hugging Qi Li's thigh. As usual, they won't leave until they finish playing for 4 hours. That's natural, troubled the store manager, to lead the way. Gu Pingchuan nodded and made a pleased gesture. Qi Lu walked in the front and led the way, Gu Pingchuan and others followed, and walked into the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Ling Xiao and Ying Shui looked at each other and followed. After all, one of Ling Xiao's goals was to improve the position of the training room. However, because he was too amazed at the equipment and medicinal pills last time, Ling Xiao only stayed for a day and went back to Xuanhuan Imperial City. In order to bring back the equipment and medicine pills, I asked the forging masters and alchemists enshrined in the royal family to analyze it and see if they could replicate it. The results are predictable. If it can be replicated, Qi Lu will not sell it at this price. This time, I just happened to follow the past to see what parts of this Combat Power Improvement Training Room should be paid attention to. Yu Xier was sent here by Qi Lu, and naturally, she was also in the arena. However, Yu Xier, Xu Along, and Hu Shou are not that familiar with each other, so they are all alone in single-player mode. There are still 7 positions, just right. Qi Lu looked back and counted the number of people. Gu Pingchuan, Meng Xiangyu, and Wu Zuozhou. Zhong Lingyun, Ying Feng, Ying Shui, Ling Xiao. Exactly 7 people. Ling Jing had already been paid for at the grocery store. Let's sit first. There are currently 2 modes to choose from in the Combat Power Improvement arena. You can know it by placing your hands on the crystal ball base. Qi Lu also just brought people over. The Combat Power Improvement arena is better than the grocery store next door, but it doesn't need too much introduction. As long as the crystal ball can be opened, detailed introduction information will naturally be transmitted. Those who come to the arena for the first time will give a comprehensive introduction, while regular customers will only introduce the information after the update. Gu Pingchuan and others did not hesitate, and all 7 people sat in the booth. After opening the crystal ball, the detailed introduction information entered their minds and projected their consciousness into the crystal ball, waiting for their further selection mode. Sure enough, this function alone, the value of this alchemy creation is inestimable. Gu Pingchuan sighed in admiration. He is well informed, and he is more aware of how precious the function of this kind of consciousness projection is. You must know that every time a new martial skill or magic is created, the resources that need to be invested are huge. Even though strong people need continuous improvement to ensure that the martial skills and magic created are not flawed and will not fail to be cast for no reason. Store manager, what's the difference between these 2 modes? Gu Pingchuan observed for a while, before asking aloud. Among the information that came, although 2 modes were introduced. However, if you don't experience it yourself, it's hard to tell the difference. One is a duel, the other is a melee, you will know after trying them all. Qi Lu explained it very simply. The 7 people who just sat down have never touched the online mode. If you don't try it yourself, just listening to Qi Li's introduction will only vague. Everyone, since we are all here, let's try this online mode first. Gu Pingchuan can't say which of the 2 modes is better or worse. Personal strength is important, but it is naturally better to be able to take care of the team. Gu Pingchuan has spoken, and the others naturally have no opinion. Qi Lu also stood by and watched. This Combat Power Improvement Training Room is still too small, and we must find a way to increase the position. Looking at the full deck, Qi Lu thought. Gu Pingchuan built a room according to the prompt, and then pulled all the other 6 people in. Why is there one more person? When Gu Pingchuan was about to start, he suddenly found that there were 8 people in the room. Because you didn't set the room password. Qi Le stood aside and recognized who the extra person was. There is no way to hide the appearance in the arena, and the person who came out is Tiger Hunt. In the room in the online mode, if there is no room password set, as long as the person in the combat power improvement arena can enter the room. You guys are new here, right? There are so many new faces. Hu Shou said carelessly. This is indeed the first time this old man has come here. I don't know who your excellency is? Gu Pingchuan nodded before asking. My name is Hu Shou. I am a regular customer of this shop, old man, if you'dn't mind, add me, I am very good. Hu Shou laughed. Tiger Hunter. Where's the blood wolf? Ying Feng also recognized this person. The blood wolf guy is too good. He was killed by the group several times, and he doesn't want to be with them. Hu Shou looked at Ying Feng and felt very familiar. It took a while to remember who it was. How about it, old man, I think you should need an old player as a guide. Hu Shou looked at Gu Pingchuan again. Since it's a friend of classmate Ying, it's okay to be together. Wu Zuozu said suddenly. That's right, we really need someone to introduce us, then we have this little friend. Gu Pingchuan also nodded. Although he is a strong man, Gu Pingchuan is as good as ever. It will not be despised, because of the opponent's low strength. After all, no one is perfect, and no one can excel in all aspects. Since you are very strong, come on. Meng Xiangyu had no objection. As for Ying Feng, Ying Shui and Ling Xiao, they all came in to study. Even Zhong Lingyun was just watching. In front of these 3, naturally, he had no right to speak, except for Ying Feng, who shouted out of surprise, and did not make a sound after that. Prepare for battle. Please choose the number of opponents. The crystal ball gives hints for selection. We have 8 people, and the number of opponents that can be selected is the most. Is it exactly 8? Gu Pingchuan took a closer look at the selection of the number of opponents. Hearing this sentence, Hu Shou was shocked. Wait, old man, choose 3. But by the time these words came out, it was already too late. Gu Pingchuan has already selected 8 opponents, and all the ranks that have been updated in the arena are currently on the field. Just wait for them to choose their weapons, and then the fight begins. It's over, let's play next time. Hu Shou covered his eyes helplessly, suffering from a headache. Are all the newcomers so strong now? They choose 8-player games at every turn. Do they think they are not strong enough to be hanged and beaten? This little friend, what makes you so frowning? Gu Pingchuan asked with concern. He couldn't understand why Hu Shou suddenly began to look bitter. Could it be that your opponent is too strong? Didn't you say that you are also very strong? It's okay to watch from behind if you really can't. Meng Xiangyu laughed. On the surface, it seems to be comforting Tiger Hunt, but it is actually mocking. Wu Zuozhou reconciled, okay, this little friend is also kind, and wants us to experience it from the easiest. Again, the surface is reconciled. After all, their rank and strength depended on fighting, training, and honing them step by step. Not just by sleeping. Any strong person with a normal growth trajectory, his fighting skills and fighting consciousness are all powerful in direct proportion to his strength. Therefore, the 3 Gu Pingchuan talents did not care so much about the strength of their opponents, and directly chose 8 opponents. In their opinion, even if the opponent's fighting skills in this arena are strong, it is only a virtual consciousness in the product of alchemy. How can it be stronger than the 3 of them? The big deal is that 3 of them play against 8 people. Teacher Zhong, are Dean Meng and Dean Wu usually speaking like this? Ying Feng couldn't help but ask Zhong Lingyun in a low voice. Almost, but they are not malicious. Zhong Lingyun nodded. Tiger Hunt no longer wanted to speak, and silently chose a giant axe as a weapon. When choosing a weapon, everyone in the room will have their attributes adjusted to the same level. Although I knew before that the online mode will adjust its own attributes, I just didn't expect that this arena really did it. Gu Pingchuan couldn't help sighing when he felt that the attributes of his consciousness projection had decreased. The shocked expressions on other people's faces also proved the shock in their hearts. This way of adjusting the strength of the fighters can also be done in the martial arts arena of the Brilliant Academy. But that is only a relative adjustment, and that is to achieve equal strength by suppressing Do Qi and magic power, not to adjust attributes. Moreover, this method of suppressing fighting spirit and magic power can only work on the hero class and the professional class. It is impossible to suppress the grandmaster and hero levels. However, in this crystal ball, the suppression attribute is truly achieved. And even the attributes of Gu Pingchuan, a hero-level powerhouse, were forcibly suppressed. This kind of breaking the iron law seems to have become a common occurrence in his small shop. In this way, the opponent's combat skills should also be worth looking forward to. Gu Pingchuan suddenly smiled when he thought of this, then looked at the others and said, "Are you all ready?" Environmental simulation, prairie. Number of opponents, 8. Battle begins. It's finally started. Meng Xiangyu raised the sword and shield in his hand, the hand holding the dagger fell behind his back, and rushed forward. He can't wait to test the strength of these opponents. Do not. Tiger Hunt's words haven't finished shouting yet. The battle mage has rushed towards Meng Xiangyu. The confinement traps of the great magician and the support of the archers followed closely, and the attacks were continuous, with almost no gaps. As soon as the battle started, the assassin disappeared on the grassland. Let me deal with the spearman. Ling Xiao was also excited and wanted to show off in front of Gu Pingchuan. Just in time, there are knights on the opposite side, so let me come. Ying Feng also rushed up. Forget it. Hu Shou could only let out a helpless sigh, then followed closely behind and greeted him. The remaining 4 are all magicians. Among the 8 opponents, those who met the enemy head-on were spearmen, berserkers, and battle mages. Swordsmen and assassins swept aside, ready to strike at any time, or stab the enemy's back row. Guardian knights are responsible for protecting archers and archmages for support. In the lineup, Gu Pingchuan and others have already exported to a street. In terms of cooperation, the 8 opponents in the arena basically have the same thinking, and they know each other what the other is thinking. It fits together almost seamlessly. On the other hand, Gu Pingchuan, Meng Xiangyu, and Wu Zuozhou have been friends for many years, and they have both advanced and retreated together. But the remaining 5. Basically, it was taken care of by swordsmen and assassins. Only at this time did they realize how correct the words "choose 3 people" shouted by Hu Shou were. The fighting skills of these guys are really monster level. And their cooperation is even more evil. As the only heroic magician here, Gu Pingchuan also has the strongest fighting skills. But when facing the great magician in the arena, he was shocked to find that there was not an opponent in terms of combat skills alone. The ingenious magic combo, the impeccable fighting rhythm, and the adaptability of various situations. Gu Pingchuan was amazed. He had to sigh that there is indeed a fighting talent. Not surprisingly, in just 2 minutes, they were wiped out by the group. This was because of the strong fighting skills and fighting awareness of Gu Pingchuan, Meng Xiangyu, and Wu Zuozhou, which lasted so long. To say that Ying Feng and the others were beaten long ago. Until the time of being killed, it was not known where the assassin appeared from. I said earlier that I would choose 3 people to try first. I really don't believe you. Hu Shou said in the room, dumbfounded. Meng Xiangyu and Wu Zuozhou were both looking at their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses, keeping silent. Now that I think about it, I laughed at this old player before, which shows how ignorant it is. Then this time, let's try 3 opponents. Gu Pingchuan also accepted Tiger Hunt's suggestion. Qi Le stood behind and witnessed the whole process. Also probably understand the strength of these people. This is Qi Li's eyesight that has been trained by countless deaths, and there is basically no deviation. If it was a heads-up match, Gu Pingchuan, Meng Xiangyu, and Wu Zuozhou would have a great chance of winning. After all, he is a long-established powerhouse, and he has his own unique understanding of battles. But when it comes to team battles, Qi Le can only say that he looks at his face. It is not practical to find fault with the cooperation of the opponents in the arena. You can only look at the lineup randomly selected by the opponent. If you have 3 opponents, as long as you don't run into a full-range lineup including Battle Mage, you should be able to fight. Qi Le thought objectively in his heart. Speaking of which, it's still a bit rude. Then you will see the display on the crystal ball. Environmental simulation, forest. Random opponent selection, battle mage, swordsman, assassin. Seeing this, Qi Le turned around and left. It's really a crow's mouth that has opened up, and whatever bad luck comes to mind. The opponent this time seems a little weird. Ying Feng said with some trepidation. It's over again, let's wait for the next one. Hu Shou was about to despair when he saw the rank of his opponent. After all, I have played so many games with Qi Lu. Every time I listen to the commentary on the spot, Hu Shou naturally knows the characteristics of the opponent's lineup. Battle mage, swordsman, assassin, all rush lineup. Without the protection of shock repulsion martial arts or skills, the 4 magicians on his side could not stand it at all. And the boss, who had been watching from behind, suddenly left at this time. Don't be so pessimistic, you just need to protect yourselves, this time there are only 3 opponents, just leave it to us. Meng Xiangyu patted his chest and vowed. Yeah, last time there were too many opponents, this time it should be fine. Wu Zuozhou agreed. Then let's begin. Although Gu Pingchuan has a peaceful personality, he also has his own pride in his fighting skills. Since you lost last time, you will win back this time. Let your sister step back a little, so that you can die later. Hu Shou whispered to Feng. What? Ying Feng looked at Hu Shou with a puzzled face. 5 minutes later. In a certain room in the battle strength arena, the atmosphere was extremely serious. Gu Pingchuan's face was serious. Meng Xiangyu said nothing. Wu Zuozhou's face was solemn. Ying Feng and Ying Shui looked at each other. Zhong Lingyun didn't know what to say for a while. Ling Xiao consciously stood in the corner. Tiger Hunt exited the room. The little friend just now is indeed a veteran. Gu Pingchuan was silent for a long time before he said slowly. Just from Chong Hu Shou's early warning before the battle, and his response to various situations during the battle, it can be seen that his fighting consciousness is very high. This is incompatible with his strength and age. The only reliable explanation is that the number of battles he has experienced is, indeed, too many. I agree to use this place as the location of the off-campus course. Meng Xiangyu was silent for a long time before he said such a sentence. His previous prejudice against this store really taught him a lesson. In the arena, it was almost impossible to find Bei after being beaten. Seeing that he is about to defeat his opponent, he will always be interrupted by another person at a critical time. However, he couldn't find anyone who could interrupt his offensive rhythm. In that case, let's negotiate with the store manager. Wu Zuozhou also agreed with Meng Xiangyu's words. 3 deans, if you want to negotiate with the boss, forget it, he won't agree. Ying Shui said very firmly. What? Could it be that he doesn't even want to give face to the brilliant academy? Meng Xiangyu frowned. Xiangyu, you must not bully others. Since you are in this store, you must obey the rules of the store. Gu Pingchuan stopped Meng Xiangyu from wanting to find Qi Li's theory. Ying Feng thought about his words before saying, the 3 deans, in fact, this matter does not need to be negotiated, because in this arena, you can only stay for 4 hours a day. 4 hours? That really doesn't require negotiation, just control the number of students who come here. Wu Zhuozhou stroked his beard and nodded. Then go ahead and experience it. After confirming this matter, Gu Pingchuan decided to fight another round top rope himself. However, it is not easy to say this directly, so I have to find an excuse to host the arena for the students of the Brilliant Academy. After all, he is a hero-level powerhouse, and he also needs face. However, for Gu Pingchuan and the others, today was probably bad luck and not suitable for entering the arena. 3 in a row, none of them encountered a weaker lineup. There is also less Tiger Hunt, an experienced old driver who often follows Qi Lu in the arena and leads the way. They lost 3 straight games in a row, so angry that they almost smashed the crystal ball with their hands. Fortunately, their Xinqing has been tempered in place, and this impulse has been suppressed. Meng Xiangyu was beaten to pieces by the arena, and lay down on the leather sofa in a sullen mood, and asked sullenly, "Is it really okay to just put the students here?" This kind of challenge that can't be won at all, the fighting skills are honed, and the spirit is probably broken. Wu Zhuozhou's face didn't get any better either. Don't say that, we still have hope. Although Gu Pingchuan's face seemed calm, the corners of his mouth, trembling slightly, could not calm down. In any case, they are long-established powerhouses who have experienced battles, big and small, countless. Of course there are winners and losers. But like today, it was the first time that he had lost so thoroughly in the battle strength arena. No, it should be 5 times. Hope? I just want to know, who can defeat those monsters? Meng Xiangyu covered his forehead, his temples throbbing. This is a headache for anyone. Don't you see, when the Combat Power Improvement Training Room was opened, the shop was full of mufflers. It's just that it's a little difficult to make Gu Pingchuan's exports dirty. Yo, you guys are still there. Hu Shou didn't know when he rejoined the room. And next to Tiger Hunt, there was a person standing, it was the Blood Wolf. I heard Hu Shou say just now that there is a new person coming to the store today, and he must have suffered a lot in the arena. Xuanhuan said with great sympathy. Hu Shou nodded and said, "Can't you tell from their expressions? It's you, is there any way you can make us win once?" Meng Xiangyu looked at Hu Shou, and now he can't say anything sarcastic. As I said before, in less than 2 minutes, I will slap myself in the face. Blood Wolf, you challenge in the arena every day, so you must be very experienced. Ying Feng also said. The others also looked eagerly at the 2 uninvited guests who suddenly entered the room. No matter what, it's up to you to win. We can't. If you want to win, you have to find the boss. Otherwise, you will always be random and see if your luck will make a waste lineup. Blood Wolf felt their expectant gaze and waved his hands again and again. Hu Shou also echoed, "Yeah, just hold the boss's thigh honestly if it's a rookie. Today's time is almost up. Before I leave, I see you guys are still there, so I'll bring the Blood Wolf in to have a look." The same people who were abused in the end of the world, why did they know each other when they met? Hu Shou came in with the mentality of coming in to ridicule a wave of naive chickens, so he dragged the Blood Wolf in together. After all, he was also abused. It doesn't matter if you cook yourself, as long as someone cooks better than you, then you will be happy. Then, Tiger Hunt left the room. The Blood Wolf left the room. After the 2 shied away, they both left the room, leaving Gu Pingchuan and the others to look at each other in dismay. How about I go to the boss? Ying Feng asked hesitantly. Among the 7 people here, he is the youngest, regardless of age or status, so this kind of thing can only be his errands. On the side of the grocery store, Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt were about to leave and greeted Qi Lu. Ying Feng ran over in a hurry. What? Let me take it? No, I can't take it with me. Qi Lu waved his hands again and again. To say that the person who knows the most about the battle strength arena and the rules of the online mode is Qi Lu. Based on the real strength level of Gu Pingchuan's group, they entered the online room of the arena and randomly assigned opponents. No matter how many times they were randomly assigned, it was impossible for a weak team to appear. It's not like Qi Lu brings Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt, because they are only level 40 and can randomly select weak teams. But the hero-level fighting skills and fighting awareness, if you want to improve, the weak team has not played much role. The Battle Strength Promotion Arena exists to increase the battle strength. It really made your challenge easy and successful, so what else can you use to improve your combat power? Ying Feng conveyed Qi Li's words intact to Gu Pingchuan and others. After a period of silence, the online room chose to dissolve. Let's go back to the Brilliant Academy first and settle the matter of the courses outside the academy. After all, only when the abused team grows up will it appear that they are not so bad. However, the effect of honing combat skills and combat awareness here is indeed top-notch. Meng Xiangyu said suddenly after making the booth. The 5 previous battles in the arena are replayed in my mind. He can clearly feel that he has a lot of clarity about the previous battle process. Gu Pingchuan also felt the same way. This crystal ball can even hone the fighting skills and fighting awareness of heroic powerhouses. It is conceivable how powerful the training effect for those with lower level SIS. There are not many places here. Just select elite students from each grade and come to the training camp. Gu Pingchuan settled the matter in one sentence. He also silently added a sentence in his heart, if there are too many people coming, he can't find a place by himself, it would be so embarrassing. The dean of the dignified Brilliant Academy, in a small shop, waiting eagerly? That's big news. President Gu, there is hope for this year's college competition. Zhong Lingyun said later. That's natural. This matter is only publicized in the college. For other colleges, at least before the college competition, it must be kept strictly confidential. Gu Pingchuan said seriously. This year, I have to give those arrogant old guys a surprise. The people from Brilliant Academy have all left. But Ling Xiao did not belong to the Brilliant Academy. After finally waiting for Gu Pingchuan and others to leave, Ling Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Manager Qi, I would like to ask you how many medicinal pills you have here that can permanently improve your attributes. I want them all. Ling Xiao said very aggressively. When Gu Pingchuan was there, Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight with them. Qi Lu can talk about business and simply do business. But if Ling Xiao had said something like that at that time, saying that he wanted to include all the medicinal pills that would permanently improve his attributes, Gu Pingchuan would have embarrassed him afterwards even if he didn't take action on the spot. With Gu Pingchuan's status in the Xuanhuan Empire, even if Ling Xiao is the third prince. If Gu Pingchuan insisted on embarrassing him, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to do it either. Qi Lu gave Ling Xiao a serious look. To be honest, he didn't quite understand why Ling Xiao asked this question at this time, but it didn't prevent him from answering. The pills that permanently enhance their properties are all on the shelves, and the number of such pills is very rare. Qi Lu really didn't lie about this. According to the delivery rate of the pill egg pool, pills that permanently improve their attributes can be regarded as a type of extremely low probability. It fits the rules of the lottery. The better the stuff, the lower the shipping rate. Qi Lu thought that the luck of the lottery was not good, so this purchase mode was obviously aimed at him. But Qi Lu can't say that the system is not. Otherwise, who knows if the system will secretly lower the probability of shipments. Is it all on the shelf? Ling Xiao glanced at the small porcelain bottles on the shelf. The rest of the medicinal herbs have restrictions on their use. At least it needs to be above the professional rank, and also has the professional rank to match. Ling Zhao's demand for this high-grade medicinal pill was not large. Among the personal guards he had formed in private, although there were professional classes, they were not many in number. No matter what Ling Zhao said, he was only a third prince, not a general of the township, and there were strict requirements and restrictions on the number of private troops. Even if it is a secret guard, if the number is large, it is easy to reveal their faults. Otherwise, why did Ling Zhao dare not send his personal guards to the battlefield to practice? I don't know the output of the 3 kinds of elixir in the store, namely body refinement pill, wind spirit pill, and bathing blood pill. If they are available in the future, I can offer double the price. Please store manager Keto, leave these 3 kinds of pills to me. Ling Zhao thought for a moment before making up his mind to speak. Each of these 3 medicinal herbs can be taken 3 times in a lifetime. And it's just an excellent grade, and the price is not expensive. Whether it was for Gu Pingchuan or the others, or Ling Zhao, it was the same as a free gift. This is also the reason why Gu Pingchuan and the others only asked if there was any medicine pill, not the price at all. The previous 2 magic spirit pills totaled 1,200 spirit crystals. Gu Pingchuan and Wu Zhuezhou took it out lightly, and even if the efficacy allowed, they would like to have another magic pill. No, if you need it, you can come and buy it yourself, but I won't leave it for you. Qila said blankly, with a look that was not moved by the spirit crystal. 3 times the spirit crystal. Ling Zhao said solemnly. No. Qila shook his head. 5 times the spirit crystal. Ling Zhao gritted his teeth. Still not. Qila still shook his head. 10 times. Ling Zhao made up his mind. Qila didn't speak this time, just shook his head silently. Okay, ha ha ha, Manager Qi really is a principled person, then I will send someone specially to come over every day to buy it. Ling Zhao was silent for a moment, but he thought about it. The manager has principles, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Well, is there anything else I need? Qila asked lightly. On the surface, it looks like the clouds are light and the wind is light, but in fact, the heartache is almost suffocating. You should stop quoting, the more you talk, the more heartache you feel like you have lost 100 million. Qila really wanted to scold the system, why couldn't he let him sell it at 10 times the price? But system pricing is system pricing, and Qi Li's current store manager level cannot change the pricing of products at all. Since he can't make more money, why would Qi Lu destroy his own principles? You know, there are 2 things about breaking a principle. Until there is no refund. I don't need it for now. Ling Zhao looked around at the equipment in the shop. Compared with the last time he came here, there are many more types. However, these equipments are not needed for the time being, and it is not yet time to update the equipment. You all listen carefully, here, starting from today, is your secret training location. You will be here in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room every day for 4 hours after training. Remember, everything is according to the rules of the store, and there must be no outrageous behavior. If there is any situation, remember to send someone to report to me. Ling Zhao walked outside the store, and gave instructions to the guards who had been waiting outside the store. Yes. The guards responded in unison. Hope for the future. Ling Zhao nodded and said goodbye to Qi Lu. Qi Lu calmly watched the guards who entered the store one after another, all of them well equipped and fully armed. If you don't compare it with the equipment produced by the system in his store, it should be regarded as the first-class equipment of the Yuan Empire. It seems that these guys are not ordinary bodyguards. Popularity has increased again. But Qila didn't care about this, he just glanced at the popularity bar, and confirmed that these guys can really increase his popularity. This is enough. Qi Li's current goal is to complete the upgrade task. After all, before the upgrade task is completed, the system has made it clear that no other tasks will be released. Then how can Qilu expand the combat power improvement training room, and how to upgrade the training room, so as to make this combat power improvement training room the appearance in his mind? These things, but all need to complete the task to obtain. After Ling Xiao left, the guards who stayed here, just as Ling Xiao had instructed, handed over the spirit crystals in a proper manner, and then a group of people walked over to the combat strength training room. Sheer, there are new people here, you teach them. Qilu stood at the small door and shouted to Yu Sheer, who was still fighting in the single-player mode. Okay, store manager. Yu Sheer responded immediately. It's a good thing to be able to play in the arena during working hours. Besides, teaching newcomers is another good opportunity to ridicule the newcomers. Definitely a healthy activity for the mind and body. After Gu Pingchuan and others returned to the Brilliant Academy, they were promoting the training outside the academy in an orderly manner. The content of the promotion is naturally Qi Li's small shop. Although it is said verbally, the training outside the hospital is only for elite students of all grades. But if ordinary students really want to experience it for themselves, Gu Pingchuan won't stop them, as long as they don't miss out on the daily course of Brilliant Academy. You must know that ordinary students go to the training room for combat power improvement without even laying a solid foundation, and they will hardly learn anything except being abused. For them, the daily courses of the Brilliant Academy are the process of laying the solid foundation. Hu Shou, Xuanhuan, and others were born as mercenaries. Their foundation was beaten down with sweat and blood in battles. Although it can't be said that they have no shortcomings, they are at least reliable. This time, the Brilliant Academy has decided to have 3 grades, with 3 people from each grade, plus a mentor who leads the team. A total of 10 people. No matter how many people there may not be a place in the past. On this day, Qilu got up as usual and went out to buy breakfast. It has been a short while since the beast horde, and those shops that were temporarily closed are also opening one after another. Residents who temporarily left Cloud City for refuge are also gradually returning. The entire Yunwu city slowly regained its former vitality, with caravans, tourists, and mercenaries wandering in the streets and alleys. Sure enough, Yunwu city, which is still a little popular, is better. Qila bought a 3-cage bun with satisfaction and packed it back to the store for breakfast. Zuyunlu also sells breakfast, but Qilu always felt that the price was too expensive and the price/performance ratio was not high. What is the difference between the buns filled with Warcraft meat and those with ordinary meat? Except for the price. Anyway, in terms of taste, Qilu doesn't feel much. Store manager, you seem to really like eating buns. Yu Sheer said inarticulately with the hot buns she just bought in her mouth. It's not too long for Yu Sheer to come to the store. But except during the beast swarm, sometimes you can't buy steamed buns, thinking that at other times, breakfast is all steamed buns. Don't the shopkeeper get tired of it? Well, the buns are delicious. Qilu nodded seriously, and there was a look of nostalgia in his eyes, but it soon disappeared. Making breakfast with steamed buns is the only memory of my hometown. In fact, when he first came here, Qilu was really not used to life in this world. A lonely man, guarding the dilapidated and cramped store, and a little bit off savings that took a long time to save. At that time, Qilu really felt abandoned by the whole world. Only after eating a hot bun can I recall the warmth of the past. As for now, it is purely a habit of eating buns. Because the buns are cheap. Big brother, you're eating buns again. Zier has barbecue here, do you want it? Lan Zier walked into the store with another big roast leg of lamb. Qilu knew why Lan Zier liked meat so much. Not only because she likes to eat, but also because her body as a dragon girl needs this energy. Monster meat contains energy. Regularly eat monster meat, these energy can nourish the body. This is also the reason why a lot of Warcraft meat tastes good. The largest restaurant in Yunwu City, Zuyunlu sells Warcraft meat dishes, and there are also Warcraft meats that are often eaten, and the reason is that it can strengthen the body. With this effect, when you sell it, you can justifiably sell it at a higher price. Of course, this is why Qilu doesn't buy Warcraft meat dishes. It's delicious, but who likes to be swindled for money? Thank you, Zier. Qilu calmly put down the bun and took the roast Lego flam in Lan Zier's hand. Qilu eats buns every morning because it is convenient and cheap. But with meat to eat, buns still have to stand back. Sister Xier, help us start the machine. Lan Zier said to Yu Xier, who was eating buns after delivering the roast leg of lamb. Oh, good. Yu Xier bit the bun and put the spirit crystal that Lan Zier handed over into the receipt box. Wartime elixir equipment sells well. In peacetime, it is more profitable to improve the training room of combat power. Usually, if you enter the cloud forest to fight monsters, you won't waste a lot of medicinal herbs, and the loss of equipment is also very low. No wonder the system will open up new ways to make money. Qilu seemed to have a sudden realization. After all, medicinal pills and equipment are consumables. If they are not used up, they can be kept forever. But the combat power improvement training room is a sticky continuous consumable. As long as you use it, then hand over the spirit crystal obediently. Thinking of this, Qilu couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Awesome, my system." System, you're welcome, stupid host. Why do you always come out to answer the call in unexpected places? Qilu was full of black lines. This time, the system remained silent. If you're sarcastic, just say it once, it's not good to really anger the host. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Lan Zier noticed Qilu's expression and suddenly became a little strange. It's nothing, let's go play. Qilu waved his hand. He couldn't say that he was choked by an herby system. Store manager, are there really no accessories from last time? Lan Kinder asked aloud after reading it on the shelf. Not yet. Qilu replied lightly. Indeed, after the 10 consecutive runs, Qilu did not draw any accessories. Generally speaking, it is impossible for mercenary men like Blood Wolf to be interested in such bright accessories. And he can't let these girls, everyone wear 10 rings. How many profiteers can do it? That's why Qilu chose not to draw accessories for the time being. When there is a suitable opportunity, he will publicize the accessories and make a big profit. When the goods are in stock, you must tell us. Lan Qinger said worriedly. Okay. Qilu nodded. It's only you who want it anyway. Qilu silently added in his heart. Then I watched them walk into the combat power improvement training room. System, host, the upgrade task is completed, when are you going to receive your reward? The sudden sound made Qilu feel caught off guard. Has the popularity value reached the standard? It seems that the speed of the Brilliant Academy is quite fast. Although Qilu guessed that the popularity value may reach the standard in the near future. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. However, what Qilu did not guess was that his shop was not only promoted in the Brilliant Academy. In fact, in the Orc tribe there are also strange legends. For example, in Cloud City, the reclusive hero-level shop sells powerful weapons and sturdy armor. Although there are traces of deification, the information on the location and products is indeed correct. So the system takes these popularity values into account. But the system won't tell Qilu about it, and Qilu probably won't know about it in the future. Will there be a lot of movement in the renovation of the store? Qilu asked thoughtfully. To be honest, the system has remodeled the store twice, but it was all remodeled inside the store, and the appearance has not changed. But this time the reward is the overall renovation of the store. As soon as I heard the name, I felt a little taller. System, no, but this reward cannot be claimed when outsiders are present. Sheila nodded. He also couldn't receive this reward when outsiders were present. It looks like I'm going to take you Sheer to Xuanhuan Tower for a late night snack again tonight. Then don't receive rewards for the time being. Sheila made a decision. So that night, Sheila took Yu Xier to Xuanhuan Tower again. The store manager, why did you bring me here again? Yu Xier knew the price off this drunk cloud tower, so she was truly worthy of the title of the first restaurant in Yunwu City. Of course, in terms of taste, it also deserves this title. So Qilu suddenly brought her here, always giving her a kind of graciousness. No, it was the feeling of no merit and no reward, which made Yu Xier a little uneasy. Last time, because of the beast tide, you didn't get enough to eat at the induction banquet. This time, let's consider it as compensation. Qi Li explained lightly. Is that so, store manager, you are so kind to me. Yu Xier was very moved when she heard the words. A heroic powerhouse not only has no arrogance at all, saves himself from danger, provides shelter for himself, and even treats himself so well. Yu Xier silently kept this kindness in her heart. Just waiting for the great revenge in the future, Yu Xier will entrust her life to the store manager to repay this kindness. However, Qila didn't notice that Yu Xier would have such a complicated mental process in this short period of time. Qilu was just thinking about what the overall renovation of the store would look like. Let's eat first, I've been here for so long, and I haven't let you have a good meal. Qilu waved his hand, and then picked up a piece of meat for himself. Tonight, Qilu specially ordered the Warcraft meat dish to try the taste. Okay. Yu Xier smiled cutely, then picked up the tableware and started tote. To be honest, the taste of this monster meat dish, although delicious, does not seem to be as delicious as expected. I don't know if it's because the level of these monsters is not high enough, or because the chefs of Zuyunlu used too many seasonings, which masked the taste of the monster meat. The overall taste is slightly better than the ordinary dishes of Zuyunlu. Compared to Lan Zier's barbecue, it's probably a bit stronger. This expensive price is estimated to be aimed at strengthening the body. Qila thought so, but the chopsticks didn't stop. No matter how unpalatable it is, it's better than steamed buns. Qilu usually doesn't have time to come to Zuyunlu for dinner. Most of them find a restaurant nearby, order a few dishes to pack, and dine with Yu Xier. It doesn't take long to eat a late-night snack. But the system transforms stores faster. When Qi Lu and Yu Xier came back from supper, the appearance of the shop had been changed. Yu Xier was even more stunned, and said, store manager, our store, it should be in this place. Qi Lu also didn't know how to answer. He also didn't expect that the so-called overall renovation would actually combine two stores into one, and it also increased a lot. Only one door remained, which was replaced by a double-sided glass sliding door, and the walls were replaced by smooth marble. This time, the style of the store came up. The only downside is that there is no sign. According to the system, Qi Li's current store manager level is too low to have a signboard. But after calming down, Qila nodded as usual and said, that's right, it's Xier, let's go in. Seeing that Qila had said so, Yu Xier was also very knowledgeable and didn't ask any more questions. Because what Yu Xier cares about is only Qi Lu. It doesn't really matter if the store is not a store. Pushing the door and entering, only to find that the space inside is not asta and a half. Directly opposite the store door, there is a counter for collecting money. Behind the counter, there was a spiral staircase leading upstairs, and beside the spiral staircase, Qila saw the magic circle entering the trial room. On the left side of the store door, there is a row of shelves with a total of 4 rows. Compared with the previous small store, the product capacity has more than doubled. On the right side of the store door, there are crystal balls one by one, and the previous deck environment has been arranged more densely. But there are still only 20. On the second floor of this store, one corner is where the new warehouse is located. In the extra room, the master bedroom and the second bedroom were also added, which were prepared for the clerk Yusier. Plus bathroom, toilet, kitchen, is also readily available. In this regard, Qilu can only say that this reward is really worth it. Wow, manager, is this my room? Yu Shi'er followed Qilu to the second floor and asked happily after seeing the extra second bedroom. Well, you will live here in the future. Qilu nodded. Great. Yu Shi'er happily ran into her own small room. After all, Yu Shi'er is also a girl, even if she is a Yueling cat clan, she is a standard demi-human. Before, due to the limited space and no private space, Yu Shi'er was also a little shy when facing Qilu directly. Forget it, forget about Shi'er for now, Qilu shook his head, and then shouted in his mind, System, what about other rewards? System, upgrade the level of the store manager by 1 level, to unlock more permissions. System, the level of the trial room has been upgraded by 1 level, and the master level trial space has been opened. System, the snack vending machine has been distributed, please pay attention to the host to check it. The keel armor of the store manager's suit has been distributed, please pay attention to the host to check it. Dragon bone armor, the top of the store manager's suit, is forged with the bones of the ancestor dragon. With its own dragon power, it can change its shape, and the person wearing it is immune to most magic, and its physical defense is also amazing. It is indeed one of the store manager's suits. This effect is a proper artifact template. It's not in vain that I waited for so long, but I finally got it. Qilu felt the keel armor on his body and couldn't help sighing. Then, Qilu seemed to suddenly remember something. By the way, I remember that I have 3 more snack draws left, so let's start now. And the system does not need to be polite, and the rewards that should be obtained cannot be less. Boom. A crisp sound made Qilu almost jump up in fright. When I turned around, I saw that it was the small box used for the lottery again, and there was still a small sound of balls colliding inside. Can't you do something new? Qilu thought about it, and put his hand into the small box. Qilu doesn't know much about snacks, because he is not a person who likes snacks. So Qilu did not have high expectations for these snacks. After all, the people who come to the store are either mercenaries or children of nobles, or guards, so they probably don't like snacks too much. The first one, potato chips. Regular fried snacks are over. Speaking of snacks, there should be not many people who don't like potato chips. The second pump, fruity jelly. Another regular snack, jelly, actually tastes pretty good. Qilu rubbed his hands, took a deep breath into his palms, and put his hands into the small box for the last time. The third smoke, bacon sandwich. Qilu was silent. When is a sandwich considered a snack? These two systems have problems with the definition and division of snacks. But it doesn't matter, Qilu doesn't care about these, he cares more about the price of these snacks. The snack vending machine is right next to the counter. Potato chips, fruit-flavored jelly, and bacon sandwiches are already on the shelves. The prices of the 3 snacks are also marked below. Potato chips, a pack of 5 spirit crystals. Fruit-flavored jelly, 1 spirit crystal. Bacon sandwich, 20 spirit crystals. System, are you crazy? Qilu's head suddenly became big when he saw the price. I don't know where the snooker bought these snacks, 20 spirit crystals for a bacon sandwich, does the bacon in it have dragon blood? This price is more than 10 times more expensive than Ziyunlu. System, host, please do not doubt the decision of the system for no reason, the pricing of the system is all value for money. Especially the last word value for money, the system read it firmly. Okay, I'll see how you get your money's worth. Qilu became interested when heard this. Although I just came back from a late-night snack, potato chips, fruit-flavored jelly, and bacon sandwiches can all be served. Fortunately, the system is not bad for Qilu, the host, and the snacks are all free. Open the bag of potato chips first, and a unique fried aroma emerges. It's interesting. Chi-Lu sniffed the fragrance, picked up a potato chip, and put it in his mouth. This taste is awesome. The rich deep-fried aroma and the fresh potato chip flavor combine to form a unique delicacy that makes people addicted to it. Piece by piece, it was impossible to stop, and soon, a bag of potato chips was eaten. Even though Chi-Lu was full before, he was still unsatisfied. The following fruit-flavored jelly and bacon sandwiches, each of which brought Chi-Lu a completely different type, but the same ultimate delicious enjoyment. I have to say, you get what you pay for. Comparing the dishes of Xuanhuan with the snacks produced by the system, it was directly thrown off the street. There is no comparison at all. It's really worth the money. Chi-Lu agreed with what the system said. However, Chi-Lu is eating snacks for free. As for whether other people are willing to spend the spirit crystal to buy snacks, Chi-Lu has no idea. Because if this snack is just a good taste, then there may be people who experience Hualing Jing, but it is more mysterious to buy it for a long time. After all, the medicinal pill has some magical effects, and there will be no shortage of buyers. As for snacks. System, call up my properties panel and take a look. Host, Chi-Lu. Manager level, level 4. Number of stores owned, 1. Purchasing channels, pill egg pool, normal, excellent, weapon egg pool, normal, excellent, armor egg pool, normal, excellent, ornament egg pool, excellent. Own shop building, trial room, level 3, combat strength improvement training room, level 2. Own shop machine, snack vending machine. Store share increased to 20%. Evaluation, junior store manager, a new store manager, although he is no longer a novice, but he is still a long way from being on his own. 20%, that's great, the income doubles instantly. Chi-Lu directly ignored the evaluation given to him by the system. As long as the division is up, as for whether it is a junior store manager or a senior store manager, does it matter? Not important. After receiving the reward, go back to your room to sleep. The bed in the new bedroom is just softer. Chi-Lu woke up and was still lying in bed, not wanting to get up. If you want to say what is the most comfortable thing in the world, it must be among the best. The so-called stay in bed is good for a while, and it is always good to stay in bed all the time. System, host, the temporary mission is released. Within 3 days, the sales of snacks will reach 2,000 spirit crystals, and 20 positions in the combat power improvement training room will be rewarded. When Chi-Lu heard this, he jumped up from the bed. 2,000 spirit crystals? Doesn't that mean that even the most expensive bacon sandwiches have to be sold 100 copies? Where can I find so many Pioplito by them? After Chi-Lu calmly analyzed, he quickly saw through the trick of the system. Judging from the current passenger flow, whether there are 100 people who can come in a day is a problem. Temporary assignment? Chi-Lu felt that it should be called the snack task. System, please find a way for the host, there is no punishment for this task. Chi-Lu understood, the system is giving him benefits, and whether he can get it or not depends on whether Chi-Lu has the ability. After all, the system is too stingy. But in the end it is a free gift, and we still have to fight to get it. Chi-Lu thought about this in his heart, and on the way downstairs, knocked on Yuasier's door and woke her up. I won't eat buns this morning. Chi-Lu said casually to Yuasier when he went downstairs. Ah? Store manager, are you sick today? Yuasier paled in shock. What a mess, starting today, the store will serve breakfast. Chi-Lu took Yuasier to the snack vending machine and taught her how to use it. Just put the spirit crystal into it, and then choose the snack you want. Snacks will be delivered from the outlet below. This thing, called a bacon sandwich, can be used for breakfast. Chi-Lu took 2 bacon sandwiches from the outlet. Bacon sandwich. Yu Xia wrote down the name, then took the breakfast from Qi Lu, opened the wrapping paper like Qi Lu, and took a bite. Sandwiches are a form of meal that the world has never seen before. Baked sweet and savory crispy bread slices with fresh and crisp lettuce leaves, fragrant cheese slices, and delicious bacon slices. All of this is combined in a small mouthful of sandwiches, transformed into an extremely harmonious flavor. This is a delicious food that Yu Xia has never tasted before, so she could not stop eating one bite at a time, and she ate the bacon sandwich in one fell swoop. You know, a bacon sandwich is nearly 2 palms in size. Otherwise, Qi Lu wouldn't say that it can be used for breakfast. Are you still hungry? Qi Lu stood aside and asked lightly. Although the tone is very calm, but the content of the words is caring. Thank you, the owner, I'm full. Yu Xia blushed and replied in a low voice. She saw that a bacon sandwich costs 20 spirit crystals. Well, Qi Lu nodded, took out another pack of potato chips and a fruit-flavored jelly, and then introduced, this is a potato chip, this is a jelly. Both of these are snacks, that is, what you usually eat when you are not busy. You try the taste. Yeah. Yu Xia replied obediently, and then under Qi Li's guidance, opened the bag of potato chips. How does it taste? Qi Lu now needs other people's comments on these 3 snacks. It's delicious, it's the best thing Xia has ever eaten. Yu Xia replied vaguely, chewing on potato chips. But the tone was firm. Even if he just came back from Zuiyan Lu from a big meal last night, hadn't hesitate. That's good, just call me if you have anything. Qi Lu nodded, ignoring Yu Xia's untouched fruit-flavored jelly, and walked straight to one of the booths near the door and sat down. Yes, the store manager. Yu Xia was eating potato chips, her eyes still floating on the snack vending machine. The 2 storefronts are combined into one, which is indeed a lot more convenient. Moreover, there is one less counter, which also saves a lot of space. More importantly, the entire first floor is unobstructed. There is really something that needs to be handled by Qi Lu, and Yu Xia doesn't need to run back and forth. Although the beast tide has been repelled, the Blood Wolf team is still as diligent as ever. Hunting monsters is just a little adjustment in the life of the mercenary team. More often, they will do tasks, or enjoy life and pursue what they want to do. Take risks, for example, or challenge your own limits. The Blood Wolf took the team members to the street outside the Qi Lu shop, and first, gave a speech, to boost morale. Things like don't get discouraged, you will definitely win once today. Then get ready to go to the store. But today seems to be a special day. I must have remembered the place correctly, right? Where is the boss's shop? Blood Wolf looked at the 2-story building that was incompatible with the surrounding shops, and asked the people around him in disbelief. Such a big shop, obviously it was still in this place yesterday, where is it now? The Blood Wolf looked towards the street, and the 2 ice sculptures of the wolf hunters were still standing there. That should be the right place. Captain, we'll find out if we go in and take a look. A teammate suggested. That's right. The Blood Wolf suddenly woke up and opened the store door. He saw Qi Lu sitting in the booth at the door. Hello. Yu Xia greeted Xuanhuan and the others. Hello, Xia, Blood Wolf responded, then looked at Qi Lu. Boss, when did you remodel the store? Ah. Originally, the Blood Wolf wanted to talk about decoration, but to this extent, it is no longer something that simple decoration can do. Just last night, what do you need? Qi Lu sat in the booth and said without looking back. They are all regulars, so there is no need to be so polite. As expected of the boss, just one night, it's like changing a store. Zilang looked at the decoration of the store in surprise, and set his tongue in amazement. The former wooden counters are now replaced by obsidian counters. At first glance, it is high-end atmosphere. The marble floor in the store is even more glorious, and the material can be felt unusual just by looking at it. This kind of transformation speed, this kind of decoration material that is similar to squandering, I am afraid that only such a powerful boss can do it. Unconsciously, the Blood Wolf and the team members who followed him had a deeper respect for Qi Lu. But reverence is reverence, what should be bought still needs to be bought, and what should be trained still needs to be trained. The Blood Wolf skillfully handed over the spirit crystal, then sat in the booth next to Qi Lu, and said familiarly, "Boss, how about taking me again today? I promise not to hold back." Qi Lu just finished a fight and was in a daze in the ring. As soon as I heard the words of the Blood Wolf, I quit the standalone mode and built a room in the online mode. "Xuanhuan, have you eaten breakfast?" Qi Lu suddenly asked aloud for the mission. "I've eaten it, what's wrong, boss, you haven't eaten breakfast?" "I should have it there," Xuanhuan said, and was about to call the team member who just sat next to him. "No, I've eaten it too." Qi Lu stopped immediately, "Enter the room." "Oh, good." Blood Wolf nodded, and then, without hesitation, joined a room called Chicken Inn. "Boss, are you open?" "Don't worry, wait a minute, there are too few people." There are at least 3 opponents in the online mode, and entering 2 people is tantamount to courting death. Qi Lu propped his chin up and looked at the crystal ball in front of him, always feeling that something was missing. If it feels like it's playing a black game now, is it still missing? "Wow, I thought I went to the wrong place." Xiaoya's voice came in as the store door was pushed open. The speed with which the store manager has transformed the store is truly amazing. Lan Yu was also surprised. Others also walked into the store while looking at the decorations in the store. "Sister Sheer, what are you eating?" Lan Zier is indeed a snack foodie. She found the potato chips Yu Sheer was holding in her hand. "These are called potato chips, do you want to eat them?" Yu Sheer replied. I originally planned to continue eating the potato chips, but when I thought that Lan Zier would often bring barbecue to the store manager, I asked with a painful face. "I want to eat, thank you Sister Sheer." Lan Zier heard the words, ran over immediately, reached into the packaging bag and grabbed a handful. The fried aroma of potato chips is different from the aroma of grilled meat. But it seems more distant. Lan Zier put Huang Cancan's potato chips into her mouth, and a bright light instantly appeared in her eyes. "It's delicious, even better than barbecue." "Sister Sheer, I want it too." In just an instant, Lan Zier was overwhelmed by the taste of potato chips. Yu Sheer glanced at Qi Lu, gritted her teeth, and handed over the remaining potato chips. The store manager only gave them 1 packet, and he couldn't finish it, so he was really unhappy. "Hey, Sister Sheer, what is this?" Nailan Qingqi was more interested in fruit-flavored jelly on the side. This kind of translucent food always gives people an inexplicable attraction. "This is called fruit-flavored jelly." Yu Sheer pouted slightly. "Is it also eaten?" Nailan Qingqi asked, curiously. "Well, do you want to eat?" Yu Sheer nodded and asked. She hasn't tasted the fruity jelly yet, so she doesn't know what it tastes like. Nailan Qingqi nodded seriously. Yu Sheer recalled Qi Li's instructions, tore off the packaging film on the fruit-flavored jelly, and handed it over. The fruit-flavored jelly was in a square plastic box about 2 fingers wide, but the corners were polished into a rounded shape. "Thank you, Sister Sheer." Nailan Qingqi took a look and squeezed the fruit-flavored jelly into his mouth. In an instant, the sweet and sour taste filled Nailan Qingqi's entire mouth, stimulating her taste buds. The flavors of various fruits come one after another, blending with each other without affecting each other. The layers of fruit are sweet and sweet, like a feast. This is the origin of the name of fruit-flavored jelly. It has dozens of fruit flavors, so it cannot be named after a certain fruit. Nailan Qingqi's eyes widened, not knowing what words to use to describe this deliciousness. thousands of words, but in the end, it became only 2 words. Good to eat. One more word, that is. Sister Xier, do you still have this fruit-flavored jelly? Nayland Chinchisaya's lit up, staring at Yu Xier, and asked eagerly and expectantly. Sister Xier, do you still have potato chips? Lan Zier asked after she was sure that the bag in her hand could no longer be filled. I don't have it here, but these things are sold in the store, right over there. Yu Xier pointed to the snack vending machine next to the counter. Great. The 2 little loli cheered, and then ran over happily. There are very detailed instructions on the snack vending machine. Lan Zier immediately bought a bag of potato chips from it. Zier, what are you eating? Lan Qinger noticed the packaging bag in Lan Zier's hand after checking the equipment and confirming that the store manager hadn't put in the accessories. Lan Zier raised the packaging bag and said, "It's potato chips. I bought it at Big Brother's store. It's delicious." Is it delicious? How can this kind of food taste good? Lan Qinger was very interested in food, and she ate relatively bland food. However, in order not to spoil Lan Zier's kindness, she still took out a piece of potato chips. Oh. When Lan Zier saw her sister say that, she immediately put her hand back and started eating with her potato chips in her arms. How can this kind of fried food be so delicious? You should eat less of this kind of food. Lan Qinger squeezed the potato chips in her hand and felt the smell of being fried. After hesitating for a while, he put the potato chips in his mouth. Then, Lan Qinger's pupils shrank suddenly, and her eyes widened instantly. Although potato chips are fried snacks, the potato chips produced by the system have no greasy taste at all. It just retains the aroma after frying. Not only will it not be offensive, but it will sublimate the original taste of potato chips. It's delicious. Lan Qinger let out a sigh from the bottom of her heart, and then stared at the bag of potato chips in Lan Zier's hand. Sister, if you want to eat, just buy it yourself, it's over there. Lan Zier pointed to the snack vending machine, then ran to the booth area to find Qi Lu with the potato chips in her arms. Big brother. It's Zier. Qi Lu was thinking about a question, and when he heard someone calling him, he turned his head and glanced. Potato chips. By the way, it's Fat House Happy Water. When Qi Lu saw the bag of potato chips in Lan Zier's hand, he suddenly realized. Sure enough, it feels weird to have snacks and no drinks. It seems that after completing the task next time, I have to mention the beverage vending machine to the system. Qi Lu thought so, glanced at Lan Zier beside him, reached out and grabbed a piece of potato chips. Big brother, why are you still robbing Zier for something to eat? Lan Zier noticed Qi Li's actions, and immediately pursed her pink mouth. But it didn't stop. Hey, boss, what are you eating? Xuanhuan was bored waiting, and suddenly saw Qi Li's movements. Potato chips are available in the store. It's good to eat them when passing the time. Qi Li took the initiative to sell it. To complete the task. Potato chips? What are those? Blood Wolf looked puzzled. Probably fried potatoes. Qi Li said casually, not knowing much about snacks. Boss, you don't know, you can sell something as unpalatable as potatoes? Xuanhuan looked at the potato chips in Qi Li's hands in amazement. There is a kind of meaning to look at black-hearted businessmen. The world does have a potato plant. It's just because the taste is too bland, and it tastes like chewing wax in the mouth, so it is the food eaten by the poor people who can't afford to eat. Try it? Qi Li did not refute, but prepared to speak with facts. Forget it, boss, I'm not someone who can't afford to eat. I can't eat potatoes in my life. Xuanhuan waved his hand with a firm attitude. Oh. Qi Li didn't say much, nodded and put the potato chips in his mouth. However, Xuanhuan changed the conversation. I've been in the store for so long, and the boss is free for the first time. Even if it's not delicious, I recognize it. After saying that, the blood wolf reached out and took the potato chips in Chila's hand and stuffed them into his mouth. The perfect taste bloomed in the mouth, so shocked that the blood wolf swallowed the potato chips without chewing, and almost choked. "Boss, is this really made of potatoes?" Blood wolf asked in surprise. It's not that he hasn't tried eating potatoes before, but the taste is really unacceptable. But what I just ate in my mouth, called potato chips, was really delicious. Compared with all the food I have eaten before, it is delicious. No, it should be said that the food I have eaten before cannot be compared with potato chips. That's right. Although Qilu was not sure, he must not be vague at this time. This is too delicious. When the blood wolf said this, he was still feeling the residual taste in his mouth, but it quickly dissipated. "Boss, you said just now that the potato chip shop sells it, right?" Xuanhuan was embarrassed to grab Lan Zier's food like Qilu. "It's right next to the counter, you can find it when you go there." Qilu pointed to the location of the snack vending machine. The blood wolf immediately got up and ran over impatiently. Next to the snack vending machine, Nailan Qingqi had already eaten the new fruit-flavored jelly and was about to buy a second one. But the spirit crystals thrown in will be spit out from the outlet. Qilu, come here quickly, this thing in your store is broken." After trying several times, Nailan Qingqi shouted to the booth area. "What's wrong?" Qilu scratched the back of his head and walked over slowly. Others were also attracted by Nailan Qingqi's shout. "Qilu, look, fruity jelly can't come out." Nailan Qingqi demonstrated it in front of Qilu. During Nailan Qingqi's demonstration, Qilu's mind suddenly sounded the electronic synthesis sound that had no emotion in it. "System, each snack is limited to 1 purchase per person per day." Qilu almost vomited blood from anger. "System, you are making it difficult for me to complete the task, I protest." But the system did not respond further. Damn, this stingy system. Although Qilu was furious in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. "Have you bought one before?" Qilu asked. "Yeah." Nailan Qingqi nodded. "That's right, these snacks are limited to 1 purchase per person per day." Qilu directly took out the words of the system. "Ah. Big brother Qilu, can you be tolerant once, let me buy a few more, just one will do." When Nailan Qingqi heard it, he immediately lengthened the ending, and acted coquettishly at Qilu. "No, the rules are the rules." Qilu also had a headache, but still sat expressionlessly. "Can only buy 1 pack?" The blood wolf standing aside, his expression changed suddenly. He is also going to buy a few more packs, so that he can enjoy it all at once. "Store manager, if we come to buy it, can we give it to Shachi?" Fei Xue, who was attracted by Nailan Qingqi, suddenly asked aloud. Qilu was stunned for a moment, then asked the system, before nodding, "Yes." "Then it's fine." Fei Xue smiled and bought a fruit-flavored jelly from the snack vending machine. "It turns out that this is still possible, brothers, come here for me." Xuanhuan heard the words, and immediately became happy. Because he brought so many people. "But Shachi is so anxious to want this fruity jelly, right? I'm also a little curious about what it tastes like." Fei Xue tore the packaging film, and then squeezed the jelly into his mouth as Nailan Qingqi's eyes gradually changed from anticipation to despair. In an instant, dozens of flavors of fruits burst out in Fei Xue's mouth. Fei Xue's beautiful eyes lit up immediately, and then looked at Nailan Qingqi, and seemed to blame a little. "Shachi, there is such a delicious food, you didn't tell us." "Delicious food?" Yojiao was also interested. "Is there anything better than potato chips?" Lan Qing'er was struggling with a bag of potato chips. Nailan Qingqi knew it was over when he saw the expressions of his sisters. Fruit-flavored jelly definitely doesn't have its own share. Why are you all gathered around, boss? When did you change the storefront? Hu Shou asked, curiously when he saw a group of people gathered around. The blood wolf was holding several packets of potato chips, and when he saw Hu Shou also coming, he immediately stepped forward and recommended, Hu Shou, come and try this thing called potato chips. What is this? Hu Shou grabbed a handful without doubt and stuffed it into his mouth. Then there is another loyal buyer of potato chips. However, this food is delicious, but the weight is a little smaller. Is there anything that can be used for breakfast here? I came here early in the morning, and I'm still a little hungry. Tiger Hunt said while eating potato chips. He is different from the blood wolf. Tiger Hunt is a loner, and his actions are random. Sometimes it is normal to get up too late and skip breakfast. Qilu was thinking about how to sell the bacon sandwich. Unexpectedly, when drowsiness came, someone gave a pillow. You can try a bacon sandwich. Qilu suggested in a light tone, as if he was just answering a question. It must not be heard by other people, it is selling. So, in Qi Li's store, almost everyone held a bag of potato chips or a bacon sandwich in their hands. Or both. However, since the fruit-flavored jelly is only one bite, it cannot be kept. It seems that the popularity of snacks is much faster than equipment and medicine pills. Qilu deeply understood the charm of snacks, or the charm of food. But for Qilu, the role of these snacks is only to solve the problem of breakfast. The sales of snacks on the first day alone were as high as 700 spirit crystals. If it weren't for the system's regulations, each person was limited to one purchase per day. I'm afraid the task would be completed on the first day. Now it seems that this temporary task is not so difficult to complete. Qilu suddenly felt that he might be blaming the system, by mistake. It was not so stingy and embarrassing the host, maybe it was just its habit. The next day, Qilu was sitting in the booth, tearing open the wrapper of the bacon sandwich, with potato chips and fruit-flavored jelly next to the crystal ball. The store door was pushed open. Manager Qi, it really is a big deal. Such a precious obsidian is actually used as a counter. A slightly surprised voice came in. It was Gu Pingchuan, the dean of the Brilliant Academy, who entered the store. Dean Gu, hello, why did you come here in person? Yu Xier greeted. Qilu can ignore these big men, but Yu Xier can't. Today is the start of the off-campus training at the Brilliant Academy. I stopped by to see the performance of the students. Gu Pingchuan replied kindly. Then why are you the first to come here? Qilu sneered in his heart. Just sit down. Qilu put down the bacon sandwich he had just eaten, and stood up politely. The store manager is very kind. After handing over the spirit crystal, Gu Pingchuan found a seat and sat down. But his eyes were still on the counter. Obsidian, as an advanced material for making staffs, has a very high conductivity for magic, but at the same time, it is also a very rare material. However, not many people know obsidian. Gu Pingchuan also learned of this kind of material by chance. Unexpectedly, it will be used as a counter here. After all, it is a magical little shop, and this kind of luxury seems to have become commonplace here. Gu Pingchuan didn't think that Qilu didn't know obsidian. Just think about those pills that permanently increase their properties. This should be just a matter of wealth, and it doesn't matter. However, Gu Pingchuan may not know that Qilu really does not know the material of obsidian. All store renovations are the responsibility of the system. To say that it has deep pockets, it is also the system. Store manager. What's wrong? Qilu heard Yu Xier's cry just after eating the bacon sandwich in his hand. Since the snack vending machine came out yesterday, Yu Xier's clerk's breakfast has become a bacon sandwich with fruity jelly. After all, it was because Qilu was lazy. I feel that my grudge seems to be a little more pure. Yu Xier said somewhat uncertainly. Is there such a thing? Qile raised his eyebrows and stood up in surprise. As I said before, there is no other way to improve personal attributes other than upgrading and challenging the trial space to advance to the realm. But fighting spirit and magic power are not. Although it is very difficult, the fighting spirit and magic power can be gradually condensed and become stronger through continuous training. Just like the magic power of hero-level magicians and the magic power of professional-level magicians, there is more than 10 times the difference in quality, not to mention the difference in capacity. It's just that this way of condensing vindictive energy and magic power is also very difficult. In addition to the problem of personal qualifications, it is the problem of blood. Otherwise, more often, it still needs to rely on the accumulation of time to slowly temper the fighting qi and magic power. However, compared to the fact that there is no other way to improve one's personal attributes, although the methods of refining do qi and magic power are rare, there are still some very precious items that can purify do qi and magic power. But like Yu Xie, she suddenly felt that her fighting qi became more pure, which was a strange thing. Tempering do qi and magic power is a gradual and subtle process. Even if some natural materials and earth treasures are used, there will be a period of time when it will work. So Qile was surprised. Surprised, Qile calmly came to the counter and used the power of the store manager to check the grudge in Yu Xie's body. Nothing unusual. Manager, did something happen? Gu Pingchuan, who had been secretly observing the obsidian counter, naturally noticed this scene. President Gu, it's me. Just now, I suddenly felt that my fighting spirit has become pure, so it's a little strange. Yu Xie answered immediately. Is there such a thing? Little girl, are you sure you don't feel wrong? Gu Pingchuan is well informed, and of course he knows that this kind of thing is basically impossible. So his first reaction was that Yu Xie's feeling was wrong. Absolutely not. Yu Xie was very determined. A martial artist, if he can even feel that his own vindictiveness is wrong, it is basically hopeless. That's weird. Gu Pingchuan also frowned. After thinking about it, Gu Pingchuan said, Little girl, don't you mind if I check the grudge in your body? If it is not an enemy, it is absolutely taboo to check the fighting spirit or magic power in the opponent's body. This kind of thing can easily lead to conflict. Okay. Yu Xie just thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Who is Gu Pingchuan, and she wouldn't use this kind of thing to plot against her little shop assistant. Put out your hand. Gu Pingchuan nodded slightly, then put his finger on Yu Xie's wrist a little, and input a trace of magic into Yu Xie's body. Gentle magic power roams in Yu Xie's body, checking her fighting qi. Apart from some innocence that does not meet Yu Xie's level, there are neither inappropriate problems. According to normal circumstances, this grudge is indeed too pure, but there is no problem. Gu Pingchuan said slowly after letting go of his fingers. That is to say, even Yu Xie's fighting spirit is more pure than that of a warrior of the same level. That's just because Yu Xie has a unique talent and high aptitude. Rather than for any harmful cause. But the question is, why does Yu Xie suddenly feel that her fighting qi has become more pure? Gu Pingchuan was also puzzled by this. Hearing this, Qile seemed to be on a whim, and asked in his mind, System, do you know the reason? System, of course I know that, stupid host, those 3 kinds of snacks have special effects. System, potato chips, can temper fighting spirit, fruit-flavored jelly, can temper magic, bacon sandwiches, can temper physique. Qile heard the words and almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He has long known that the value for money in the mouth of the system will not be aimless. But Qile never imagined that what the system said, the pricing of snacks, was value for money, not the extreme taste of snacks, but the special effects of snacks. Then why didn't you tell me at first? Qile asked in his mind. Of course, there are also intentions in my heart, and I want the system to give some compensation. System: snacks are non-graded products, so the system will not directly tell the store manager about the special effects of snacks. In other words, you didn't ask. Do you blame me for not co-authoring? Qi felt that he was placed by the system again. System: it's good for the host to know, and mistakes can be corrected, which is great. When can you stop reading my thoughts? Qi became angry. The system went silent immediately. Cough, sheer, don't think about it anymore. Qi coughed twice, attracting the attention of the two. Store manager, Sheer should be fine. Although Yu Sheer was checked by Gu Pingchuan, she was still a little scared. Does the store manager know what caused it? Gu Pingchuan was also a little curious. Don't worry, it's all right. Qi said lightly. Then he introduced the special effects of the 3 kinds of snacks in a flat tone. That tone, as if you knew about it from the beginning. Yu Sheer breathed a sigh of relief. But Gu Pingchuan showed an extremely shocked expression. President Gu, what's the matter with you? Yu Sheer was a little strange, but Gu Pingchuan's expression suddenly changed. After all, with Gu Pingchuan's identity and strength, and his knowledge, there are not many things that can make his face change greatly. It's nothing. Gu Pingchuan shook his head, and then said to Killy impatiently, Manager, please bring me a fruity jelly. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to refine the fighting spirit and magic power. To give a very simple example, if the level of purity of warrior level fighting chi is 1, then spending time refining the fighting chi will turn the level of purity into 2. Then, the level of purity of the fighting spirit of the hero level is doubled. However, the purity level of hero level fighting chi is at least 100, so spending time refining the fighting chi will increase the purity of the fighting chi a bit. For heroic fighting chi, it is only a 1% increase in purity. Compared with the low level, the difficulty is very different. Therefore, in Yu Sheer's eyes, the special effects of snacks that are not so important can make Gu Pingchuan pale in shock. Because this is too important for a powerhouse like Gu Pingchuan. Just like the previously increased attributes, even if it is just a little bit off improvement, with the blessing of fighting chi and magic power, its true strength can be greatly increased. The same is true for the fighting spirit and magic power after tempering. That's why Gu Pingchuan was so eager. After all, such a precious thing, what if it is the same as those medicinal pills that permanently increase its properties? What if the quantity is scarce? You must know that Gu Pingchuan had already taken the magic pill he bought here after he returned to the Brilliant Academy. The effect is also unexpectedly good. Increase the speed of magic's condensation, and the power of magic. No matter which item, it is common to magicians, and even to priests, it can also be used. If you want fruit-flavored jelly, it's right there, just go and see for yourself. Qi didn't expect Gu Pingchuan to be so excited, and quickly pointed to the location of the snack vending machine. Looks like I caught up this time. Gu Pingchuan hurriedly walked over to here, Qi pointed. It seems that the last time the pills were out of stock, Gu Pingchuan had a deep memory. 1 spirit crystal, 1 per person per day. After reading the instructions on the snack vending machine, Gu Pingchuan saw the words Qi had written in black and white and pasted on the back of the instructions. It seems that this number is indeed not much, otherwise it will not be restricted. Gu Pingchuan was secretly glad that he came early, and then took out the spirit crystal and bought a fruit-flavored jelly. As for potato chips and bacon sandwiches, as a magician, Gu Pingchuan doesn't have much fighting spirit to temper, and his physical demands are not great. Hey, manager, good morning. When Gu Pingchuan was about to eat jelly, Hu Shou and Xuanhuan came to the store together, followed by many members of the Xuanhuan team. They came earlier because they didn't need breakfast. You guys are early. Qi replied indifferently, and then sat back again. Buy things, buy breakfast, and then go into the room. You have been playing for so long, why haven't you made any progress? Blood Wolf counted the team members, and went to the snack vending machine to buy all 3 kinds of snacks. Hu Shou stood in the back, waiting for the Blood Wolf to buy it, and said, "Xuanhuan, do you feel that the fighting spirit in your body seems to be a little purer?" Blood Wolf took out the snacks from the outlet, and while tearing open the wrapper of the bacon sandwich, he replied, "I feel this way, I thought it was a me illusion." "Captain, do you feel this way too?" "I thought it was our delusion." "Could it be that our fighting spirit is really pure?" As soon as these words came out, the members of the Blood Wolf squad spoke. Yupand confirmed the matter. When Yusier heard their discussion, she said aloud what Qi Lu had just told her about the special effects of snacks. "It's no wonder that there is such an effect." Hu Shou nodded. "I knew that the things in the boss's store could only be delicious, and I didn't expect to temper the body." Blood Wolf laughed and took another bite of the bacon sandwich in his hand. Gu Pingchuan felt very incomprehensible to the Blood Wolves that they were soused to seeing. But what was even more shocking was to see that these dozen people all took out 3 kinds of snacks from the snack vending machine. In other words, these snacks are only limited purchases. However, the actual number is unlimited. How can that be? Food that can temper vindictive energy and magic power, such a precious food, is actually placed there for people to buy at will. Shouldn't it be put away and used only by one's own people? Or, this store doesn't care about these things at all. How powerful is the force behind this store? In other words, how huge the resources of this store should be. Even with Gu Pingchuan's status, he can only feel shocked, but he can't think of which force actually has such financial strength and courage. Even more unexpected, what is the purpose of this store, placing these things directly for sale? But it's up to him. Gu Pingchuan couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time, but it didn't matter. Anyway, he also enjoyed the benefits of these precious items. As for what purpose, that is not the question that is being considered now. Gu Pingchuan squeezed the fruity jelly into his mouth. In an instant, the delicious and colorful fruit flavor burst out in his mouth, sweeping his taste buds. How can it be so delicious? Gu Pingchuan widened his eyes and shouted in his heart. In the end, he still didn't shout out. After all, he still wanted to save face. The fruity jelly slid down the throat and into the belly. Then it slowly transformed into strands of special energy, which slowly merged into the body, and then merged with the magic. There is hardly any movement during this process. If Gu Pingchuan's mental power was not strong enough and his perception of magic power was sharp enough, he might not have felt this subtle energy fluctuation. It is true that magic can be tempered. Only after Gu Pingchuan experienced it himself did he completely believe it. You can only buy one a day. It seems that this old man can only come here every day. Gu Pingchuan felt a little helpless when he thought of this. For the degree of purity of fighting qi and magic power, each realm has an upper limit. Too pure vindictive energy and magic power are also a kind of harm to people with too low level. Because their physical attributes are not high enough, they cannot withstand this force. Just like firearms, the more powerful the firearms, the higher the requirements for production materials. Otherwise, when the shot was fired, the bullet had not been fired, and the firearm would have exploded in his own hands. However, for Gu Pingchuan, if he wants to reach this upper limit, under normal circumstances, there are not dozens or hundreds of years. I am afraid it is impossible. But with the help of this fruity jelly, this time can be greatly shortened. And, most importantly, in Qi Li's store, there are also medicinal pills that permanently increase their properties. Once the attributes increase, the upper limit of the tempered vindictive energy and magic power will also increase accordingly. Just thinking about it like this made Gu Pingchuan feel very terrified. This is simply mass-producing monsters. Gu Pingchuan sighed slightly, and after eating the fruit-flavored jelly, he continued to return to the booth. Brilliant College, Dean's office. Where's Director Gu? Meng Xiangyu pushed open the door and looked at the empty room with a dull expression. He seemed to have said that he was going to supervise the training outside the hospital today, so he left last night. Wu Zhuozhou said slowly behind him. What? Then he went to the store manager alone? Meng Xiangyu asked in disbelief. That's right. Wu Zhuozhou nodded. No, absolutely not. Meng Xiangyu gritted his teeth. The things in Qi Li's store, whether it's medicinal pills or the battle strength arena, are hugely attractive to them. It's just that they are the high-level executives of the brilliant academy and need to preside over the overall situation within the academy. Meng Xiangyu didn't expect that he let Gu Pingchuan run away alone without paying attention. After thinking about it, Meng Xiangyu turned around and walked out the door. No, I can't let him supervise alone, I'll go too. Wu Zhuozhou stretched out his hand, patted Meng Xiangyu's shoulder, and said slowly, Don't worry, you can't leave. That guy Gu Pingchuan divided his task between us. Meng Xiangyu's head was full of black lines. There are 2 vice presidents, one is in charge of fighting Qi practice and the other is in charge of magic practice. When it comes to functions, the 2 of them can manage much more than Gu Pingchuan. In the off-campus training group of the Brilliant Academy, before they arrived in Yunwu City welcomed several uninvited guests. After the 2 burly men passed the inspection of the city gate guards, they entered Cloud Mist City. The Cloud City that the elders said is here. The coxcomb head among the 2 burly men was looking around the city-state. That's right, Negu, pay more attention. There is a hero in seclusion here. If you accidentally conflict with him, you can just wait to die. The bald head next to him warned while walking. You better be careful yourself, Nag, I'm not that stupid. Jiguanta Naga said indifferently. What a noble existence a hero is, he doesn't think that he can encounter it when he walks on the road. And he's not a dumbass who doesn't know anything. Go to the shop that the elder said to investigate the situation first. Nag shook his head and mentioned their mission this time. Do you know where it is? Negu asked. Of course, I heard that there are 2 conspicuous ice sculptures outside the store. Nag remembered what the elder had said to him before he set off. If you can't find the address, look for an ice sculpture. But Nag didn't know that this news was exchanged for his life. In the store, Qi Lu was leading people in the online mode of the battle power-up arena. All of a sudden, Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and then the gunman on the opposite side seized the opportunity and flew out. Boss, what's wrong with you? Can you still fight? The Blood Wolf immediately raised his shield and stepped forward, blocking the attack of the spearman, preventing Qi Lu from being instantly killed by the continuous attacks of the spearman. Tiger Hunt also swung the giant axe in his hand, speeding up the attack. It's really rare to see the boss get distracted once. It's okay, speed up the attack, we will fight quickly. Qi Lu stabilized his body, then flicked his long sword, like a bolt of lightning, and rushed forward. There are not many classes with swords. But many are rare ranks. The rare class is not like the popular class. As long as you pass the trial space of the class, you can successfully transfer. Rather, it requires sufficient qualifications and fit with one's own rank. Except for Qi Lu. With systematic help, Qi Lu can imitate any class. Just like this one, the swordsman class. The only characteristic is that it is fast, using speed as the most powerful attack, and training the speed to the extreme. I saw the silver light flickering and turning into stars in the sky. At the end, the most semi-assistant great magician was eliminated from the game after Qi Lu broke 4 bodyguarding spells in a row. At this time, the Guardian Knight reacted, condensing his fighting spirit and shaking Qi Lu away. But this is as Qi Lu expected. With the power of this anti-shock, Qi Lu was like a light beam hitting the mirror surface, as if there was no inertia at all, and it bounced back directly. Tiger Hunt and Blood Wolf immediately accelerated their attack. The three parties cooperated and took down the spearmen. There is only one Guardian Knight left, and it is also doomed. Okay, Jing Chen, Manager Qi's fighting skills and fighting consciousness are really high. Gu Pingchuan stood by to watch the battle, and he applauded Qi's reaction. President Gu has won the prize, let's go into the room. After returning to the preparation interface, Qi said lightly. Okay, wait a moment, come in immediately. Gu Pingchuan nodded, then returned to the booth and entered the room. It's you. Hu Shou still had some impressions of Gu Pingchuan. Not many people came to the Qi store, and even fewer old men appeared in the arena. In particular, this guy is so tricky that he has no combat experience at all. I suddenly have something to do, so I asked Dean Gu to come with you, then I'll go first. Qi looked at the other three people in the room and said slowly. Qi left the room. Gu Pingchuan? Gu Pingchuan had fought against those 8 opponents in the standalone mode before. Originally, I wanted to play a few online games with Qi Lu to learn the experience of the online mode, but when I saw that they were fighting, I just watched it. Now that I have finally come in, how come the main force has disappeared? Tiger Hunt and Blood Wolf looked at each other. After a long time, the Blood Wolf who took over the position of the owner of Qi Lu asked, tentatively, how about I call a few more people in? Hu Shou opened his mouth, and it took a long time before he said, then call a few more people in and try it out. Qi Lu returned to the back of the counter, and then asked the system in his mind, what did you mean when you said that there are customers of other races coming to the store? After a pause, Qi Lu looked at Yu Xier again. Xier, was there a new customer in the store just now? Yes, store manager. Yu Xier pointed to the side where the shelves were placed. A strong man with a coxcomb head and a strong man with a bald head were observing and selecting products between the shelves. At first glance, they seemed to be 2 ordinary customers. But it must be the first time. Other races? With the naked eye, Qi Liguang couldn't see the difference between the 2 burly men and ordinary people. Except for being a little bigger. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task of hiding fame. My shop will not only accept 1 race. Qi Lu still stared at the 2 burly men, and responded, by the way, system, you have already said this sentence once. If he was disturbed by the system, Qi Lu would not be stunned for a moment in the battle. You must know that in the battle of the trial space, Qi Lu might be reborn again in that instant. By the way, there should be a reward for completing the hidden task. Qi Lu suddenly remembered this incident. Anyway, no matter who came to the store, it was impossible to cause trouble. But if Qi Lu didn't mention this kind of reward, the system might swallow it up for him. Sure enough, after a period of silence. System, there are indeed rewards, but they need to actually buy at least 1 item in the store. Okay, just leave it to me. Qi Lu nodded secretly in his heart. Hidden quest, I feel very high when I hear it. That reward certainly won't be too bad. Qi Lu thought so, motioned Yu Xier to continue to look at the store, and Huicked towards the 2 burly men. Nag and Negu were among the shelves, observing the goods. According to the elders in the clan, the forging techniques of this equipment are so exquisite that the forgers in the clan cannot study them at all. So one of the purposes of their visit this time is to acquire as much equipment as possible. The second is to bring back information about the store. But the premise is not to offend the hero level in the Cloud City. 2 guests, what do you need? The sudden voice startled Nag and Negu. When the 2 of them turned to look, they found a young man who looked a little thin, standing behind them expressionlessly. You were talking just now? Nega felt that he was startled by such a little guy, and was suddenly a little annoyed. Yes, what do you need? Qi Lu repeated his words. He felt that there was nothing wrong with asking this question. But these 2 guys, especially the guy who was talking in front of him, felt that their expressions were a bit wrong. We won't talk about what we need, but the matter you disturb us must be resolved first. Negu squeezed his fists and wanted to teach the young man a lesson. Then he was stopped by a hand. Negu, I've already said not to cause trouble. Nag can be said to be very dissatisfied with Negu's performance. Why would the elders send such a person on a mission with him? I'm sorry, my friend is ignorant, Nag apologized politely, and then continued, we need some armor and weapons, and try to get some different types. There are almost all types on this shelf. If you need it, just take it directly to the counter to check out. Qile said. Now that it has been confirmed that these two guys have purchase intentions, Qile will not be in a hurry, just wait. It's a good thing that you don't have to sell it yourself. So after Qile finished speaking, he turned around and left. This guy just left like this. Did he come here specifically to scare me? Nega looked at Qile's back and gnashed his teeth. He was also very dissatisfied with Nag's actions to stop him. Okay, buy the equipment first, and then ask about other situations. Nag said with a frown. When Qile knew that the hidden mission would definitely be completed, his mood suddenly changed. Who would be unhappy in the face of a sudden reward? Back at the previous deck, Qile heard the sound of howling ghosts and wolves. Boss, you are back. Boss, I beg you to come into the room and bring us. It is Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunter. These two people were almost desperate for Gu Pingchuan's performance. If you don't obey orders at all, you won't be able to order yourself. This kind of small group battle, if the individual ability is strong enough to fight 2 or 3, there is absolutely no problem without command. However, the situation of 1-on-2 does not exist in the battle strength promotion arena. At least not yet. Store manager, why don't you come in too? Gu Pingchuan covered his forehead and seemed to have a headache. Qile stared blankly at Gu Pingchuan, thinking to himself, whoever loses all the time won't have a headache. Gu Pingchuan's real strength is too high, which will make the opponents the entire team face even stronger. This is also the reason why Qile said he couldn't bring Gu Pingchuan. But now, Qile is in a good mood, just in time to challenge the high difficulty. Okay, Dean Gu, but you must obey the command. Qile said solemnly to Gu Pingchuan. I'll try my best. Gu Pingchuan sneered. In front of the arena, everyone is equal. Gu Pingchuan found that his previous understanding of combat seemed to be too shallow. Please help me calculate how many spirit crystals are needed for this equipments. Nag looked at the weapons and armor stacked in front of the counter, and all he had in his heart was amazement at these equipments. And the pain in the flesh about the pricing. Fortunately, before the mission, a lot of funds were allocated from the tribe. However, Nag didn't think the price was unreasonable. Even the great blacksmiths in the clan couldn't study the forging techniques and forged powerful equipment. Its powerful attack and defense capabilities, as well as the accompanying effects, can be called miracles. Nag felt even more incredible after listening to the Moon Cat girl who was suspected of being the store manager introducing the equipment. It is indeed a small shop supported by heroic powerhouses. Nag dared to make a bold guess. Maybe this heroic powerhouse is also an extremely powerful forging master. Even his forging ability is stronger than his own strength. Excuse me, what are the seats over there used for? Negu, who was on the side, observed the area of the combat power improvement training room for a while before asking Yushir. That attitude was much more respectful than before. After all, this store is a place where the elders of the tribe have told them to not offend. There is the combat power improvement training room area in the store. Entering the combat power improvement arena, you can. Yuxiar began to introduce. Nag also followed Yuxiar's introduction and looked over. He happened to see Qile roaring, and an old man sitting next to him was enduring the roar with a smirk on his face. That is, the law god of Xuanhuan Empire. Nag's eyes almost popped out of his sockets, and his voice became a little trembling. Qile didn't know Gu Pingchuan's identity, but Nag knew it. In fact, such a long-established hero level must be remembered for intelligence officers like them who go out on missions. For example, the two heroes of the Wasteland Empire, the Fire Emperor Lingo and the Law God Gu Pingchuan. These are the two pillars of the Xuanhuan Empire. You know, even the entire orc tribe only needs two heroes. They are the Beast King and the High Priest, respectively. So I can't tolerate Nag not being shocked to see such a completely unexpected person in such a place. Gudong. The sound of swallowing saliva sounded, and Nagu turned his head tremblingly, looked at Nag, and said with chattering teeth. Nah, Nag, I heard it right. Also, I still have a problem with my eyes. After all, Nagu is on a mission for the first time, and he is still incomparable with the veteran intelligence officer Nag. Calm down, Nag whispered. No, you look at the people next to Fa Shen. Nagu said tremblingly. It's that young man. Nag's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was even more fortunate in his heart that he did not conflict with him. A person who can roar the law god in public, how low can his strength be? Nag can be sure that although they speculate that there is a hero in Yuwu City, it is absolutely impossible to be Gu Pingchuan, the god of law. Because Gu Pingchuan still needs to guard the brilliant academy. Then, this hero might be the young man beside him. Thinking of this, Nag felt a little dizzy. At such a young hero level, it is difficult for him to imagine what kind of power this young man will be in the future. The powerhouse level, or the king level. No, I can't stay here any longer, I have to leave immediately and report the situation here to the tribe. Nag only felt his mouth dry and his heart rate was rising. Hey, what are those two guys staring at us for? Out of the corner of Qile Sayez, he caught the eyes of the two burly men. Gu Pingchuan also glanced at the two, and said interestingly, the pungent smell of a disguised potion, those two should be orcs. Orcs? Qile asked the system in his mind and got a positive answer. Don't worry about them, let's continue. If you don't listen to the command, you can play alone. After Qile satisfied his curiosity, he didn't care about the two people anymore. After yelling at Gu Pingchuan, he asked the question about the system reward in his mind. Because Qile saw the spirit crystals that the two guys put on the counter, Yu Sierra received them into the receipt box. System, the reward for this hidden task, combined with the host's proposal, has two options. Qile didn't expect that the system would actually consider his opinion, and said happily, tell me about it. System, the first type, when the Combat Power Improvement Training Room is upgraded next time, it will refer to the host's suggestion, and now only 10 positions of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room will be issued. System, second, a rewarded drink vending machine, and 2 drink draws are included. 2 options with no intersection at all made Qile stumped. Sure enough, the system can still read his thoughts. The snacks and drinks that I only thought of yesterday came out today. But it is also what Qile has long expected to allow the Combat Power Improvement Training Room to carry out directional upgrades according to their own suggestions. So confused. System, beverage vending machine, will it appear in the future? Qile could only choose another way of thinking. Since you don't know how to choose a more difficult reward. System, yes, but the task difficulty will be higher than this one. Qile rubbed his chin and recalled the difficulty of this mission. Difficulty. Isn't it free? I choose the first reward plan. Qile made a decision. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to decide the direction of the upgrade of the combat strength training room. The rest of the rewards will be distributed tonight. Okay, let's keep fighting. After Qile selected the reward, he felt a lot better. The negative emotions angered by Gu Pingchuan seemed to be appeased. On the other side, Nag and Nago left the store in fright with the equipment they just bought. Outside was a carriage waiting early. It's just that there is only a carriage, and there is no one in the driving position. Nag bought the wagon, and since they were going back to the Orc tribe, they chose to drive it themselves. Fortunately, the strong man didn't care about us. Nago looked at the two ice sculptures at the street entrance, still having lingering fears. As if in the next second, it was them who were frozen in place. Ice sculpture. That's right, this should be the master's method. Nag said suddenly with certainty. In this wild Yuan Empire, not only the Fire Emperor and the Law God, but now there is an Ice Emperor. This news must be sent back to the tribe as soon as possible. Nag whipped his horsewhip and drove his carriage towards the outside of Cloud City. Wow, what a fast carriage. Xuanhuan, don't look, hurry up and follow, or else Instructor Zhong will talk about you again. Oh, come right away, Sister Wuji. A girl wearing a wide-brimmed mage hat looked at the carriage that was speeding by, and after exclaiming, she immediately followed up with the girl who was waiting for her in front. The girl was wearing a robe covered in runes, holding a magic wand about the length of her forearm. The long and narrow eyes gave people a seductive feeling, and even a robe that did not show her figure could not hide her hot figure. In contrast, the girl known as Xuanhuan has a flat front and a back figure that is more than a little worse. The people at the back keep up with the team. This time the training camp outside the hospital is a bit remote, you may not be able to find it. Zhong Lingyun at the front of the team, after seeing the movement behind the team, warned again. Wu Ji raised the magic wand in her hand to signal that she heard it. A young man standing next to him also raised his left hand and gestured to Zhong Lingyun. I can't believe that our third-year students would also come to participate in this kind of meaningless training outside the hospital. After the young man raised his hand, he licked his ears with his tail finger. The grade system of the Brilliant Academy has only 3 grades. But not according to the length of the school years into the academy, but according to the level of the students. To enter the Brilliant Academy, the maximum age cannot exceed 16 years old, and the minimum level cannot be lower than 15. This is the first grade standard. In the second grade, you need to have level 20, and you must be able to pass the hero level trial space and become a hero level. In the third grade, you need to have 40 levels, and you must be able to pass the professional class trial space and successfully transfer. As long as the job change is successful, you can apply for the graduation assessment at any time. As long as you can pass the graduation assessment, you can graduate from the Brilliant Academy and get the Brilliant Medal. The Brilliant Medal is a proof of strength. It is impossible to successfully pass the graduation assessment of the Brilliant Academy if it is only a successful job transfer without sufficient strength. Therefore, as long as the person who can successfully graduate from the Brilliant Academy, that is the talent that the major forces will rush for. If you can successfully pass the graduation assessment, I believe that the college will not let you participate in the training outside the college. Wu Ji glanced at the young man and said coldly. You. Wu Ji's words just hit the sore spot of the young man, Jing Qingyun. There is no limit to the application time for the graduation assessment of the Brilliant Academy. As long as they are in the third year and have successfully transferred students, they can apply at any time. However, within a year, the same person can only apply once. For 3 consecutive years, Jing Qingyun failed the graduation assessment and retired. Now that Wu Ji mentioned it, it was inevitable that he would be a little embarrassed and angry. Senior Qingyun, don't be angry, Sister Wu Ji is not laughing at you. Xuanhuan immediately came out to smooth things out. Forget it, I don't care about you. Jing Qingyun glanced at both eyes, then waited for Wu Ji, but in the end she didn't say anything harsh. Give Xuanhuan schoolgirls a face. Wu Ji and Jing Qingyun were students of the same period and had been in the third grade for almost 4 years. But Xuanhuan is a new third-year student this year, so it's actually not wrong to call Jing Qingyun the chief. In front of them are the first and second-year students. Ing Feng, Ing Shui, Kuming Lang. Grimace, ink black, ink white. Except for Ing Shui, the other 5 people are acquaintances with each other. This time they gathered in the training team outside the hospital. It can be said that the enemy met, and they were very jealous. As expected, the first-year students are all of you, but there seems to be on less. Grimace looked at Ing Feng and said in a deep voice. The last time in the martial arts arena, it was this guy who turned the tide. As a result, his Grimace became the laughingstock of the second grade. He was jokingly called a freshman gospel messenger who was rushing to give college points to freshmen. Yo, isn't this the messenger of the newborn gospel? What's the matter with you? Before Ing Feng could speak, Kuming Lang spoke up. To say why Qi Yongqiu didn't come, it was probably because Ing Feng and Ing Shui had a better relationship with Ding Gu. Because Ing Feng and Ing Shui were also present when Gu Pingchuan and the others came to Yunwu City last time, the 2 of them were appointed for the training outside the hospital this time. But this kind of thing, I understand it in my heart. Kuming Lang and Ing Feng and Ing Shui have been in a relationship from childhood to adulthood, although due to family background, there is some disagreement between the 2 sides. However, under the influence of Chila Store, this relationship was repaired. Don't be too complacent, we were just careless last time. If it weren't for the Grimace wearing an iron mask, then you could see his face, so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Is it just careless? In this training outside the hospital, do you dare to compete with us again? Ing Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, with a sneer. He knew where this training session was and what the content of the training session was. So I asked with confidence. This is the advantage of information asymmetry. Humph, how dare these 2 guys who haven't even passed the warrior level trial space? Grimace snorted coldly. From Grimace's point of view, the training outside the hospital is nothing more than speaking by strength. He is a dignified 32 hero level, can't compare to 2 people who are not even hero level? That's good, I hope you don't regret it. Ing Feng's mouth was slightly raised, and his smile was a bit cunning. However, the grimaces of revenge and anger were not found. The training location is in the alley in front. For the next period of time, we will all live in Yunwu City until the training is over. After Zhong Lingyun saw the familiar ice sculpture, she immediately called out and stopped the team. In such a place, is there any good place for training? Jing Qingyun said disappointedly after seeing this remote alley. It's a pity that he still had a bit of fantasy before. Senior Qingyun is right, this kind of place is too perfunctory as a training location. Grimace also echoed. It's not that there has been no training outside the hospital before, but basically they are in forests, deserts, grasslands, or some special places where there are many monsters. But it was the first time in the city. And in such a remote place. It's really hard to look good on. Wow, those 2 ice sculptures are so beautiful. Xuanhuan's focus is always different from that of normal people. Wu Ji also looked at the 2 ice sculptures carefully, and her eyes suddenly lit up. The people who were frozen there seemed to be 2 people from the Wolf Hunter clan, at least level 50, the backbone of the standard professional class. Ah, isn't that better than us? Xuanhuan opened his mouth slightly in surprise, looking a little cute. The person who freezes them is stronger, and can make the professional class completely unable to struggle, at least at the master level. Wu Ji calmly and plainly analyzed. Then glanced at Jing Qingyun and Grimace. It was a disappointment to find that they were still belittling this place. Heh. Wu Ji chuckled lightly, not wasting any effort to remind them. Wow, Grandmaster level, is that stronger than Master Zhong? Xuanhuan was surprised again. For ordinary people, the Grandmaster level is the final destination. Hero level, that's a far-flung realm. Maybe. Wu Ji was non-committal. Zhong Lingyun, who was leading the team in front, had already walked into the alley. A double-story building that was incompatible with the surrounding houses slowly appeared in front of everyone. Zhong Lingyun first showed a puzzled look, and then opened the store door after repeatedly confirming the address in her mind. "Hello, what do you need?" A sweet greeting came from the store immediately. After seeing Yu Shier's face, Zhong Lingyun was sure that she was not looking in the wrong place. Could it be that our training location is in a small shop? It's really disappointing. Jing Qingyun's complaint followed closely. Others also walked into the store one after another. After the overall renovation of the store, the space inside is much larger, and so many people come in at one time, and it does not seem crowded at all. "Shier, is there still a place?" Zhong Lingyun went to the counter to hand over the Ling Jing, and asked about the situation by the way. "How come I was away for 2 days and found that the entire store has changed?" The students who followed behind were wandering around the store at will. "So this is an equipment store?" Grimace glanced at Ying Feng, and the odds in his heart increased by 10%. This kind of remote equipment store, how good can there be some forging masters who have the best equipment? Jing Qingyun was even more disappointed after reading the shelf area. "I really don't know what the academy asked us to do here. Why don't you let me continue to challenge the battle puppets?" The sturdy, black urn said angrily. "Since it's here, let's be safe," Mobai said in a soft voice, and stopped talking. However, it can be heard from the tone that the disappointment in it is undisguised. After Zhong Lingyun casually asked about the situation, she first went to the combat promotion training room area to see the number of vacant seats. "Then I saw someone who shouldn't be here. President Gu. Why are you here?" Gu Pingchuan, who was being warned repeatedly by Qi Lu, raised his head and showed a kind smile after hearing this voice. "Don't make a statement, I just came to see your training situation," Gu Pingchuan said calmly. But Zhong Lingyun's surprised shout had already attracted the attention of all the students in the store. "President Gu!" Jing Qingyun almost called out. The others didn't get much better either, and almost stared out their eyes in astonishment. They did not expect that the dean of the brilliant academy, the only hero of the Xuanhuan Empire, would appear here. Could it be that there is really something special about this store that is worthy of being a hero? Thinking of this, and thinking of the words that he had said to belittle this store before, Jing Qingyun was immediately ashamed, and could not wait to find a crack on the spot to get in. Even Gu Pingchuan was willing to condescend to come to this store. He was even having a cordial conversation with the young man who looked a little thin. Could it be that his Jing Qingyun's identity is higher than that of Dean Gu? The 3 students in the 2nd grade were not much better. All of them were blushing with shame, and they didn't even know what to say. "I can't wait to give myself 2 mouths on the spot." Now they can only pray that Dean Gu didn't hear them. "I didn't expect Dean Gu to be here." Could it be that the owner of this store is Dean Gu's friend? Xuanhuan guessed. "I may still have underestimated the background of this store. Even Dean Gu Ishura. The 2 people from the Wolf Hunter outside the ice block are probably also heroic powerhouses." Wu Ji waved calmly. S face also appeared a little shocked. It is completely unimaginable that in such a place, there will be a hero who lives in seclusion. It seems that this store is definitely not as simple as what I see. "Boss, you are playing in the arena again, take me with you later." Ying Feng saw Qi Lu and immediately moved up. "This is the mission of your training camp?" Qi Lu raised his eyes and asked it in a flat tone. He had no memory of the academy in his mind, so he was still curious. "Actually, I don't know what the task is." "Ah, hello Dean Gu." Ying Feng scratched the back of his head, and suddenly caught a glimpse of Gu Pingchuan next to him. "Okay, don't disturb the store manager. If you let the store manager come along, it won't play the role of training camp." Gu Pingchuan coughed lightly, and then said seriously. Gu Pingchuan, who has fought side by side with Qi Lu, is very clear that Qila's commanding ability and personal combat ability are first-class and powerful. In the online mode of the Battle Strength Promotion Arena, Qi Lu alone can share most of the tasks for the entire team. If Qi Lu was added to the students of the Brilliant Academy, the effect off this training camp would definitely be greatly reduced. Oh, yes, Dean. Ying Feng replied unhappily. Exactly, it's time to get on the plane today. Let's start training. Gu Pingchuan also stood up after hearing the sound of the crystal ball in his mind. Then I won't bother you anymore, manager. Well, walk slowly. Qi Lu nodded, in response to Gu Pingchuan's words. Gu Pingchuan didn't care much about the fruit-flavored jelly, bacon sandwiches and potato chips, and he had to go back and tell the two old guys. Otherwise, the fact that he skipped work today will probably be read by them again. However, it was Qi Li's indifferent attitude in response to Gu Pingchuan, which made the students of the Brilliant Academy affirm their thoughts. Dare to take such an understatement of a hero, it will only be another hero. Even though Gu Pingchuan is a person of personality and kindness, none of those who faced him did not respect him. This is respect for the strong. However, Qi Li's attitude was more like talking to an old friend. Facing Gu Pingchuan's goodbye, it was like an old friend who came to visit and said that he was going home first, and Qi Li didn't even mean to get up and say goodbye. This store is horrible. Except for Ying Feng and Ying Shui, everyone else has this idea in their hearts. There is not enough space for now, you can wait in the store for a while, you can look around. Zhong Lingyun said aloud after finding that there were no-free booths. Jing Qingyun and the others did not dare to have any comments. It's just that he stood in the store obediently and looked around cautiously. After all, when facing a hero-level powerhouse, it is necessary to correct one's attitude. There are strong people who are kind, but there are also strong people who are bloodthirsty. When you don't know what kind of strong character you are facing, it is always right to remain in awe. Yo, there are so many newcomers. Hu Shou followed behind Gu Pingchuan, and quickly checked out and got off the plane. As soon as he walked out, he saw a lot of people in the store. The Blood Wolf followed closely and walked out with the team members. Looking at your expressions, you seem to be quite nervous. Why are you so nervous? The black-hearted boss is like this, as long as you didn't make trouble in the store. Who knows what they think, let's go to Cloud Forest first. A group of mercenaries teased the students of the Brilliant Academy and left the store giggling. Even if the Blood Wolf team is strictly disciplined, on this occasion, the Blood Wolf will not ask how serious the team members are. After all, mercenaries are not an army, and they still have a rebellious temperament in their bones. Being teased by a group of mercenaries, the faces of the students were also a little ugly. But as they said, the young man who was their boss didn't seem to care about them very much. Fair enough. Being valued by a strong man is a good thing, but being cared by a strong man is not necessarily a good thing. Sister, come here, Sheer just told me that there are good things in the store. Ying Feng didn't know when, he ran to the snack vending machine again and waved to Ying Shui. In the whole store, Ying Feng was the most active one among all the students. What good stuff. Ying Shui was also attracted by Ying Feng. That's it. Ying Feng held a fruit-flavored jelly in his palm and held it up in front of Ying Shui. Listen to Sheer, this thing is called fruit-flavored jelly, and it can help to temper magic. What? Tempering magic? As soon as these words came out, all the students, including Zhong Lingyun, widened their eyes and stared at the crystal-clear little box in Ying Feng's hand in astonishment. The difficulty of tempering magic is different from improving attributes. After all, apart from upgrading and advancing to the realm, there is no other way to improve the attribute, and they will not think about it. But tempering magic or fighting spirit, that is the homework that every student of the Brilliant Academy must know. Every student who has tempered magic or fighting spirit knows the hardships involved. Without raising the level, if you want to temper your magic power and fighting spirit, you can only rely on time and perseverance to slowly grind it. It's a chore. But in the case that the level cannot be improved temporarily, this is the easiest way to improve the strength. And they are well aware of how precious the items that help temper magic and vindictiveness are. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. However, here, they heard Ing Feng say that the unknown thing in his hand can help temper magic. Their first reaction was to disbelieve. After all, such precious things are either reserved for themselves or appear in the auction house. How could it be directly put up for sale? Of course, Ing Shui was not included among those who had this idea. Ing Shui was simply surprised. As a regular customer, Ing Shui knew that the products in the Qi Lu store had no effect whatsoever. It is said that magic can be tempered, then magic can be tempered. Sister Wuji, do you think this is true? Xuanhuan asked Wuji, beside him a little confusedly. It's possible. If the store manager here is really a hero, then it's impossible for him to lose his reputation. After Wuji was shocked, he quickly calmed down. After thinking about it carefully, I felt that what Ing Feng said should be believable. Oh, by the way, Shi'er also introduced me to these two kinds of things, potato chips that can temper your fighting spirit, and bacon sandwiches that can temper your physique. Ing Feng took out 2 different packaging bags. Yu Shi'er is different from Qi Lu. Qi Lu wants to maintain his image as a cold store manager and will not take the initiative to introduce it under normal circumstances. Of course, this is just Qi Li's personal opinion. He thinks that the image of the store manager should be cool and has nothing to do with the system. But Yu Xier is a store clerk, and in front of regular customers and acquaintances, she will introduce any new products. However, Ing Feng believed it because he had confidence in Qi Lu's store. But others may not. It's impossible. Ing Feng, are you sure you are awake? How can such a precious thing be displayed and sold like this? The fruit-flavored jelly that can temper magic just now is already unbelievable. Now there are 2 completely different, but equally precious items. There is really no way to make people believe Ing Feng's rhetoric. When did tempering dou qi and tempering physique become so easy? Qi Lu noticed the movement here and took time to glance. It seems that the snack task will be completed soon. Qi Lu thought to himself, and glanced at Yu Shi'er again. She seems to have potato chips on the corner of her mouth. Sister Wuji, that fruit-flavored jelly looks delicious. Shall we try it? I believe that a heroic powerhouse will not joke about his own reputation. Wuji nodded, and then brought Xuanhuan to the snack vending machine. Following the instructions above, one person purchased a fruit-flavored jelly. Others crowded around curiously. A spirit crystal and a fruit-flavored jelly. Seeing this price, they denied Ing Feng's words in their hearts. Just kidding, items that can temper magic power are thrown into the auction house, and at least hundreds of spirit crystals will start. As far as the price of this spirit crystal is concerned, unless there is a problem with the brain, it will be priced like this. However, they dare not say that a heroic powerhouse has a problem with his brain, so it is conceivable that this must be a fake. Forget it, there's nothing to buy for this kind of thing. Yeah, it looks like it should be a kind of food. If I really want to eat, I might as well go to Zuiyan Lu to have a meal, at least it can be guaranteed to be delicious. Everyone shook their heads one after another, expressing no interest in such bizarre things. If you have the spirit crystal, it is better to buy more alchemy potions to help you level up. Wow, Sister Wuji, this fruity jelly is really delicious. Just as everyone was shaking their heads, Xuanhuan suddenly exclaimed with a look of satisfaction. Wuji nodded, and a look of enjoyment appeared on her calm face. To be honest, Wuji is a person who doesn't particularly care about the taste of food, but this fruit-flavored jelly changed her mind. It turns out that the deliciousness reaches a certain level, which can really make people feel spiritually satisfied. At this time, Wu Ji didn't care much about whether this fruit-flavored jelly could temper the magic. To be able to taste this deliciousness, this spiritual crystal is worth the money. It's a pity, I can only buy one a day. After Xuanhuan finished tasting the fruit-flavored jelly, they suddenly saw the prompt on the snack vending machine, and suddenly looked frustrated. Sister, these potato chips are also delicious, and the bacon sandwich is also very delicious. Ying Feng had already tasted all 3 kinds of snacks. The ultimate delicacy immediately made Ying Feng a loyal fan. And also advertised it spontaneously. Well, it's really delicious. This taste is at least several times stronger than the Xuanhuan Tower in the Imperial City. Ying Shui also followed Ying Feng's footsteps. I also took out the Drunk Cloud Tower for comparison. Seeing this scene, the other students looked at each other in dismay. It is impossible for them not to know where the Xuanhuan Tower is. As a top restaurant brand, almost every city-state will have a branch of Xuanlu. In the eyes of many people, Xuanlu is a synonym for delicious food. Not to mention the effects of tempering magic power and fighting qi, just because it is directly compared with Xuanlu, and it can also throw off the taste of the other party a few streets, I am afraid it is worth a try. Why don't we try it too? Grimace looked at Mo He. I think so. Mo He looked at Mo Bai. Although I don't believe that these things can temper dou qi and physique, I believe that delicious food should not lie. Jing Qingyun also made an excuse for himself. Why haven't you eaten yet? Ku Minglang held a bag of potato chips and looked at these hesitant people suspiciously. Such delicious food, do you still need to hesitate? If the effect is true, then for those who practice vindictiveness, potato chips and bacon sandwiches are obviously the first choice. Whether it is tempering dou qi or tempering physique, it is necessary. Relatively speaking, physique is not so important to a magician. Then try potato chips first. As the representative of the skeptics, Jing Qingyun took out the spirit crystal first. Ripped open the bag and just ate a slice. The rich fragrance and mellow taste of potato chips completely conquered Jing Qingyun. It's so delicious. Yeah, better than anything I've ever eaten. The Grimace and the others next to him also responded. While they were enjoying their meal, Zhong Lingyun's voice rang. Everyone, gather and tell you now, the mission of this training outside the hospital. When everyone's eyes shifted, Zhong Lingyun put down the potato chips in his hand and coughed twice. The first task is to challenge an opponent at will in the standalone mode of the combat power improvement arena. The minimum requirement is that if you are not defeated within 10 minutes, it will be completed. The second task, in the online mode of the battle strength promotion arena, the 9 of you together, choose to challenge 3 opponents, the minimum requirement, if not defeated within 10 minutes, even if it is completed. This is the result that Gu Pingchuan, Meng Xiangyu, and Wu Zhuozhou agreed upon together. They have tried both the standalone mode and the online mode in the combat power improvement arena, and naturally they know the level of the opponents inside. It is still unrealistic for students in these brilliant academies who can't even pass the graduation examination to defeat these guys. You can only set the task goal as the longer the better. But Zhong Lingyun couldn't say anything about the thoughtful thinking of the 3 deans. However, among these 9 people, those who have been in contact with the battle strength promotion arena only needing Feng and Ying Shui. The other students who heard the training mission were blown away on the spot. What? Just let us last 10 minutes to complete the mission? This is too perfunctory. The second task is still 9-3 for us, but we still only need to hold on for 10 minutes. You are right, Master Zhong. Yes, it should be defeated within 10 minutes. Among them, the most fierce protester was Jing Qingyun, who failed to pass the 3 necessary examinations. In terms of overall strength, Jing Qingyun is indeed the strongest among the 9 students. Even most of the 3rd graders can't compare to him. Jing Qingyun, who had stayed in the brilliant academy for so long, naturally couldn't have heard about the training outside the academy, and naturally he had also heard of the training tasks of the students. It is not to hunt down the designated monsters, or to challenge higher-level monsters together with a small team, or go to pick and collect some natural materials and treasures. Generally speaking, the treasures nurtured by the aura of Zongtiandi will be guarded by monsters nearby, which is one of the training missions. There were even 2 occasions when I encountered a strange beast during the training process, and temporarily changed the training mission. But it was the first time to come to such a remote shop for training. And this time, the training mission is actually to let himself and others not be defeated within 10 minutes, even if it is completed. Who is this looking down on? Although Jing Qingyun didn't know where this battle strength promotion arena was, who was the opponent in Master Zhong's mouth. But Jing Qingyun didn't think that those opponents could be so powerful. After all, this is just a training camp outside the hospital, not to kill them. It is impossible to challenge them with master-level opponents, so it is better to let them admit defeat directly. What's more, where can the brilliant academy find so many master-level opponents as opponents for their training outside the academy? And not only Jing Qingyun, even Wu Ji, Grimace, and the others felt that the training mission this time was deliberately perfunctory. In any case, they are also the elite of all grades of the brilliant academy. Otherwise, it will not stand out among the many students and come here for training outside the hospital. But Brilliant Academy was so perfunctory to them, it really made them a little angry. So, do you want to defeat your opponent? Zhong Lingyun wasn't angry, she just raised her eyebrows and asked with interest. Black belly. This was Ying Feng's first reaction. He didn't expect that the mature and prudent mentor Zhong had always had such a dark side. Of course, if we can't defeat our opponent, how can we achieve the purpose for training camp? Jing Qingyun's words were sonorous and powerful. It's over. Ying Feng complained inwardly. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Ying Shui whispered beside Ying Feng. If they want to defeat their opponents in the battle strength improvement arena, so far as they know, only Qi Lu has done it alone. However, in the standalone arena, Gu Pingchuan also successfully defeated the Guardian Knight. Now that Jing Qingyun's words come out, it is estimated that all of them will be unlucky. Sure enough, Zhong Lingyun raised her eyebrows slightly, a sly smile flashed in the corner of her mouth, looked at the other people, and said, "Do you think so too?" Of course, although we are not as strong as Senior Qingyun, we also know that if we have not experienced hardships, how can we become talents? Grimace immediately supported Jing Qingyun. Mo He and Mo Bai also nodded. Although Wu Ji felt that there was something wrong with Zhong Lingyun's tone, she still nodded and said, "That's right, since it's a training outside the academy, you must show the results." Xuanhuan saw Wu Ji nodding, and also nodded in a daze. Ying Shui and Ke Mingling knew that the will of the public was hard to defy. Sudhi could only helplessly smile bitterly. Only Ying Feng still tried to make a desperate struggle. "Teacher Zhong, don't, you can increase it to 20 minutes, you really can't beat it." Coward. Grimace looked at Ying Feng and said disdainfully. "I really don't understand how a soft bastard like you managed to turn the tide in the martial arts arena." Mo He also mocked. "Brother Ying Feng, you don't need to be so afraid. The purpose of the training outside the hospital is to train us. No matter how difficult the task is, as long as we do our best, we can definitely accomplish it." Jing Qingyun's tone, as always, is just and righteous. It sounds like he's encouraging Ying Feng, but in fact, it's alluding to Ying Feng's fear. Ming Yang and secretly demeaning nothing more. Ying Shui reluctantly patted Ying Feng and said, "Forget it, this training mission is over." Wu Ji looked at Ying Feng for a long time before asking out loud, "Do you know anything?" I don't know anything, you will understand everything when you enter the battle strength promotion arena. Ying Feng didn't care about the ridicule of others, because he was already desperate. Okay, since you all agreed, then I agree to your request to change the conditions for completing this training mission to defeating the opponents in the battle strength arena. Zhong Lingyun finally spoke and made a final decision. As soon as these words came out, Yu Shier's eyes clearly showed the gloating light of Schadenfreude. It's just that no one noticed. Now, go find a seat and sit down, just put your hand on the base of the crystal ball, and you will know what to do next. Zhong Lingyun doesn't need much introduction. Detailed information, the crystal ball will be automatically transmitted to the newcomer. It turned out to be a virtual training ground. This alchemy tool is really well done. After Jing Qingyun digested the information from the crystal ball, he first entered the arena in standalone mode. The so-called fearlessness of the ignorant probably refers to this situation. After calling out a long sword and skillfully playing a sword flower, Jing Qingyun looked at the opponent under the ring. There is actually the same rank as me, is it a swordsman? Then I will choose the swordsman as my opponent. Jing Qingyun is very confident, the swordsman rank has always been something is proud of. In this world, the rank of ordinary people is the common categories of fighters, knights, magicians, archers, assassins, and priests. In each major class, it will also be subdivided into various classes. For example, in the warrior class, it is also divided into sword warriors, heavy armored warriors, etc. In the knight class, it is divided into sword knights, spear knights, heavy knights, and so on. The magician class is divided into various elemental magicians. The swordsman class is a relatively rare class that has no subcategory. Generally speaking, the combat power of this class is much stronger than that of the ordinary class. But at the same time, the difficulty of changing jobs is also much higher. However, the swordsman is not really a rare class. For a truly rare class, the talent requirements for transferees and the conditions for transferring are extremely high. For example, the legendary dragon warriors and dragon knights, without the baptism of dragon blood and the approval of the dragon race, would not have succeeded in transferring. But even so, Jing Qingyun, who was able to change careers to become a swordsman, was proud enough. Let me see what the swordsmen in this arena have to offer. Jing Qinjian raised his head halfway, with a judgmental look on his face. The ordinary-looking swordsman jumped onto the ring and looked at Jing Qingyun with indifference. The crystal ball also issued a prompt sound at the appropriate time. Battle begins. Jing Qingyun immediately raised his sword and stabbed. The swordsman attacked first, that was a must. Different from other classes with balanced attributes, the attributes of the swordsman class are high in attack and defense, and it is easy to be passively beaten if you do not take the lead. But Jing Qingyun understands this truth, and the swordsmen in the arena understand it even more. Otherwise, the swordsman's attack method would not be evaluated as deceitful. When Jing Qingyun raised his sword, the swordsman's figure had disappeared from the ring. What about people? Jing Qingyun's eyes widened, as if thinking of something in his heart. He was startled, and his pupils shrank suddenly. But it's too late. The swordsman had long appeared behind Jing Qingyun, and the long sword stabbed straight into the back of his heart. Damn, how could it be so fast? Jing Qingyun was surprised, but his skills were not bad. At the moment of realizing what happened, Jing Qingyun immediately turned around and swung his sword, trying to intercept the swordsman's attack. However, the swordsman seemed to have thought of this for a long time. The long sword that was like a flash of lightning suddenly swayed. Laugh. With a stinging pain, Jing Qingyun felt that the blood was flowing out of the body. Consciousness soon plunged into darkness. The next moment, Jing Qingyun saw 4 huge prompt fonts in the crystal ball. Fight lost. Damn it. How could I not even be able to hold 2 moves? Jing Qingyan slammed his thigh hard, and then entered the battle strength promotion arena again without believing in evil. Select the standalone mode, and the scene of the ring appears in the crystal ball again. Summoning weapon, long sword. Choose your opponent, the swordsman. Battle begins. Jing Qingyun felt that this time, he was fully prepared and would never let that swordsman sneak attack again. But it turned out that he was still too young. A swordsman in the ring, his attacks are endless. If you can't grasp his position, then you can only be prepared to be attacked all the time, and then quickly lose in this endless attack. Is this a swordsman or an assassin? After losing 10 games in a row, Jing Qingyun suddenly roared, and his whole face was ashen. In 10 full battles, he had not been able to complete 10 moves in a single battle, let alone 10 minutes. And the most terrifying thing is that Jing Qingyun was completely led by the swordsman's attack from beginning to end, and he couldn't trace the swordsman's trace at all. If that's the essence of a swordsman, it's horrible. Jing Qingyun finally realized what a terrifying place this battle strength promotion arena is. His previously proud fighting skills were not worth mentioning at all in front of the swordsman in the arena, and could not be compared at all. Thinking of the big words he said before, Jing Qingyun once again had the Ergido slap his 2 big mouths. Defeat this monster? This is really a dream. As a swordsman, Jing Qingyun understands the most terrifying fighting skills of those who bring the swordsman's way to the extreme. Although Jing Qingyun wasn't sure whether the guy in front of him was the legendary one who brought the swordsman's way to the extreme. But Jing Qingyun can be sure that there is no way to defeat this guy by himself. Let's try other opponents. After thinking for a while, Jing Qingyun finally decided to give up and continue to choose the swordsman. Assassin was chosen instead. The swordsman class, to a certain extent, can restrain the assassin class. Because the responsiveness of the swordsman class is very powerful, when facing an assassin, it can react faster than other classes, and use its own high attack to instantly kill the assassin. I don't believe it anymore. I can't beat a swordsman, and I can't even beat an assassin. Jing Qingyun said in disbelief. However, the battle strength promotion arena once again gave Jing Qingyun a very deep memory. In the hands of the assassin, Jing Qingyun couldn't even make a move. The assassin in the arena, the way of fighting, is completely different from the swordsman. The swordsman's attack method is only deceitful, but there are still traces to follow. However, the key to assassins is to kill with one hit. Before the shot, it was completely invisible. Even Qi Le couldn't find him out of hiding before the assassins in the arena attacked. The only way is to wait. You can only wait until the moment the assassin makes a move, counterattack, seize the assassin's flaws, and kill him. Once you miss the moment of the assassin's shot, you can only continue to defend and wait for the assassin's next attack. However, every time the assassin misses, his next attack will become more violent and terrifying, and it will also become more unpredictable. Therefore, Jing Qingyun was beaten and his mentality exploded, and his mental breakdown was a matter of course. And not only Jing Qingyun, in fact, other people are not much better. Both Xuanhuan and Wu Ji chose the Great Magician as their opponent. Then, the Great Magician was extremely stable, but it emerged in an endless stream, connecting the little magic with no flaws, and he was knocked off their ring again and again, and he was defeated with tears. What terrifying combat skills are these, and his understanding of Thessa magics is completely superb. Every time Wu Ji lost a match, she could clearly feel the difference between herself and the person in the ring who looked ordinary and wore a linen robe. The connection between each magic is almost exactly the same. And every magic is used just right, and it is released at the most appropriate time. Whether it is trap magic, or small magic to interrupt singing, or defensive magic, offensive magic. Don't waste an ounce of magic. The Great Magician, worthy of the name. How could this be? Why is he so strong? Both of them puffed out their cheeks, bit their lower lip, and said aggrievedly with red eyes. After losing 20 games, Xuanhuan, whose eyes were already red, finally cried out with a wow. What happened? Qi Lu, who was sitting in the booth at the door, suddenly raised his head with confusion and curiosity when he heard the cry. To be honest, in the area of the combat power improvement training room, there have been people who cursed, people who were shocked, and people who had a nervous breakdown. It was the first time that Qi Lu met the only one who was crying. But it can also be attributed to the emotional breakdown. After confirming that nothing happened, Qi Lu lowered his head again, looked at the crystal ball, and continued to challenge the arena. If you cry, Qi Lu will take care of it. Wouldn't that be busy? The mood of other people is similar to that of Xuanhuan. It's just because of my identity that I can't cry. In particular, I said before that the goal of the mission should be changed from persisting for 10 minutes to those who defeat the opponent. Not only do they want to cry, but they also want to slap their mouths. This is really unpleasant to find for yourself. Think about it too, how could the brilliant academy perfunctory its students? Nag and Negu drove the carriage and galloped all the way. Returning to the Orc tribe from Cloud Mist City, the guard quickly informed the incident. Nag also came to the meeting room of the intelligence team from another channel. Nag, this mission will be rewarding. The leader of the intelligence team was a skinny orc. Even in the luminous meeting room, the team leader has been hiding in the dark. This is how intelligence teams survive. Team leader, the situation of the shop has been verified, and all the equipment has been collected. Nag lowered his head and reported the situation of this mission. I have already handed over all the equipment to the blacksmith, but this time, there is a very bad news. Speak. The team leader said with the same tone. I met the god of law in that shop, Nag said. Gu Pingchuan? The team leader raised his brows, showing a slightly surprised look. The title of heroic powerhouse will not be repeated. Faz Hen, referring to Gu Pingchuan. That's right, and the store manager chatted and laughed with him. I suspect that the store manager is the third heroic powerhouse in the Wild Yuan Empire. Nag said with a solemn expression. Continue. The team leader remained expressionless. In front of the store, there are 2 ice sculptures that were instantly frozen. I guess that this is a hero who is good at using ice magic. Nag Yang continued his analysis. After the Fire Emperor, is there another Ice Emperor? The team leader seemed to be talking to himself. No matter what rank hero level, it is not easy to mess with. A powerful magician can use forbidden magic to destroy a city-state in an instant. Powerful warriors can also break up mountains and rivers. This matter is included in the special confidential information and needs Tobe reported to the Beast Emperor. You have done a good job this time. After a pause, the team leader continued, faced with the attitude of the Huangyuan Empire, it seems that it is time to change. An empire with 3 heroes is definitely not something that ordinary forces can provoke. After sending off the Lanyi team, Qi Lu also closed the store door. The sales of snacks are unexpectedly good. Even when the members of Lanya squad came over, the Blood Wolf squad was dispatched by Blood Wolf, and all the team members who were not assigned tokum to train also came to buy snacks. Even if it's not for the ultimate deliciousness, it's worth it just for the special effects of snacks. System, congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task on 80 ahead of schedule. Qi Lu sat on the bed, and after hearing the system prompt, he excitedly said, is there any extra reward for completing the task 1 day earlier? System, sorry, host, even if you complete the task at the moment when the task is released, it is impossible to receive additional rewards. Cut, stingy system. Qi Lu pouted. System, host, I seem to have heard some bad adjectives just now, do you still want a reward? What I said just now is that the system is really fair, strictly forbidden, with principles and bottom lines, which is completely different from those coquettish bitches. For the reward, Qi Lu resolutely surrendered. System, as long as the host understands, the rewards for the 2 missions, a total of 30 positions in the training room for combat power improvement, will be distributed now. System, the combat power improvement training room has reached the prerequisites for upgrading and has 50 positions. System, the upgrade task for the training room is now released. Do you accept it? 3 prompt sounds in a row once again gave Qi Lu a surprise. Is there any preconditions for the upgrade of the combat power improvement training room? Qi Lu instantly grasped the point. I haven't heard of this before. System, the host thinks, what can you do if you upgrade 20 positions? The tone of these words seemed a little gloomy. Sure enough, after the store manager's level was high, the system became a little different. However, Qi Lu had to admit that what the system said made sense. Even if upgraded the training room for combat power improvement as Qi Lu thought in his mind, there would be nothing to do with only 20 positions. Then accept it, I'll see what the upgrade task is. The upgrade task that suddenly appeared was a surprise, and Qi Lu also had the right to suggest an upgrade. System, upgrade task of the combat power improvement training room. The purpose of the combat power improvement training room is to improve the combat power, and this needs to be reflected in all users. System, upgrade conditions, 3 guests who have successfully challenged with their own strength, no restrictions on mode. System, mission completion reward, the combat power improvement training room has been upgraded by 1 level. The upgrade content will be determined according to the host's suggestion, and another 50 positions will be. 3 more beeps sounded. This task of increasing the position either does not come, and a lot of it comes. But it's also good, the more places, the happier Qi Lu is. These are all spirit crystals. But, the 3 guests who successfully challenged with their own strengths, are you sure the system didn't play with me? Qi Lu looked at the content of the task and felt a pain in his heart. The time to open the combat power improvement training room is not short. But besides Qi Lu himself, Gu Pingchuan is the only one who can challenge successfully. And not every class, Gu Pingchuan can play. System, this, the host needs to find a way by himself. Qi Lu was silent for a long time. Before using a negotiating tone, he said in his mind, System, are you still there? Can we discuss it again? System, the host has something to say. If you can agree or not, consider it as appropriate. Qi Lu thought for a while and said, it's definitely not possible for you to change the task. Then can you get me 2 sofas and a big screen? System, what does the host want to do? I want to live broadcast to them live teaching. Qi Lu said bitterly. There are still many hotels in Yunwu City that can stay overnight. After all, in a city-state that prospered through trade, there were not only many, but also good shops, such as hotels and restaurants. And in the hotel. Jing Qingyun screamed and woke up, as if having a nightmare, sweating profusely. I can't beat them, I'll never say, I'll beat them again. Halfway through, Jing Qingyun woke up from the dream and got off the bed panting heavily. Yesterday, I was really abused for 4 hours. I was abused to the point that I couldn't escape this nightmare even when I went to bed at night. Today this nightmare will continue. As soon as Jing Qingyun thought of this, he immediately fell on the bed without love, closed his eyes, and secretly wept. And many more. With the habit of running dou qi, Jing Qingyun suddenly discovered that his dou qi seemed to have become purer. No, the effect of the potato chips I ate yesterday was not a joke. Or, it's an illusion. Jing Qingyun immediately sat up and felt the grudge in his body wholeheartedly. It's not an illusion, it's really pure. And not only the fighting spirit, but also the physique, as if it has been tempered, it has become a bit stronger. Is this the strength of that store? Even such precious items are completely ignored and sold casually. Jing Qingyun was stunned. This kind of precious item that should have been placed in the auction house was placed in the store so carelessly. And the price is like a free gift. I was still too expensive yesterday. Jing Qingyun only felt that what he said yesterday was like a fool. A hero-level powerhouse is indeed not a person of his own level, so he can't speculate at will. Seeing that it was time to gather, Jing Qingyun calmed down and walked out of the hotel room. Sister Wuji, when I woke up today, I found that my magic power seemed to have become more pure. In the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, Xuanhuan was pulling Wu Giant talking about her discovery this morning. While listening, Wu Ji nodded slightly and said, "It should be the effect of fruit-flavored jelly, the effect of refining magic power, which is 3 points stronger than those items I knew before." Ying Feng was also pinching his arm, feeling the toughness of his muscles, and sighed silently, "There are so many good things in the boss's shop, there are even foods for strengthening the body. I used to only know about medicinal pills with permanent properties, but I didn't expect there to be potato chips for tempering vindictiveness." Kuminglang also said with great excitement, "It's a pity that I can only buy one a day." Words about tempering fighting chi, tempering magic power, and tempering physique appeared from the mouths of these students from time to time, and then added to the discussion topic. The special effects of those snacks were confirmed over and over again. Occasionally, lodging merchants who know the goods pass by, and when they hear Jing Qingyun's few words, they will show extremely shocked expressions. Then looked at Jing Qingyun and the others, with awe. Who are these people? Items that tempered douqi and tempered magic can actually be used at will. Even people in the royal family are probably not so rich. Of course, Zhong Lingyun didn't care what others thought of him. After counting the number of people, she took the students to Qi Li's store. Early in the morning, Qi Li yawned and went down to the shop on the first floor. Because Qi Li wanted to see how the 50 booths were placed in the store. He remembered that the previous 20 booths had almost taken up the space of the store. The space in front of the counter needs to be reserved. So in the rest of the place, it would be too little to put 10 card seats. However, after Qi Li came to the first floor, he found that he still underestimated the power of the system. The area on the other side of the combat power improvement training room has been expanded, and 50 card seats are neatly placed there. It's actually space folding, I've taken it. When he came to the outside of the store and saw that the size of the outside of the store had not changed, Qi Lu understood. In the periphery of the combat power improvement training room area, the system also accepted Qi Li's request, added 2 long sofas, and hung a large screen on the wall in front of the sofa. It's really a humanized system, I'm very satisfied. Qi Li nodded earnestly, affirming the system's actions. Manager, you got up early today. Yu Shi'er yawned and walked down from the second floor after Qi Li watched the changes in the store. Here, why did the store suddenly become so big? When she came to the lobby in the first floor, Yu Shi'er's sleepy eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the area of the combat power improvement training room with a look of surprise. It was expanded last night, don't be surprised, just keep the store as usual. Qi Li didn't introduce it deliberately, but simply stopped after saying a word. Oh. Yu Shi'er was also very knowledgeable and didn't ask any further questions. In her eyes, Qi Li's strength is unfathomable, and it is normal to have any secrets. However, Yu Shi'er was not surprised, the customers who came to the store were not necessarily. Zhong Lingyun brought the students from the Brilliant Academy to the Kyle store early in the morning. As soon as I looked in, I saw the expanded combat strength training room area. When did the store expand again? Zhong Lingyun was stunned for a moment, then walked outside the store to confirm it, and found that the store had not changed at all from the outside. Empty, space is folded. Zhong Lingyun is a person who knows goods. Space magic has always been an extremely esoteric category. For example, the short position flash in general magic is a type of space magic. But this is only a very superficial application of space magic. However, even if it is only the most superficial space magic application, that short-term flash is not a magic that ordinary magicians can master. Not to mention the more advanced space magic. You must know that space magicians, regardless of their level, will definitely be famous all over the world. This is not only because the transfer of space magicians is extremely difficult, but the talent required for transfer is extremely high, resulting in the number of space magicians, which has always been rare. More importantly, because of the power of high-level space magic. And this space folding is one of the advanced space magic. However, space folding magic, generally speaking, is used to make storage devices. Because the larger the folded space, the higher the magic power requirements for the space magician. Space folding magic is different from destruction-type space magic. Destroying space has never been easier than maintaining space stability. This has led to the fact that in the world, those storage utensils that have been blessed with space folding magic have always been in a priceless state. And even if it is occasionally circulated to the auction house, it is only 1 or 2 cubic meters of space at most. But in Qi Li's store, the folded size of this space almost seemed like there was another storefront. This level of space folding, even a hero-level space magician, is extremely difficult to display. What's more, where to find a heroic space magician? This level of space magician, the deterrent power is stronger than 10 ordinary magicians. As long as they are fully prepared, a heroic space magician, at the risk of a huge loss of potential, releases a void collapse that is enough to destroy an empire. From this point of view, Zhong Lingyun's understanding of the background of this store has been raised by another level. To be able to have such a powerful space magician as an ally, not to mention, at least in the entire Xuanhuan Empire, it is possible to walk sideways. Realizing this, Zhong Lingyun looked at Qi Lu a little differently. Fortunately, the owner is a gentle person. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the entire Xuanhuan Empire. Zhong Lingyun let out a breath, tried her best to calm herself down, then clapped her hands, and said, "Don't look at it. After buying the things, go find a seat and sit down. Then go to the counter to pay Ling Jing. By the way, I bought today's snacks." Following the brilliant academy training team were the Blood Wolf Squad and Tiger Hunt. I don't know since when Tiger Hunt and Blood Wolf have been mixed together. As soon as he entered the store, the first thing Blood Wolf noticed was the big screen, and then he saw the 2 long leather sofas. "Boss, are you afraid that we will be too tired to wait for the new sofa?" Blood Wolf looked inside as he walked in. The screen is something that Blood Wolf doesn't know. Actually adding so many positions in one breath, our Blood Wolf team can finally come and train in batches. "Boss, you are so real." As if he had discovered a new continent, the Blood Wolf suddenly said in surprise. "Sheer, help me get on the plane." Hu Shou was much more direct. "I went to the counter to hand over Ling Jing, and then I went to the snack vending machine to buy potato chips and bacon sandwiches. Hunks don't eat fruit-flavored jelly. You go back and call all the other brothers over. Starting today, there will be no batches." Xiuelong came to the counter while talking to the team members next to him. "Sheer, get on the plane, put most of them here for the time being, and buckle them here when others come." The Blood Wolf put down a whole bag of spirit crystals, and then took a bacon sandwich to find a location with the other team members. When passing by Qi Lu, the Blood Wolf stopped, pointed to the screen hanging in the wall, and asked, curiously, "Boss, what is that thing used for?" "You'll find out later." Qi Lu stared at the crystal ball and said lightly. He is still thinking about how to live broadcast the explanation so that these guys can challenge successfully. All right. Xiuelong didn't ask any more questions. He turned his head and said, "Boss, let's take us 2 more games today. I feel that we have made great progress, so it shouldn't hold you back any longer." "I don't think so." Qi glanced at the blood wolf with contempt when he heard the words "won't be a hindrance." "Then I'll do 2 warm-ups first." Xuanhuan sneered and sat in the booth. Although he still can't win, the blood wolf has a deep understanding of the improvement of his combat skills. Even if the level has not changed, the blood wolf knows that with his current strength, he can easily defeat the 3 previous himself. This is the improvement of combat skills and the improvement of overall strength. However, promotion is promotion. How painful this process of ascension is, without experiencing it in person, it can really be expressed in words. Not long after, the cry of collapse came from the area of the combat power improvement training room. Yu Shi'er, who was used to it for a long time, ate potato chips leisurely, and lay leisurely on the chair behind the counter, unaffected at all. "Shi'er, help us get on the plane." Not long after, Lan Yi also brought Lan Qing'er and the others to the store. "Sister Lan Yi, let's go buy jelly and potato chips first." As soon as Nalan Qingqi and Lan Zi'er entered the store, they couldn't wait to gather next to the snack vending machine. Fei Xue walked at the back, looking at the changes in the store, and suddenly, her pupils shrank. This shop actually uses space folding magic. Looking at it this way, it seems that the dragon pill that the store manager took out before is not unacceptable. After all, a heroic space magician, even an arrogant and indomitable dragon family, will give face. The number of people is almost there. If you spread the net, maybe there will be a few people with outstanding talent. Qi Lu saw that the other members of the Blood Wolf squad, following the Lan Yi squad, also rushed over, and even a few people were sitting on the sofa tourist. Then he said to the system in his mind, "Let's start the live broadcast. System, help me connect the image to the screen." System, the host's request has been completed. Please do your best to complete the task. Vomit. Qi Lu took a sip when he heard that the system was inexplicably sold in the end. The originally dark screen suddenly lit up, immediately attracting the attention of most of the guests. Basically, these people have just lost the battle and are calming down. Hey, this scene looks familiar. What is familiar? Isn't this the arena of the arena? How could a ring suddenly appear? Wait, there are still people on it. Isn't that the boss? The arena that appeared on the screen, the person standing on it, and the face made those who were calming down exclaimed. The exclamation soon startled the other people who were still fighting and raised their heads. What are you going to do, boss? Is that new piece of stuff used for this kind of thing? Qi Lu glanced at the screen, and after confirming that there was no problem, he coughed lightly. Cough cough. Next, I will explain and demonstrate how to defeat the archers. Qi Lu tried the sound before continuing. Hearing this, the person looking down at the screen immediately became excited. When they challenged the 8 ranks, they naively thought that archers would be weak in fighting in a small area like the ring. However, he was soon educated by the archers. Then I really realized that in the arena, there is really no class that is weak. Does the store manager have any prejudice against archers? Lan Qing'er sat on the sofa, biting into a bacon sandwich, and muttered softly. Lan Qing'er, who is also an archer, has never played the standalone mode of the arena, and has always existed in the online mode as a remote support attack. Today, when I heard that Qi Lu was going to be in the ring, teaching how to beat archers, I was a little unhappy. Doesn't this show bullying? How does an archer fight head-on with a combat class? But Qi Lu didn't care so much. After trying the sound, he officially began to explain. In order to complete the task, it is also hard work. The best class for an archer is an assassin. But the assassin is a niche class after all, so here, I chose the long sword as the weapon. Of course, the long sword or sword shield, knight sword and other weapons are the same. Qi Lu controlled his character and summoned a long sword. The archers under the ring also jumped onto the ring. Hearing the sound of the start of the battle, Qi Lu was not in a hurry to attack. Now it's live teaching, so Qi Lu can only try not to play any difficult operations, or else, just flash a short position and drop the archer in seconds. However, Qi Lu will flash in a short position, and others will not. Remember, the rhythm of the archer's attack is not violent, and everyone should pay attention to dodge. This is the first difficulty facing archers. As long as you're not nervous, it's generally not a threat. As Qi Lu spoke, he cut off the arrows that flew over. The horror of archers lies in their unexpected attacks. For those who are really prepared, the attacks of archers are not difficult to dodge. But, having said that, those in the store who were looking at the screen fell into silence as they watched the rain of arrows on the ring. It won't pose any threat, hee. The customers in the store only had a very ruthless and dirty word in their hearts, but because the store has a silencer setting, they couldn't say it out. Martial arts, thousands of arrows are fired in unison. This is one of the high-level martial arts of the archer class, and it is true that ordinary archers do not know this martial skill. This is not only because it is difficult to learn all arrows at once, but more importantly, there is nowhere to learn it. Advanced martial arts and advanced magic are not common goods. Without family inheritance, no sect teaching, and no academy's library, it is basically impossible to contact these advanced martial arts and advanced magic. Now Qi Li's sentence, generally does not pose any threat, is really embarrassing. Lan Qinger, who was eating a bacon sandwich, was stunned. So in the eyes of the store manager, should all archers look like this? Lan Qinger said that she really couldn't do this kind of fighting with high-level martial arts. Just when everyone stared at Qi Lu in a stunned manner, facing the arrow shot, and lightly blocking the rain of arrows from the sky, Qi Lu started the next step again. After the first difficulty is solved, we need to find a way to approach the archer. When an archer is attacking, the movement speed is very slow. In other words, the agile offensive class has no advantage in the arena. As soon as these two sentences were finished, the store was filled with voices expressing doubts. Archer is an agile attack class, not fast? The store manager is worthy of being a store manager. As soon as he opens his mouth, he can say things that we can't do. Isn't the archer's mobile shooting basic skills? Boss, did you really have a brain when you spoke? Facing the questioning voices off the screen, Qi Lu did not respond, just chose a direction, raised the long sword in his hand, and rushed out suddenly. The attacking archer saw Qi Lu, who was suddenly attacking, and immediately ducked to the side. As those skeptics said, mobile shooting is the basic skill of the archer. After the position is found, the archer must retreat quickly while covering the attack. However, under the shocked eyes of everyone, the path of the archer dodging to the side just fell on the path that Qi Lu dashed forward. It was as if he had bumped into Qi Lu himself. Qi Lu slashed his sword, and the blade swept towards the archer. This is the second difficulty in fighting an archer. It is not difficult to predict the direction that the archer may dodge and wait for him to collide. It should not be difficult to practice more. Xuanhuan and others were speechless by Qi Li's words. Indeed, if you can directly block the way of the archer dodging like Qi Lu, then you really don't have to worry about not being able to catch up with the archer. This is indeed the best choice when facing the agile attack class. However, in the battle, changing rapidly, it is not so easy to predict the opponent's next move. Isn't it difficult? Is this what an ordinary shop owner can say? If this is not difficult, what is difficult? Anticipating the enemy's opportunities has always been one of the most difficult things in combat, and it is also one of the very high-level combat skills. But in Qi Liku, it became a trivial matter. Actually, even if you get close, it is not a victory. Although the archer is not strong in close combat, he will not fight with you in close combat. Yes, I have suffered this loss too. Boss, although your approach speed is a little faster, the result is probably the same. Even if your close-up speed is fast and you are slipped away by the archer, you will still lose the battle. The people sitting in the decks now are basically veterans in the battle strength promotion arena. The understanding of the 8 ranks under the ring is also very profound. The close combat ability of an archer is similar to that of a magician. Maybe a little stronger. The martial arts of the archers in the arena in close combat are mainly heavy blows with bows and quick shots with back jumps. One to knock back close enemies, and one to stay away from close enemies. 2 very useful skills. But it was the combination of these 2 martial arts that made those who were lucky enough to get close to the archer in the ring to suffer. If you are not careful, the archers will once again pull away. Then enter the loop rhythm at the beginning. Until the enemy is exhausted. It's really a disgusting way of fighting, but they always have nothing to do with archers. So after the exclamation, all of them are gloating and waiting to see the joke. It is not easy to be able to mock the boss once, but do it and cherish it. After getting close, the archer's combat ability will become very weak. I believe that the next battle should not be taught by me. Qi Lu acted on his own as if he hadn't heard those discussions. While explaining, he swung his sword and blocked the archer's melee attack. After seeing Qi Lu approaching the archer, 3 swords knocked the archer out in seconds. Everyone in the store fell into silence again. Even those with snacks in their hands forgot to put them in their mouths. 1 sword to block the bow and heavy blow, 1 sword to interrupt and then jump to shoot quickly, and 1 sword to kill the archer. The timing of the 3 moves is all seconds to milliseconds. In addition to being amazed, there is nothing to say. This is simply a textbook-like battle. The use of combat skills and the grasp of combat awareness are all done just right. Just when everyone in the store was shocked. Cough cough. Qi Lu coughed again, attracting everyone's attention, and then said in a flat voice, "Okay, let's explain the teaching on how to fight archers. This should be the easiest opponent. I hope this live broadcast will be helpful to you." With the fall of Qi Li's voice, the picture on the screen also paused, and then began to play in a loop. However, everyone in the store was silent. The easiest opponent. Then what were we all doing? It turns out that an archer who can shoot 10,000 arrows is the easiest. Archers can be so strong. The last sentence was sent by Lan Qing'er. Everyone else was amazed at Qi Li's fighting skills, but Lan Qing'er saw it. For the archer in the ring, after being approached, the timing of using the bow and the quick shot of the back jump, and the angle of the shot, are definitely the most appropriate. As long as Qi Li's reaction was delayed for a moment, the archer would be able to pull away. It's just that Qi Lu is too strong. If it was someone else, he would definitely be consumed to death. At this point, Lan Qing'er can only sigh. It turns out that archers can also enter the ring. Is it still possible to fight like this? Then I should be able to do it too. Jing Qingyun carefully studied Qi Li's teaching video more than a dozen times, and after confirming that there was no problem, he decided to choose an archer as his opponent. Why don't we try it too? Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt looked at each other, then nodded together. Why doesn't Qi Lu use a magician to fight? It's useless at all. Nalan Kinka said angrily, holding his staff. This sentence really speaks the mind of many magicians in the store. Xuanhuan almost stood up and expressed firm support for the words of Nalan Qingqi Xiaolialai. But it was stopped in time by Wu Ji. Unlike others, Wu Ji can think of much more things after watching Qi Lu's teaching. If the analysis is correct, the young store manager should be a magician. And is a heroic ice element magician. However, just such a powerful magician, his melee combat ability is actually tyrannical to such a terrifying level. This kind of talent is so evil that it makes people desperate. Not that magicians can't melee. In fact, although the physique of the magician is not as good as that of the warrior, under the blessing of various augmentation magic, it is not far behind. The battle mage in the power-up arena is an example. What Wu Ji was even more astonished about was Qi Li's own fighting skills. A powerful magician must focus on practicing magic. But under the premise that magic is equally powerful, even martial arts are so tyrannical, this is not what evildoer is. Ing Feng, do you think the boss has any opinion on the magician? Ing Zhe looked at Ing Feng and said helplessly. Probably not, maybe the boss wants to play at the end of the game. Ing Feng responded casually to Ing Shui, excitedly summoned a night sword, and then rushed towards the archer on the ring. Lan Zier glanced at the bag of potato chips, then poured it out, making sure there were no more chips, and then looked up at the screen. Wow, Big Brother is amazing. Zier, you didn't even look at it. Xiaoyao looked at Lan Zier with tears in her eyes. After Qi Lu explained the archer's fighting skills, he began to think about who the next opponent should explain. One opponent a day is a good teaching speed. Because learning also takes time. Moreover, if the upgrade task of the combat power improvement training room can be completed ahead of time, Qi Lu might have to drop the teaching video. After all, he is not a diligent person. Manager Qi, you are here, it's really a small shop that people can't help but be amazed at. Gu Pingchuan also came to the store. And the first thing is shock. Gu Pingchuan's knowledge of space folding magic probably surpasses that of Fanyon in the store. Regarding the space folding magic used in Qi Li's store, Gu Pingchuan had almost no other thoughts besides being shocked. It really is a small shop that keeps breaking the rules. The last time it was an entire obsidian counter, this time it was even more powerful. It was directly a space folding magic with a level equal to the forbidden spell. If you come to the store and don't know what to do, you'll be shocked anyway. President Gu, are you here to challenge the arena today? Qi Lu asked suddenly after seeing Gu Pingchuan. This is a stable, 1/3 mission completion rate. Forget it. Gu Pingchuan smiled, then walked straight to the snack vending machine. The space folding magic is surprising, but it has nothing to do with him, Gu Pingchuan. Compared with this, it is more practical to have a delicious fruit-flavored jelly first. Hey, store manager, listen to Lao Gu, is it true that you have good things here that can refine your fighting spirit and physique? Meng Xiangyu followed closely and walked into the store. After Gu Pingchuan returned to the Brilliant Academy last night, before Meng Xiangyu and Wu Zuozhou had time to ask their teachers for the guilt, Gu Pingchuan told them a piece of news that shocked them. In that magical little shop, items that can temper fighting spirit, magic power, and physique are being sold. So after a brief discussion, Meng Xiangyu and Gu Pingchuan came to the store today. However, the Brilliant Academy could not be left alone, so Wu Zuozhou stayed in the Brilliant Academy. Yes, Dean Gu has already bought it. Qi Lu pointed to the snack vending machine next to the counter. Ah, that sly old boy. Meng Xiangyu's eyes widened, and he walked over immediately. Potato chips and bacon sandwiches, one of the warrior package. Meng Xiangyu bit on the bacon sandwich, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Lao Gu, you're not kind, you didn't bring back a copy of such delicious food yesterday. Meng Xiangyu glared at Gu Pingchuan, feeling quite as if he wanted to invite a teacher to ask for guilt. He knew that Gu Pingchuan ate a jelly yesterday. That share of yesterday's potato chips and bacon sandwiches should still bet here. Wait, Dean Meng, I'm sorry, snacks can be shared with others, but they can't be taken out of the store. Just when Gu Pingchuan wanted to speak up, Qi Li's voice came out first. Look, this is the shop's rule, it's not that I don't want to bring it. Gu Pingchuan immediately went downstairs, by the steps, and gave Qi Lu a grateful look, by the way. It was indeed Gu Pingchuan's fault. He had been an old friend for decades. Meng Xiangyu said a few words to him, but he couldn't refute it. Use your identity to oppress people, you can't do it with Gu Pingchuan's character. Is that so? Meng Xiangyu glanced at Gu Pingchuan suspiciously, but didn't see anything. Okay, as long as you have enough to eat, I'll go first. Gu Pingchuan was also a little guilty, and after replying a sentence, he slipped away to the booth area. Yes. Meng Xiangyu nodded, then took the bacon sandwich and sat down on the long leather sofa. As soon as I looked up, I saw the teaching video playing in a loop. On the screen, Qilu made the 3 neat swords and dropped the archer in seconds. Is this the store manager? Meng Xiangyu was stunned for a moment. With those neat 3 swords, the timing of the sword moves was just right. 1 minute early and 1 minute later, the opponent would seize the opportunity to block the sword move. This ability to seize the opportunity to fight is simply terrifying. Meng Xiangyu asked himself that he was the vice president in charge of Do Ki training at the Brilliant Academy, and he was the first person who was most proficient in close combat. At this point, even Gu Pingchuan sighed. But after seeing Qi Li's teaching video, Meng Xiangyu found that his fighting skills didn't seem to be that strong. At least in terms of control over the timing of his shots, Meng Xiangyu knew that he was still worse than Qi Lu. It's obviously just a store manager, why is it so strong? Meng Xiangyu took a bite of the bacon sandwich and walked into the booth area. Today, I must defeat the archer and prove my fighting skills, and I will definitely not be worse than a store manager who sits in the store every day. Qilu leaned on the leather sofa in the deck, and suddenly felt as if someone had scolded him. The nose is a little itchy. However, when he opened his mouth, the sneeze didn't come out. What's the matter? Qilu got up and looked outside, and found that there was really a person standing outside the store. No, to be precise, several people. It's just that one person walked in the front, and several others followed behind, almost being blocked by the marble wall. Are you sure you didn't look in the wrong place? The first person, wearing a brocade robe, a jade pendant on his waist, a folding fan in his hand, willow eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and a little white face with oily and pink noodles. At this moment, he made a faint voice, frowned slightly, and looked at Qi Li's shop. There was a bit of contempt in his tone. Who is this guy? Qi Li leaned in the deck, a little puzzled. Looking at this guy painting the appearance of a woman and insisting on a man, he doesn't look like a cultivator. Whether it is the fighting spirit or magic power of cultivation, there will be a unique temperament, which is different from ordinary people. At first glance, this young man knew that he was a pampered son-in-law. Qi Li felt that there shouldn't be any products in his store that could be used by these sons. At least not yet. The servants who followed the young man nodded immediately, as if they were talking. Then the young man nodded and pushed open the store door. Welcome, what do the guests need? Yu Shi'er said hello immediately. What do you need? The young man shook the folding fan, walked slowly into the store, and repeated with a chuckle. Yu Shi'er didn't answer, she just smiled and quietly looked at the young man who came into the store. Do not you know me? Seeing that Yu Shi'er didn't respond, the young man couldn't help asking. I'm sorry, guest, I don't know who you are. Yu Shi'er replied politely. You dare to send someone to my Zuiyun tower to smash the place, you don't know who I am? The young man frowned and asked, suddenly. What are you talking about? Who are you? Yu Shi'er also frowned, looking at the young man with a puzzled expression. She had never seen this guy in front of her. However, in the deck of the combat strength training room, a few people raised their heads and glanced at the young man. Then he bowed his head in shame. Oops, we seem to be causing trouble for the boss. We are also telling the truth, the things in his store are indeed not as delicious as the boss's. As the man spoke, he grabbed a handful of potato chips from the potato chip bag beside him. Then he sighed again, it's just too expensive. Unfortunately, the beast tide has ended. I really don't know where to find so many beasts to hunt for magic cores. Okay, stop talking, let Captain Blood Wolf know, and he will be punished again. Several members of the Blood Wolf squad whispered and then raised their heads secretly, watching the development of the situation quietly. Pretend to be really like, my name is Han Ming, and my father is the boss of Drunk Cloud Tower in Yunwu City. The young man, Han Ming, folded his fan and revealed his identity. Hearing Han Ming introducing his identity, Qi Lu was even more puzzled. What did the eldest young master of Zuyunlu come to him for? Does this kind of pampered person still need to buy equipment, buy medicine pills, and go to the battlefield himself? You know, the eldest young master of Zuyun Tower, this is not a simple identity. The reason why the Zuyun Tower can be opened all over the country is not only the deliciousness of the dishes, but more importantly, the powerful forces behind the Zuyun Tower. Without a strong backer, even if Zuyunlu cooks well, it is just a gathering place for cooks. Putting it into the royal family is nothing but a royal kitchen. But with the support of the strong behind, the Zuyun Tower can be transformed into a wealth-gathering place that is open all over the place. With financial resources, it is natural to recruit more practitioners to serve them. Under such a cycle, more and more branches of Zuyun Tower are opened, and the strength is also getting stronger and stronger. Although the Zuyun building in Yunwu City is only one of the branches of the Zuyun building, it is still not to be underestimated. As the eldest young master of Zuyun Tower in Yunwu City, Han Ming's status has naturally risen. And just yesterday, Han Ming occasionally visited the store. I heard someone questioning why the dishes in Zuyunlu couldn't even comparito those in a small shop. He also said that Zuyunlu's dishes are getting worse and worse. So Han Ming really went to the back kitchen, and only after tasting the taste off each dish did he go to discuss with those people. After asking the store's address, Han Ming brought people here. As the young master of Zuyunlu, Han Ming has full confidence in the taste of Zuyunlu's dishes. Delicious food is the starting method of Zuyunlu, and it is also the foundation of life. So Han Ming never believed that there would be something more delicious than Zuyunlu's dishes. Those people who are messing around must be the people sent by other shops to make trouble. You sent people to my Zuyun building yesterday, saying that the dishes in my Zuyun building are garbage. I'm here today to see if there is anything more delicious than the dishes in Zuyun building. Han Ming's words were aggressive. Disdainful eyes swept across the store, and Han Ming let out a contemptuous laugh again. But you don't seem to be a restaurant here, it's just a blacksmith shop that sells weapons and armor. There may be some strange alchemy products, but where is the so-called food? After Han Ming looked around, his eyes fell on Yusier's face again. Han Ming is not a cultivator, he doesn't know any grudge or magic power. So he doesn't care about weapons, armors, or medicine pills. He just wants to know what the delicacies were in those people yesterday. Why should it be compared with the dishes of Zuyunlu? Come to my store to find food? Qi Lu was even more confused. But at least he heard some eyebrows. However, Yu Shi'er still didn't understand what Han Ming was talking about. What kind of food? If you're asking about the food, it's all there. But when it comes to food, there are only those 3 kinds of snacks in the store. So Yu Shi'er pointed to the snack vending machine. You said that the so-called delicacies in your store are stored in this strange cabinet? Han Ming stepped forward suspiciously and looked up and down the snack vending machine. Oh, it's just a little trick to limit purchases. Han Ming shook his head and said with a face full of disdain, I actually really believe that in a small shop in this kind of place, there will be something more delicious than the food in Zuyunlu. He didn't believe at all that there would be any food in it. The delicacies of Zuyunlu, no matter which one, are all complicated and elaborate. This kind of thing that is made early in the morning and can be sold directly as only wine or braised vegetables. However, the contents in this strange cabinet could not be liquor, nor could it be braised vegetables. But since I'm here, I'll give it a try. Although Han Ming showed disdain, he still bought the most expensive bacon sandwich. This is loyalty to food. Exploring the taste of unknown food is also one of Han Ming's hobbies. The way of packaging is a bit interesting. Han Ming commented while tearing open the wrapping paper of the bacon sandwich. If this taste is not as good as you said, then I will definitely investigate the matter of your ruining the reputation of Ziyunlu. Han Ming added coldly, before putting the bacon sandwich in his mouth. The servants behind Han Ming also took a step forward, as if they were ready to fight at any time. After speaking, Han Ming Kai slowly put the bacon sandwich into his mouth and took a bite. In an instant, an extreme deliciousness burst out from his mouth, sweeping his taste buds in an instant. Baked sweet and delicious crispy bread slices with fresh and crisp lettuce leaves, fragrant and delicious cheese slices, and salty and delicious bacon slices. All of this is combined in this small bite of sandwich, transformed into an extremely harmonious flavor. This was something Han Ming had never tasted before, and he couldn't stop taking one bite after another. I ate this bacon sandwich in no time. After eating, Han Ming habitually shouted, "Give me another one, this, bacon sandwich." As if the person who sneered just now was not him. Sorry, bacon sandwiches, each person can only buy one per day. Yu Shi'er said. How could there be a limited purchase, but the price is just inappropriate? Han Ming shook his head. It's not that he has never used this kind of purchase limit. The so-called rare is the most expensive, and purchase restriction is a very good means of raising prices. In this way, I will pay 10 times the price, 200 spirit crystals, and give me another bacon sandwich. Han Ming is indeed the eldest young master of Ziyunlu, and the moment he speaks, he smells of wealth. This? Yu Shi'er hesitated. This is 200 spirit crystals, a good opportunity to generate income for the store. Seeing Yu Shi'er hesitated, Han Ming couldn't help despising this small shop in his heart. Sorry, the rules are the rules. Each person is limited to one purchase per day, which means one purchase. Qi Le sighed, walked out of the booth, and said lightly. This is not only for Han Ming, but also to tell Yu Shi'er how to deal with this kind of problem next time. Who are you? Han Ming looked at Qi Lu. The manager of this store. Qi Lu briefly introduced his identity. Oh? You asked someone to go to my Ziyun tower to make trouble? Han Ming raised his eyebrows, as if he had found the rightful master. No wonder the girl behind the counter looked puzzled, it seemed that she didn't know about it. I wouldn't do this kind of thing, and I don't even bother to do this kind of thing. Qi Le made a pun. Not only is he talking about himself, but also Han Ming. After a pause, Qi Le said again, also, the main commodity in my store is not food. This is something that anyone with a discerning eye can see, making Han Ming speechless at once. If this store is not a place to sell food at all, then the fact that they sent people to Ziyunlu to make trouble is completely nonsense. No one is going to make trouble for himself when there is no benefit at all. And, most importantly, obviously it's just some products sold by the side, but in terms of taste, it completely compares the dishes of Ziyunlu. Han Ming was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Then I just want to eat another bacon sandwich now. Since you are the manager, then you can set a price. Han Ming gritted his teeth and said aloud for the sake of the food. Sorry, I have already said that each snack is limited to one per person per day, no matter who it is, there will be no exception. Qi Le shook his head, still expressionless. You. For a moment, Han Ming became angry, and his fingers pointing at Qi Le trembled slightly. After a long time, Han Ming seemed to have thought of something, suddenly chuckled, and suddenly realized, I see, no wonder you have to use the means of restricting purchases, and you have to find someone to go to Ziyun to make trouble. I said, I wouldn't do such a thing. Qi Le just shook his head slightly and did not argue anymore. However, Han Ming still turned a deaf ear, and just said to himself, the reason is that in your store, you can't come up with any big dishes at all, and you don't have the strength to compete head-on with Ziyunlu. That's why you can only use this little trick. Han Ming only felt that the more he said, the more right he was, and he couldn't help but praise himself. System, can you refute him? I think he's so annoying. Chi Lu quietly watched Han Ming talk nonsense in the store. Then he silently called the system in his mind. System, no threat to host detected. Chi Lu was silent for a while, and then said to the system very seriously, if I can be threatened by this kind of guy, then I don't need to open a store. It is simply impossible for an ordinary person to threaten a 50-level cultivator. After sorting out the language, Chi Lutsai continued, System, I mean, do you have any big dishes here that can stop this guy's mouth? The so-called comers are all guests, even if Han Ming likes to speculate randomly and make nonsense. However, he did consume in the store, and he did not make trouble in the store. Chi Lu couldn't say anything without triggering the defense system installed in the store. Moreover, about what Han Ming said, he sent people to Xuanhuan Tower to make trouble. Chi Lu can roughly guess a little. It must be that the guests in his shop went to Xuanhuan building after eating snacks. As a result, the food tasted unpalatable. To be honest, Han Ming is not looking for trouble for no reason. Now driving him out is just a temporary solution, not the root cause. After listening to Chi Li's words, the system also fell into silence. After a long time, Chi Lu heard a somewhat painful voice in his mind. System, for the tranquility of the store, for the dignity of the host, and for the sake of the system, new snacks are now distributed, instant noodles and barrels, with random tastes. Stop, the system, I don't care about peace and dignity. I don't care if instant noodles are classified as snacks. Chi Lu heard the system's voice and was almost stunned. However, what I want you to give me is a big dish. What do you mean by giving me instant noodles? Chi Lu Cheng asked, while holding back his anger. System, the price of barreled instant noodles, 30 spirit crystals per barrel, special effect, slightly enhances perception, 1 barrel lasts for 12 hours. However, the system did not pay attention to Chi Li's anger. Never mind. Chi Lu shook his head helplessly, then looked at Han Ming, and said, I know what you mean, I have what you want, come here. Oh, although the bacon sandwich you have here is really delicious, it's better than Ziyunlu's food. But it's just gadgets that can't be served on the table. The most important thing in a restaurant is the dishes that can be served on the table. Han Ming followed Chi Lu, still chattering. Yu Shi'er also looked at Chi Lu curiously, not knowing what he would come up with. The snack vending machine, I don't know when, the option of instant noodles and barrels was added, and there was an extra hot water outlet next to it. It's all small, unnoticed changes. It's this strange cabinet again. Han obviously disagreed. Chi Lu didn't speak, just took a bucket of instant noodles out of it, then skillfully opened the packaging film, tore the seasoning packet, poured hot water, and put it on the counter. What is this strange thing? Han Ming looked at the instant noodle bucket with a scrutiny. Barrel instant noodles, braised flavor. Chi Lu replied simply. Then start thinking about what the system said before about random tastes. Noodles? If you are a staple food, you can barely make it to the table. Han Ming nodded slightly, as he recognized the qualifications of this humble food. But I still don't have any expectations for the taste of this so-called instant noodles. However, as the barrels of instant noodles were slowly soaked, a magical fragrance unique to instant noodles slowly spread out. Anyone who has eaten instant noodles knows that no matter whether the instant noodles are delicious or not, the fragrance it emits is always very good. All of a sudden, no one in the store was in the mood to enter the battle power enhancement arena. All stood up and searched for the source of the scent. Han Ming stared intently at the instant noodles on the counter, frantically swallowing the overflowing saliva. Can't you eat yet? Isn't it okay? Han Ming asked, inarticulately choked with saliva. No hurry, wait 3 minutes. Chi Lu said slowly. Store manager, what is this? Yu Shi'er couldn't help but ask aloud. Barrel instant noodles, new product. Qilu introduced it, and it was convenient for Yusier to tell other guests. Big brother, what is this, can I eat it? Lan Zier was attracted by the aroma of instant noodles, and ran directly to the front of the counter, resisting her desire to ask. Even a foodie is a polite and educated foodie. Sure. Qilu nodded, then took out another bucket of instant noodles. This time it's spicy. I probably know what random tastes mean. Qilu looked at the instant noodle bucket in his hand, and understood a little. With Lan Zier taking the lead, many people gathered in front of the counter at taunts. Seeing this, Yusier immediately introduced, this is today's new product, it's called instant noodles in a barrel. 30 spirit crystals are in a barrel. After eating, you can slightly strengthen your comprehension and last for 12 hours. Qilu also helped Lan Zier to soak up the spicy instant noodles when Yusier introduced them. It can also be regarded as an example for the people who come together. 30 spirit crystals, just for this fragrance, it's worth it. Don't say so much, can the people in front move faster? Go pick up the water when you buy it, don't waste your time. Compared to those mercenaries who only noticed the attractive fragrance and price, the students of the Brilliant Academy noticed more things. The most important thing is the special effect of this barrel of instant noodles. Slightly strengthen perception. What is understanding? That is a person's talent. The higher the comprehension, the easier it is to learn martial arts and magic, the faster you can master various combat skills, and the stronger your talent will be. All in all, the higher the comprehension, the faster you learn to think. No matter what to study, or what to think about. However, the thing of comprehension is that it is a fixed attribute that a person is born with, and it does not mean that enhancement can be enhanced. Otherwise, why even the products in the Qilu store can only strengthen the comprehension for a short time, but there is no way to permanently strengthen the comprehension. But that's enough. Strengthening your understanding is something you have never seen or heard of before. There is such a wonderful effect, I really want to try it. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile after following the team buying instant noodles. Old Gu, didn't you really want to taste it? Meng Xiangyu immediately debunked Gu Pingchuan's words. You old boy, why are you thinking about these appetites? Gu Pingchuan said ridiously. Haha. Meng Xiangyu said that he did not want to continue talking with Gu Pingchuan. Manager, is it okay to eat now? Han Ming asked again tirelessly. Qilu calculated the time and nodded, that's it. Great. Han Ming immediately took off the fork that was used to hold down the lid of the bucket, and then lifted the lid of the instant noodle bucket. A strong aroma suddenly burst out from it. In an instant, the fragrance filled the entire store. The people who were queuing swallowed their saliva, which was completely uncontrollable, and began to urge the people in front of them to move faster. Han Ming took a deep breath and was instantly intoxicated by this rich fragrance. The fork in his hand reached into the bucket, picked up a few bent noodles, and sent them into his mouth. The strong and smooth noodles are soaked in the delicious and rich broth, releasing an extremely strong fragrance. In the mouth, it is not powdery and tough, and the lips and teeth are fragrant. Taking another sip of the broth, the slightly spicy and salty taste spread in the mouth, like a delicious bomb that exploded in the mouth, creating a storm of thick soup. It is good. One mouthful of instant noodles and one mouthful of broth completely conquered Han Ming. This good is a compliment from Han Ming's heart and a respect for the food. Store manager, I'm sorry, I'm the one who blamed you wrongly. To be able to make this kind of food, I think you should be disdainful of using this method. Although Han Ming was a little arrogant and a little domineering. But he, who was born in Zuyunlu, respects and loves food from the bottom of his heart. It's okay, if it's a misunderstanding, just solve it. Qilu shook his head and didn't care about it. No matter what Han Ming said, it was not for nothing. He was just maintaining his favorite Xuanhuan delicacies. However, after being conquered by barreled instant noodles, Han Ming also had the courage to admit his mistakes, which made Qi Li's favor towards him a lot higher. At least Han Ming is not a bad guy, right? Han is ashamed of the store manager's belly. Han Ming shook his head and laughed at himself. It's okay, Jiu Hui, 30 spirit crystals. Qi Li shrugged, then pointed to the instant noodles in Han Ming's hand. Han Ming took out 30 spirit crystals with a dark face. Just after complimenting Qi Li's large belly, this guy did not hesitate to ask for these 30 spirit crystals. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. In fact, Qi Li was also depressed. He opened a shop, obviously mainly selling weapons, armor, and medicinal herbs. Why is the first person to find fault with a young master of a restaurant? Food, as expected, it will be more delicious if you still have thoughts. Manager, I'll leave today, and I'll come back tomorrow, to disturb you. Han Ming drank the last sip of soup in the instant noodle bucket, let out a long breath, and then bowed his hands to Qi Li. Walk slowly, don't send it. Qi Li nodded slightly, indicating that he heard it. After seeing the matter, Qi Li also sat back in the booth. What happened to Han Ming was just a small episode. One more snack is just another option for breakfast. The system is very considerate, so that the taste of instant noodles comes out randomly every time. The purpose is to prevent the problem that the same taste is easy to eat. And more importantly, it is still necessary for these guys who can't beat the arena to appear as soon as possible to challenge the past. Qi Li is looking forward to the upgrade of the combat power improvement training room. Jing Qingyun returned to his booth, with the instant noodles soaked in water. I have to say that everything in this store is amazing, and everything is unforgettable. Whether it's a good memory or a miserable memory of being abused. Jing Qingyun thought about it, glanced at the crystal ball again, and sighed, I can't beat it, the swordsman really can't beat it, otherwise I will try Tokalinch the archer. But the store manager's teaching is too difficult. As a swordsman class, I'm at the top of the agility class, but I still can't keep up with the speed of the store manager. Sitting in the booth, as soon as you look up, you can see the screen hanging in the wall. Jing Qingyun glanced at the instant noodles, and when it was about ready, he began to study the teaching video while eating the noodles. This side is really fragrant. If I go back, I won't be able to eat it. Looking at the screen, Jing Qingyun sighed while studying. The difficulties in textbook-level battles are not just the two mentioned by Qi Li. In fact, even for the elite third-year students of the brilliant college like Jing Qingyun, this teaching video is difficult from beginning to end. In Qi Li's battle, there was almost no waste of energy and no extra moves. Every time you watch it, you will be amazed one more time. Jing Qingyun ate the noodles and watched the video, and before he knew it, he had a sudden feeling. No matter how I looked at it before, I thought it was incomprehensible, but now I understand it all at once. Could it be that I'm the legendary genius? In such a short period of time, I can comprehend such a strong fighting skill. Jing Qingyun was instantly overjoyed. Drank the noodle soup in the instant noodle bucket in one gulp, and put the noodle bucket on the table with a pop. Then the hands froze. Because Jing Qingyun was awakened by this crisp sound, he suddenly remembered the special effect of this barrel of instant noodles. A small increase in comprehension lasts for 12 hours. If I further enhance my understanding, that's my foundation. Jing Qingyun gritted his teeth and tried to resist, resolutely refusing to admit that the gap between himself and the manager of this shop would be that far. Don't be greedy, let's eat noodles. Qi Li soaked 2 buckets of instant noodles and put 1 bucket in front of Yuxier. Thank you, store manager. Yu Shier withdrew her eager eyes and thanked her in surprise. You're welcome, but you can only eat 1 serving a day. Qi Li lifted the lid off the bucket and mixed the noodles in the bucket with a fork. After the position of the combat power improvement training room was increased, the number of people increased significantly. All the members of the Blood Wolf squad come here every day. Unlike before, only half of it can come. As for the guards that Ling Xiao stayed here, after finding that there were more positions, they did not come to train in batches as before, and also called all the members of the guards to come over. When there are more people, it will naturally drive the sales of other products. Among them, the most affected is the snack system. Congratulations to the host, the upgrade task of the combat power training room has been completed. The sudden prompt sound almost made Qi Lu put the noodles on the fork into his nose. It's so fast. Although Qi Lu was very surprised, he calmly picked up a fork of noodles again, put it into his mouth, and returned it in his mind. The reward will be collected tonight. To be honest, Qi Lu did not expect that his teaching video would be so good. He had been prepared to work hard for a few more days. When the instant noodles were half-eaten, when Qi Lu was about to take a sip of soup, he looked at the instant noodle bucket in his hand and seemed to realize it. Wait, the task is completed so quickly, it can't be because of this thing. Strengthening comprehension naturally enhances comprehension. The learning of combat skills can also be greatly enhanced. If there is no barreled instant noodles, then Qi Lu really needs to work hard for a few more days. In this way, Han Ming is also a lucky general. Qi Lu thought of the young master of Ziyunlu, and suddenly became a little grateful. If it wasn't for him suddenly coming to the store to provoke him, Qi Lu would not be able to get into the system's barreled instant noodles, and the upgrade task of this combat power improvement training room would not have been completed so quickly. He helped me so much, should I treat him to something to eat? Forget it, he doesn't know anyway. Qi Lu finally decided to make a fortune in silence. As for Han Ming, he can do whatever he wants. Brilliant College, Dean's Office. Gu Pingchuan and Meng Xiangyu came back from Qi Li's store, and as soon as they arrived at the door, they met Wu Zuozhou, who was about to go out. Zuozhou, where are you going? Gu Pingchuan asked, when Wu Zuozhou was in a hurry. President Gu, it's really time for you to come back. Go out with Lao Meng and leave everything to me. Before Wu Zuozhou said anything, he complained first. Okay, Lao Wu, we go out, but we all agreed first. Meng Xiangyu waved his hand and immediately stopped Wu Zuozhou's complaint. Let's talk about what happened first. Gu Pingchuan also said in a harmonious voice. What else can happen? It's this year's college competition. The old guys from Peak College and Dadi College sent people over and said that they would start preparations and submit the entry list. When Wu Zuozhou talked about this, he obviously showed a bit of unhappiness. The power of the academy has always existed independently of the empire, and is not controlled by any other power. Therefore, a powerful academy has always been a place that people flock to. And the Brilliant Academy, the Pinnacle Academy, and the Earth Academy are such powerful academies. However, in order to compete for more resources and more outstanding students, the three colleges agreed to hold a college competition every 2 years to determine the ranking of the colleges. In the past 12 years, out of a total of 6 college competitions, the Brilliant College has always been the bottom of the college. Therefore, Pinnacle College and Dadi College despise Brilliant College. It turned out to be this matter. They should not know that this year's college competition, we are going to give them a big surprise. Gu Pingchuan smiled and didn't seem to care. The list of participating students has already been prepared, but this year's college competition, it's our college's turn to hold it. Wu Zuozhou shook his head and said. The college competition jointly held by the 3 colleges naturally cannot be arranged by the same college all the time. This is also to maintain the fairness of the college competition. And more importantly, the 3 colleges are not within the same empire. The Brilliant Academy is located in the Xuanhuan Empire, while the Peak Academy and the Dadi Academy are located in other empires. It's just that they belong to the Eastern Wasteland. Did you rush out just now because of this? Meng Xianyu asked. I should have discussed with Dean Gu in the past, but you are not in the academy, what can I do? Wu Zhuozhou gave a wry smile and said helplessly. Okay, I know, I'll go right now. Gu Pingchuan waved his hand. Having made them happy for so many years, this time, I can't let them be complacent anymore. This is the list of participating students. Wu Zhuozhou took out a stack of blank paper. No need, we will discuss the list of participating students. There is still time before the academy competition begins. Gu Pingchuan turned around and left without taking the materials Wu Zhuozhou took out. The first negotiation of the college competition itself was only to decide the venue. By the way, it's just to listen to the news. In the competition between the three major colleges, it is impossible not to hide one hand, and no one will take out all their trump cards as soon as they meet. Waiting for the last customer to leave, Qilu also closed the door. After get off work, Yu Shi'er can also go to the Battle Power Enhancement Arena to play, which is a clerk's benefit. However, Qilu felt that it was really boring to play alone. However, for Yu Shi'er, this feeling of slowly improving her strength made her happy. Every increase in strength is a hope for revenge. Yu Shi'er knew that it was a great kindness for Qilu to save her and take Heron. This great revenge still has to be avenged by oneself. Shi'er, remember to rest early, don't be too tired, you have to guard the store tomorrow. Qilu urged and went to the second floor. Understood, manager. I could vaguely hear Yu Shi'er's response from behind. Qilu yawned and walked into his bedroom. The system is out, we can start discussing the reward now. Qilu sat down on the bed and began to call out the system in his mind impatiently. System, if the host has something to say, please tell me directly. The positions of the 50 combat power improvement training rooms will be distributed on time after the clerk rests. That's not what I asked. Qilu already knew the system's habit of doing things. I'm talking about the right to advise on the upgrade of the combat power improvement training room. System, if you have any suggestions, the host can directly say that the system will determine how to upgrade the combat power improvement training room according to the rationality of the host's suggestion. What? What's the rationale? Isn't it what I say? Qilu was stunned. This is not the same as what was said before. You have changed the system, you have really changed. You are no longer the simple and kind-hearted system that was always thinking of the host. System, host, please stay awake and don't forget the purpose of opening the store. Qilu suddenly realized, yes, in order to make money. System, please pay attention to the wording, it is to become the most powerful store manager. Whatever. Qilu didn't care about this matter. After thinking for a while, Qilitsai continued, System, you should be able to toss beyond my thoughts directly. The words sounded like guesswork, but the tone was very certain. System, I don't, host, don't talk nonsense. Okay, don't pretend, any suggestions are in my head, you can see for yourself. Qilu would not pay attention to the system's grievances and denials. The higher the level of the store manager, the more you can find that the system has become more user-friendly. In fact, this is also good, no one likes to communicate with a cold machine all the time. As soon as these words came out, the scene was very quiet for a while. After a while, there was a little sound. System, host, you are really black-hearted. Qilu? Is it your turn to talk to me? The prices of the products in the store and the price of those who are deceiving are not all set by the system, or I can't set it. And when you say that, don't you admit that you can spy on my thoughts? Qilu found that this system was still the original Irby system. Humanization does not solve the IQ problem. Whatever you want to say, can you decide how to upgrade the combat strength training room? Qilu didn't bother to tangle with the system on these issues. These are little things. The upgrade direction of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room is a major event. System, the host's suggestion has been accepted, and the upgrade direction of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room has been determined. System, Combat Strength Improvement Training Room, the third mode, New World, officially opened. System, the third mode, New World, the level system is loaded, the skill system is loaded, the equipment system is loaded, the medicine system is loaded, the first big map, Goblin Mountains, loaded. A series of prompt sounds caught Qi Lu by surprise. But when he heard the back, Qi Lu was a little ecstatic. Is the first big map the upgrade direction in my imagination? Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't sit still, didn't even sleep, and stepped on his slippers and ran to the first floor. Manager, you haven't slept yet. Yu Shi'er sat in the booth, yawned, and out of the corner of her eyes caught sight of Qi Lu, who came downstairs. Can't sleep, go downstairs to play, if you are tired, go to sleep first. Qi Lu nodded, and then chose a deck at random. Okay, good night, the store manager. After Yu Shi'er said good night, she went upstairs. Yu Shi'er also knew that she had to guard the store tomorrow, so she couldn't play too late. Okay, good night. Qi Lu replied, and then put his hands on the base of the crystal ball. Choose to enter, New World. After confirming the choice, the crystal ball immediately released a burst of white light. After the white light dissipated, Qi Lu found himself in a small white room. To be precise, it should be Qi Li's consciousness that appeared in the small white room. Interesting. Qi Lu looked at the small room. Although he knew that his own consciousness was here, the feeling it gave people was no different from the real world, which made Qi Lu have the illusion that he was here. Compared with the previous standalone arena, or the online mode of the room, this New World mode is much more realistic. The power has also been completely sealed. It seems that this time, it is indeed a big upgrade. Qi Lu clenched his fist and could clearly feel that the power in his body had completely disappeared, and now he is almost like an ordinary person. Unable to detect the player's rank, do you want to manually select it? After waiting for a while, such a system prompt came from the small room. The rules of the New World are different from the previous two modes. After choosing the New World mode, it is equivalent to coming to a real New World. Everything will start over. Of course, this restart will not affect the battle strength outside the arena. This is equivalent to playing a game, you need to create a new character. It's just that the class selection in the New World is automatically determined by directly detecting the player's class. In fact, Qi Lu didn't think that when a Guardian Knight class like Blood Wolf entered the New World, he would choose the Magician class. However, Qi Lu is an exception. Because he was tricked by the system and became a store manager. Even the Combat Power Improvement Arena can't detect it. Isn't this thing made by the system, why can't it be detected? Qi Lu couldn't help but hold his forehead, looking at the crystal ball with a bit of confusion. Choose a class, Great Magician. The character creation is complete, do you want to enter the New World? Yes. In an instant, Qi Li's figure appeared in a small town. But it's more of a village than a town. The village is located at the foot of a mountain range, with several bluestone streets flanked on both sides by rows of wooden houses, and a small number of brick houses mixed with them. Outside the guardrail, there are dozens of acres of vegetable fields. There are also some fowls scattered around, foraging in the grass next to him. Qi Lu looked up at the sky, there were no clouds in the sky. He looked down at his equipment again. Wearing a gray robe, you can see that it is a bargain at first glance, and the wooden staff in his hand feels like it was carved from dead wood. The New World is indeed real. Qi Lu sighed helplessly. This set is the novice set given by the system after entering the New World. The New World mode is different from the previous standalone mode and online mode. This mode is selected by the system to upgrade according to Qi Lu's thoughts. That's right, it's the so-called online game mode. Create a new character, then start to level up, take medicine and fight monsters in it, play equipment, and learn new skills. This is what the system has suggested before: the level system, the medicine system, the equipment system, and the skill system. This information, after choosing to enter the new world, the crystal ball will be transmitted to the player. It is guaranteed that new players can get started quickly. However, it is just a guarantee of getting started, because apart from the basic information, the crystal ball will not mention a word of other information. Opening the skill page, Qi Lu observed the skill tree with interest. This is also Qi Li's habit of playing games in the past. First, choose the upgrade route you want to take and plan the skills you need to learn. After reading the skill tree of the great magician, Qi Lu can only say that the magic on the skill tree is quite satisfactory. In other words, it is the magic that the general great magician class should know. Just put it in the New World mode of the Battle Strength Promotion Arena, add a description, and digitize the power and effect of these magics, and put them in the skill tree. I thought there would be some new magic to learn. Because of his own class skill, magic proficiency, Qi Lu knows all the magic that the magician class can learn. So he knew that there was not half of high-level magic in this great magician's skill tree. It is even more impossible to have those magics that are self-made by the system with outstanding effects. There are some in here, all ordinary magic, common goods. Qi Lu doesn't know if it's like this when other people play. Anyway, his skill tree is so tricky. I may have been tricked by the system again. Qi Lu suddenly thought of this. But forget it, it's good to be able to play online games in this world. Qi Lu can't ask for too much. The system is only based on Qi Li's ideas to improve the upgrade direction of the combat power improvement training room. In order to comply with the rules of this world, it will naturally combine some things in this world. The skill tree is just one of them. In terms of equipment, the system also digitizes the effects of these equipment. For example, Qi Li's current novice suit. Novel robe, defense +2, magic resist +2. Novice boots, defense +1, magic resist +1. New staff, ability power +3. However, this data is still very simple, and it is completely incomparable with the equipment sold in the store. Another example is the medicine system, which combines the alchemy of this world. The refining, or the explosion of monsters, will all be some kind of potion, and in terms of effect, naturally, there is no way to compare it with the medicine pills in the store. Forget it, take your time. For people in this world, this is already an extremely sophisticated game. Qi Lu held his forehead again, only to feel a headache. But these are all second. The most fun part of online games is that many people can play happily together on the same map. Then team up to play a copy, brush boss, or something. While thinking about it, Qi Lu wandered around the village at the foot of the mountain, intending to get to know the so-called first big map first. Although the house was complete, the NPC that Qi Lu imagined did not appear. The New World mode adopts the game mode of a large map and a copy. That is to say, in addition to being able to swipe a copy, you can also encounter enemies in the wild. The first big map, called Goblin Mountains, should be obvious. The mountains above this village are the maps that were updated this time. Deep in the mountains is the entrance to the Goblin Mountains dungeon. Qi Lu is a veteran of the game after all, and quickly understood the gameplay of this New World mode. The enemies of the first big map are basically all kinds of goblins. This kind of sharp-eared, green-skinned little thing does not exist in the outside world. It is a species created by the system according to Qi Lu's imagination. Enemies in the wild can only brush experience to upgrade, and burst out a small amount of the lowest level potion. If you want to explode the equipment, you can only go to the copy. A casual fireball blasted an ordinary goblin holding a wooden club, and Qi yawned longly. Almost finished understanding the New World mode, and Qi Lu has no plans to continue playing. It's really not much fun to play online games alone. Let's go to sleep today, and play when there are more people tomorrow. Chi luck with the new world, then got up, stretched, and glanced at the counter habitually. His eyes narrowed immediately. Behind the counter, a small blackboard hangs at some point. It was written in conspicuous capital letters. Combat Power Improvement Training Room, 2 spirit crystals, for 1 hour. Activating the New World mode requires an additional 20 spirit crystals, and for every hour in the New World mode, you need to collect 2 more spirit crystals. In other words, choosing the New World mode is just 4 spirit crystals for an hour. I really don't know, where did the system say that I have a black heart? Chi Lu couldn't help but applaud the system's ability to collect money. System, host, please rest assured, the things produced by this system have always been value for money. Chi Lu was silent. Did these 2 systems burn out their brains after spying on their own thoughts? But the system should be mindless. 4 spirit crystals are 4 spirit crystals, but the system, I have a small suggestion. Chi Lu shook his head, too lazy to think about it. At least when it comes to value for money, the system never lies. System, host, please speak. Chi Lu pondered for a while before opening his mouth and said, look at the current charging model, is it too cumbersome and inconvenient to calculate? Why don't you find a way to pre-store spirit crystals? How about it? This point is also suggested by Chi Lu based on the experience of the previous life. Pre-save is really a good move. Not only is it convenient, but it can also enhance the stickiness of customers. After they have the pre-stored spirit crystals, if they want to consume, they will think of it as soon as possible. System, after careful consideration by the system has decided to accept the host's suggestion. The voice in Chi Li's mind just fell, and a crystal clear card, as if carved from crystal, fell into his hand. This is the store membership card that the system created according to Chi Li's suggestion and used to pre-store the spirit crystals. Beautiful in shape, hard to destroy, and comes with a binding function. In the center of the membership card, the balance of spirit crystals in the card can be displayed. On the counter, there was also a small square crystal block. The material was similar to the membership card, and there was a card slot on it. This is what is used to activate the loyalty card. You only need to activate it once a day for automatic deduction. This is what a good system should do. Chi Lu praised the system without hesitation. After solving these trivial matters, Chi Lu also felt a little tired. But today's harvest is really a lot. The only thing that makes Chi Lu depressed is that the road to his shop seems to be getting more and more deviated. Obviously, it was a small shop selling medicine pills and weapons in the beginning. Why does it feel like it is dominated by the Combat Power Improvement Training Room? This is very wrong. But, forget it, it's good to make money. So comforting himself, Chi Lu soon fell asleep. The next day, Chi Lu got up early in the morning, and then called Yu Xier up. Because there are a lot of things that need to be explained today, including the opening of the New World mode of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, and the precautions for membership cards. There is also a new batch of equipment that Chi Lu drew last night. As for the additional 50 positions, Yu Xier was also very knowledgeable and didn't ask any further questions. After all these things are explained, it is almost time to open the store. Is it clear what I just said? Chi Lu finally asked. It's all clear, store manager. Yu Xier nodded seriously. For these things, Yu Xier has always been very attentive, this is her job. That's good. Chi Lu walked to the snack vending machine and said again, Xier, what do you want for breakfast? Instant noodles in a barrel. Yu Xier replied quickly. Well, good. Chi Lu took out 2 buckets of instant noodles from the snack vending machine. After soaking in water, he left 1 bucket on the counter, then took another bucket of instant noodles and a bag of potato chips, and left. Arrived at the booth at the entrance, and started the day's journey. It's time to put the acquisition of beverage vending machines on the agenda. After opening the New World mode, Qi Le thought silently in his heart. Just eating potato chips makes my mouth dry. As a 5 good youth, Qi Le naturally couldn't go to drink, so only Liang Bai was left. But drinking cool white water is not as comfortable as drinking fat house-happy water. Qi Le was thinking wildly here, and those regular customers began to come to store one after another. The first to come was actually the brilliant academy training group led by Zhong Lingyun. Sheer, store manager, good morning. After Zhong Lingyun entered the store, she saw Qi Le sitting in the booth next to the door. Good morning, Sister Zhong. Yu Shi'er also politely returned her salute. The students who followed Zhong Lingyun smelled the aroma of instant noodles that permeated the store, and they all entered the store and started to buy breakfast. Although the hotel in Yunwu City provides breakfast, it is compared with Theon in the Qi Le store. There is no comparison at all. Zhong Lingyun also followed behind the team, waiting to buy instant noodles in buckets, get hot water, and then talk about the training after the breakfast problem was solved. After all, the effect of this bucket of instant noodles to strengthen understanding is really great for the training camp. Hey, Sheer, what is this new world model, what is it? Ying Feng walked around the counter with the instant noodle bucket in his hand, and quickly noticed the words on the small blackboard. A regular customer like Ying Feng has long been accustomed to some new tricks appearing in the Qi Le store from time to time, including the newly added 50 positions. It's a new mode in the combat power improvement arena. After entering, it's like going to a new world. Yu Shi'er explained it very simply. Anyway, the detailed information, after activating the new world mode, the crystal ball will also be transmitted to the player's mind. New world. Ying Feng suddenly became interested. You know, as Ying Feng, if you want to travel without a certain level and strength, it is simply impossible. Because it is too dangerous. Since childhood, he has lived in the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire. For Feng, a new world is very attractive. However, after looking at the small blackboard carefully, Ying Feng hesitated again. 20 spirit crystals are not a lot for Ying Feng, and if you can really experience the new world, it is also very cost-effective. It's just that after activation, you have to continue to spend spirit crystals, which is the most pitiful. By the way, the boss should know how to play, let's go and see. Maybe it was the instant noodles in the barrel that enhanced Ying Feng's savvy, and has suddenly thought of a good idea. Do it when you think of it. With instant noodles in hand, Ying Feng ran outside Qi Le's booth and looked inside. In the crystal ball, the scenery is picturesque. Qi Le jumped and shuttled in the mountains, and the scenery around him kept moving backwards, giving people a very amazing feeling. 20 spirit crystals, let's try it first. Ying Feng watched for a long time before he made up his mind. Sheer, help me activate the New World mode. If that's the case, I suggest you save the spirit crystals and become a member of the store. Yu Shi'er suggested that she wanted to activate the New World mode when Ying Feng ran over. What member? Ying Feng had a cute look on his face. As long as the spirit crystal is stored in advance. Yu Shi'er took out a crystal-like membership card and briefly introduced it. The function of the membership card is not complicated, and there is not much to explain. This will indeed be much more convenient. Ying Feng listened to Yu Shi'er's introduction, nodded, and said, then help me get a membership card, and I will deposit 500 spirit crystals first. As he spoke, Ying Feng took out 5 heroic magic cores. Okay, please hold your membership card and activate it on the credit card machine. Yu Shi'er swept the magic core into the payment box, and then gave Ying Feng a membership card. This is also the process of binding the membership card. Once bound, no one except the bound person can use the membership card. With the membership card, customers don't have to go to the counter every time. As long as they enter the store and activate it, the payment will be directly deducted from the membership card when consuming. And what UCR has to do is to help customers get membership cards and recharge. Holding the membership card, Ying Feng wisely chose the card seat next to Qi Lu. If you don't understand anything, you can ask directly. Activate New World mode and select Enter. As soon as he came to this small room, which was originally used to detect player rank and receive information from the New World, Ying Feng felt that the spirit crystal flower was worth it. Real, so real. If Ying Feng had not been reminding himself, this is not the real world. Ying Feng might have to subconsciously think that he has come to a new world. A real new world. Is this the true strength of the boss? To be able to create such a real world is even more terrifying than I imagined. Ying Feng came to the village at the foot of the mountain after being confirmed the Sword Knight class. The real sensory experience made Ying Feng sigh. Fortunately, the boss is not malicious. Ying Feng just sighed, and then began to observe the world. Then, according to the prompt, the skill tree of the Sword Knight was opened. Although Qi Lu was also in the new world, he also paid attention to the situation around him. After seeing Ying Feng entering the new world mode, Qi Lu took time to glance at Ying Feng's skill tree. They are all very conventional martial arts, which the average Sword Knight should know. With Qi Li's martial arts proficient skills, you can recognize those martial arts at a glance. It can even be said that the martial skills on Ying Feng's skill tree are less than the martial skills that normal Sword Knights should know. Could it be that the martial skills and magic on this skill tree are the martial skills or magic of the player themselves? Qi Lu boldly guessed. On this point, Qi Lu really guessed right. After the system combines the rules of this world, it will not help players develop new martial arts or magic from nothing. The skill tree in the New World mode is converted based on the player's own martial skills and magic. Moreover, you also need to upgrade the acquired skill points to activate, in order to use. After being confirmed by the system, Qi Lu suddenly felt an emotion called whispering or laughing. This New World mode is really not an ordinary pit. And Ying Feng also discovered this at this time. These martial arts, why do I look so familiar? Ying Feng stared at his skill tree, as if thinking. Seeing Ying Feng's expression, Qi Lu probably guessed what he was thinking. But he couldn't tell Ying Feng Ming, if you don't feel familiar with these martial arts, then something has happened. If you don't even know the martial arts you know, then you're probably not far from being a waste. You know, the fun part of the New World mode is the interaction between all players. Hey, boss, you are here too. Ying Feng, who was observing the skill tree, suddenly found that his eyes were dark, and a figure appeared in front of him. When there are too many people, everyone will appear here. Qi Lu said expressionlessly. I know this, it's mentioned in the beginner's guide, there seems to be some dungeons here, right? Ying Feng was still a little excited when he mentioned this. This small mountain village shows a primitive style that is different from Thessaly State. More importantly, it really feels like a new world here. Don't think about the dungeon, it's better to go to the wild to upgrade first. Qi Lu kindly suggested. Up to now, Qi Lu is still in a novice suit. Because Qi Lu has never entered the dungeon, and just played goblin upgrades in the wild, so no equipment has been exploded. The reason why dungeons are called dungeons is because the difficulty is higher than in the wild, and there are dungeon bosses to guard them. If the level is not enough, the skill points are not enough, and the skill points are not enough, even if you rush into the dungeon, you will not be able to beat it. And more importantly, there are not enough people. The first large map has only one copy for the time being, called Goblin Mountains, which is a standard 3-person copy. If you can't get people together, you can't open a copy. It's okay, boss, I'll go take a look at the scenery first. After Ying Feng finished pondering the skill tree and looked at the equipment on his body, he put the novice iron sword presented by the system back into his waist, and then walked towards the mountains. Qi Lu looked at Ying Feng's back, and set his eyes on the novice iron sword pinned to his waist. Yingfeng didn't seem to realize that the wild in the New World mode was not safe at all. Those goblins living in the mountains will never show mercy to outsiders. The safe area of the first big map is only the village at the foot of the mountain. All other places are in the wild and may be attacked by goblins. But these things Yingfeng does not know. For a game novice, there is no concept of safe zone and danger zone at all. All Yingfeng is thinking now is to explore this new world. The Goblin Mountains can also be regarded as high mountains. There are many tall trees and caves in the mountains, and there are many places to hide. What a beautiful scenery. Yingfeng was still exploring this mountain range. A green-skinned goblin jumped out of the dense leaves and hit Yingli with a stick. Yingfeng only felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Immediately afterwards, he saw arrows flying towards him. In the distance, I could catch a glimpse of a few green little guys, holding bows and arrows, grinning at him, revealing sharp teeth. Then, Yingfeng's consciousness turned black. After watching Yingfeng enter the Goblin Mountains, Qila started to turn around in the village again. I just wandered around last night and made sure that no NPC appeared. It's just that these houses are closed, and Qilu doesn't know what's inside. It stands to reason that there should be a drugstore and an equipment store in a safe area. Tried pushing on the doors of various houses in the village. Can't push it off. It seems that these houses should have other functions. Qila leaned over Toth's window to look in. It was dark and he couldn't see the situation in the house. Just when Qila thought so, the door of a house next to him was suddenly opened. Yingfeng walked out from the inside with a confused look on his face. Why are you here? Qila looked at Yingfeng in surprise and asked, curiously. Why are you here, boss? Yingfeng was still confused, looked at Qilu, paused for a while, seemed to be thinking, and then spoke. Said, I just remember that I was still looking at the scenery, and then I was hit by something, and I appeared here after waking up. Goblins sneak attack, then it seems that this is the resurrection point. Qila nodded thoughtfully. These houses that cannot be opened have their own functions. Of course, it is also possible that most of it is just decoration. After all, an empty village is not a good thing. Resurrection point? Oh. Resurrection point. Yingfeng was still a little confused, but when he heard these 3 words, he remembered the novice guidance transmitted to him by the crystal ball. It does mention something about resurrection. That just... Yes, you were killed by a goblin. Qila confirmed Yingfeng's guess. Those damn green-skinned dwarfs. Yingfeng immediately became angry when he heard this. Rage is the driving force of battle, and Yingfeng can be angry with Thegoblins, which means that the New World mode has attracted him. Cough cough. Just when Yingfeng pulled out his novice iron sword and was about to enter the mountains to find trouble with those green-skinned dwarfs, a slight cough interrupted his movement. The door of a wooden room was opened from the inside, and a hunched old man staggered out. Hey, has anyone been injured by those guys in the mountains again? After the old man came out, he let out a short sigh. Here, the NPC that has never appeared. As soon as Qila saw this old man, he knew that there must be a task here. After all, isn't that how ordinary online games are played? So Qila walked up immediately and asked, Master, why can't you see other people in this village? The old man looked up at Qilu, then sighed and said, Everyone in this village has fled. With the old man's remarks, Qilu gradually understood the situation of the village. It turns out that this village is a good place with beautiful mountains and rivers. Relying on farming and hunting, it is self-sufficient, and it can be regarded as a prosperous population. Only about half a year ago, in the mountains outside the village, many goblins game. These green-skinned guys live in the mountains, making it impossible for people in this village to go hunting in the mountains, and they often go down the mountain to hurt people, which makes people frightened and sleepless. Over time, people in the village began to gradually move away from this place. There are only some old people left, unwilling to leave the place where they have lived all their lives. Now, in the whole village, only this old man is left. After the old man finished speaking, he couldn't stop sighing. It's these goddamn green-skinned dwarfs again. I'm going to kill them. Ying Feng, an upright guy, roared with righteous indignation as soon as the old man finished speaking. But more likely, he remembered that he was attacked by goblins, so he felt the same way. Qilu understood. This old man didn't come here to release the mission, or he came to tell them what kind of story background this first big map was. A good online game should have its own story background. These story backgrounds can make players feel more immersive. The New World mode is still not perfect, and the mission should be released immediately at this time. Qilu shook his head secretly. He entered this mode, and most of the time, he was just evaluating. In order to make suggestions to the system next time. Boss, come with me. After Ying Feng roared angrily, he looked at Qi again. Ah? Qi looked confused. Isn't this what you are filled with righteous indignation? Why did you find Mei again? Aren't you angry? These nasty little green-skinned dwarfs actually do such a thing. It's really damn good. Ying Feng said righteously. Well, let's go into the mountain together. Qi knew that it was useless to reason with Ying Feng at this time. Not many people noticed the New World mode. Because most people who come to the store have a clear purpose. For snacks, in order to improve combat skills, in order to replenish medicine pills, or change weapons and equipment. However, this also has something to do with Qi never taking the initiative to promote it. So after Ying Feng, the second person who noticed the New World model was Avery's surprising guy. Han Ming, who was holding instant noodles and biting a bacon sandwich, came to the counter. After knowing that Qi Li's small shop is not a restaurant, Han Ming is not worried that the business of his Zuoyun building will be robbed. What's more, even he himself had breakfast here. So Han Ming came, and even the servants were too lazy to bring them. I remember, your name is Yu Shi'er, right? Han Ming put the hot instant noodle bucket on the counter, and asked, casually, while eating a bacon sandwich. Yes. Yu Shi'er nodded. You have such good food in your store, and you don't run restaurants, so what does your store do? After Han Ming went back yesterday, he also investigated Qi Li's store, but he couldn't investigate anything at all. Probably because the location is so remote that it has no reputation at all. However, Han Ming would not say this. This also made Han Ming really curious. Because it stands to reason that shops with such top-notch delicacies are impossible not to be famous. We have a lot of goods in our store. Weapons, armors, and medicinal pills are all in the shelf area on the left, and the combat strength training room areas on the other side. Yu Shi'er is happy to introduce her to customers who want to know more about the store. Weapons, armor, and so on, let's forget it. What is the effect of this medicine pill? Han Ming understood what the weapon and armor were used for, but Han Ming was not a cultivator, so these things were useless. So Yu Shi'er introduced the effects of various medicinal herbs. By the way, I also introduced the special effects of the bacon sandwiches and barrels of instant noodles that Han Ming is eating. It turns out that the store manager opened a store that sells items used by practitioners. Han Ming stared at the bacon sandwich in his hand, and felt a sudden realization. Then came a feeling of surprise. But in fact, these have little to do with Han Ming. Not a cultivator, not because Han Ming lacks perseverance. But because Han Ming did not have the qualifications to become a cultivator, his affinity for fighting qi and magic power was extremely low, and he could not cultivate fighting qi and magic power at all. There are many people who cannot cultivate. You must know that the status of cultivators is still much higher than that of ordinary people. Han Ming, who was born in Zuoyun Tower, understands this even more. Because Xuanhuan Tower needs a strong practitioner as a backer, so that it has been safe and sound for so many years. Han Ming's father always wanted Han Ming to become a cultivator, but his qualifications were really low. I tried a lot to no avail. The owner of Xuanhuan building, even if it is only a branch, but there is definitely no shortage of spirit crystals. However, it is really not that easy to change something like aptitude. Otherwise, when those powerful forces recruited disciples, they wouldn't put special emphasis on qualifications. When he was a child, Han Ming was still not convinced. But the more he grew up, the more Han Ming knew about aptitude. He was born destined, so he accepted the fact that he couldn't cultivate, and honestly went to study food. This is why Han Ming likes food so much. But now, being able to enjoy these delicacies with special effects together with cultivators can be regarded as fulfilling two of my dreams. Moreover, even if the battle chi and magic power cannot be tempered, that deliciousness will not be weakened. What's more, the effect of bacon sandwiches, to temper the body, whether it is for practitioners or ordinary people, the effect is the same. Without the blessing of vindictive energy and magic power, a little attribute improvement won't help. I'm afraid the medicine pill won't help me either. Han Ming's eyes stayed on the medicine pill for a long time before he took it back. What's the role of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room? The Combat Power Improvement Training Room is mainly used to train combat skills and combat awareness. It is divided into 3 modes. Yu Shi'er had nothing to do anyway, so she explained it to Han Ming in detail. Han Ming listened while eating noodles. The role of this Combat Power Enhancement Training Room, as soon as you hear it, you can tell that it is used by those cultivators. Fighting skills and fighting awareness, ordinary people really don't need these things. But, wait. Yu Shi'er, wait a minute, what is that New World model? Han Ming seemed to have discovered another recreational project. It's not the same thing to go out with other sons and brothers all day long toke dogs and birds. Might as well find something for yourself to do. It just allows you to experience a whole new world. I don't know how to play it. You need to ask the owner. Yu Shi'er just introduced it according to Qi Lu. If you really want to say how to play, you still need to experience it yourself. A brand new world, help me activate it. Han Ming is still very much looking forward to a brand new world. Lingjing is just a small thing. Okay, if it is to activate the New World mode, I also recommend that you get a membership card. So, under Yu Shi'er's flickering, Han Ming took instant noodles, got a membership card, and came to the area of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Hello, store manager. Han Ming found a booth, sat down, and said hello to Qi Lu next to him. Hello. Although Qi Lu needed to pretend to be aloof. But Gao Ling is not impolite. Qi Lu, who should return the gift, will still return. But Qi Lu didn't say much. Although Qi Lu was curious about a non-cultivator coming to the training room, he would only choose to observe silently. After all, among the people who came to the store, Han Ming was the only ordinary person, for the time being. After Han Ming said hello, he glanced at the crystal ball in front of Qi Lu, and then put his hands on the base of the crystal ball. Then choose the New World mode according to the prompts. I don't know what will happen when ordinary people enter the New World mode. Qi Lu was interested in watching Han Ming's actions from the corner of Haizi's. Boss, behind you. Ying Feng's voice rang out. You pull back, there are too many throwing goblins in front. Qi Lu stood behind the hot-blooded young man and slowly released the fireball technique. By the way, he twisted his body and avoided the arrows that attacked from behind. Although the number of goblin groups that appeared in the wild was large, they were not strong, and they had a single attack method, and the battle was over soon. There are so many goblins appearing this time. Ying Feng said while sitting on the ground, panting heavily. The physical strength can still be supported, the key is that the battle also requires thinking. The more reactive the battle, the more mentally drained it will be, and the more exhausted it will be after the battle. But fortunately, I just got a level up again, and now I'm level 5, I can learn a new martial skill. After breathing, Yingfeng opened his skill tree happily. Yingfeng now has 3 martial arts that he can use. It feels like starting to practice again. Every time you level up, a small amount of attributes will be improved, which makes people feel very excited. Every time I learn a new martial art, it is very exciting. After level 5, goblins in the wild will have their experience suppressed, so let's wait for someone to enter the dungeon together. Qilu glanced at his level 7. Last night, Qilu reached level 5 full experience points. Then I took Yingfeng to level 5 today, but Qilu only had experience points in the early 7th level. I really did not expect that the system did not do anything else, but this experience suppression did so well. Yes, we killed so many goblins, we should tell the old man to make him happy. Yingfeng heard the words and immediately stood up from the ground. Qilu was stunned when he heard this. Don't tell this guy yet, that old man is an NPC who tells the background of the story. The village at the foot of the mountain was a safe area, and the goblins in the Goblin Mountains couldn't kill them at all. This may be more difficult for Yingfeng to understand. After Han Ming chose to enter the New World mode, consciousness immediately appeared in a small room. It's a magical alchemy product. Is this the power of a cultivator? Han Ming couldn't help but exclaimed. Alchemists, who are also practitioners, cannot use alchemy without magic power. It is detected that the player has no rank. Do you manually select it? The prompt sound appeared directly in Han Ming's mind, startling Han Ming. Then, a message was transmitted to Han Ming's mind. New world, start from scratch, choose a class, and then start the journey. Then I will choose to become a magician, wind element magician. According to Toth Novice's guidance, Han Ming chose a class he once dreamed of. Class selection is successful. I wish you a happy game in the new world. The prompt sound fell, and the white light lit up in the small room. Opening his eyes again, Han Ming found himself in a small village. Behind the village was a huge mountain range. An old man sitting on the threshold was sighing slightly. Skills, equipment, levels. Han Ming was still reviewing the novice guide information passed to him by the crystal ball, but he didn't notice that Qilu, who was in the booth next to him, was watching him silently. The skill tree, why is it blank? According to the guidance, Han Ming opened his own skill tree, the skill tree of the wind element magician. Then I was surprised to find that the entire skill tree was empty, and there was no magic icon on it. Qilu, who was watching silently on the side, almost laughed out loud when he saw the scene. This system is really unwilling to take any loss. Ordinary people enter the New World mode, and the skill tree is actually empty, so how can others play? If you have the aptitude for cultivation, who wants to be an ordinary person? In the New World mode, just the little bit of stats that are improved by leveling up is not enough for goblins in the wild. No, this must be improved. As Qilu watched, he took note of this in his mind. But Han Ming didn't know this. After discovering that there is no magic to learn, Han Ming was just a little lost, but he recovered quickly and began to look at this new world. I have to say that nothing produced by the system is not amazing. If he didn't think about it deliberately, Han Ming felt that he was reborn into a new world. Also, just because there is no magic to learn doesn't mean that there is no magic to circulate. In the New World mode, although the class and skill tree are determined according to the player, the level is not. As long as you enter a new world, leveling up will increase your attributes, vindictiveness, or magic power. Therefore, Han Ming is here, and for the first time in his life, he feels the feeling of magic power circulating in his body. Is this magic? This feeling is awesome. Han Ming felt the subtle magic in his body with his heart, and the surprise in his heart can be imagined. A dream that was already despairing and could never be realized in this life, suddenly realized at this moment. Even if it's just an illusory realization, it's enough to make people happy. Combat Power Improvement Training Room, New World Mode, I must come here every day. Han Ming made a decision silently, even if he can only feel this magic in this new world, there is no regret. After making the decision, Han Ming walked up to the old man. Master, why are you sighing here? The old man raised his head and glanced at Han Ming, sighed slightly, and then repeated the story of the goblins. What? And such a hateful guy. After Han Ming heard this, he immediately roared with righteous indignation. Qi Lu watched in amazement from the side. Are the young masters so chivalrous now? Master, you don't have to worry. I'm here. You don't have to be afraid of Thegoblins on the mountain. If they dare to come, I'll let them taste the taste-off magic. Han Ming said inexplicably excitedly. It seems that the newly acquired magic power makes Han Ming a little impatiento try his own strength. Qi Lu was a little dumbfounded. It seemed that he really didn't have some kind-off chivalrous spirit. Han Ming just wanted to show off his strength and show it off in front of the old man. However, you only have magic power, and you can't do it without learning magic. Seeing this, Qi Lu almost understood. It is absolutely impossible for the system to suffer losses. But it doesn't matter, Qi Lu is just waiting for someone to open a copy now. Goblin Mountains is a 3-person dungeon, and Han Ming is just enough. There's another person here, Ying Feng, who was wandering in the village, found Han Ming, and immediately stepped forward, shouting familiarly, Brother, have you been upgraded yet? Upgrade? How to upgrade? Han Ming was a little unfamiliar with this term. You can't even level up, let's go, enter the Goblin Mountains with me, and I'll take you. Ying Feng knew that he had caught a new student, and immediately pretended to be an old player. Oh, good. Han Ming was dragged into the Goblin Mountains by Ying Feng soignantly. A copy of the Goblin Mountains, in the deepest part of the mountain range. The entrance of the dungeon is a dark vortex with a little starlight shining inside, which looks really mysterious. Manager. Are you here too? Ying Feng took a shortcut and led Han Ming to the entrance of the dungeon. Qi Lu has been waiting here for a long time. Although the goblins in the field map of the Goblin Mountains cannot be killed, the refresh rate is once a day. Qi Lu and Ying Feng have already wiped out a lot of goblins today, so Ying Feng and Han Ming took a shortcut on the way without encountering goblins. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qi Lu stood by the entrance of the dungeon and returned lightly. Hey, brother, let me tell you first, after you go in, follow the boss instructions, or you will be at your own risk. Ying Feng warned Han Ming. I see. Han Ming knew that Qi Lu was not an ordinary person, so he seemed very cooperative. How could the manager who can afford to open such a store be an ordinary person? Qi Lu also heard Ying Feng's words, but didn't say anything more. In fact, Qi Lu wanted to say something before, after entering the dungeon, you can just watch it from behind. But Ying Feng spoke first, and he didn't speak any more. Copy, Goblin Mountains. As a copy of the first large map, it is for newcomers to practice, so it isn't too difficult to design. And it is also mandatory that 3 people must enter the book, which further reduces the degree of danger. In fact, if it is thrown to Qi Lu, 1 person can pass it. It's just that 3 people must be gathered to enter the copy. After entering the dungeon through the dungeon entrance, as long as you concentrate a little, you can see the mini-map of the dungeon. Goblin Mountains Dungeon, a total of 2 rooms, a small monster room for novice players to warm up, and a boss room for novice players to challenge. But for Qi Lu, it was a very simple matter. Moreover, Ying Feng rushed to the front to fight the monsters, and Qi Lu could just throw the magic and clear the monsters in the back. This made Han Ming extremely envious. Store manager, can you teach me how to use magic? Han Ming looked for a while before summoning up the courage to ask. Do you want to learn magic? What class are you? Qi Lu asked. Even if Qi Lu has magic proficiency skills, he knows all magic. But Han Ming's skill tree was empty, and Qi Lu couldn't recognize Han Ming's rank out of thin air. Wind element magician. Han Ming replied. Wind magician, it's a pity, in this world, magic can't be taught, it can only be pointed out on the skill tree. Although Qi Lu couldn't bear to attack Han Ming's eagerness to learn. But the truth has to be told. In the New World mode, there is not even a skill tutor. Yes, but on my skill tree, there is no magic to learn. Han Ming was dumbfounded. Then I have no choice. Qi Lu patted Han Ming on the shoulder and said regretfully. After all, there is only magic power, and things that cannot learn magic can only appear in the New World mode of the Battle Strength Promotion Arena. In the outside world, even if you can't learn orthodox magic, it is easy to learn some low-level magic that is widely spread. Boss, the boss is out. Ying Feng, who was fighting the monsters in front, didn't have time to chat with Qi Lu and the others, so he shouted loudly. A goblin with a height of more than 2 meters, holding a thigh-thick mace, walked out of the dense forest. That sturdy figure and height, quite a sense of oppression. Pull the monster to the side, and when you reach the edge of the room, continue on the opposite side. Don't confront the boss head-on. Qi Lu also pointed at Han Ming, who was in a state of despair. Understood. Ying Feng replied, then took the lead with a sword and slashed at the goblin boss. According to Qi Lu, stop and stabilize the boss's hatred. Whoosh dash. The tall goblin boss let out a scream, then raised his mace and smashed it towards Ying Feng. Ying Feng immediately rolled to the side, and the huge mace just missed Ying Feng's body and hit the ground. The ground was immediately smashed with several cracks. It's quite powerful. Ying Feng smiled, then got up and struck another sword in the goblin boss's knee. It's almost there, the hatred is stabilized. Qi Lu raised his staff and released a slow magic, slowing down the goblin boss. The goblin boss's attack method is relatively simple, but it is simply powerful and high blood volume. For novice players, it is a boss with a fairly high fault tolerance rate. Qi Lu released the slow magic, also to ensure that Ying Feng would not beat tact and improve the fault tolerance rate. Otherwise, with Ying Feng's current HP, if he is hit twice by the goblin boss mace, he can go directly to Novice Village and wait for his resurrection. After that, just follow behind and release Fireball and Ice Picks to keep attacking the goblin boss. Although it took a little longer, it was very safe to empty the last trace of the goblin boss's blood. I didn't see a few more pieces of equipment for the first pass. Qi Lu complained while checking what the goblin boss had exploded. A green leather armor, Ying Feng, for you. A green staff, then I'll keep it. Hey, the skill book can still be exploded. When Qi Lu checked the last item, his eyes widened in surprise. Skill book, Wind Blade. Use level, 3. Restricted class, Wind Elemental Mage. It's really weird. According to the character of the system, how could such a thing break out? Qi Lu looked up and down the skill book, and tried to read it. Unfortunately, it can't be opened. Boss, what do you have in your hand? Ying Feng asked curiously when Qi Lu was stunned for a while. A gadget. Qi Lu shook his head, and then shouted to Han Ming. Wake up first, how old are you? 3, it's level 3. Han Ming, who was lost, was still immersed in the loss of being unable to learn magic. After finally having magic power, I can't learn magic. This kind of pain is even worse than when there was no magic power before. That's right, this skill book is assigned to you. Qi Lu guessed that Han Ming should have reached the level. The experience in the dungeon is much more than that in the wild. Oh, well, the skill book. Han Ming took the skill book handed over by Qi Lu in a depressed mood. The dungeon stay time just arrived, and the three were immediately teleported back to the novice village at the foot of the mountain. This is a team to prevent malicious brushing of copies. Wait, skill book? When Han Ming returned to the village, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the item in his hand. Store manager, this skill book. Yes, you can learn a wind magic. Qi Lu nodded. You can learn magic. Thank you very much, store manager. After receiving a positive answer, Han Ming hurriedly bowed to Qi Lu and thanked him. My dream is finally coming true at this moment. Even if it can only be realized in this new world model, that is another kind-of dream realization. The method of using items is clearly explained in the new student guide. Without delay, Han Ming opened the skill book in his hand directly in front of Qi Lu and Ying Feng. The prompt sound also sounded. Activate the skill, Wind Blade. You need to consume 50 spirit crystals. Do you want to activate it? System, you are really desperate for money. To use the skill book, you still need to consume spirit crystals. Qi Lu was stunned when he saw this scene. System, please don't slander the system at will. Qi Lu almost scolded, the system is spying on my thoughts again. System, the host's thoughts are too strong, and they are already reflected on the face, so there is no need to deliberately snoop. Qi Lu knew that it was difficult for him to talk about the shameless system in his regard, so he simply stopped talking. And after seeing this prompt, Han Ming chose yes, without hesitation. The mere 50 spirit crystals were nothing more than a small number worth mentioning, compared to being able to learn magic. I finally know why there are so many people in online games. Qi Lu was stunned. Just by activating a magic on the skill tree, you can drop 50 spirit crystals without hesitation. And it's just a third-level little magic. It is hard to imagine how many spirit crystals will be needed to learn some advanced magic in the future. Sure enough, in terms of accumulating money, the ability of the system is really not blown out. System, the host has won the prize. Qi Lu, I'm not complimenting you. After confirming the activation of the Wind Blade skill, the skill book in Han Ming's hand immediately turned into a white light, pouring into Han Ming's eyebrows. At the same time, 50 spirit crystals were automatically deducted from Han Ming's membership card. Really appeared, Wind Blade magic. Opening the skill tree again, Han Ming looked at the only Wind Blade icon on it, tears welling up in his eyes. The moment when the dream comes true, can't help but be excited. Study. Without hesitation, Han Ming added the 3 skill points obtained from the upgrade to the Wind Blade magic. In an instant, a message about Wind Blade magic poured into Han Ming's mind. It turns out that it is so simple to release the Wind Blade. Han Ming digested the information in his mind and suddenly felt enlightened. He then raised the new staff in his hand and pointed lightly towards the empty space ahead. Wind Blade. In an instant, a cyan wind blade condensed out of thin air and slashed forward. The power of the third-level small magic is not great, but for Han Ming, it is an epic-making change. Success, I can really release magic. Han Ming stared blankly at the staff in his hand, so excited that he almost cried with joy. Ying Feng looked at the time and then said to Qi Lu and Han Ming, "No, I can't play anymore, otherwise I won't be able to complete the training mission, so I'll go first." "It is good." Qi Lu responded, then followed behind and left the New World mode. Since the system is enabled for live broadcast, it should make the best use of it. In fact, Qi Lu was resting. The map of the New World mode is not too big, and when there are few people, it is not as interesting to play the online mode. Today, I challenge the teaching of Guardian Knights. Still addicted to the New World mode, only Han Ming is left. Use half-baked wind blade magic to find lonely goblins in the Goblin Mountains, and let them taste their new wind blade. It's time. Come back tomorrow then. After seeing the prompt, Han Ming was still not satisfied. After exiting the battle strength promotion arena, Han Ming was still thinking about the magic power he possessed in the New World mode. Wait, something's wrong, magic power. I seem to have magic power in my body. When Han Ming was thinking about the New World model, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with his body. It's like, there's something more. Could it be that the magic power I got in the New World mode is real? Han Ming still couldn't believe it. He pinched himself hard, and it was painful. It seemed that he was not dreaming. Wind blade. In order to confirm his discovery, Han Ming raised his hand and released the only magic he had learned. A small wind blade condensed out in the air. Clatter. However, before the slash was fired, a snap of fingers came out, and the wind blade disappeared into the invisible. The use of magic is not allowed in the store, but I think you are the first offender, so don't care about it, and don't take it as an example. Qi Li's indifferent voice followed closely behind. Han Ming was stunned for a moment, then got up immediately, and said incoherently with excitement, "Yes, store manager, I'm sorry, I'm too excited. Thank you very much. It never occurred to me that one day I could learn magic too." Me? Okay, I understand, stop talking. Qi Li waved his hand and stopped Han Ming from continuing. To be honest, Qi Li never thought that the New World mode would have such an effect. However, this can also explain why the system has deliberately adjusted the charges for the New World mode, and when activating the skill book, it is necessary to charge additional spiritual crystals. It is indeed necessary to consume a lot of energy to enable people without training qualifications to cultivate fighting qi and magic power in the New World mode, and learn martial arts and magic. And this energy naturally needs to be extracted from the spirit crystal. Just like every time Qi Li raises the level of the store manager, the system raises the level of strength for him. It is also the system that uses massive amounts of energy to improve. However, the magic power fed back from the New World mode is not all, but only a small part. Han Ming's current real strength, converted to the outside world, is probably the magic capacity of a level 1 to level 2 magician. And because Han Ming has no cultivation qualifications in the outside world, he has no way to cultivate. In other words, if you want to continue to improve yourself, you can only continue to brush monsters and upgrade in the New World mode. The same goes for wanting to learn new magic. System, you are really good. Qi Li sighed again. The system's supernatural powers are vast. It really corresponds to the sentence, if you don't have gold, how can you become stronger? Although it is said so, it is undeniable that it is absolutely unimaginable that people, without cultivation qualifications, can practice cultivation. For some wealthy people, this kind of thing means that there is no place to spend the spirit crystals. Qualifications are born. This seems to be a theorem, an iron law. But here in Qi Lu, the iron law is to be broken. Before Han Ming left, it was time for Ying Feng to get on the plane. When he got up, he noticed the situation here. Hey, isn't this the brother in the New World mode? Hello, my name is Ying Feng. Ying Feng introduced himself very familiarly. Hello, my name is Han Ming. Han Ming also politely replied. Then Han Ming bowed to Qi Lu again and said, "Store manager, I'll leave first and come back tomorrow." Well, goodbye. Qi Lu leaned on the sofa in the deck and responded. Why is this guy going in such a hurry? Ying Feng said with a smile, lying behind Qi Li's booth, watching Han Ming leave. Probably go back and try the newly learned magic. Qi Li replied casually. Listening to what you said, boss, I seem to feel that my grudge, which has not grown much, seems to have improved a little. Ying Feng said suddenly. However, after having a snack like potato chips that can cure vindictiveness, Ying Feng was only a little surprised by the increase in his vindictiveness. But it's definitely not unbelievable. After all, increasing dou qi is much easier than purifying dou qi. This is probably because of Qi Li's small shop. Too many shocking things, it has been subtly subverted. What about martial arts? Qi Li seemed to ask casually. In effect, it's counting the New World model data. Martial skills. Boss, if you didn't remind me, I didn't find out. Ying Feng seemed to have discovered a new continent, and said in surprise, there are indeed a few martial arts, I can clearly feel that I have mastered them better. Martial arts mastery can be different from increasing vindictiveness. If you want to better master martial skills, comprehension, and time, it is absolutely indispensable. As long as you practice continuously, you can better master the various characteristics of martial arts, and use them in the most appropriate circumstances to achieve better results. But why is that? While Ying Feng was surprised, he was also thinking about what happened and why he suddenly mastered these martial arts better. After thinking about it, I finally realized that those martial skills that have become more mastered seem to be the martial skills that I have upgraded and added in the New World mode. Boss, this, could it be said, is the New World model. Thinking of this, Ying Feng looked at Qi Lu in disbelief. I know what you're thinking, you're right. Qi Lu calmly confirmed Ying Feng's guess. Good things don't have to be hidden away. Open the door to do business and prevent customers from seeing the good things in your store. So how to earn spirit crystals? Great, then what standalone mode should I go to, and the training mission should stand aside first. Ying Feng was immediately overjoyed when he heard that his guess was confirmed. For someone like Ying Feng, who is not very savvy and not very persevering, constantly practicing the same martial art is definitely a kind of torture. But now, as long as you play in the New World mode, you can better master the martial arts. This is definitely a good thing that Ying Feng can't believe. System, host, a new task has been triggered, do you need to claim it? Qi Lu was used to this kind of sudden prompt sound, and immediately replied in his mind, is there any need to ask, it must be received. System, within 3 days, let the number of people who activate the New World mode reach 30, and reward the second large map of the New World mode. 30 people, it shouldn't be difficult to complete. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, thinking about how to complete the task. In fact, this task was given to Qi Lu by the system. After all, Goblin Mountains is just a novice map. Once there are too many people, the novice map will definitely not be enough. Otherwise, let's live stream the New World mode in the afternoon. Han Ming returned to Zuoyuan Tower with a face full of joy, and met 2 young masters head-on. In terms of Han Ming's identity, it can be regarded as extremely high in this cloud city. If he can be with him, his status is naturally not much lower. Han Ming, you haven't been seen for a few days, where have you gone? The first person to speak was a young man in a brocade robe and a jade belt. He was born with red lips and white teeth. At first glance, he knew that he was a pampered person. Qinshi, why are you free to come to me? Han Ming was happy when he saw an acquaintance calling him, so he walked over and entered the box. The first person to speak, named Qinshi, was the Lord of Yunwu City, the son of Qin Ming. It's just that Qin Ming Gui is the Lord of Yunwu City, a professional class powerhouse at the 50th level. However, Qinshi had no training qualifications, which made Qin Ming's brain hurt, and in the end he had no choice but to let it go. It's not because of the previous beast swarm, it's too boring to be locked at home, so I came here to have fun. Another white and plump young man said. This person, called Luo Yuanxing, was the son of the vault administrator of Cloud Mist City. Although the treasury manager has little power on the surface, but wherever money is used in the city-state, it must be reported to the treasury. Therefore, no matter who is in Yunwu City, when they see the vault administrator, they will give 3 points politely. Boring? Staying in Cloud City all day, of course I'm bored. Han Ming smiled. Although Yunwu City is a border city-state, it is also extremely prosperous because of the gathering of merchants and trade. There are naturally many places to have fun. But for Qinshi and Luo Yuanqing, there is really no place in Yunwu City that they are not tired of. Just outside the Cloud City is the Cloud Forest. It is very dangerous for the young master who cannot cultivate. So they won't ask for trouble, saying that they are looking for some kind of stimulation. Qinshi and they were very cherished. But you look happy, is there something good that you didn't tell us? Luo Yuanqing raised his eyebrows and asked, very curiously. The joy on Han Ming's face is obvious, and there is no sign of convergence. In this Cloud City, there are not many things that can make them so happy. That's why Luo Yuanqing was curious. It's a good thing, of course it's a good thing. Han Ming smiled slightly. What's a good thing then? Could it be that another store has a new errand? Qinshi quipped. That's right, let's just say, you've encountered something you've never tried before. Luo Yuanqing speculated on Han Ming's interest. Or maybe you caught some new monster. Neither, keep guessing. Han Ming looked at the two friends with a smile. Okay, don't be so mysterious, just tell me if there is anything good. There are only so many kinds of guesses, and they were all rejected by Han Ming, and Qinshi was too lazy to guess any more. Brother Qin is right, Han Ming, we have such a good relationship, just tell us no, let us guess. Luo Yuanqing also said. Because I can't think of anything else to be happy about. Seeing that the two friends were a little anxious, Han Ming no longer pretended to be mysterious, but waved to the two of them, signaling them to come closer. Qinshi and Luo Yuanqing immediately approached. I ask you, do you want to learn magic? Han Ming looked at the two of them and whispered mysteriously, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Qinshi and Luo Yuanqing were stunned for a moment, then laughed together. Han Ming, let me tell you, it's not because you want to learn magic and gokurazi. Do you really have no idea about our cultivation aptitude? If we could cultivate, would we wait for you to ask such a thing? It's good to be able to eat and wait to die, but don't be imaginative and imagine some impossible things. Okay, Han Ming, let's get down to business. The two sang together. It's not that he is mocking Han Ming, it's more that he is mocking himself. With their identities and family backgrounds, but no cultivation qualifications, it has to be said that it is a very painful thing. I'm asking you questions sincerely. Han Ming said seriously. Okay, we believe you are sincere, we think, very much, okay. Qinshi replied very perfunctorily. Now you can talk about it, why are you so happy? Luo Yuanqing was still curious about this. Han Ming was a little dumbfounded. However, Han Ming can also understand the feelings of Qinshi and Luo Yuanqing, because he was probably the same when someone asked him not long ago if he wanted to learn magic. Asking a person who knows that he has no cultivation aptitude is such a question. Undoubtedly a mockery. If it weren't for the fact that Qinshi and Luo Yuanqing had a good relationship with Han Ming, I'm afraid they would have turned their face on the spot. I know you don't believe it. In fact, I didn't believe that such a thing would happen before. Han Ming shrugged, then sat upright and said seriously. Okay. Wind blade. The magic power condensed in Han Ming's palm, and a weak wind blade suddenly condensed and formed, and then slashed out. A magician does not necessarily need a staff to use magic. The role of the staff is to increase the power of magic and strengthen the speed of magic condensation. Some high-quality wands can also increase the magician's magic capacity. However, in fact, a magician can use magic with his bare hands. The weak wind blade flew out and slashed on the table in front of the three, leaving a shallow slash mark. Qinshi and Luo Yuanqing suddenly widened their eyes. However, the small power is not the focus. What shocked Qin Shi and Luo Yuanqing was that Han Ming could actually release magic. Like them, from childhood to adulthood, he tried countless methods to no avail, and had no cultivation aptitude at all. Today, just now, right in front of them, unleashed a magic. I'm not mistaken, fat man, you have seen it too. Qin Shi opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time in shock. Yes, I should have read it right, I seem to have seen it too, it's not that we had hallucinations at the same time. Luo Yuanqing rubbed his eyes forcefully, feeling that he was dazzled just now. However, the cut mark on the table is still there. Prove to them that what just happened is what really happened, not an illusion. The two of them stared at the slash with burning eyes, and for a long time, they suddenly raised their heads and looked at Han Ming. What do you want to do? Han Ming was startled by the four green eyes, he quickly crossed his arms and looked at the two with vigilance. Han Ming, are you really ready to practice? Qin Shi resisted the urge to rush forward and looked at Han Ming expectantly. Luo Yuanqing also looked at Han Ming with longing. Of course, not. Han Ming lengthened his tone, and spit out the last two words under the extremely expectant gaze of the two. No? If you can't practice, then why can you use magic? Qin Shi almost rushed up and punched Han Ming. Actually, my cultivation aptitude has not changed. Han Ming shrugged helplessly. Han Ming knows the magician's method of meditation. After coming out of the New World mode, after discovering his own changes, Han Ming also tried meditation very excitedly. However, the cruel facts told Han Ming that his cultivation aptitude had not changed at all. The affinity with magic is still 0. If the guess is correct, everything is the credit of the New World mode in the combat power improvement arena. But Han Ming doesn't care anymore. Since there are other ways to help him cultivate, it doesn't seem to matter that he can't cultivate in the outside world. Yes, what's going on? Luo Yuanqing also asked eagerly. They will never allow the hope of cultivation to slip away in front of them. That's why I'm happy. When Han Ming said this, he immediately became excited. In a remote alley in Yunwu City, there is an incredible shop. The combat power enhancement arena in the Qile store can only be played for a maximum of 4 hours a day. Therefore, the training team of the Brilliant Academy cannot just stay in the store. Cloud Forest is a great place to showcase your training results. So it can only be said that, since the opening of Qi Li's store, the monsters in the Cloud Forest have really suffered. In the past, the magical beasts in the Cloud Forest still had the advantage of being numerous and complex, so that the mercenaries did not dare to mess around. In the depths of the forest, there is a powerful suppression of professional class monsters, which is daunting. However, all this is no longer a problem. Before, only the Blood Wolf team was rampant in the Cloud Forest, and now there is the training team of the Brilliant Academy. Captain, those monsters are getting harder and harder to find now. A sturdy member of the Blood Wolf squad, sitting on a tree stump, said while wiping the big sword in his hand. Others are also resting on the spot, recovering their fighting spirit and magic power. The Blood Wolf took a deep look into the forest, spread his hands, and said, "The Cloud Forest is not a high-level forest of monsters. There are not many warrior-level monsters, and even fewer professional-level monsters. Ordinary magical beasts have no magic core, and blood wolves can't look down on them. Therefore, they are specifically looking for those monsters that have condensed their magic cores to hunt. The proportion of these hero-level monsters and professional-level monsters in the Cloud Forest is not high. As a result, after being hunted by the Blood Wolf team, the number was even smaller. You must know that the Blood Wolf team that has been trained for so long in Chila's shop and is still fully armed can run rampant even in the depths of the Cloud Forest. Unless they are surrounded by professional monsters. Otherwise, no matter what happens, you can get out of it. However, after wandering in the depths of the cloud forest for so long today, I didn't even encounter a monster that was qualified to hunt. Forget it, today's hunting mission is over. There is no way for the blood wolf to find any magical beasts, and it is meaningless to continue to stay in the cloud forest. Okay, it's good to go to the tavern early for a drink. The team member who wiped the big sword smiled, then flicked the edge, raised his hand, and slashed the ground with a forceful blow. The great sword was originally a heavy weapon, and it was powerful. The ground was suddenly split open, and the soil was shaken apart, revealing the rock blocks below. You really have a lot of strength, and you have nowhere to use it. The other team members joked. Isn't that right? I've been in the cloud forest for so long, but I haven't encountered a single beast. I've been preparing for so long, so I can only vent like this back behind. Let's go back and have a drink. The Blood Wolf team giggled, picked up their weapons, and walked out of the cloud forest. But no one noticed that in the ground that was split open just now, on the exposed rock blocks, complex but very shallow lines were outlined. Above the canopy of a towering tree, a pair of scarlet beast pupils stared at the back of the Blood Wolf team leaving. It wasn't until they couldn't see their backs that this gaze was placed on the crack on the ground. It has been a day since the system released the task. The live broadcast yesterday afternoon didn't seem to work. Ling Zhao's bodyguards, who stayed in Yunwu City, had no interest in the New World mode. They were more obedient to Ling Zhao's orders and exercised their combat skills in single-player mode and online mode. Of course, it is also possible that there are not enough spirit crystals. Others who may be interested seem to come to the store in the morning. The combat power improvement training room that has been expanded to 100 positions is fully enough to accommodate these people. In the end, it's because there aren't enough people coming to my store. Qi Lu finally concluded. Store manager, what did you say? Yu Shi'er, who had just woken up, seemed a little confused. It's nothing, Shi'er, what do you want for breakfast? Qi Lu asked routinely as he walked to the snack vending machine. Fruit-flavored jelly, and bacon sandwiches. Yu Shi'er quickly returned. Okay. Qi Lu held the instant noodles, then put what Yu Shi'er wanted on the counter, and walked towards the area of the combat power improvement training room. The brilliant academy training team led by Zhong Lingyun is still the first batch of customers to come to the store. Probably because they are so close. Jing Qingyun and others walked in front, and immediately came to the snack vending machine and started to buy today's breakfast. And it's not just that these snacks are so delicious that you can't stop eating them. More importantly, the special effects of these snacks are also extremely precious and cannot be ignored. Ying Feng, who was walking behind, followed Ying Shui, chattering about something. Sister, you believe me, come play the New World mode with me, forget about the training mission, wait for the boss to release a few more teaching videos, and then it's not too late to challenge those guys. That's not good, aren't you afraid that Instructor Zhong will trouble you? Ying Shui raised her eyebrows and teased. It's not that she doesn't believe in Ying Feng, the main reason is that she came out this time, and it was an off-campus training arranged by the academy. Isn't it inappropriate to just throw away the training mission in such an upright manner? I said Ying Feng, but what you said is true. Can it really directly improve the proficiency of martial arts? Ku Mingling followed him and asked suspiciously. The proficiency of martial arts is different from the previous pure fighting ki. It's not about increasing vindictiveness or leveling up. Do Qi and magic power, as long as there is no problem with cultivation aptitude, they can always be cultivated. Some treasures and precious items can also help in cultivation. However, if you don't practice martial arts or magic proficiency frequently, you really don't have the slightest bit. This is a chore, you know, there are thousands of types of martial arts and magic. And it is different from fighting spirit and magic power. As long as the fighting qi and magic power increase, the overall strength of oneself will also increase. But martial arts and magic, if you practice one or two more, you will not improve yourself much, and many martial arts and magic have different levels of proficiency, which are simply worlds apart. For example, a low-level martial art that many warrior classes will have, charge. When the proficiency is low, the charge is just an assault-type martial skill. But in the hands of highly skilled warriors, charge can forcefully adjust one's position at any time to avoid some attacks that should not be taken. And most importantly, vindictive energy and magic power are tangible things that can be felt. But proficiency in martial arts and magic is something that exists in consciousness, invisible and intangible. Even if it is said to have improved, it cannot be perceived. Therefore, although Ku Minglang is very confident in Qila's store, he is also dubious at this moment. Fake, I didn't talk to you, why are you interrupting? Ying Feng glared at Ku Minglang. If you find something good, you want to share it, but you have to be questioned. Ying Feng was naturally a little unhappy. Okay, the relationship has finally eased up, let's try that new world model together today. Ying Shui reluctantly settled in the middle. Sheer, help me get a membership card. Ying Feng came to the counter with great experience, Chao Yu Sheer said. Okay, it's one, right. Yu Sheer put down the bacon sandwich in her hand and confirmed it. Wait, Ying Feng, what about mine? Ku Minglang heard about the membership card early on, knowing that having a membership card is really convenient, so also wanted to get one. Yours? You can do it yourself. Ying Feng shrugged, then took the membership card that Yu Xier handed over and gave it to Ying Shui with both hands. Sister, your membership card. Let's go. Ying Shui took the membership card, and after activating the binding, she took the lead to walk to the area of the combat power improvement training room. After you have a membership card, you can activate the New World mode by yourself. Didn't I just question you a few words, as for what? Ku Minglang rolled eyes and followed up with a membership card. Cloud City, Drunk Cloud Tower. Although Zuiyun Building is a restaurant, it also provides accommodation, but the number of rooms is small. Early in the morning, Han Ming was called up by Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing. What are you doing here early in the morning? Han Ming glanced out the window, only to see a trace of fish, belly white. Go to the store you mentioned. Qin Shi said impatiently. You said yesterday, wait until today, then go now. Luo Yuanxing also seemed very excited. The store manager didn't open the door at this time. Han Ming was already awakened, and he was too lazy to sleep anymore. He yawned, got up from feebed, and stretched hard. This is not because Han Ming is not in a hurry. If he could practice all day long, Han Ming also thought about it. He couldn't wait to leave at night. But the problem is that in Qi Li's store, the New World mode can only be played for up to 4 hours a day. It's the same whether you go early or late, as long as you have 4 hours to spare. Come on, let me introduce you to some delicious food by the way. Han Ming didn't mention the matter of breakfast, and took Qin Shi and Luo Yuanto, the alley where the Qila store was located. Qin Shi followed behind and found that the place was getting more and more deviated. He couldn't help saying, Han Ming, did you really lead the wrong way? This place is getting more and more deviated. That's right, just follow me. Han Ming continued to walk into the alley. Is there really any magical shop in this kind of place? Luo Yuanxing muttered. After entering the alley and crossing the 2 ice sculptures, a building with a gorgeous appearance that was incompatible with the surrounding houses suddenly appeared in front of the 3 of them. Before Luo Yuanxing's complaints were finished, he was shocked and speechless. The owner of this shop is too boring. In such a place, such a gorgeous shop was built. Qin Shi didn't know what to say for a while. Marble walls, carved glazed windows. Such a luxurious configuration, no matter how you look at it, should not appear in such a remote alley. It should be De'in hidden in the world. Luo Yuanqing finally said this sentence. Han Ming went straight up and opened the store door, then called to Yu Shi'er behind the counter, Yu Shi'er, help me get 2 membership cards, just the 2 people behind me. Okay. Yu Shi'er took out 2 membership cards after responding. You shouldn't have had breakfast yet. Let's have breakfast first. What Han Ming wanted to recommend most in the Qi Lu store was not the New World mode of the Battle Strength Promotion Arena, but those snacks. This is the professional quality of the young master of Zuyunlu. Breakfast? Forget it, let's go to the New World, you said. Qinsher waved his hand, thanking him for the breakfast here. Can there be anything delicious here, and can it be better than the food in Zuyunlu at your house? Luo Yuanqing also didn't like Han Ming's recommendation. It doesn't look like a good place to eat here. Young masters like them have never eaten anything delicious. If Han Ming said there was a place for them to practice, they wouldn't come here. The person who said this, as soon as he heard it, knew that he was a newcomer. Xuanhuan was sitting on the long sofa with instant noodles in his hand. He happened to hear Qinsher and Luo Yuanqing's words, and touched Hu Shou, who was sitting beside him, reminding him to look at the newcomer. Hu Shou raised his head and glanced at it, then took a sip of instant noodles and said, "It's not easy, it's been a long time since the boss has been here for a newcomer." The voices of Xuanhuan and Hu Shou were not concealed, or they were just making fun of Qinsher and Luo Yuanqing. Mercenary? Qinsher followed the voice and glanced at the 2 people on the long sofa. It's just a bowl of noodles, such an ordinary food, in your eyes, turned out to be a delicacy. Luo Yuanqing sneered and couldn't help saying. If you go to Zuyunlu for a meal, I'm afraid you'll even swallow your tongue. Go far, what are you talking about, the mere mercenaries at the bottom, can they know what food is? Qinsher also shook his head and mocked. For them, mercenaries are really low-level characters. Yo, blood wolf, we seem to be looked down upon. Hu Shou drank a mouthful of noodle soup, raised his eyebrows and grinned, pretending to be vicious. Okay, the boss's shop is not allowed to make trouble. If you say a few words, you can still have less meat. Xuanhuan smiled and said lightly. Seeing that Xuanhuan and Hu Shou did not reply, Qinsher and Luo Yuanqing just sneered and didn't say anything more. For them, arguing with mercenaries is a matter of losing their identity. Now that these 2 people are soft, they don't bother to care anymore. Come here first to activate the membership card. Han Ming shouted at Qinsher and Luo Yuanqing in front of the counter. Then, without waiting for the 2 of them to come over, Han Ming went to the snack vending machine first, bought a bucket of instant noodles, and came out with a bag of potato chips. Han Ming, I said, what's so good about the food of these commoners? You don't eat a lot of good things in Zuyunlu, so you came out to experience life on purpose. Qinsher and Luo Yuanqing, according to Yu Shi'er's advice, after activating and binding the membership card, found that Han Ming really didn't know where to buy some strange food. So I couldn't help but say it. Then he walked to the snack vending machine, glanced at the instructions and pricing on it, and was surprised. What is this? Dare to sell 20 spirit crystals, 30 spirit crystals. The cheapest price actually requires a spirit crystal. This kind of price is too arrogant. This is the first time in my life that I have seen food that dares to be priced at such a price. Qinsher and Luo Yuanqing looked at Han Ming, their eyes as if they were saying, how did you get deceived? You can doubt anything, but you can't doubt my persistence and deliciousness. Han Ming stared, then tore open the bag of potato chips and put them in front of the 2 of them. Try it and you'll know why I said that. Qinsher and Luo Yuanqing looked at each other before reaching out, and each took a piece of potato chips from the bag. There's nothing special about the looks. Qinsher commented, and then put the potato chips into his mouth. Han Ming, if this stuff doesn't taste good, you have to invite me to have a good meal at Zuyun Tower. Luo Yuanqing still didn't quite believe that in his hand, this thin and crispy thing could have any delicious taste. But it's not easy to refute the friend's face, so I put it in my mouth. In an instant, a rich deep-fried aroma and fresh potato chip flavor fuse together to form a unique deliciousness that makes people addicted to it. It instantly swept Luo Yuanqing's mouth. Luo Yuanqing's eyes widened, he looked at Qin Shi beside him in disbelief, and found that his expression seemed to be similar to his own. This delicacy was something he had never tasted in his life. Compared with the food he had eaten before, the taste of this potato chip was directly thrown away from the delicious food of the past. Why is it so delicious? Well, I didn't lie to you. Han Ming said proudly on the side, as if he made this bag of potato chips. No, I haven't tasted anything yet, so let me take 2 more bites. Qin Shi coughed, then stretched out his hand to grab the bag of potato chips in Han Ming's hand. Yes, I didn't taste anything, I have to taste it again. Luo Yuanqing was not reluctant to follow and grabbed Han Ming. Han Ming immediately hid behind him and said, if you want to eat and buy it yourself, I just give you a taste to prove that my recommendation is correct. Isn't it just 5 spirit crystals? I'll just buy them. Seeing that he couldn't catch Han Ming, Qin Shi didn't catch him at all, and went to the snack vending machine first. Seeing that the situation was not good, Luo Yuanqing quickly followed behind Qin Shi. By the way, other snacks are as delicious as potato chips. Han Ming said slowly behind. Purchase. Qin Shi gritted his teeth. Yo, the 2 young masters, why do you have to eat the food that we low-level mercenaries eat? Hu Shou leaned on the long sofa and shouted, pretending to be surprised. Maybe I'm experiencing life. What kind of delicious food can this kind of ordinary food taste? Blood Wolf sang with Tiger Hunt next to him. Talking about Qin Shi and Luo Yuanqing flushed. It's just that they haven't been able to refute it. The manager, we're in Xinqing village again, can you take some time to help out and take us? Han Ming took the instant noodles and sat in the booth next to Qi Lu. It's you, yes. Qi Lu glanced at Han Ming and agreed. It just so happened that Qi Lu also planned to live broadcast it to help the New World model to attract popularity, but Jing was worried that he could not find anyone. The guy Ying Feng took Ying Shui and Ke Mingling to play by himself, and the 3 of them happened to open the dungeon. By the way, the store manager, these 2 are newcomers I brought this time, and they can't cultivate like me. Han Ming introduced Qin Shi and Luo Yuanqing, who had just come over. I see. Qi Lu glanced at it and knew what was going on. 3 guys with no cultivation aptitude. But one of them looked a little familiar, and looked a bit like Qin Ming. Han Ming, do you think this is the place where we can learn magic? Qin Shi sat in the booth, stared at the crystal ball, and said suspiciously. This bucket of instant noodles is delicious, and it's not a waste of time. Luo Yuanqing looked at the crystal ball, and in his heart he took what Han Ming said yesterday as a joke. Don't talk, come first. Han Ming told them the steps to enter the New World mode in detail. The big screen hanging on the store wall suddenly flashed. It immediately attracted the attention of most people in the store. Is the boss going to start the teaching video again? Blood Wolf was waiting for someone in the online mode room, just when he had free time to watch it. Then let's take a look. Hu Shou, who was in the same room as the Blood Wolf, had nothing to do for the time being. Isn't that the 2 newcomers who came here today? Blood Wolf immediately noticed the people on the screen, and they looked familiar. 2 young masters who can't cultivate. Hu Shou saw it more clearly. Isn't it challenging teaching today? Jing Qingyun saw that the video on the screen had changed, and took a look at it, but it turned out that it was not a taking challenge. Instead, a village and a mountain range appeared that had never been seen before. Sister Wuji, the store manager, seems to have a new live broadcast. They both ate potato chips and pushed Wuji next to them. Let's take a look first. Wu Ji always felt that a strong person in this realm would not do meaningless things. It's big brother. Lan Zier was sitting on the long sofa, just in time to see Qi Li's live broadcast. The rest of the Lan Yu team was in the room in online mode. When Lan Zier entered the room, it was time to stop and watch the live broadcast on the screen. Hey, isn't that guy Qinsher? Lan Yu was a little stunned when he saw the person on the screen. The beauty of the 7 stars is very big in Yunwu City. But not because of strength, this name can be spread, mostly because of those people in Yunwu City who want to see the beauty. Qinsher, this kind of son, naturally had contact with Lan Yu team. However, Qinsher knew his identity and did not do anything to coerce, so the two sides could be regarded as good friends. Isn't he unable to cultivate? He will appear here like this. Lan Qinger also said. They are still very clear about Qinsher's cultivation aptitude. Otherwise, why did Qinsher have such a good father, but he didn't go to practice? Maybe the store manager has some new products. Fei Shue said thoughtfully. What rank did you choose? Qi Lu stood on the bluestone street of the village and looked at the 3 people in front of him with a helpless expression. The 3 of them were all dressed in new robes. Wind Elemental Mage, Fire Elemental Mage, Earth Elemental Mage. Are you crazy? They are all magicians, how can I brush a copy in the future? The store manager, becoming a magician has always been our dream. Qinsher and Luo Yuanqing said in unison. They were very excited and their tone was very excited. They didn't expect that just as soon as they entered the New World mode, they could feel an inexplicable force surging in their bodies. That's the magic of their dreams. This is definitely a world that has subverted their imagination. Store manager, please teach us magic. The 2 of them didn't care about their identities at the moment, and they requested very respectfully. I'll just say it once. I can't teach you magic here. If you want to learn magic, you can enter the copy and play the skill book. After Qi Lu finished speaking, he glanced at Han Ming. I mean, let him explain. Qinsher and Luo Yuanqing also temporarily accepted the idea when someone who had personal experience showed up and said it. You don't need to level up for the time being. If you don't have magic, you won't be able to help you if you enter the dungeon. Qi Lu didn't want to bring them to level at all. In the Goblin Mountains, there are 3 of them, Ying Feng. Here is something unique to the New World mode, the enemies in the big map. The first big map, the Goblin Mountains, the enemies in it are all kinds of goblins, and more ways to play are waiting for you to develop. The front is the most unique thing in the New World model. Dungeon, you can use it as a different kind of challenge room. Your opponents will be replaced by various other enemies. The name of this dungeon is Goblin Mountains. As the name suggests, the enemies inside are all goblins. Qi Lu led Han Ming and the 3 of them to explain while walking, and also killed a few blind throwing goblins. As I said earlier, the dungeon of the novice map is not difficult for Qi Lu, even if it is played alone. This live broadcast is just a publicity broadcast. In order to complete the task. However, in order to give Qinsher and Luo Yuanqing some experience to level up, Han Ming stayed outside when he entered the dungeon for the first time. Fortunately, the goblin boss contributed a skill book for the first time it played the dungeon today. Skill tree, Fireball, who do you want? The skills of fire element magicians. Qi Lu glanced at the skill book that exploded, and then asked. I am. Qinsher immediately shouted. His expression was extremely eager, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it away. Activate the skill, Fireball, which requires 60 spirit crystals, is it activated? Yes. Qinsher agreed without hesitation. 60 spirit crystals were swept away, and the Fireball skill book also turned into a ray of fire, which penetrated into Qinsher's eyebrows. Is this the Fireball technique? It feels like I was born. Qin sure digested the extra information in his mind, and his heart was even more excited. These are all true. You can really learn magic by yourself. Thinking of what Han Ming said yesterday, Qin sure immediately withdrew from the New World model. Sure enough, a weak magic power circulated in his body. Fireball. The magic power gathered at Qin Shi's fingertips, and then a subtle fire light appeared. Next to him was Luo Yuanxing's incomparably envious eyes. Clatter. With the snap of his fingers, Qi Li yawned and said, Han Ming, did you have something to say? Did you forget to say that magic is not allowed in the store? No, I'm sorry, store manager, I'm too excited, I'm sorry. Qin Shi was so excited that he even stuttered when he spoke. However, Qin Shi was only excited, joyful, and excited. Those people in the store who happened to be paying attention to the situation on this side were full of astonishment and shock. There was indeed an aura of magic power just now. It shouldn't be that I felt wrong. When the blood wolf stared at Qin, the shock in his heart was beyond words. You feel right, but it was quickly extinguished by the boss. Hu Shou affirmed the words of the blood wolf. There was disbelief in his voice. Obviously they are two ordinary people without any fighting spirit or magic power, so suddenly they used magic. They can be sure that their perception is not wrong. Ordinary people and cultivators have different auras, and even different ranks have different auras in the eyes of people with keen perception. So this kind of thing is really unbelievable. However, Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt just think that it is unbelievable for an ordinary person to use magic. The Lan Yi team was different. They were fully aware of Qin Shi's details and knew that he could not cultivate at all. Now Qin Shi suddenly released to be exact, half a fireball technique. This made the Lan Yi team completely unable to imagine how Qin Shi did it. Qin Shi can actually use magic, am I really not mistaken? Lan Yi, who has always been calm, couldn't help rubbing his eyes to confirm that he was not dazzled. The shock this incident caused her was too great. It was so big that it almost reached the peak of her cognition. If a person's aptitude could be changed so easily, then there wouldn't be so many ordinary people in this world who couldn't cultivate at all. For fighting spirit and magic power, the affinity is 0. That is to say, it is impossible for such a human body to contain vindictive energy and magic power. People with this kind of aptitude don't even need to talk about cultivation. It's impossible, right? Could it be that the store manager can even change a person's aptitude? Lan Qing'er couldn't believe what she saw. But no one has ever heard of changing one's aptitude. Wait a minute, Fireball, isn't that the skill book that the store manager showed in the live broadcast? Could it be the reason for the New World mode? Fei Xue quickly calmed down and thought of something. Sister Fei Xue, what do you mean? Yu Jiu said half a sentence. It seems that the New World mode broadcast by the store manager has merit. Fei Xue did not directly answer Yu Jiu's words, but praised the New World mode. Sister Fei Xue, do you mean that Qin Shi was able to use magic because of the New World model? Xiaoya asked, directly. That's right, at present, this is the only possibility. Fei Xue nodded. It's just right, I'm a little tired of challenging those guys in the online mode every day. It's better to change the mode. Lan Qing'er thought about it after she was shocked. In the Qile store, no matter what happens, there seems to be nothing strange about it. The previous personal attributes also mean that there is no other way to improve attributes other than to upgrade and advance to the realm, and to complete the trials in the trial space. As a result, this iron law was broken by the medicinal pills in the store that permanently improved their attributes. Looking at these things in the store, improving attributes, purifying magic power and fighting spirit, tempering physique, and strengthening perception, even the problem of qualifications can now be solved. I really can't think of it, is there anything this store can't do? Go activate this New World mode. Lan Yi said. If Fei Shui's guess is correct, then this new world mode will definitely be more useful than the previous two modes. At the same time, Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunter also made this decision. Notify the other brothers to activate the new world mode for me. Even ordinary people can learn magic from it, so when we enter the new world mode, we will definitely not be too bad. Hu Shou has already begun to gear up. The disadvantage of the standalone mode of the Battle Strength Arena and the online mode is that there are too few gameplays. If it is purely for improving combat skills and combat awareness, these two modes are indeed better, because these two modes are purely for improving combat skills. The New World model is different. This is a model improved by the system, based on Qi Li's ideas. In essence, it is a mode that has already appeared to enrich the gameplay. But it is undeniable that this kind of gameplay is fine if you just look at it, but once you enter the game and play it for the first time, it is absolutely unstoppable. Moreover, the improvement obtained in the New World mode will definitely not be weaker than the previous two modes. After all, the name of this crystal ball is called Battle Strength Arena. All of a sudden, so many people want to activate the New World mode and apply for membership cards. By the way, Yusier is a little too busy. System, congratulations to the host, more than 30 people have activated the New World mode, and the task is completed. Is it done so soon? There were only 6 people activated just now. Qi Lu was slightly taken aback when he heard the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind. Regarding this, Qi Lu really did not expect it. Logically speaking, his live broadcast does not seem to be that attractive. However, Qi Lu never imagined that the person who made Xuanhuan and the others decide to activate the New World mode was Qin Shi sitting in the booth next to him. I have to say, it was a mistake. System, the new map will be updated tonight, please prepare the host. Update, just update, what preparations do I have to make? Qi Lu leaned on the sofa in the deck, and the feeling of refreshment after the task was completed was really refreshing. For Qi Li's question, the system did not answer, but silently disappeared. Manager, can you take us again? After Qin Shi was excited, he also realized the value of the New World model. So he immediately put his hands on the crystal ball base. I don't need to bring them here, there will be a lot of people coming, just go with them to occupy a place. Qi Lu also didn't want to waste time on this kind of novice map. After the 8th level, the experience suppression of the Goblin Mountains made Qi Lu almost unable to gain experience. Moreover, Qi Lu was not looking forward to the equipment in the Goblin Mountains dungeon. The attributes of those low-level equipment are not much different from those of novice equipment. Might as well take a break. Qi Lu let himself go, half-opened his eyes, and looked at the ceiling. He was so busy every day that he almost forgot that he was just a shopkeeper who was just eating and waiting to die. Manager Qi. I don't know how long I've been lying down, but a cry suddenly sounded in Myriad. Qi Lu quickly came back to his senses and glanced outside the booth. President Gu, long time no see. I just haven't been here for a day, I can't say I haven't seen you for a long time. Gu Pingchuan stroked the beard on his chin and said with a smile. However, it's only been a day, and there are a lot of interesting things here. Gu Pingchuan walked to the snack vending machine and bought a bucket of instant noodles and a fruit-flavored jelly to purify the magic, but it was something that required perseverance. Qi Lu looked outside and determined that only after Gu Pingchuan came alone did he say, President Gu, you came here today, there should be other things. Manager Qi, I really can't hide it from you, how did you know that? Gu Pingchuan asked, while taking the water. Guess. Qi Lu shrugged. Haha, Manager Qi is still the same, awesome. Gu Pingchuan thought for a long time before spitting out such an adjective. Zhong Lingyun, who seemed to have a feeling, raised her head abruptly, suddenly saw Gu Pingchuan, and was stunned. President Gu, when did you come here? Not long after you came here, how did you finish the training mission? Gu Pingchuan asked with concern while holding the instant noodles. The training mission went very smoothly with the help of store manager Qi Lu, and 5 people have completed the training mission. Speaking of this, Zhong Lingyun also specially mentioned Qi Lu. If there is no teaching from the store manager, there is absolutely no way to complete it so quickly. If it wasn't for Qi Li's good intentions, he would be willing to provide 8-aching video of the challenge in the arena of combat enhancement. In such a short period of time, no one in the training team of the Brilliant Academy could complete the training task. After all, the superb combat skills are definitely not a joke. Although it is only some low-level combat skills, it is still not something that the students of the Brilliant Academy can handle. Therefore, Zhong Lingyun must thank Qi Lu. Thank you for his generosity and willingness to offer his own experience. Coupled with the effect of the barreled instant noodles to strengthen the understanding, this out-of-hospital training can be completed so smoothly. Qi Lu heard Zhong Lingyun mention him, and gave her a special look. I really didn't expect that my actions just to complete the task could be so great. Hearing this, Gu Pingchuan also took a deep look at Qi Lu. In this way, I have to thank Manager Qi. Gu Pingchuan has personally experienced how difficult it is to challenge the standalone mode of the combat power improvement arena and the online mode. Gu Pingchuan also admired Qi Li's strong fighting skills. In the case of not knowing the depth of Qi Li's strength, let alone the level, in terms of combat skills alone, Gu Pingchuan is completely unsure of defeating Qi Lu. It can be said that Gu Pingchuan's attitude towards Qi Lu is partly because Ofi's kind personality. The other half is also concerned about Qi Lu. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. Qi Lu waved his hand, and then asked, however, Ding Gu, what are you coming here for this time? This matter has something to do with Manager Qi. The biennial academy competition is about to begin. The students who came to Manager Qi for training this time are the participants of this academy competition. Originally, the old man was still a little worried, but now I look at it, thanks to the Manager Qi, who is willing to teach me. When Gu Pingchuan said this, he couldn't help but admire Qi Li's behavior. Basic combat skills are indeed widely spread. But once it gets involved in the details of some combat skills, it will appear ambiguous. The most basic combat skills are still like this, not to mention those more advanced combat skills, which are almost impossible to spread. Just like those high-level magic and high-level martial arts, it is impossibilito spread. Many mercenaries, or those cultivators who have not joined any forces, their fighting skills are built up with blood and sweat in the process of life and death. And the combat skills that Qi Lu showed were extremely tyrannical combat skills. These are things that go far beyond basic combat skills. If placed in those sect forces, these are basically the secrets that must not be learned by direct disciples. But in this store, Qi Lu is directly teaching live. It is also played over and over again, and there is a feeling that I am afraid that others will not learn it. This kind of temperament has to be admired. It's all trivial things, don't need to talk about it. President Gu, since you're here, why don't you come and take a look at the new world mode? Qi Lu didn't care whether his combat skills were learned or not, but began to recommend the new world mode. Because the combat power improvement training room was originally designed to train the user's combat skills. Qi Li's teaching video just accelerated the progress a little bit. You must know that learning combat skills requires a correspondingly high level of comprehension. The higher the combat skills, the higher the requirements for comprehension. Compared with Qi Li's generous teaching, the help of barreled instant noodles may be a little bigger. However, Qi Lu knew better that Gu Pingchuan was the dean of the Brilliant Academy. If he could bring other students, it would not be a waste of his own efforts to expand the training room for combat improvement. However, even if it was a recommendation, Qi Li's tone was just as flat. This tone made Gu Pingchuan stunned for a moment. Well, since it was invited by Manager Qi, then let's try this old man. It took Gu Pingchuan a long time to figure out what Qi Lu meant, making sure that it was really inviting him. But before that, the old man still needs to see the situation of these participating students. Master Zhong. Yes, Dean Gu. Zhong Lingyun has been waiting aside. Regarding the college competition, Zhong Lingyun is very aware of its importance and grandness in the three colleges. This is the competition that determines the ranking of the strongest academies in the Eastern Wilderness. Let the trainees this time come and gather first. Gu Pingchuan stood in the hall in front of the counter and instructed Zhong Lingyun. Manager Qi, don't mind if I temporarily use the lobby of the store. It's okay. Qi Lu waved his hand slightly, indicating that he didn't care. The training team of the Brilliant Academy will soon be assembled. Stand apart in order of grade. I believe you should already know that you are the participating students of this college competition, and the college has high hopes for you. This unusual off-campus training is the best proof. So, I hope that you can earnestly complete the task of this training camp and win glory for the academy. Although Gu Pingchuan is usually kind, but when he speaks, he can still show the courage and majesty of being the president of the Brilliant Academy. Yes, Dean. The unanimous response of the students was extraordinary. The shouts of the 9 people filled the store, causing everyone else to look away in shock. Be quiet, loud noises are prohibited in the store. At this moment, Qi Lushare stood on end, and he hurriedly stopped it. Yes, manager. Jing Qingyun and the others immediately shrank their necks and whispered. You don't have to be so formal. Gu Pingchuan squeezed his hands, and then continued, this time, the college competition is divided into 2 types, single and team. There are 3 grades, each with its own venue. In the team competition, 2 people will play. For each grade of each college, 3 people need to be selected to participate in 2 kinds of competitions. Gu Pingchuan paused for a while, and then continued, in the academy, there was a competition in the academy, and 9 students were selected to participate, but this time, it will be exempted. This time, I'm here to inform you that we will separate out all grades, those who take part in the solo competition and those who take part in the team competition. As for team members, it's up to you to decide. This is the usual procedure for college competitions, which change slightly every year, but generally remain unchanged. The 3 major colleges only need to send the most elite 3 people from each grade to participate. In a round-robin manner, 1 point is awarded for a victory. Finally, the points obtained by the 3 grades and the 2 competition systems are all added up, and then the colleges are ranked according to the points. This is also the ranking method that best reflects the overall strength of the college. After Gu Pingchuan finished speaking, he disbanded the training team. He came here this time just to let the students who came here to train for 2 different competition systems. Now that it's finished, Gu Pingchuan is also ready to go to the New World mode that Qi Lu said. In this year's competition system, there is actually a team competition. Sister, do you want to participate in the team competition with me? Ying Feng was not worried at all, but looked at Ying Shui. It should be the other 2 academies. What cards do you have? Ying Zhu smiled and didn't care. As for the second-year students, there is no need to worry. Mo He and Mo Bai were originally 2 brothers, and their tacit understanding was naturally very high. Sister Wuji, we are all magicians. Wouldn't this kind of team be bad? Xuanhuan looked at the staff in his hand, and then at the staff in Wuji's hand. I will let you learn the fighting skills of the great magicians in the arena. Even magicians can be very strong. Wu Ji stretched out her green fingers and nodded Xuanhuan's forehead. Just leave the 2 points for the single game to me. Jing Qingyun put down these words and continued to go back, entering the single-player mode of the combat power improvement arena. The New World model is worthy of being the New World model. The feeling of cultivating from scratch is really novel. This also gave the old man a new insight. After coming out of the copy with Qi Lu, Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but sigh. Qi Lu heard the words and raised his eyebrows slightly. It is worthy of being a true hero. Those who can cultivate to this realm with their own strength are all superior in aptitude and top in understanding. Just by experiencing it in the New World mode, you can have new insights. This insight is truly terrifying. Seemingly aware of Qi Li's expression, Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but smiled and said, Manager Qi doesn't need to be so surprised, this old man's rank is a great magician. The use of low-level magic and general magic is the essence of this class. So starting from scratch will inspire me so much, but I still want to thank Manager Qi for inviting me to experience this New World model. Gu Pingchuan was not stingy with his own perception, and explained a few words out loud. So that's the case, but with this understanding, Ding Gu is indeed astonishing. Qi Li gave a rare praise. Manager Qi is too famous. Compared with Manager Qi, it's not worth mentioning, it's really not worth mentioning. Gu Pingchuan said modestly. But what he said was sincere. Gu Pingchuan knew that he was a hero, but he had almost reached the peak of his aptitude. As for Qi Lu, although Gu Pingchuan could not see the depth of his strength. However, Qi Li's biggest advantage lies in his youth. At such an age, he has such amazing fighting skills and unfathomable strength. If you let him grow up, what kind of realm will he reach? It was Gu Pingchuan himself, who was also one step behind the powerhouse level, or the unreachable and almost never heard of the king level. However, this kind of feeling has not appeared for many years. So, then I won't bother you any more today. Manager Qi, the old man will leave first. Gu Pingchuan sighed, and then said goodbye to Qi Lu. For this hard-won insight, Gu Pingchuan was going to find a secluded place to digest what he got this time. Maybe we can make another breakthrough. President Gu, walk slowly, don't send it. Qi Lu nodded, then glanced outside the store. There was still some light. Watching Gu Pingchuan leave the store, Qi Lu leaned on the leather sofa in the booth again. The temperature seems to have picked up recently. It won't be summer, right? Qi Lu muttered in his mouth. This world is also divided into 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn and winter, and the temperature changes even more. It's just because the physique of cultivators will be stronger than that of ordinary people, and the ability to resist cold and heat will be much stronger. In addition, the previous months were all spring with relatively good weather, so Qi Lu didn't pay much attention to it. However, when Qi Lu went outside the store to stretch his muscles and bones today, he keenly felt the change in the climate, which was probably the inconvenience caused by his strong perception ability. System, host, please don't worry, the environment in the store will not be invaded by cold and heat. No, I'm not thinking about this, I'm thinking about other things, such as developing some seasonal things. Qi Lu said thoughtfully, knocking on the face of the table. Qi Lu is now more and more able to understand the temper of the system. It is absolutely impossible to take advantage of the system. However, if he can make suggestions that will help the system to earn spirit crystals, the system will generally accept it as appropriate. Sure enough, when Qi Lu said this, the system became interested. System, host, please explain in detail, the system will consider it as appropriate. Qi Lu pondered for a moment, then said slowly, System, think about it, summer is here, and the weather must be extremely hot. At this time, if there is a bottle of iced drink. When Qi Lu said this, he stopped. His purpose is also revealed. That's right, after Qi Lu felt the climate change, he began to think about the happy water of the fat house that he never forgot. If eating potato chips is not worthy of fat house happy water, what is the difference between it and salted fish? System, the host's suggestion has been accepted by the system, and tasks will be given when appropriate. Qi Lu? Shouldn't you just drop me a drink vending machine? Why do you want me to finish the task? System, I don't think it's fair. This suggestion was made by me. I help you make money. Shouldn't you give me some rewards? Qi Lu tried to argue with the system. System, host, the system recommends that you go to bed early, everything ice in your dreams. Qilu was speechless. Speaking of shame, it's still your thick skin. System, please continue to work hard. Host, don't think about getting something for nothing all day long. Forget it, you can reward me for the task you completed today. Qilu was too lazy to bother with the system, and it would be good to be able to trick the iced drink out. System, the reward will be distributed tonight, the host needn't worry. Okay, the system, you can step down. Qilu waved his hand tiredly, although he knew the system couldn't see it. But the system can hear Qilu's voice. Then decisively disappeared. After saying goodbye to Luo Yuanqing and Han Ming, Qinshi went to the city guard army magician camp alone. Speaking of which, Qinshi's luck was probably better. After obtaining the Fireball skill book, Qinshi and Luo Yuanqing joined the other people's teams respectively to try to copy the dungeon, but they didn't get a second skill book. Therefore, even if Luo Yuanqing has magic power, there is no magic to use. It is impossible for people like them, who have no cultivation qualifications, to learn magic on their own. A new world mode in which you can only rely on combat power to improve the arena. Tomorrow, help Yuanqing to brush up a skill book that can be used by local element magicians. Tonight, go to the school grounds to try the newly learned magic. Qinshi pondered in his mind. Although Qinshi was idle in Yunwu City every day, he was still the only son of the city owner Qin Ming. In the city guard army magician camp, the soldiers guarding the school field naturally knew Qinshi. Young master, it's getting late, I don't know what you are doing here at the school grounds. One of the soldiers guarding the school grounds stopped Qinshi and asked him routinely. For Qinshi, the schoolyard was like his back garden, and there was no dang air in it. But the school grounds are still used for training soldiers, so the soldiers guarding the school grounds also need to ask the reasons. I went to the school to practice magic, and the magic stone in it should be fine. Qinshi said with a serious face. There is no problem with testing the magic stone, it's just young master, you want to go in and practice magic. The soldiers guarding the school ground suddenly showed a look of embarrassment after hearing Qinshi's words. In the entire city guard army, who does not know that this young master does not have the slightest cultivation qualification? Now he actually said that he was going to practice magic on the school grounds. The guarding soldiers naturally felt that Qinshi thought of something new and wanted to play pranks on the school grounds. Maybe it is to destroy the test stone. Try the magic stone, which is an important item used by the magician troops for training in the city guard army. If something goes wrong, Qinshi's identity will definitely not be punished, so the last punishment will not fall on the head of the school guard. Thinking of this, the two soldiers guarding the school ground suddenly saw beads of sweat on their foreheads. But Qinshi's identity, he couldn't afford to offend. What's wrong? Can't you? Qinshi frowned and asked with some dissatisfaction. In Qi Li's store, he didn't dare to be emotional. Don't you dare to get angry on your own territory? Of course, I am worried that the young master has not been to the school grounds, and is willing to lead the way for the young master. One of the soldiers guarding the school grounds said very cleverly. Another soldier gave an approving look. In the name of leading the way, in fact, he watched the young master and prevented him from playing pranks. At least not let him destroy the test stone. As for what Qinshi said about practicing magic, they just smiled and would never take it seriously. That's the best way, take me to the magic stone. Qinshi didn't think much about it, and he was really not familiar with the road to the school grounds, so he nodded and signaled the soldiers to lead the way. Although it was getting late, the campus of the city guards was not empty. There are still many soldiers honing their martial arts in the school grounds. The torches illuminated the wide school grounds brightly, and the soldiers who were sweating in the school grounds greeted the school ground guards brought by Qinshi. Sanzuzi, isn't it your turn to guard the gate today? Why did you come in? If you run around like this, the captain will catch you, and you will definitely be punished. What, Sanzuzi, is the gatekeeper job too boring? Do you want to come in and practice with your buddies? The school guard waved his hand and said, I will bring the young master to school grounds to see, you should concentrate on training. Yo, how can the young master come to our school grounds leisurely? Several soldiers who were training stopped their movements and came over with great interest. Qinshi had never been to the school grounds because he had no training qualifications. Suddenly coming over now, naturally makes people feel fresh. Young master, are you here to inspect the school this time? Or, are you here to check our training results? Several soldiers asked aloud. No, I'm just here to borrow the magic stone to practice magic. Qinshi said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding soldiers looked at each other in dismay. Practice magic. If it weren't for Qinshi's cultivation aptitude, everyone knew it, and they would have believed his nonsense. But no one was so ignorant to say it, but they all followed behind with great interest, ready to watch Qinshi's jokes. In the center of the school field, there was a pitch-black stone pillar, nearly 5 people clasped together, nearly 10 meters high. This stone pillar is covered with dense traces. This is the test stone. This kind of pitch-black stone pillar has high resistance to magic attacks, but because of its hard and brittle texture, and its heavy weight, it is mostly used to test the power of magic. Or practice the release of magic. Young master, this is the magic stone. The school guard who led the way explained to Qinshi. Is this the magic stone? Qinshi immediately stepped forward and reached out to touch the dark stone pillar. The soldiers stood by, wanting to see what Qinshi was going to do next. Then I saw a flash of fire. Fireball. Qinshi unceremoniously mobilized the magic in his body and released a fireball technique. The fist-sized fireball instantly condensed in the air, then swayed and hit the surface of the magic stone, and then turned into a few sparks. There is no trace left on the test stone, which is enough to prove the power of this fireball technique, which is really unbearable to look at. However, this little bit of fire is indeed a fireball technique. It's magic that only magicians can use. The soldiers who were standing around, ready to watch a joke, suddenly widened their eyes and were full of shock. The school field guard Sanzuzi almost glared his eyes out, his eyes full of incredible expressions. Did I just get dazzled? It shouldn't be, I saw it too. The soldiers rubbed their research vigorously to make sure that they were not dazzled. I'm not dreaming, I actually saw the young master release a magic. I don't feel any pain when pinching my thigh, it seems that I must be dreaming. Ah. Have you ever dreamed of pinching yourself? What are you pinching me for? There were also a few soldiers who pinched themselves hard, felt pain, or were punched by someone around them, only to be sure that they were not dreaming. The young master really used magic, and really came to practice magic. No, this matter must be reported to the city master as soon as possible. A few clever soldiers immediately ran outside the school grounds. Leaving behind a group of soldiers, they stared at Qinshi, standing in the middle in amazement, with big eyes and small eyes. After nightfall, Qilu also closed the shop door. Yu Shi'er seemed to be very interested in the New World mode that appeared in the Battle Power-Up arena. After the store closed, she immediately found a booth and sat down. Every way to improve one's strength should not be missed. In the process of guarding the store, Yu Shi'er was very aware of the benefits of this New World model. Shi'er, don't play too late, your body is more important. Qilu urged, and then he found a booth and sat down. Well, thank the store manager for your concern. Yu Shi'er replied obediently. Qilu leaned on the leather sofa and asked in his mind, System, can you update the second big map? System, yes, please wait a moment, host. System, the second big map, Evil Warrior Frontline, the update is complete, I wish all players a happy game. System, your speed is really fast. It won't be ready during the day. After Qi Lu heard the word "wait a moment," the voice did not fall, and the prompt sound of the update appeared. It made him wonder if the system deliberately delayed the distribution of his rewards. System, please don't make random suspicions, the host. The update speed is fast because the system is powerful. Qi Lu heard the words and was stunned. When did the system start to become so narcissistic? Forget it, enter the New World mode. Qi Lu shook his head, put these thoughts behind him, and put his hands on the base of the crystal ball. The second big map, Ghost Warrior Frontline. From here, it will be the dividing line between new players and old players. After all, goblins are only the weakest creatures. At least in Qi Li's memory, that's what happened. But this evil spirit warrior, as soon as he heard the name, he knew that he was definitely stronger than the goblins. Qi Li came to the New World mode with anticipation. The place where he appeared was the novice village, where the old man sat on the threshold of a house and sighed. But this time, the old man had no choice but to see Qi Lu. His eyes lit up suddenly, and then he shouted, "The adventurer over there, can you come over?" "Call me?" Qi Lu was startled, then walked over. It's really interesting, after the update, this old man will actually call people. "Yes, respected adventurer, thank you very much for coming here and destroying those damn goblins for our village," the old man said slowly. "You're welcome, this is what I should do." Qi Lu replied modestly. "No, respected adventurer, it's a pity that I am the only one left in this village, and I have nothing to give you," the old man continued. "Deeply implement the system's stingy spirit." Qi Lu resisted the urge to hit the old man with a fireball technique, and said slowly, "It's okay, old man, I said this is what I should do." However, the old man didn't pay attention to Qi Li's meaning, and still said to himself, "However, this village is not a good place right now." So, the old man used the last material in the village to build a teleportation array for you. This teleportation formation will teleport you to the nearest frontline city, where it is much richer than this village. After listening to this long paragraph, Qi Lu realized that there was actually a connection between the two maps. And this old man plays the role of telling these connections. There really isn't much oil and water to scoop up in Novice Village. Qi Lu spat bitterly, and then according to the old man's directions, he found a teleportation formation built in a brick house in the corner of Novice Village. Stepping into the teleportation array, a prompt sounded. Players with a level of more than 5 can use the teleportation array. The teleportation array is one-way teleportation and the destination is the frontline city. Reminder, once you leave the Novice Village, you will not be able to come back. Would you like to start teleportation? Sure. Qi Lu really knew the character of the system too well. There must be no hidden objects in the Novice Village. So Qi Lu has no nostalgia for not being able to come back to Novice Village. And this frontline city should be the second big map, the safe area of the front line of the evil spirit warriors. Through the teleportation array, Qi Lu was teleported to an ancient and vicissitudes of life town. The frontline city, as you can tell from the name, is a border gate. The towering city walls lie between the two mountain ranges, forming a barrier that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, to defend against foreign enemies. Behind the city wall is the frontline city that has existed for hundreds of years. The number of system personnel in Frontline City is much higher than that in Novice Village. The owner of the equipment store, the owner of the drug store, the frontier soldiers outside the Frontline City, and the patrol soldiers in the city, these roles all exist. As for what it is useful, it can only be discovered by players slowly. And in the front line of the evil spirit warriors, the enemies distributed on the big map are the enemy soldiers outside the city walls of the front line who will attack the level from time to time. The dungeon entrance of the evil warrior front line is indeed in the enemy's formation. After Qi Lu briefly visited the frontline city, he came to the city wall and looked at the distribution of enemies outside the level. The familiar-looking black vortex is in the center of the enemy's wandering range. There is a small circle of safe areas around the entrance of the copy. So don't worry that you will be forced to enter the replica before the state is restored, resulting in failure to pass the replica. In fact, the real difficulty here is how to get close to the dungeon entrance. So far, I'm pretty satisfied. Sheila nodded and left the New World mode. He was not interested in fighting hard to get to the entrance of the dungeon, and then was told that there were not enough people to enter the dungeon. Might as well wait for tomorrow and pull a group of people over together. At night, the city lord's mansion is brightly lit. In the city master's office, Qin Ming was still under the illumination of the magic lamp, correcting the daily official affairs of Yunwu City. The more prosperous the city-state, the heavier the business. Qin Ming sighed, put down the sheepskin roll in his hand, and gently rubbed his eyebrows to relieve his fatigue. Practice does increase physical fitness, but it does not increase brain power. Even if the mental strength becomes stronger, it is not so easy to get tired, but dealing with official documents, what is most needed is not physical fitness, but brain power and thinking. Dong, dong, dong. The hurried knock on the door suddenly sounded, alarming Qin Ming, who was resting. City Lord, I have an urgent report. An urgent voice came from outside the door. Qin Ming frowned and said calmly, "Come in." The door was immediately opened, and the soldier standing outside the door quickly walked to Qin Ming. City Lord. What happened? You need to be so panicked. Qin Ming put his hands on the table and asked, with a slight frown. There was also some dissatisfaction with the panic of the soldiers. Reporting to the city master is the matter of the young master. The soldier took a breath and said. What? What happened to Qinsher? Did you cause trouble again? Qin Ming heard the words, and his tone involuntarily raised a point. Although Qin Ming let loose on Qinsher, he was his only son after all. It's impossible not to be nervous. No, City Lord, it's good news. Young Lord, he came to the City Guard Military Academy to practice magic today. The soldier reported to him in a concise manner. What did you just say? Say it again. Qin Ming heard the soldier's report and thought he had heard it wrong. Yes, the city master, the young master, he came to the school grounds of the city guards today to practice magic. The soldier returned with certainty. Take me there. Qin Ming got up immediately and didn't even care about the official business on the table. On the field of the City Guard Military Academy, Qinsher was still practicing his newly learned fireball technique. From the New World mode, the magic power fed back to Qinsher, converted, at best, can only make Qinsher a 2-level magician. This is a level that is not worth mentioning for those with slightly higher cultivation aptitude. But for Qinsher, it was something that he didn't even dare to dream of before. Unleashing the lowest level magic, fireball, doesn't require much magic power, so Qinsher can practice it a few more times. If it is the advanced magic of fireball, big fireball. I am afraid that Qinsher can only release his magic power once. It was also the time when Qinsher could practice a few more times that he waited for Qin Ming's arrival. Dad, why are you here? Qinsher's tone was not a question, but a surprise. As the city owner, Qin Ming is usually very busy with his affairs. If there is no arrangement, he needs to inspect the city guard barracks, and there is no extra time to come to the school grounds. I'll come and see what you're doing here. Qin Ming looked at Qinsher's palm, and at the traces on the magic stone, before asking aloud with excitement, surprise, and suspicion. What did you use just now, the fireball technique? That's right, it's fireball, the magic I learned today. Qinsher immediately became excited when he mentioned this. In other words, you can practice magic? Qin Ming still couldn't believe it. Qin Shi's cultivation aptitude has always been a problem in Qin Ming's heart. Unexpectedly, Qin Shi solved this problem quietly and began to practice magic. This surprise is really big. Can this be fake, Dad? Look. Qin Shi spread his hands and used up the last bit of magic power left in his body to condense a trace of sparks. Fireball. Mars rapidly expanded and then formed a small fireball, the size of a fist. Yes, this is the fluctuation of magic power. You can really cultivate magic power. Qin Ming was almost moved to tears when he saw this scene. Tell me, how did you solve the problem of cultivation aptitude? After Qin Ming was excited, he thought of a key question. If there is really a way to improve the cultivation aptitude, then this will be a huge change for this world. At least, the national strength of the Xuanhuan Empire will be greatly improved. However, when it came to cultivation qualifications, Qin Shi started scratching the back of his head, showing an embarrassed but polite smile, and said embarrassingly, "Father, in fact, my cultivation qualifications have not improved." What did you say? What was the fireball technique you used just now? Qin Ming stared at Qin Shi closely, trying to see something from his face. It's a pity that Qin Shi's face always had that kind of embarrassing but polite smile. Seeing that his father didn't believe it, Qin Shi organized the wording and said to Qin Ming, "Actually, this is a miracle brought by a magical little shop." Then it focuses on the efficacy of the New World model. Small shop in the alley. You mean, is it the place where there are two ice sculptures standing at the entrance of the alley? Qin Ming could probably guess the place after listening to Qin Shi's narration. If there is a shop in this huge cloud city, Qin Ming would not dare to provocate. That is Qi Li's small shop. Hey, Dad, do you also know that shop? Qin Shi was a little surprised. Of course I know. If it wasn't for that small shop, I'm afraid Yunwu City would have been swept away by the previous beast tide. Qin Ming said here, not stingy with his praise. The weapons and armors in Qi Li's store really helped the city guards a lot, allowing them to face the beast tide head-on without falling behind. Those miraculous medicinal pills greatly reduced the casualties of the city guards. It's just that Qin Ming's affairs are really busy, so he hasn't been to Qi Li's shop for a long time. Even if the city guards sometimes need to change their equipment or replenish their medicinal pills, they are always handled by the Cloud Mist City Vault Administrator Robert. Ah? There are such powerful weapons and armors in the store manager's shop. When Qin Shi heard his own father's words, he almost dropped his chin to the ground. He thought before that, in addition to the magical New World model, in the store manager's small shop, there were only those delicacies that made people memorable and unforgettable. But now that I hear it, it doesn't seem like that at all. However, Qin Shi was only surprised, and Qin Ming was extremely shocked. The question of cultivation aptitude has always been an age-old problem for the human race. Humans are not like monsters, they can rely on the power of blood. For example, with a powerful dragon bloodline, any adult dragon can at least reach the peak of the master level, and a dragon of level 80 is absolutely invincible under the hero level. Humans are also not like other races, and many are born with cultivation aptitude. For example, the magic aptitude of the elves, and the fighting spirit of the orcs. What the human race can rely on is unity and wisdom, as well as the peak powerhouses among the human race, to protect the fire of the human race from going out. However, there are only a few peak powerhouses after all, and they can only restrict the powerhouses among the beasts, as well as the powerhouses of other races, and cannot make a move. Therefore, fighting together, compared to strength, still depends on the whole race. The previous beast tide is a good proof. If it wasn't for Qin Ming's luck and withstood the beast tide, even if Yunwu City was broken, no strong man would come to help. Therefore, Qin Ming was so shocked by the New World model of Qi Li's small shop, which could ignore the cultivation qualifications and directly help ordinary people to cultivate. This is simply something that can change the fate of the entire human race. This is more significant than weapons, armor, and medicine pills. The use of weapons and armor also needs to be based on the body. Even if an ordinary person is equipped with the weapons and armors in the Qilu shop, it is impossible to defeat a battle-hardened cultivator. Your own strength, no matter when, is the most important. And don't mention the various training resources needed after training, as well as the learning of martial arts and magic. Just a threshold of cultivation qualifications will cut off countless people's way. However, at this moment, it seems that cultivation aptitude is no longer a threshold. Manager Qi's shop, sometimes I think about it, it's really scary. Qin Ming was shocked and could only say such a sentence. Father, what did you just say? Qin Shi asked in confusion, not listening to Qin Ming's muttering. It's nothing, I'm just saying that it's really fortunate for us in Yunwu City that Manager Qi can open a store in Yunwu City. If we seize the opportunity, Yunwu City might not be able to become the next city-state famous for its military force. Qin Ming looked outside the school grounds and expressed his wish. The reason why Yunwu City is prosperous in commerce and trade is that it is located on the border of the Yuanyuan Empire, next to the Cloud Forest. In terms of wealth, Yunwu City can be ranked first in the Huanyuan Empire. But in terms of force, Yunwu City can only be ranked at the bottom of the entire Huanyuan Empire. Even Qin Ming, the city lord of Yunwu City, is only a 50th level professional class fighter. Compared with the city lords of other city-states, it is still slightly worse. The city lords of many city-states are already preparing to be promoted to the master level. Those city-states with the highest overall force value, all their city masters are master-level powerhouses, and they have skills that fit their own ranks. The more powerful the city-state, the more valued by the empire. After all, this world is still a world that speaks with force. If you want to maintain peace, you must also use strong force as a backing. Therefore, this has created a situation where the strong are always strong, and Yunwu City has always been in the last position in terms of force. However, in Qi Li's store, the newly emerging New World model gave Qin Ming hope. However, the actual effect still needs to be investigated on the spot. SHR, I'll go to Manager Qi with you tomorrow. Qin Ming decided to put his official duties aside first. After all, this matter is related to the future direction of Yunwu City. Oh, good. Qin Shi nodded blankly. He just thinks that the products in the Qilu store are very good. But unlike Qin Ming, you can see the true value of these commodities. The next day, after Qilu got up, he went downstairs and opened the door of the store. Before he could let in the fresh air outside, he heard a greeting. Manager Qi, long time no see, stay safe. Qin Ming took Qin Shi together and stood at the door of the store, as if he had been waiting for a while. It's City Lord Qin, long time no see, come in. Qilu replied expressionlessly, then moved away. No one has waited before. However, since knowing the opening time of Qilu, the old customers will not come and wait in advance. After all, no matter how early you come, Qilu can't open the door early. Sheer, what's for breakfast? Qilu yawned and asked in the direction of the counter. Instant noodles and barrels, thank you manager. Yu Sheer replied obediently. Qin Shi followed behind Qin Ming, walked into the store, then excitedly ran Toth Q behind Qilu, and said to Qin Ming, Dad, come over and have breakfast first. When does Manager Qi have breakfast here? Qin Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, eat yourself first. I'm not here for breakfast. That New World mode, how do I get in? City Lord Qin, the New World mode needs to be activated at the counter. I recommend you to get a membership card. Yu Xiar heard Qin Ming's words and immediately said it first. That's right, Dad, go and get a membership card first, so that you can easily buy breakfast. Qinshi said seriously. I didn't mean to pay for my dad at all. Okay, then. Lord City Lord, I didn't expect you to be here too. Before Qin Ming could finish speaking, an exclamation came from behind him, attracting all the eyes off the store. It turned out to be you. Why are you here? Qin Ming smiled when he saw the person coming. The one who made the sound was a fat mustache. Cloud City Vault Master, Robert. Behind him was another fat, young man who didn't seem to wake up very much. It was Luo Yuanqing, who came here once yesterday. Walking far away, were you pulled over by your father early in the morning? Qinshi immediately gloated on the side. Isn't it? I told him a long time ago, don't worry, but I was called up before dawn. Hearing this, Luo Yuanqing immediately complained. But not too loud. Last night Guzi came home, and his subordinates accidentally discovered that there were magical fluctuations in his body. I only found out after asking, and it was the credit of Manager Chi's shop, so I rushed here today. Robert bowed his head slightly and said respectfully. Sure enough. Qin Ming nodded. Luo Yuanqing's cultivation aptitude is not a secret in Yunwu City. Just like Qinshi, his affinity for fighting qi and magic power is zero. Andy belongs to the type that cannot be cultivated at all. But now after listening to Robert's words, Qin Ming has more expectations for his wish. Perhaps raising the overall strength of Yunwu City is not a far-fetched thing. Is the city owner also because of this? Robert asked at the opportunity. That's right, this is what the soldiers in the school field reported to me last night. Qin Ming nodded, showing off quite a bit. I didn't believe Shur was practicing magic at the school, but I didn't expect it to be true. It only took one day to learn magic. Your son's talent cannot be underestimated. Robert complimented. But he said that it was all due to the New World model, so I came to see Manager Chi specially. Qin Ming pretended to be modest. It seems that things like showing off their children's achievements have nothing to do with their status. To play the New World mode, it is recommended to go to the counter to apply for a membership card. Sheila soaked the instant noodles in buckets, put a bucket on the counter, and picked up another bucket to go to the training room area for combat power improvement, he said casually. Breaking this mutual show-off scene. A strange fragrance followed behind Qi Lu and entered the noses of Qin Ming and Robert. Robert shrugged his nose, his eyes suddenly lit up, and said, It's so fragrant, just smelling this smell makes me feel like my index finger is moving. The reason why the body is fat is naturally inseparable from Robert's love of food. If you like food, you will naturally appreciate food. As Robert, the requirements for food are naturally extremely high. However, the smell of the instant noodles that was just soaked in the barrel, this extremely delicious aroma, can completely stimulate people's appetite. The instant noodles produced by the system are no joke. Yes, this fragrance is far superior to those delicacies I have eaten before. Qin Ming also took a deep breath and began to search for the source of the fragrance. The first thing to be discovered was the nearest bucket of instant noodles, placed on the counter, belonging to Yuxier. You guys, what do you want to do? Seeing Qinshi and Robert's eyes, Yuxier immediately picked up the instant noodles in the bucket on the counter, protected them in her arms, and stared at them both with vigilance. This is mine. Seeing Yuxier looking like a mother cat, Qin Ming and Robert certainly can't pull their faces down to grab it. So the two continued to search, and found the instant noodles in buckets that Qinshi and Luo Yuanqing were holding. Qinshi. Luo Yuanqing. The two spoke at the same time, stopped their son, and glared at him. The expression on his face was filled with the words, Why don't you tell Mui, there is such a delicious food? Dad, you said it yourself that you didn't come here for breakfast. Qinshi took a step back and tried to argue for himself. You didn't ask. Luo Yuanqing said with a sad face. What did you say? Qin Ming and Luo Yuanqing asked in unison. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's because I didn't take the initiative to recommend breakfast to Dad. Qin Shi and Luo Yuanqing immediately apologized softly, admitting their mistakes in an unusually correct manner. That. Holding the instant noodles, Yu Shi suddenly interrupted, are you still going to apply for a membership card? Manage. The experience of the New World mode, Qin Ming and Robert, can be said to be very shocking. It can even be said to be very shocking. Directly increasing Do Qi and magic power, and directly enhancing the proficiency of martial arts and magic, these effects are things they have never thought about before, and they will not think about them at all. Because this is simply not possible. If someone told them before, there is a way to let them directly increase their fighting qi and magic power without any effort, and directly increase their proficiency in martial arts and magic. Then Qin Ming's first reaction must be that this person didn't wake up. Because this kind of unearned idea is simply a daydream. However, now, the facts in front of him made Qin Ming almost overthrow the worldview he had held on for so many years. Manager Qi, it's hard to believe that you can always come up with such incredible things. Qin Ming looked at Qi Lu and sighed from the bottom of his heart. City Lord Qin is overrated. Qi Lu habitually said modestly. However, before he finished speaking, a kind voice came from outside the store, which contained a faint joy. Manager Qi doesn't have to be humble, your shop is the most amazing one I've ever seen. Immediately afterwards, Gu Pingchuan appeared in front of the counter and activated the membership card. President Gu, it seems that your gains yesterday are not small. Qi Lu turned his head and glanced at Gu Pingchuan, and found that his breath was even more condensed. This is a breath that has transcended the heroic level. That is to say, Gu Pingchuan had already stepped into the powerhouse level with half of his feet yesterday. This half-step breakthrough is enough to make him invincible among the heroes. The powerhouse level that can traverse the world is by no means just talk. It's all thanks to New World and Manager Qi. Gu Pingchuan didn't shy away from his gratitude. If it weren't for the New World, I'm afraid that I would never be able to take this step in my life. This has trapped me for nearly 10 years, and deemed almost a desperate step. Gu Pingchuan sighed while making noodles for himself, and then took the fruit-flavored jelly and sat in the booth next to Qi Lu. Qin Ming was on the side, staring at Gu Pingchuan blankly. I always thought this guy was a little familiar. After hearing Qi Li's address to Gu Pingchuan, he was startled. Dean Gu. Dean of the Brilliant Academy, Gu Pingchuan. The law god of the Xuanhuan Empire. Thinking of this, Qin Ming almost jumped up from the leather sofa in the booth. The fact that the law god of the Wild Yuan Empire came to Qi Li's shop was much more shocking than that of the third prince of the Wild Yuan Empire, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stayed in the imperial city and had nothing to do. Although he had opposition on his back, he was only idle. Being able to come to Yunwu City, although surprising, is not unexpected. But Gu Pingchuan is different. He is the dean of the Brilliant Academy, he is busy with affairs, and as the god of law of the Huangyuan Empire, he is also one of the patron saints of the Huangyuan Empire. Suddenly appearing in Yunwu City, Qin Ming, the city owner of Yunwu City, didn't know it at all. This is absolutely a startling situation. And looking at Gu Pingchuan's familiar attitude, it didn't seem like his first visit at all. The more Qin Ming thought about it, the more dizzy his head became. My God, how many secrets does Manager Qi have in this shop, that I don't know or even think about? Not only Qin Ming was shocked. Robert, who was sitting next to him, was too shocked to speak. He could only hide in the booth silently and drink a sip of noodle soup to suppress his shock. Manager Qi, the place you are now doesn't seem to be a novice village. Gu Pingchuan didn't notice Qin Ming and Robert, who were shocked by the sight, but was a little interested in the crystal ball in front of Qi Lu. This is the second big map here. If you are level 5, just go to the old man in Novice Village. Qi Lu pointed it out, and then glanced at the crystal ball in front of Gu Pingchuan. Level 3. Has the system lowered the experience of wild monsters? Qi Lu only remembered that yesterday, Gu Pingchuan brushed goblins in the wild for a long time, and then he suddenly realized something and left. I didn't expect it to be level 3. It turns out that we still need to continue to upgrade, that old man. There is another thing I want to ask. Gu Pingchuan paused in the middle of his words, and then said again. President Gu, please speak. Qi Lu was still very enthusiastic about answering customers' questions. I have already ruled out the improvement brought by Epiphany. Then, the proficiency of several low-level magic has been improved, which should also beta effect of this new world model. Gu Pingchuan asked the doubts in his heart that plagued him all night. At the level of Gu Pingchuan, this level, especially Gu Pingchuan's rank, is still a great magician who mainly uses low-level magic and general magic. The proficiency in the magic that he knows is naturally at the level of perfection. At this point, in terms of magic proficiency, there is basically no way to further improve it. Because a great magician of Gu Pingchuan's level has used these low-level magic to the extreme. However, last night, after Gu Pingchuan digested the insights he had gained in the New World mode, he suddenly discovered that the proficiency of several low-level magic had been improved. Just this little improvement brought Gu Pingchuan to a whole new level. The perception of low-level magic has also successfully changed from quantitative to qualitative. President Gu's perception is indeed very keen. Qi Li's words clearly praised Gu Pingchuan, but it was also a disguised acknowledgement of the effect of the New World model. Mr. Qi's words are serious. Compared to you, this old man is still lacking. Gu Pingchuan smiled while rubbing his palms, and he was full of praise for Qi Li's character. At such a young age, he possessed such unfathomable strength. But you can do it without taking credit and without pride. Such qualities are indeed commendable. However, Qi Li didn't hear what Gu Pingchuan meant, he just thought it was normal. However, Qi Lu is not without gains. At least he got a lot of information from Gu Pingchuan's words. For example, as long as you add points to upgrade those spells on the skill tree, it will be fed back to the real magic proficiency. And this improvement is no matter how high the player's own magic proficiency is. The same goes for martial arts. As for the improvement of fighting qi and magic power, compared to martial arts and magic, it seems to be somewhat insufficient. Perhaps for ordinary people who have not practiced, or cultivators with a low level, this increase in vindictive energy and magic power can still be felt. But for a strong man of Gu Pingchuan's level, he basically felt nothing. This is also a normal thing. Just like pouring a glass of water into a bucket, you can naturally feel the increase in water volume. However, if a glass of water is poured into a pond, or into a lake, it will definitely not feel the increase in the amount of water. Data collection is more complete. Qi Lu wrote down these things, and then silently called out the system in his heart. System, host, what's the matter this time? Qi Lu glanced at Gu Pingchuan again, and then asked in his heart, System, the proficiency of martial arts and magic in this new world mode is forcibly improved. System, that's right, otherwise, if you really let the players practice, isn't it very lacking in gaming experience? Qi Lu was silent. This system actually started to use the words in Qi Li's mind. When did the battle strength promotion arena start to become a game? Qi Li knew that this must be his fault again, so he didn't bother to care about this kind of thing, because his existence was to make up for the inadequacy of the system. For example, imagination. System, I have an immature proposal. Qi Li considered his words. System, host, please speak bluntly. Probably tasted the sweetness, the attitude of the system is still much better than before. Perhaps the degree of black heart, Qi Lu, is not as good as the system. But in terms of means of accumulating money, the system is not as good as Qi Lu. You know, accumulating money is the professional quality of a store manager. Before, because the store manager's level was too low, the system communication was obviously a little silly, and Qi Lu never thought that he could make suggestions. But since the system has become somewhat human, it is revealed that it can make recommendations. Qi Lu knew that it was time for him to be the real store manager. I think when the level is low, when adding skill points, it can be free, but when the level is high, it can become a paid item. Qi Lu made a very objective suggestion. Because Qi Lu found that the New World mode was particularly powerful in improving martial skills and magic proficiency. It's completely an open-level function. Even a powerhouse like Gu Pingchuan can forcibly improve his magic proficiency. This is simply an artifact to break through the shackles. Therefore, Qi Lu feels that if he doesn't make some articles on this function, he is really sorry for this open-level function. System, host, you seem to be getting more and more black-hearted. Qi Lu shrugged and said, I don't accept your ridicule, and in terms of the degree of black heart, I can't compare to you. System, host, do you think this is really feasible? Qi Lu heard the words and was shocked. Is this still the black-hearted system I am familiar with? I shouted that the system produced it all day long. It must be a high-quality product. Where is the value for money system? System, host, please say the main point. Okay. Qi Lu spread his hands and said, if you charge from the beginning, it will definitely not work. However, after they have tasted the sweetness, it is definitely impossible for them to give up this method that can quickly improve their martial skills and magic proficiency. Qi Lu grasped this very accurately. Especially for a strong man like Gu Pingchuan who can break through the shackles, Ling Jing is not a problem at all. Getting something for nothing is not a good thing. Getting what you need is a win-win situation. System, after careful consideration, the system absolutely accepts the host's suggestion. System, in order to thank the host for the suggestion and to encourage the host to continue to make constructive suggestions, the system decided to reward the host with a vending machine for drinks. Unexpected joy. Qi Lu heard the system prompt and almost shouted in surprise. The drink vending machine that I had been thinking about all the time came to my hands in such an unexpected way. I have to say that I really want to plant flowers that won't bloom, and I have no intention of planting willows to make shade. But after the joy, Qi Lu found a problem. System, you rewarded me with a beverage vending machine, right? Qi Lu asked as gently as possible. System, yes, the host doesn't need to thank me too much. Qi Lu resisted the urge to scold and said, there is indeed a beverage vending machine, but what about beverages? System, beverage extraction opportunity, please pay attention to future tasks. Depend on. Qi Lu couldn't help but in his heart, compared a gesture of contempt common toll plains. The effect of the New World mode is very obvious on practitioners with a slightly lower level. So on the second day, the Blood Wolf team entered the New World mode, ready to stay in it. After completing the training mission, the training students of the Brilliant Academy found that Dean Gu was actually in the New World mode, and they all entered the New World mode one after another. Others have the same idea. Except for Ling Zhao's bodyguards, who stayed here. After Qin Ming and Robert experienced the magic of the New World model, they also decided to allocate funds from the treasury to select a part of the elite city guards to train in the Qila store. If you want to improve the overall strength of Yunwu City, you can't be stingy with spirit crystals. Therefore, the income of Qi Li's store has increased a lot for a while. However, probably because the system really lowered the experience of Fegoblins in the novice village. And because the refresh rate of the goblins in the big map has always been once a day, the number is limited, causing many people to upgrade slowly. As for the copy, the experience of brushing once is actually not much. And every time you swipe, you will be sent back to the novice village, and it will take a lot of time to travel. Therefore, there are not many people who have come to the front line of the evil spirit warriors. Among them are Ying Feng, who entered the New World mode at the beginning, and Ying Shui and Ke Mingling, who were brought in the next day. And Gu Pingchuan, who can't be caught by anyone. As for Han Ming, Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing, although they were high enough, they all stayed in the novice village and refused to leave. Because they have too little magic themselves, they can't brush the copy addle. Finally, the New World model has been promoted. If there are not many people playing online games, how can they be called online games? Qi Lu leaned on the leather sofa, eating potato chips, and watching the scenery on the city wall of the front line. From time to time, there will be enemies attacking the wall below. Qi Lu has already tried it. After killing the enemies on the front line of the evil spirit warriors, there is a chance to drop game gold coins. This is probably because equipment stores and drug stores began to appear in frontline cities. Low-level medicines and low-level equipment will also drop when killing enemies on the big map, but the probability is very low, much lower than dropping gold coins. But it doesn't matter. After you have gold coins, it is the same to go to the frontline city to buy equipment and medicines directly. As for the skill book, this thing seems to only drop from dungeon bosses. And Qi Lu has not approached the entrance of the dungeon of the evil warrior frontline. Because on the plain outside the city, there are really many enemies. It's a little impractical for a person to want to kill the past. So Qi Lu is now waiting for more people to come to the frontline city to see the situation of the dungeon. Mr. Qi, hello. President Gu, you are indeed here. Two voices in a row interrupted Qi Li's thinking and made Gu Pingchuan take a look outside the store. The people who walked in at the door of the store seemed familiar. Little Ling Ling, how did you find this place? Gu Pingchuan glanced at the person who came, then turned his head back, and continued to throw magic on the wall of the frontline city. This method of spawning monsters can only be used when the enemy is hitting the city wall. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. Only Gu Pingchuan would call the third kid Ling. However, even the Fire Emperor of the current Xuanhuan Empire was just an old boy in Gu Pingchuan's mouth. Ling Xiao felt that he might have made a profit. Long time no see. Qi Lu greeted lazily. It's been a long time indeed, Manager Qi, you've changed a lot here. Ling Xiao looked at the decoration and layout of the store, TSK in his mouth. This luxurious decoration is no worse than the Imperial Palace. It's not that Qi Li's shop is magnificent, but the value of the shop. With Ling Xiao's eyesight, he must be able to see that the magic of space folding was used in the area of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. This level of magic is not even used in the Imperial Palace. Because there is simply no such powerful space magician. You came to see Dean Gu? Qi Lu asked, coldly. Yes, the venue for the academy competition is ready, so I came here to tell Dean Gu. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Hearing the words, Gu Pingchuan turned around again and looked at Ling Xiao. It's ready so soon. It seems that the old boy Ling Ao is also going to watch the academy competition this time. Ling Xiao didn't answer, just smiled. The venue of the college competition was set up in the big square of the Huangyuan Empire Imperial City. Without the approval of the current Fire Emperor, how could it be arranged so quickly? However, it's not a big deal, but it's better to let that old boy be more careful. Gu Pingchuan warned. After hearing this, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, before nodding and saying, Thank you, Dean Gu, for your concern. Next, are you going to go back directly after the notification? Qi Lu asked casually, sitting in the booth beside him. I don't need to go back in a hurry. It's just an idle job in the Imperial City. My father asked me to come out this time. I'm afraid that's what I mean. Ling Xiao shrugged and said indifferently. Qi Lu could see a hint of helplessness in Ling Xiao's eyes. If he is not valued, it means that he is insulated from the position of the prince, and the matter of establishing the prince naturally cannot find Ling Shao. It would be better to stay here in Yunwu City. Ling Shao was very clear in his heart. The struggle for the throne has always been a cruel thing in the imperial family. Ling Shao has the eldest brother on top, who is an official in the court, and a fourth brother on the bottom, who kills the enemy on the battlefield. It just so happened that he was alone and was idle in the imperial city, which already explained the problem. When the eldest brother is an official in the court, he can win over the ministers in the court, and the fourth brother kills the enemy on the battlefield. Ling Shao knew that in these two aspects, he could never compete with his brother. However, it was not without a turnaround. For example, Gu Pingchuan, the law god of the Xuanhuan Empire, in front of him. Gu Pingchuan's prestige, in Xuanhuan Empire, is absolutely no less than that of Fire Emperor Ling Gao. It's just that Gu Pingchuan, as the dean of the brilliant academy, will not take the initiative to participate in the power struggle of the royal family. But not taking the initiative to participate does not mean, absolutely do not participate. With Gu Pingchuan's support, Ling Xiao's power would never be worse than his two brothers. Ling Xiao chose to stay in Yunwu City, which was the idea. Since you're not in a hurry to go back, why don't you try this? Qi Le pointed to the crystal ball in front of him. Manager Qi, is this? New World Mode, go to the counter to activate first, I believe you won't be disappointed. Qi Le didn't explain much, just pointed to Gu Pingchuan and motioned Ling Xiaodo, look at the crystal ball over there. Ling Xiao looked over and asked aloud, President Gu, what are you eating? Gu Pingchuan, who was holding the instant noodles in a barrel, swallowed the noodles in his mouth first, and then said slowly, this is the special food in Manager Qi's store. The instant noodles in a barrel can strengthen your understanding in a short time. Ling Xiao was shocked when he heard the words. Not to mention the effect of strengthening comprehension, just by looking at Gu Pingchuan eating with relish, Ling Xiao can be sure that this food called barrel instant noodles must have a unique taste. Then, Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lu, and asked with bright eyes, Store manager, where is this instant noodles in a barrel? Your focus is so strange, what I showed you should be the New World Mode. Qi Lu silently pointed to the snack vending machine next to the counter, unable to complain anymore. Thanks to Ling Xiao coming to Cloud City, the group of guards who have been training in the Battle Strength Arena and online mode have also entered the New World Mode. Although Ling Xiao was only an idler in the Imperial City, the identity of the third prince was there. If you want to get some spirit crystals, it's still a piece of cake. Therefore, Ling Xiao also invested heavily and made all the guards eat snacks. It was not Ling Xiao's conscience discovery, but for the special effect of snacks, to purify the fighting spirit and magic power, and to temper the physique to strengthen the strength of the entire bodyguard. As the days passed, more and more people came to the frontline city. However, Qi Li's rank has always maintained a state of being a top performer. You can only gain experience for 4 hours a day, and the speed at which you can gain experience all day is absolutely different. Manager Qi, are you going to the dungeon entrance together today? Gu Pingchuan, who was staying on the city wall, looked at the enemy wandering in the plain outside the city wall, and asked aloud. Yes, I've waited for several days, and the team is almost enough, and it's still at this point in time. You can try it. Qi Lu clapped his hands and shouted behind him, come here and gather. The offensive of the evil spirit warriors on the front line is actually regular. As long as you avoid the time period when the enemy is attacking the city wall on a large scale, the number of enemies in the wild will be greatly reduced. Otherwise, facing the impact of the enemy's army formation, a small team isn't enough to leave the city. Boss, here we come. Blood Wolf and Hushou immediately got together. It's ready, the blood medicine and blue medicine are ready. Yingfeng and Yingshui also leaned over. One more to go, Zir. Qi Lu counted the number of people, and then shouted directly in the store. Big brother, what's wrong? Lan Zier asked suspiciously. Did you forget to come to the city wall to gather? Qi Lu asked, dumbfounded. This little lowly really forgot about it. Qi Lu went to Lan Yi Squad a day earlier, and borrowed Lan Zier to be the team's forward. After Lan Zier activated the dragon bloodline, the power of the heavy shield warrior class became stronger and stronger. With her there would always be an unbreakable shield in front of the team. The background story of the evil warrior frontline is actually a frontline level that has been being attacked by enemy troops. The enemies wandering outside the city walls are the patrols sent by the troops stationed in the front line of the enemy country. And the large-scale impact once a day is the army charge of the enemy army. Because of the plot, it is naturally impossible for the frontline city to be breached. However, this does not mean that with just a few people, you can fight against the army. Even Qi Lu could only throw magic on the city wall when the enemy army started to charge against the city wall. If you dare to go down, you will definitely be swallowed by the army immediately. Then appear at the resurrection point. But if there are only patrolling soldiers, then for the team Qi Lu formed this time, it basically poses no threat. The 7-person team was prepared, just because Qi Lu didn't know how many people the copy was this time. After killing the 3 patrols, Qi Lu and others also came to the entrance of the dungeon. But before they could go in, a soldier with blood all over his body and a chaotic breath appeared in front of him. Don't do it, this is a soldier from the frontline city. Qi Lu immediately stopped the few people behind him, who had normal conditioned reflexes and wanted to throw martial skills or magic. The armor style of the frontline city is completely different from the armor style of the enemy soldiers. Why are the soldiers of the frontline city here? Ying Feng asked inexplicably. I don't know either. Let's wait and see. Maybe there are clues to the copy. Qi Lu said uncertainly. According to the experience of playing so many games in the previous life, this should have triggered the plot before entering the dungeon. Sure enough, the soldier who suddenly appeared spoke up. You should be the adventurer sent by the frontline city. I know I don't have much time left, so I'll keep it short. Their attack on the frontline city is just a pretense. Their real purpose isn't at the frontline city, so I would like to ask you to find out their true purpose. You must stop them, please. After a few words, the soldier fell to the ground. This is obviously a small plot before entering the dungeon, but it also explains the situation in the dungeon. When the soldier spoke of them, they naturally meant the enemy country. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and put his hand on the entrance of the copy. Evil Warrior Frontline Dungeon 1, War Rekindled. Number of copies required, 4. It's a 4-person dungeon, and the description of this dungeon 1. It seems that there is more than one dungeon of the Evil Warrior Frontline. Qi Lu didn't get much information. But knowing how many copies it is enough. It seems that there is still one person missing from the 2 teams. How do you want to divide them? Qi Lu looked at the people around him. Since Manager Qi is the captain, then Manager Qi will make up his mind. Gu Pingchuan said directly without thinking much. The New World model is a very novel thing for Gu Pingchuan. Without much understanding, Gu Pingchuan would not make random suggestions. And when Gu Pingchuan said this, Ying Feng and Ying Shui naturally didn't want to say anything more, otherwise, wouldn't it not give Ding Gu face? Big brother, Zier listens to you. Lan Zier also expressed her stance. We're here to hug our thighs. We don't have a boss, and we don't know what to do. Boss, just say who you want. We have no opinion. The opinions of Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt are still very unified. From the online mode of the Combat Power Improvement Arena, I have hugged Sheila's thighs, and in the New World mode, I will naturally continue to hug. Alright then. Sheila nodded. The Iron Triangle of Shield Law, Animal Husbandry, and Dungeon is the most stable lineup for opening dungeons, but we don't seem to have a priest here, so let's use a knight as an auxiliary attack. After Qi Lu ordered Lan Zier and Gu Pingchuan, he explained while letting them choose. Then let me do it, boss. When Ying Feng heard that he needed the knight class, he immediately stood up. Don't tell me you're a knight class, I'm not, you should let me come. Xuanhuan was not far behind, stood up and knocked on the small round shield in his hand. What's the use of knocking on your shield, Zier has more shields than you. Ying Feng pouted. I'm saying that I can do more than you. Blood Wolf raised his eyebrows and provocatively said. What's the use of that? Didn't you hear the boss say that the boss wants an auxiliary attack position? Ying Feng retorted, not to be outdone. Seeing that the two of them wanted to draw their swords for a try, Qi Lu quickly reached out to stop them. Okay, let Ying Feng come. For defense, it's enough to have Zier here. Both Qi Lu and Gu Pingchuan are of the great magician rank. They belong to the ranks of the main output and auxiliary. There are 2 new dungeons, no problem. Since the boss said so, then I will not fight. The Blood Wolf has no complaints. This kind of thing, said before coming here. Before the number of copies is uncertain, of course, it is necessary to bring more or less. If there are too many people, only a few less people will enter the dungeon. Okay, then the rest of the people will go back to the frontline city first. Qi Lu continued. Then let's go back first. Hu Shou nodded, and then left the safe area outside the dungeon with Xuanhuan and Ying Xue. The enemies on the front line of the evil spirit warriors are still refreshed once a day. Qi Lu knew that this must be because the system was stingy.